The ground trembled violently, and the air grew scorching hot. Steam hissed and rose from Orion's body as he stood, glaring at the colossal dragon before him, a beast at least 100 times his size. The tension was palpable. Is this because he ate fire? Merlin wondered aloud, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. Orion's magic was surging, climbing to unprecedented levels. Merlin's worry deepened as he realized what was happening. Internal integration, a dangerous yet powerful technique. While it amplified Orion's magic exponentially, the cost was steep, a permanent loss of a portion of his magical reserves. The heat intensified, and flames ignited on Orion's clenched fists. He roared, his voice carrying both fury and resolve. "You're dead meat, you damn lizard!" Without hesitation, Orion charged at the dragon. Merlin tried to stop him, but Orion wasn't listening. Fueled by his rage and newfound power, he became a fiery blur. Flames trailed behind him as he utilized the force speed technique to close the distance. The dragon, provoked by the challenge, lunged with its massive jaws wide open, intending to end the fight in one bite. But Orion was faster. At the last moment, Orion launched himself upward, using the flames on his fists like rocket boosters to propel himself high into the air. The dragon snapped its jaws shut but found nothing between them. It began to retreat, but Orion had other plans. In mid-air, he channeled all his strength into a single devastating attack. Ah! With a ferocious roar, Orion concentrated the fire on his right fist, causing it to grow blindingly intense. As he descended, he aimed directly for the dragon's head. Boom! The impact was catastrophic. A fiery explosion rocked the platform, sending cracks spidering through the ground. Even Merlin, watching from a safe distance, doubted the dragon's survival. When the smoke cleared, the dragon's head was bowed, blood dripping from a gaping wound on its forehead. It roared in pain, staggering backward. Orion landed heavily, kneeling and gasping for breath. Surprisingly, his magic seemed intact. No signs of the typical degradation caused by internal integration. How is this possible? Merlin mused as he floated closer to inspect Orion. Didn't you use internal integration? How are you unharmed? Orion, still catching his breath, managed a weak smile. I didn't absorb the fire, I redirected it against the dragon. Merlin's eyes widened in shock. You can do that? Since when? Since that damn lizard destroyed all my money, Orion grumbled, anger flickering in his tone. I hope it's not dead yet. I've got more payback to deliver. Merlin pointed to a corner of the battlefield. The pendant you lost, it's still intact. Orion froze for a moment, then snapped his head toward where Merlin gestured. When he saw the pendant unharmed, his anger evaporated, replaced by sheer relief. He vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the pendant and clutching it tightly. Thank you, God. And thank you to whoever made this piece of jewelry so indestructible. I'll never lose you again. Promise. Tears and snot mingled on his face as he kissed the pendant fervently. Merlin sighed. Sometimes, I wonder if I made the right choice picking this guy to save the magical world. Yet, Merlin's mind lingered on two peculiar phenomena from the fight. First, Orion had emitted a spatial wave, a feat associated only with those on the verge of mastering the law of space. Though unintentional, it was extraordinary. Second, the ability to channel and redirect the dragon's magic without absorbing it was equally baffling. Such precise control of magic could make Orion unstoppable on the battlefield if mastered. As Orion fastened the pendant back around his neck, a megawatt smile spread across his face. Yes. I'm still rich. A life of luxury and comfort awaits. Let's get the hell out of here. Their musings were interrupted by a deafening roar. The dragon, still alive but in agony, began thrashing wildly, its movements causing the dungeon structure to collapse. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop that. Orion yelled as chunks of rock started raining down. Shit. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Merlin shouted. Orion quickly summoned his broom and took off, weaving through the falling debris. Merlin, unaffected by the chaos due to his spirit form, observed the dragon. Orion, it's breaking the chains. Merlin yelled. Distracted, Orion turned to see the dragon tearing through its restraints. His eyes widened. Phuck. The dragon unleashed another fiery breath, forcing Orion to swerve sharply upward. He rocketed toward the ceiling, narrowly avoiding the flames. Glancing back, he saw the dragon giving chase. Its massive jaws gaped, ready to snap him out of the air. Lumos Maxima. Orion bellowed, extending his hand. A blinding flash illuminated the dungeon, momentarily blinding the dragon. Orion seized the opportunity. He stored his broom in his pendant and began free-falling toward the dragon's open mouth. Work, 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 he chanted under his breath, preparing for a desperate gambit. The goblins of Gringotts are respected among their kind, as not just any goblin can earn a place in the world's largest magical financial institution. Their lives are typically steady and uneventful, a stark contrast to the warrior roots of their race. Some goblins even look down on the bankers for their lack of adventure. But today was different. Just as they were about to close the bank, the goblins felt a faint rumble accompanied by unusual noises from the dungeon. Assuming it was just the dragon acting up, an exceedingly rare occurrence given its years of taming, they initially dismissed it. The situation escalated quickly. The entire building began to tremble violently. Alarmed, the goblins hurried toward the dungeon, only to witness something beyond belief. The floor erupted as the enormous head of the dragon burst through, sending debris flying. Panic swept through the goblins as they scrambled to draw their weapons, small swords and knives, though they knew such tools were futile against a dragon. Goblins, by law, were forbidden from wielding wands. A deafening roar echoed through Diagon Alley, its reverberations striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. The late hour meant most were unaware, but those still around were gripped by terror. However, it wasn't just the dragon's roar that filled the air, a child's scream accompanied it. That child was none other than Orion, clinging desperately to the dragon's back. Moments earlier, he had narrowly avoided the beast's snapping jaws by using force magic to slow his descent and reposition himself. Clinging to the dragon's bone-like protrusions, Orion had decided to escape the dungeon just as the Golden Trio had in the books and movies. No, not there, Orion muttered, trying to keep himself hidden from the goblins. As the dragon emerged from the underground, it became ecstatic, spurred on by the chaos Orion had inadvertently caused. Flames erupted from its maw, and the scene descended into pandemonium. The dragon's fiery outbursts turned Gringotts into a spectacle of magical destruction. Walls shook, chunks of stone flew through the air, and the goblins ran about in disarray, waving their fists in frustration. The dragon, however, roared even louder. "Ah, it looks like Christmas came early," Orion muttered, smirking as he saw a goblin who had ignored him earlier being tossed aside like a rag doll. "You are not a good man, Orion D. Ambrosius," Merlin's voice remarked dryly.
Of course not.
"But I am a good wizard," Orion shot back with a smirk. He was trying his best to calm the dragon, which seemed more intent on destruction than escape. Sweet-talking with Devil's Tongue didn't work, as the dragon appeared to be having too much fun wreaking havoc. "All right, sometimes sweet words aren't enough," Orion grumbled. Closing his eyes briefly, he opened them to unleash the law of presence. Instantly, the chaotic sounds of fire and destruction faded, and the very colors of the world seemed to dull. The sheer force of his presence created an overwhelming sense of danger. The effect was immediate. The dragon, sensing imminent peril, froze momentarily before roaring and retreating in fear. Unfortunately, the side effects were profound. Many of the goblins collapsed, paralyzed with terror. "Wait a minute, I could have used this earlier," Orion muttered, realization dawning on him. "That's kind of funny," Merlin said with a chuckle. Orion's brow twitched with irritation. "If only I'd thought of it sooner," Merlin quickly clarified. "Don't worry. Even if you had, it wouldn't have worked. The law of presence only works if you're significantly stronger than your opponent or at least equal in power. The only reason it's effective now is that the dragon is injured and perceives you as a threat to its life." The explanation mollified Orion slightly. Soon, wizards arrived on the scene, forcing Orion to let the dragon escape on its own. Under an invisibility charm, he watched the dragon fly into the night sky. Riding atop the beast, he couldn't help but feel like Hiccup Fra, How to Train Your Dragon. "Unfortunately for you, pal, this isn't a fairy tale," Orion muttered. Placing his hands on the dragon, he began absorbing its magic. Whoa. What are you doing?" Merlin exclaimed in alarm. "Dinner," Orion replied nonchalantly as he siphoned the dragon's immense magical reserves. The dragon roared in agony, thrashing as it felt its power being drained. It tried to shake Orion off, but he clung to its back like a leech. "Stop. Orion, you can't take the dragon's magic," Merlin shouted. "Why not?" Orion asked, his focus unwavering. "I can't explain right now, but it's a terrible idea," Merlin insisted, his tone filled with urgency. "Sorry, but I have a personal vendetta against this guy. If you want a pet dragon, I'll find you another one later," Orion said, doubling down on his efforts. The dragon's roars echoed through the skies as its power drained away, leaving Merlin in a state of growing dread. Whatever the reason for his reluctance to explain, it was clear that absorbing the dragon's magic would lead to unforeseen consequences. And so begins the tale of how a little thief became the richest man in magical Britain, if not the entire magical world, thanks to the wealth he stole from countless dark families. What secret is Merlin hiding, and why is he so opposed to Orion absorbing the dragon's magic? Hey, welcome to another audiobook on quantum audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
And Orion ended up absorbing the dragon, and Merlin couldn't do anything. He just didn't have any relevant reason to stop Orion. Not to mention the untold reason he was stopping Orion was just his suspicion, and that was all. He just can't stop Orion under just a suspicion. Orion Wright was now meditating. Unlike the other magical creatures, Dragon had a huge amount of magic, and it needed Orion some time to assimilate this magic inside him. Of course, he even stores the corpse of the dragon in his pendant where it will not wither away. It took him some time before he was done, but as soon as he was done, he was extremely lethargic. He spent too much magic today and now did not have much energy left. So, he made a beeline for his room in the leaky cauldron. To even Orion's surprise, he slept for one whole day. Shit, I had to go to Daphne's house to check on her sister, he whined, but then he felt it. The power flowing from him. It was strange, not only was it the increased magical power but even the physical power. He feels strong for some reason. He didn't think too much about it, and after eating something, he got out, ready to go to Daphne's place. But he didn't know where the Greengrass mansion was. He remembered the location of the Black Mansion thanks to the books but had no idea about Daphne's place. Thinking about it hard, he decided to do a little trick which he always wanted to do. Apparently in the Harry Potter world, the birds know where to deliver the letter. He had no idea how come, but he planned to deliver a letter to Daphne by Red and then secretly follow his friend. Is that even important? Just write to her, asking for her address. Merlin finally said something. From early morning Merlin was glaring at him like he was a Kree imposter. He didn't think too much about it and just focused on looking at Red. Yesterday, no day before yesterday, he sent Red to look after Hermione just if those damn vampires go after her. Thankfully they didn't go after Hermione and even had to get out of Diagon Alley. Thanks to his exploits in Gringotts, there was an entire raid of the Aurors. He doesn't know much about what happened, as this information is also something he learns from Tom. He asked for a daily prophet later from Tom to find out more about what happened. Strangely or not, there was no mention of someone stealing from Gringotts. Well, who cares? There is no way they can find who did it, Orion scoffs. Although Orion knows that there is a high possibility that they have found out about the crime, they most likely won't tell this to the wizarding public. At least not until they know who stole the money. Yeah, like they can find me. The only way they have to do anything in the wizarding world is magic. Sucks for them, I pretty much eat the thing. Orion just rolled his eyes like he doesn't care at all. He called for Red and wrote a simple letter for Daphne, and handed over to Red. And as his friend flew off, Orion followed behind. It took around 20 to 25 minutes before he found the Greengrass Manor. Suddenly Red appeared inside the manor in front of Daphne, who was currently reading today's newspaper. Everyone, including her, was surprised by the sudden attack of Dragon in Gringotts. Orion just wondered what would happen if they knew what kind of money had been stolen from that bank. So when suddenly Red appeared out of nowhere, Daphne was startled. She almost took out her wand, but after seeing the phoenix in front of her, she stopped and sighed. Knowing that there are only 2 people in magical Britain who have a phoenix and both will not hurt her, she relaxed. And she was pretty used to Red by now, so she knew who sent this bird. Slowly caressing Red, Daphne took the letter from Red and read it. The only thing written in the letter was, "Come outside." Reading this, Daphne blinked and moved towards the house door. She wasn't sure what to expect, but before she could open the door she remembered she was looking horrible right now. No makeup, no clean dress, nothing. She ran back. Orion, with a bouquet of vibrant flowers in hand, found himself standing before the elegant Greengrass residence. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming gardens as he approached the front door, his anticipation mixed with a touch of nervousness. Daphne had caught Orion's attention with her wit and charm. It was strange because there was something different about her when compared to someone like Rose or Hermione. Orion was fascinated at that unknown thing, and maybe that's why he didn't directly cut all connection with her when he learns that Daphne was being friendly with him just because Nick asks her to be. The door swung open, revealing a tastefully decorated foyer. Daphne's sister, Astoria, greeted him with a warm smile and ushered him inside. Apparently, Daphne was not fast enough to reach the door, and her little sister ended up opening the door. Seeing a younger girl than Daphne with similar features, Orion was sure that this girl was Astoria and immediately sensed her magic, trying to find anything which gave him knowledge about her disease. Astoria Greengrass did look like Daphne, but she had a weak frame while her magic was all entangled and messing with her internals. A blood curse, no doubt. Orion presented the bouquet to Astoria, expressing his desire to share the beauty of the flowers with Daphne. "I brought these flowers for your sister, but if I knew that there was another beautiful young lady here then I would have bought more, but still please accept this one," Orion said while applying his real charm, and even gave a flower of lavender to Astoria. Astoria's eyes twinkled, appreciating the thoughtful gesture while there was a blush on her face as well. No doubt Orion's charm worked. Thank you," she replied with a weak voice. She led him to the living room where Daphne was seated, engrossed in a book. Actually, she was acting like that. She was getting ready as quickly as possible before Orion entered the room. As soon as Orion entered, she just ended up sitting the first place she could find and started to read the book. Orion noticed the upside-down book but didn't call out Daphne about it. just smiled with his most charming expression but almost made both little girls' hearts skip a bit. Daphne looked up, faking surprised and pleased by Orion's unexpected visit. The room filled with the vibrant colors of the flowers as Orion extended the bouquet toward her. I hope you are doing good, Princess, Orion said with as continuing his usual game of prince and princess game with Daphne. This unconsciously brought a smile to Daphne's face. Only then did she take a closer look on Orion. He was looking different. It was hard to pinpoint but he was looking suddenly more mature and powerful. A side effect of absorbing the dragon, making Orion's radiating a different aura and even acting a little different. As the afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows of the Greengrass house, Orion found himself drawn to the genuine warmth and openness of Daphne. When asked by Daphne how he was suddenly there, he could only answer by saying that because of what happened in Gringotts, he had to cancel many of his plans and thus he came. It was the best he could come up with right at the spot. Daphne too didn't think too much about it. In fact, she had to get closer to Orion to know more about him anyway. A soft smile graced Daphne's features. The conversation continued to flow effortlessly as they discussed their favorite magical creatures, shared anecdotes from their Hogwarts years, and exchanged laughter over shared memories. And pretty much all kinds of time passes until either of them truly starts talking about what they really want to talk about. As the conversation naturally meandered, Orion's curiosity prompted him to ask about Daphne's family. He didn't directly ask about Astoria but this direction was where he wanted to go in the conversation. What about your family? I did meet your little sister. She is much like you, polite and beautiful, he said gently. What about your parents? Daphne's expression softened, and she nodded appreciatively at Orion's genuine praise for her sister. She began to unfold the tale of her family, the bonds they shared, the loss they endured, and the strength that kept them together. So both the girls have lost their parents and right now their only guardians are their relatives. No wonder the girl never talks about her family usually or has any particular blood supremacy in her. Seems like the adults who raised her have been a good influence on her. Orion though suddenly found himself kind of related to Daphne a little more. This was similar to what he felt with Rose. These two girls really do understand the value of family and what hardships are. Orion listened with empathy, understanding that behind every witch or wizard lay a story of triumphs and tribulations. He learned of the love and guidance Daphne had received from her parents before their untimely departure. Daphne's father died in the last Wizarding War. She never saw her father. While her mother was there to support her and her sister, she didn't last for a long time. Apparently, her mother was from the Greengrass family while her father got married in the family, taking the Greengrass name. Others don't know this and it is for the better as he was a muggle born who died in the Wizarding War. Everyone thinks that Daphne is pure blood but the reality is much different. But this has kept her and her sister safe. Her mother though died because of the blood curse, something which has been passed down to her sister and the symptoms are pretty bad. Worse than her mother. Of course, Daphne didn't tell all of this to Orion. Orion read her mind. In home for some reason she wasn't wearing her heir's ring and that was more than enough for Orion to find all this information. In the quiet moments that followed, Orion delicately broached the topic of their shared losses. I lost my parents too. Well, I never knew them in the first place but still, he confessed, and I know how it can shape us. But it's the strength we find within ourselves and the connections we make along the way that help us carry on. I used to live in a jungle before this, believe it or not. There are bad times but if we hold on strong then good times are not that far. The conversation between Orion and Daphne deepened. There Orion finally felt that Daphne was not trying to steal any of his information. It became a moment of shared vulnerability, fostering a connection that went beyond the magical world they inhabited. But this was not enough for Orion. To be able to make a medicine to cure Astoria, Orion needs more information. Mind if I asked about this blood curse, Daphne? I am doing much research in this field and maybe I can find a cure for it, Orion offered, but it was like a bomb blast inside Daphne's mind. She didn't register the words as maybe but as Orion had a way. Really? Daphne asked with much attention and eagerness. Well, maybe, I can try. Orion, seeing the reaction again, said. But this didn't damper her mood at all. No matter how childish Orion might act sometimes, there was no doubt that Orion was a genius. She, after spending this much time with Orion, knew that he was more trustworthy than Nick Iron. Daphne's gaze turned introspective as she began to unravel the intricacies of her family's history. Orion, she said with a tinge of sadness, there's a blood curse that has haunted my family for generations. It's a dark legacy that we've struggled to break free from. She continued, recounting the tragic tale that had befallen her mother. My mother succumbed to the curse. It's a malevolent magic that we've never fully understood. The dark magic was passed down to us by our ancestor, a legacy that robbed us of her presence. She fought against it for a long time, seeking every magical remedy, but in the end, the curse proved relentless. Daphne's eyes conveyed a mixture of sorrow and determination. My sister, Astoria, and I, we carry the weight of this curse, although I don't have to use but, Astoria, we always wondered if it would rear its head again and unfortunately, it did. My mother's sacrifice and struggle against it serve as a reminder of the battles we face within our own family history. Orion listened with a heavy heart, empathizing with the challenges Daphne's family had endured while also remembering all the bits of the curse and even sharing mental thoughts with Merlin. The bond they shared through the loss of parents and the burden of familial curses created a unique connection, fostering a deep understanding between them. Orion, moved by Daphne's strength and resilience, offered a supportive nod. You and Astoria are incredibly strong witches and believe it, I will find a solution. After all that what are friends for, he said, but Daphne just nodded, thinking Orion just trying to reassure her, and don't take me lightly, princess, I might be no prince but I am an entrepreneur and an future wizard king. When I give my words, I never go back on them. Believe it. Orion sounded cheesy, but Daphne finally ended up laughing. And that ended his visit to the Greengrass manor. There are only 2 days to Christmas. He now has to find a solution to this blood curse somehow. There was determination on his face as he walked out of Daphne's place. Any idea what we are looking for? Orion asked. Yes, I have faced this kind of curse before. And good for you and that girl there, I have a solution, Merlin said. And let me guess, there is a huge but in there, right? Orion asked with a deadpan voice. Yes, all right then, tell me already what we need to help Astoria. Orion finally asked after coming back to his room with the help of Red. He already knew that making a cure for her would be a hard nut to crack, and he had very little time on his hands. If he didn't act soon, then Christmas would arrive before he could even start making a cure. Don't hurry. Before tell you what we need to cure that girl, you first need to learn what we are dealing with here in the first place, Merlin said with a calm tone. Okay, then start with that. Orion too took a deep breath and calmed down. Merlin was right. Without understanding the issue, he couldn't solve it. This so-called blood curse is more of a disease than a curse. It runs in the family, as you already know. It's not actually the blood itself but the magic. You can say that the wizards and witches from the Greengrass family are born with a very strange condition. This was by all means something which has been introduced by the inclusion of an outsider, otherwise the Greengrass family would have been extinct long ago. Or at least I believe that is the case. Those who are born with this strange, or dare I say faulty, constitution can't handle magic well. It's like their body rejects magic on one side, but at the same time it's also making magic like any other magician's body. So it's somewhat similar to cancer but hereditary, Orion asked. Not entirely, but for the time being you can consider that. Merlin replied. That good and all, but even after knowing about her condition, I have no idea how to cure her. The simplest way is to make her a squib or something similar to a muggle. Without magic this will not be a problem for her. But we both know that that is not the solution, and even if it is, it's something we should think about when nothing else is working. Magic is the lifeblood of a witch and wizard after all, Orion replied, still thinking about a way to help Astoria. True, and it's not like I don't have a way to help the little girl. Besides the option you said as the last resort, I have 3 options. And here comes the problem. All 3 of them are hard to do. Merlin sighed. Say it, don't waste more time, Orion chided. Okay, but before that. You don't have to do this, you know. I know I was the one who asked you to cure her, but the time frame was already very narrow. And with her condition finally revealed, I believe that you should give up. It will just waste most of your time. And don't worry, I will keep my word and teach you the magic you wanted, Merlin said with his logical thinking. It was really not worth pursuing this matter for Orion. He was not gaining anything here. But Orion didn't give a damn. You kidding me? There is no way I am leaving this job half-ass. Not to mention I gave my word to Daphne. What kind of wizard king would I be if I can't even stay on my word? And Orion replied, but lastly, he pondered over his words. And I want to help her. She has lost most of her family. It will be cruel to let her see her only family member die like this, Orion said with a plain tone, but his words were heavy. And you will do it even if this means losing most of your magic in the process? Merlin asked with a serious voice. Huh? What do you mean? Orion asked with a look on his face. He had a suspicion that what Merlin was about to tell after this was something that he would not like. In almost every way, we will need a powerful source of pure magic. Something which only you have in the magical world. If we remove pure magical creatures, as we can't use their magic when curing a witch, we need human magic, Merlin said, and Orion was stunned after listening to it. He fell into contemplation. Now curing Astoria means losing most of his power, meaning he will be again that weak loser getting bullied by Malfoy. Orion lowers his head, thinking hard. He clenches his fist, berating himself internally. What the hell? Why does this have to be like this? Orion thought while Merlin was observing him. He has worked really hard to gain the power he has now. Saving Astoria could mean losing all that progress he has made till now. K. 10 minutes later. I'm ready, Orion said with firm determination in his eyes. Are you sure? This will make you weak like how it was back then, Merlin said with a hushed voice. I know, but I will do it. I will work hard again and get even stronger. But this way we can save Astoria's life. It's totally worth it. After all, what kind of wizard king I would be if I fear something like this? Orion almost shouted. It was hard for him. He really worked really hard for the power, and he almost had a nervous breakdown when the decision was in his hands. On one side was his morals and on the other side his dream and ambition. Merlin raised his eyes, piercing Orion with his gaze, like looking right through him and watching his very soul. Let me tell you that it will be hard to get stronger this time around. Remember, you can't absorb the same kind of creatures again and again. It might take you years to get what you have accomplished in just 1.5, Merlin said with a serious face and tone, like hammering Orion with reality. I will be the best no matter what, that a pledge of a lifetime, so you better believe it when I say that I am cool with it. If something like this shakes me, then I have no right to claim to reach the top, Orion replied straight face. And may I ask why you are willing to go so far for a girl you just know for a very short time? I believe that it's not because you like her. You are at least not that big of an idiot, Merlin asked. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? For your information, I am doing this not because I like Daphne or anything. My intentions are clear. I want to help her out. Orion replied in an almost shouting-like manner but then calmed down. I saw the helplessness in her eyes back then. That bastard Nick is using this girl's situation to manipulate her. She is cornered and doing everything to save her only last living family. Hell, I would have killed the queen if I had to, if that meant saving my family, if I had one, that is. Orion said with a sorrowful tone. I found myself hating life when I never even knew my family or never experienced what it was like to have one. I was miserable when I lost Red back then, and he is a dog. Think what it would be like for her when she had everything and then she saw everyone she ever liked taken away from her one by one while she couldn't do anything. Power is just a means to an end. This power doesn't mean I am strong. We only get really strong when we can protect what we cherish and when we can stand against danger to protect them, even after we are weak. I didn't have any chance to experience family but you bet I will not let her experience the same, Orion said with a little moist eyes. A little bit of sorrow was on his voice but with firm resolve and unshakable determination. Merlin didn't say anything but a small and pleasant smile was tugging on his lips. Orion found himself faced with an urgent need to travel from Britain to the USA. There was no simple magical way to reach the USA considering all the teleportation points were under strict surveillance under the ministry. And there is no way that he can get there in the legal way in this short time. The idea of boarding a Muggle aeroplane without a passport or a flight ticket made his eyes twinkle. He was feeling like a secret agent getting out of the country on a mission. Orion approached the Muggle airport under the cloak of his invisibility charm, weaving through the bustling crowds with practiced finesse. He observed the various checkpoints, his mind buzzing with the challenge of overcoming each obstacle. As he neared the departure gate, a subtle hand gesture from him created a clever illusion. A passport and a ticket materialized in his hand, bearing the name and details of a fictional traveler. With his magical disguise in place, Orion confidently approached the security checkpoint. He was using a potion to make himself look older. He didn't have time to brew one, so he just used all that money he got after stealing the Gringotts to good use and bought on from the market. He in fact bought enough to make his journey quick and safe. The Muggle security officers, oblivious to the enchantments at play, scrutinized the illusionary documents with casual indifference. Orion didn't show any discomfort, but he was ready to make changes to the man's mind if necessary. Entering the departure lounge, Orion marveled at the Muggle contraptions and the hustle and bustle of travelers. With a sly grin, he approached the gate. Bond. James Bond, Orion muttered to himself with a smile on his face. What? Merlin was hovering behind him, the first time seeing a Muggle world from this close and their technology. Although he knew about many of these things thanks to Orion's memories, still it was fascinating for him. Nothing, Orion quickly replied and then moved on. Inside the plane, Orion discreetly took his seat, hidden behind the enchantments of his invisibility magic. The hum of the engines signaled the beginning of his magical journey across the Atlantic. As the airplane taxied down the runway, Orion couldn't help but revel in the audacity of his impromptu adventure. The reason was going to the USA has something to do with Merlin and his solution to Astoria's problem. As he said, there were 3 ways to save her. 1. Destroying her magic entirely, making her completely a Muggle and then rebuilding her magic. To do this, Orion has to find Nicholas Flamel and needs his help and the Philosopher's Stone, a real one this time. Yeah, finding the true identity of the Illuminati would be much easier. Orion just rolled his eyes. Second, Orion learns a powerful law in 2 days, called the Law of Light. Its particular law can clean Astoria's magic and make her magic suitable for her body, technically cleaning the blood curse. But again, it's not possible. He has to master this power to the extent of helping Astoria. Even at his best, Merlin said that it might take him a year to fully master this law. He might not have that much time. He is not sure about the books and the movies but is considering Astoria's situation right now. She won't last for that long. This left him with the last option that Merlin had, making a potion which could do the same as the Law of Light. Thankfully Merlin knew the process, but there was one thing which was stopping him and Orion from making this potion. They need the blood of a very pure creature. According to Merlin, unicorns won't do. A Kylan is what he needed. A magical beast which was supposed to be dead many years ago. And this is why he is going to USA. Why, some might ask. Because there exists a man who might have the only living Kylan in the world. Newt Scamander, Orion muttered to himself. Have you ever been to USA? No, this is also my first time, Orion replied, totally excited to see the USA for himself. As the airplane touched down at the USA airport, Orion discreetly slipped out of his invisibility cloak, blending seamlessly with the bustling crowd of Muggle travelers. With the enchantments of his disguise still in place, he navigated through the airport terminals, marveling at the unfamiliar sights and sounds. Orion got Newt's location from Emmerich and his network. It was not hard to find where such a famous person lived. Orion discreetly gathered information from Muggle screens and maps, using subtle spells to redirect his steps whenever suspicion arose. I just hope that this entire trip is worth it, Orion muttered to himself. He almost got lost finding this place. The USA even in the early 20s was very developed. But he wasn't here for sightseeing. He just wanted to find Newt Scamander and that's all. He found himself wandering through the magical streets of a hidden wizarding district. Although the magical world of most developed countries like Britain, the USA, France, and more are pretty similar to one another, still there are some peculiarities that come with every different civilization. As he navigated the unfamiliar terrain, not even looking around and hiding his presence as much as possible, he suddenly collided with a peculiar girl whose aura radiated from her. Dark magic. Merlin immediately reacted while Orion too got a little away from the girl as fast as he could have. But he didn't let his thoughts appear in his mind. In fact, his mental shields were at an all-time high. The reason was simple. Unlike Merlin, whose senses are very limited thanks to his spirit form, Orion sensed the absolute dark magic from the girl the moment she got this close to him. And this was another reason he was this alert for the first time. This girl was able to hide her dark magic so well that even his senses, which might be only seconded to Merlin's, couldn't find her dark magic until now. Orion was so focused on his mission that he was not even looking around much and was laser focused on finding Newt's location. So he naturally didn't even look at the girl. So when he looked at the girl, he was mesmerized. The girl has long white hair, purple eyes and glossy skin. Her facial features were nothing less than Avila. Hell, they might be even better than Avila, but her eyes were purple and held malice. Orion could tell thanks to his sense, that was not the eyes of an innocent girl, there was power behind those eyes. Watch where you're going, wizard. Not everyone appreciates an unexpected collision, she said, but with a low voice, and this alone sent chills inside Orion's spine. Even Merlin's eyes widened like saucers. Magic-infused voice, Merlin mutters to himself. This was a very similar technique to Devil's Tongue. In fact, Merlin created his technique from this magic here and taught Orion his own advanced technique and named it Devil's Tongue. But the origins of this technique were infusing one word with magic. Exactly what this girl did now. But it was not Merlin who was at all infected, it was Orion. Orion was almost shaking. Like death itself was standing in front of him. No, don't do it. Handle it without using any magic, Merlin immediately said. Orion was thinking of using this own law of presence to counter, but even he knew that the power difference between him and the girl in front of him was immense. Hell, in front of his girl, even Nick Iron looked like a child. Apologizing profusely, Orion couldn't help but act like he was captivated by the girl's face and yet afraid for his dear life after feeling the girl's aura. Well, that last part might not be a act, as he really was terrified. Her clothes were adorned with peculiar symbols, and an assortment of magical trinkets dangled from her neck. But Orion couldn't even see past her eyes, as those were enough to completely make him immobilized. He was not using magic, just for one reason, Merlin told him. Keep your magic hidden, Merlin again said. What do you think I am doing? Orion replied with agitation. It took some time before Orion was again able to move, and by then the girl was gone. That was no girl. A demon is what she was. Orion slowly said to himself with a hushed voice as he again took his breath. This time, you might be not that wrong, my friend, Merlin said as his face was totally serious and his eyes held a knowing glaze. After a series of discreet inquiries and a bit of magical intervention, Orion found himself standing outside a quaint brownstone in a magical district hidden within the heart of a bustling Muggle city. It was rumored to be Newt Scamander's current residence. Orion hesitated for a moment. His mind was already disturbed by what had happened before, glancing around to ensure that he remained unnoticed. With a steadying breath, he approached the front door and gave it a tentative knock. The door creaked open, revealing a cozy interior adorned with peculiar magical trinkets and the unmistakable sound of magical creatures. In the cozy interior of Newt Scamander's residence, Orion found himself face to face with the legendary magi zoologist. The air was thick with the aroma of magical creatures, and shelves lined with peculiar vials and enchanted artifacts surrounded them. Hello, I am Orion D. Ambrosius, Orion said with a little hesitation. Although he came this far, he had no idea how to convince Newt on this matter. Whoa, you are the kid Albus told me. Newt though immediately remembered this name. Orion was dumbfounded at how Newt knew and shut his mouth. Newt, with a twinkle in his eyes, welcomed Orion and listened attentively as he explained the purpose of his visit. At first, he had no idea why he was here, but ultimately he understood and nodded his head. Orion spoke of a dire need, the requirement of the blood of a Kylan, a creature known for its purity and sacred nature. He shared the urgency of the quest, emphasizing that the blood was essential to save the life of a young witch. Newt indeed had a Kylan, but he didn't want to give away the blood. That is the last of its kind. If possible, he doesn't want to put the creature at risk. Newt, ever the compassionate advocate for magical creatures, furrowed his brow. A Kylan's blood is a rare and precious substance, young wizard. It is not something to be taken lightly. May I inquire about the circumstances that led to this desperate need? Newt asked exactly why Orion needed it. Although Orion did explain before, he was not thorough with it. Calm down and explain in detail, Merlin said with a little sigh. Orion, his gaze sincere and determined, explained the delicate situation. A little witch girl, facing a blood curse, required the extraordinary properties of the Kylan's blood for a potential cure. The gravity of the situation hung in the air as Orion conveyed the urgency of his quest. Newt, known for his deep empathy and understanding of magical creatures, considered the request carefully. The life of a young witch hung in the balance, and his commitment to preserving a magical life guided his decision. I understand the stakes involved, Newt finally spoke, a sense of resolve in his voice. The Kylan is a creature of great purity, and extracting its blood is a delicate process. I will assist you, Orion, but if only the Kylan desire to give the blood itself. Newt said. Orion nodded. Some magical creatures are sentient. Like a unicorn he met before. Newt Scamander, with a knowing smile, led Orion through a hidden entrance within his residence, revealing a breathtaking sanctuary concealed from the prying eyes of the Muggle world. As they stepped into the enchanted space, Orion's eyes widened in sheer amazement. Even Merlin was surprised at the wide variety of animals that were there. Before him sprawled a vast and vibrant sanctuary, a haven for thousands of magical creatures from all corners of the wizarding world. Exotic plants, sparkling waterfalls, and ethereal glow filled the air as creatures of every size and color roamed freely. The air buzzed with the enchanting melodies of unseen magical beings. Newt gestured expansively, "Welcome to my humble sanctuary, where magical creatures find refuge and coexist harmoniously." Orion stood agape, a mixture of awe and disbelief coursing through him as he observed creatures he had only read about in fantastical tales. A majestic akami glided gracefully overhead, its serpentine body sparkling with iridescent hues. Bowtruckles danced among the branches, and a majestic thunderbird emitted crackles of magical energy and strangely kept on hovering around both Newt and Orion. Orion marveled at the whimsical nifflers, mischievously burrowing into mounds of shiny treasures. Newt, keenly attuned to the magical beings around him, shared tidbits of information about each creature. As they walked through the sanctuary, Orion felt a profound connection to the magical world, realizing that Newt's dedication to preserving and understanding these creatures was truly awe-inspiring. Newt paused beside a serene hippogriff, inviting Orion to stroke its feathers. "Magical creatures are not just wonders to behold, but crucial elements of our magical ecosystem," Newt explained. "Respect and understanding are paramount in ensuring their well-being." Orion smiled at this. If only he had a camera to record this. But soon he was in front of a Kylan, an animal whose blood he needed right now. "It surprisingly looks like a doe," Orion said. "Yes, I have heard that a lot," Newt smiled and said. "And there was not just one Kylan but rather three. One big one and two small. So how do we know that they agree to give me some blood?" he asked as he was already getting out of time. Newt was about to go to the Kylan to bring it forward, but to his surprise, all three of them came forth by themselves. Merlin narrowed his eyes a little. Walking in front of Orion, they look at him with attention. "Yo," Orion, seeing both Newt and Merlin abandoning him and staying completely silent, in confusion just gave a Kakashi-style introduction. He saw even the Kylan looking confused and cursed inwardly. He was about to say something more, but before that, all three of them bent their front knees and lowered their heads. Orion again blinks in confusion. "Man, I should have read Newt's book in my free time," he thought to himself. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? Did I do something wrong? Are they asking for food or something?" Orion asked to Merlin in his mind. Merlin at this just shook his head and looked at Newt. Newt too was wide-eyed, and there was a gleam on his face. Later, having successfully obtained the precious Kylan blood under the guidance of Newt, Orion found himself faced with the delicate task of crafting a potion to save the young witch girl. Recognizing the importance of precision, Orion sought Newt's assistance in providing a secluded space for the potion-making endeavor. Newt, ever accommodating and understanding, guided Orion to a quiet chamber within his magical creature sanctuary. Surrounded by the gentle presence of magical beings, Orion set up an improvised potion-making station, the vials of Kylan blood resting on an intricately carved wooden table. As the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, Orion delved into the intricate art of potion making. The air was thick with the scent of magical ingredients as he meticulously measured and combined elements. The silent hum of magical creatures echoed in the background, their presence seemingly lending an otherworldly aura to the potion-making process. In the midst of this enchanting atmosphere, Orion felt a subtle but unmistakable presence. Merlin, drawn by the significance of the moment, materialized beside him. The ancient wizard offered guidance, his wisdom interweaving with Orion's knowledge of potion making. Together, Orion and Merlin worked harmoniously, their magical energies converging to infuse the potion with a potency that surpassed ordinary magical remedies. The Kylan blood, a rare and sacred substance, blended seamlessly with the carefully selected herbs and catalysts. As the potion simmered and transformed, Newt observed with quiet reverence. The air seemed charged with palpable magic, and even the creatures in the sanctuary appeared to sense the significance of the endeavor. But it was not that easy. This was a very hard potion to make, and it took a very long time before Orion could complete it. Even the preparation for th potion took an hour depending on how many things were needed in it. But finally, the potion took on a luminescent quality, its healing properties emanating a soothing glow. Orion carefully bottled the concoction, a symbol of hope and restoration for the young witch girl. Newt has to say that he was impressed by Orion's potion-making skills. He was never good at potions, but he has no doubt that Orion is already a potion master at this age. By the time Orion was done, he found that it was already Christmas morning in the USA, meaning he was late and could not visit Daphne's place today. "Ah well, I did my best anyway," Orion mutters to himself and sighs. Red Orion called, and immediately with red flames his friend was there. Newt from the side was taken back. He knew hawks quite well, and this was not Fawk. He could say. He never knew that Orion had a phoenix from Dumbledore before. He wanted to go there and admire the creature, but before that Orion handed over the potion to Red. "You know what to do, right?" Orion said while he had dark circles under his eyes. It took him 5 hours to make the potion, considering that he had not slept for the last 27 hours. Red took the potion and the letter, and with a shriek, was gone with flames. "Well, I might not be there at Christmas, but I did send a gift, so I guess it counts," Orion said with a smile. He was about to go and get some sleep, but then suddenly he stopped at his place. All this time, he was extremely focused on one task that he didn't even think about it, but only now did he realize. Hey, you told me that I have to sacrifice the majority of my magic to make that potion. Did we make a mistake? Orion almost shouted in horror that he made a mistake. Merlin too was sleepy and didn't register Orion's words at the first time, but then suddenly he woke up. Oh yes, about that. No, we didn't make any mistake, Merlin replied. But my magic, it's still. Orion was about to say more, but at this time Merlin interrupted him. Well, that was a joke, Merlin said while picking on his ears. Huh, Nanny. I just wanted to see if you still help the girl if given this choice. Consider it a test and you pass, Merlin said with a nonchalant attitude, leaving Orion wordless. What the are you insane? What kind of? Orion ended up not talking with Merlin for the next 2 days after he learned about his so-called test. He was honestly angry. It was a hard decision for him to make and sacrifice most of his magic just to save Daphne's sister, and later he learned that Merlin was just joking. After sending the potion to cure Astoria, Orion stayed at Newt's house for that night. When he opened his eyes the next day, he found himself sleeping on a soft queen-size bed. He couldn't even remember when he fell asleep, considering just how much he was angry and tired yesterday. So much so that he didn't even realize that he slept for an entire day. Only when he again got out of the small room, he found that out. Walking in the main hall, he looked around but Newt was not there. He only found a letter from Newt. Dear Orion, I am sorry but leave like this, but there is an urgent reason I have to leave. I will advise you to go back to Britain as soon as possible and don't let anyone else know about you being here. Things are not good here in the States. Orion read and narrowed his furrow. Merlin also saw this but didn't say anything. Orion was still not talking to him. Later, Orion found a newspaper around the house and only then he realized what was going on. A terrorist attack in the U.S. Ministry of Magic. Orion read and quickly read through the article. While he was sleeping, something he found himself doing a lot after absorbing that dragon for some reason, the U.S. Ministry of Magic was under attack. Someone infiltrated the ministry and besides killing many of the officers and staff members, stole something from the ministry. Something which is not mentioned here. He was not sure why, but he remembered that girl he met the day before yesterday when he first came to her. He knew something was not right with her, but he just shook his head and got serious. The situation was not looking good for him, thinking that he had come here illegally, and he would become the prime suspect if others knew about him. I need to get the Foo*K out of here, Orion said and got to action. 2 days later, Orion had to stay under the radar and came to Britain by stealing a private jet. It was pretty hard, but finally, he was standing in front of the Hogwarts building. Watching all the students moving around, he realized that he was already late for breakfast. Thanks to Red, he was able to directly teleport near Hogwarts, and then with the help of his fast broom, he was here before the first day of normal classes restarted. Without wasting time, Orion rushes inside to his dorm. He really wants to get a bath and needs something to eat before the class starts again. So finally you come down, Merlin said as Orion got something to eat. He thought that he was late, but actually, he was pretty early when he rushed to get something to eat in the hall, not watching anyone arrive there yet. After devouring enough food for a dragon army, only then he finally relaxed and calmed down. I am still angry at you, but yeah, he replied while still focusing more on food. Well, I already explained to you why I did what I did, so I won't talk about it. But considering that you completed a task is almost impossible, I think that you have earned the right to learn something cool, Merlin said with a smile on his face. This makes Orion's eyes lit up like stars in the moonless night. He immediately perked up and looked at him with anticipation. What? But just as quickly he also put on his poker face and asked. Well, you almost have learned the law of space. But you use this law just like force still now. Good for your day-to-day use but not so much for fighting. Last time when you fought that dragon it was apparent that you lack attack power right now. So how about I teach you how to use this law to attack, and while we are at this, let also learn Shinra Tensei. Consider it my way to make it up to you, Merlin said with a knowing smile. Orion by this was already wide eyes. It was finally happening. He finally can become that cool up character in the anime. This motivated him and made him eat even faster. By the time other students came by, the house elf was struggling to supply enough food for Orion alone. Something makes them feel that they are not going to have an easy time from now on. Orion too didn't know why his appetite again had skyrocketed like this, but he knew that this had something to do with absorbing that dragon. He made a mental note to eat before anyone came from now on if he really didn't want to get dragged out of Hogwarts on the pretext of emptying out the food cellar on his own. Orion came an excited voice of one Rose Potter. The poor girl was bored out of her mind when she was the only one left behind in Hogwarts out of all her friends. Well, Ron was here, but he is Ron. He saw the beautiful and cute redhead quickly approaching him with a happy expression. Smiling back he said, "You are in a good mood, Ms. Potter." "Oh, of course I am. You have no idea how bored I was when you were gone. I had nobody to talk to," Rose said while sitting down beside him. "Oh, so you were missing me, is that it?" He found a chance to tease her and act on it. Rose, finding what she just said, blushed and firmly denied it with a cute pout on her face. "Huff, who is missing you?" "What I mean is that I was bored when none of my friends were here," Rose said, acting like she didn't care about him and trying to not blush. "Oh, so you didn't miss me. Shame, I missed you so much. I am the idiot who thought you cared about me," Orion said with a sorrowful look on his face and shook his head a while returning back to his food. Rose fell for it. No, 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 I mean I missed you, but no like how you. I mean I care about you, it's just that. She immediately panics. This guy is a good actor, that's for sure. Oh come on, he is teasing you, Rose. Don't fall for his tricks, came the voice of their residential bookworm. Hermione appeared out of nowhere and sat on the other side of Orion. Oh Hermione, how are you? How has been your Christmas? He asked, looking at the Emma Watson look-alike. But not exactly like Emma Watson, she only resembles her a bit. Good, I spent most of the time with my parents and it was lovely, Hermione smiled and replied. Tab. Rose just hit him on the head, after realizing he was teasing her, and pouted. Forget it, I didn't miss you at all, Rose said while looking away. Haha. Heads up, Orion was about to say something more, but just then Merlin said this, and the next moment someone almost jumped on him. He was immediately tense, and with magic bubbling inside him, he was about to use force to push this person, but before that, he felt something. A soft sensation on his lips, and a warm and soft feeling on top of his chest. Both Rose and Hermione were wide mouths. The entire hall, which was the epitome of chaos a second ago, got calm as a serene lake. Lavender, Orion smelled, and his lips were captured by another set of warm and tasty lips, not letting him go while the arms of the person clenched onto him like crazy. And who says saving a damsel in distress doesn't work? Merlin smirked. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Daphne kept repeating while still in Orion's arms. Tears flowed from her eyes and her voice came out trembling. Orion saw this and a small smile appeared on his face. I guess my hard work paid off after all. But while Orion was stroking the crying girl's back with all the tenderness he could muster, others around them were gobsmacked, not getting what was going on there. Well, even Orion was not sure, but if his guess was right, then the potion he sent to her worked and her sister was most likely cured by now. Both Rose and Hermione looked at this scene with confused and uncomfortable eyes. They wanted to separate both of them, but saw Daphne crying like that and thanking Orion repeatedly. They just couldn't muster to do that. What are you doing, Greengrass? Malfoy was saying something, but just like before, Orion with just a swing of his hand, made him bite his own tongue. He beautiful girl in his arms, there is no way he gonna let that son of a disturb this. Before Daphne calmed down, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall with Snape entered the hall. Seeing what happening in front of them, they had a little suspicion. With a long stroke, Dumbledore directly went towards his seat but didn't sit there, and said, Please calm down, Ms. Greengrass, may I ask how is your sister? Dumbledore asked without any delay. Dumbledore POV. That boy is so troublesome, going to the United States in an illegal way and asking for Kylan's blood from Newt. It's a good thing that Newt sent me the letter, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. First, someone steals all the money from the sacred families in Gringotts under everyone's noses, and now another attack at the US Ministry of Magic. I can't fathom just who could have done this. Are both of these things connected somehow? And while I have to handle this matter, at least from the British side, this boy is traveling around in an illegal manner. The worst part here is that he was present there when the US Ministry was under attack. Merlin, I just can't believe what would have happened if someone had found him. No, scratch that. What I should be more concerned about is the potion which he made for Astoria. How come he knew that this would help? Did she really get cured? Yes, Professor Dumbledore, she is fine. In fact, she is cured, Daphne said while giving another grateful look at Orion. Her eyes were red and taking heavy breaths, but still, she said with a firm tone. The biggest reaction to Daphne's confirmation is seen on Snape as his eyes widen, and then he snaps at Orion with a hungry look on his eyes. Like he owes him money. Good, and I presume this has something to do with Mr. Ambrosius here? I asked while knowing this much thanks to Newt's letter telling how Orion was there in the United States just to save Daphne's little sister. Yes, Professor, Daphne replied. POV end. And surprisingly the conversation ended there. Orion thought that he would be asked many questions, but Dumbledore didn't ask anything after that. The reason is that Newt also wrote that the Kylan kneeled in front of Orion. This explains at least one thing: Orion was a good wizard, and that was all for the time being. But Dumbledore was still interested in Orion's potion. But Snape was more interested in this potion than Dumbledore. So much so that he came in the hall while leaving his potion making midway when he learned about what Orion did. Mr. Ambrosius, although I understand why you have to do something so foolish, but that doesn't mean that you will not be punished for your actions, McGonagall said with a stern tone. Orion is just deadpan. Do he really have to do this? He whines internally. This will cost him on his training time. But ultimately he nodded. Let the Ambrosius attend detention with me, Minerva, Snape said, but it was clear that he was interested in how Orion created that potion. Great, this is even worse. Orion rolled his eyes. Good thing that the professors themselves told the students to not ask about this entire situation. Most likely because this will reveal that Orion went to the States illegally. Of course, Orion had to explain himself to both Hermione and Rose, and only then they left him alone. All in all, Orion had to say that his first day in Hogwarts was pretty lively. About what happened before, Daphne said with a tomato face, hiding it and not making eye contact. Orion simply responded with an amused smile he was trying to hide. That was my first kiss, although it came out of nowhere. I still have to say I like it. Orion smirked but didn't let his smile appear on his face and acted like he was not caring too much about it. I just wanted to thank you, that's all, Daphne said with her blush getting even bigger. You are welcome, I gave you my word, so it's only right that I help you and your sister. But I honestly am a little disappointed. I thought that I would finally get a princess for myself. Guess I have to find someone else. Sigh, it's hard to find love nowadays, Orion teased. Mwah. I didn't mean but if you are. Daphne staggered as Orion's word fell into her ears. Smack. Another hit fell on Orion's head, this time it was Hermione and Rose together. Don't listen to this idiot, Daphne. He is just teasing you, both said simultaneously. Haha, Orion laughed, making Daphne pout. Orion too was happy that he was able to save Daphne's sister and now Nick won't be able to use her again. While getting towards the next class, suddenly Orion spotted Filch there, doing his daily duty which Orion had yet to understand what exactly it is besides being an absolute ass for students. Later that day. So you are thinking of making the squib potion? Finally Merlin asked with a questioning gaze. Yes, it's high time my other product entered the market. And I even have a really good test subject if I make it here in Hogwarts, Orion said with a smile on his face. Well, good enough. Just make sure that you don't attract unwanted attention. Anyway, let's finally start your training again. I have to say that you have almost mastered the force and now it's time to finally teach you the law of space. Merlin said. Finally, with a relieved sigh, Orion said. So you are going to teach me real space law now? Orion sounded excited at this. Yes, till now you were merely using the space for yourself. But the law of space is not just that. Now it's time to learn how to manipulate space for yourself fully. Like creating space or destroying it. Like teleportation and other cool stuff. Once you learn this, we can learn that almighty push which you wanted to learn. Awesome, let's get started then, Orion smiled and said with an excited face. In the dimly lit chambers of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore and Severus Snape engaged in a conversation about Orion's clandestine journey to the United States. Dumbledore, with his usual twinkle in his eyes, sat behind his desk while Snape, his expression rigid, stood across from him. Severus, I know you want to say something, go ahead, I can't read your mind if you don't say it, you are too good of an occlumency user for that, Dumbledore began, his voice carrying an air of serenity. Snape though wasn't amused, arms crossed, responded sharply, indeed, I find it rather disturbing that a student would undertake such a reckless venture without proper authorization, not to mention how come he even get there. According to the research, the boy was present there in Diagon Alley when that dragon destroyed the dragon destroyed the Gringotts and now he was present in the United States when another attack happened in a magical institution. Snape said with much doubt and heat on his tone. Although he too believes that Orion is a good person, considering that he too can sense the pure magic inside him, something even Albus Dumbledore doesn't know that he can, still he finds this situation very suspicious. Dumbledore leaned back, steepling his fingers. Severus, young minds are often driven by a noble cause. Orion sought to save a life, that of Astoria Greengrass. His intentions, while unconventional, were rooted in a desire to protect. Dumbledore didn't even care when talking, although he was a little worried and concerned from Orion's side but for a totally different reason. With that dazzling pure magic and a Kylan kneeling for the boy, Dumbledore would be an idiot to believe that the boy is turning dark. No, he doesn't doubt a bit that that is the case. In fact, it's the opposite which makes him worry. Orion might be too good for his own good. But any kind of problems that boy can cause him is way ahead in the future. He just has to pull the boy under his wings and let the boy shine. His name shine too with him. A perfect disciple. Dumbledore's eyes shined. This was his chance to cultivate a perfect white wizard. He tried it before but couldn't achieve it, but now it might be possible. His eyes shone a light which even put Snape into a strange defensive position. Snape's eyes narrowed. Intentions do not excuse a blatant disregard for rules, headmaster. Hogwarts has standards, and students cannot be allowed to take matters into their own hands, regardless of their motives. Dumbledore sighed, his gaze fixed on the swirling patterns of his pensieve. Severus, the line between right and wrong can blur when it comes to matters of the heart. Orion's actions, while unauthorized, were fueled by love and desperation. He sought a solution beyond our conventional means. Snape, unconvinced, retorted. Dumbledore was not interested in talking about that child anymore, especially when he had much too important things to worry about. He just shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter. Severus, let the child be the more important thing. Are those darker forces at play beyond the walls of Hogwarts? I've received reports of a recent attack on Gringotts and a similar incident within the United States Ministry of Magic. Curiously, both involve robberies, and the Aurors have discovered traces of vampires at least in the Diagon Alley. Snape's expression shifted from skepticism to a contemplative frown. Vampires, nonsense, what would those bloodsuckers will do with wizard money and gold? What connection could they possibly have to these attacks, and why would they target Gringotts and the Ministry? There is no connection. Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze piercing through the shadows. I too believe that it's too far-fetched. It must be that vampire were in Diagon Alley for some other reason entirely. In fact, there were no traces of any vampire acting in the U.S. Ministry of Magic, but still the magical treasures and artifacts which was stolen could be something to do with them to those who send them. Gringotts, being a repository of immense magical wealth, would naturally pique someone's interest, but I don't see you knowing who doing this, considering in a way all that wealth belongs to him indirectly anyway. As for the Ministry, the motives could be manifold, seeking valuable information or, perhaps, attempting to undermine the magical authority. Snape crossed his arms, his mind processing the information. And what if these attacks are connected? It couldn't be just a coincidence. Could there be a coordinated effort, a more intricate plot at play? Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed, Severus. The correlation between the two attacks is too pronounced to be mere coincidence. I fear that someone, or something, is orchestrating these events with a purpose that extends beyond individual gain. Severus, though wary, acknowledged the severity of the situation. What course of action do you propose, Headmaster? The connection between Hogwarts, Gringotts, and the U.S. Ministry of Magic seems tenuous at best. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with a hint of somber determination. Our first priority is to ensure the safety of our students and the magical community. I've dispatched skilled aurors to investigate further and share information with counterparts in the United States. Meanwhile, I would advise heightened vigilance within the castle and discreet inquiries into any unusual activities among the student body. Also look after the incident happening in the castle. Severus, though still skeptical, recognized the urgency in Dumbledore's words. The mysterious connection between the attacks, the involvement of vampires, and the potential threat to magical institutions painted a portrait of unfolding danger that required careful scrutiny and swift action. By the way, Severus, I believe it's time to re-establish the dueling club. We need to make our students prepare for what the future holds, Dumbledore said, but someone snaps felt that this sentence had nothing to do with the current robbery and attacks. In the room of requirement, where the magical essence hummed with untapped potential, Orion stood alone, focused on his training in space manipulation. The air around him shimmered with the mystical energies that flowed through the room, responding to the intricacies of his magical intent. Red and blue colors flicker around him like stars in the Milky Way. Why waste so much energy adding color to the powers? It's absolutely pointless. Oi, don't disturb me, I am preparing for the cosplay here. Orion, with unwavering determination, sought to master the manipulation of space itself, an art that delved into the forces of attraction and repulsion. A series of blue and red energy streams danced around him, mirroring the contrasting forces he sought to command. Merlin was a spectral presence beside Orion. His input was guiding the young wizard through the real use of the law of space manipulation. Mastering the forces of attraction and repulsion is a delicate balance, Orion. Like the stars that govern the cosmos, your command over these forces requires both finesse and understanding. Don't mistake this here with just pulling or pushing something. This repulsive and attractive power at its peak can destroy and create the very space. Merlin kept on reminding Orion what he is trying to accomplish here. Orion nodded, his gaze fixed on the ethereal hues of blue and red that swirled around him. I need to harness the attractive force of blue and the repulsive force of red without letting them spiral out of control, he murmured, concentrating on the delicate equilibrium. But K, this is hard, he mutters with irritation as he has been working hard here for 4 hours straight and just can't get this one technique under control. Think of the forces as celestial bodies in orbit. The blue force draws them together in a dance of unity like gravity created by the spinning of the planets and stars, while the red force maintains the necessary space, preventing chaos like the revolution which creates a centrifugal force. Allow your mind to become the cosmic conductor, orchestrating the ballet of energies. Orion closed his eyes, delving into the meditative state Merlin had taught him. The room responded to his mental commands, and the energy streams began to obey his will. The blue force gradually intensified, creating a magnetic pole that drew nearby magical particles toward a central point. Simultaneously, the red force expanded, creating a protective barrier around the concentrated blue energy. And just like before, within a second, everything became chaotic as hard work, logic, talent, and everything which could have helped Orion just left the chat room. Boom. Orion was breathless and annoyed as he now even lost count of just how many times this magic had blasted on his face. Just wanted to shout at the top of his lungs but held himself back. You want to stop? Nah, I will do or die, Orion said. Over the last few weeks, the attack on the school from some unknown thing or being has increased. Nobody knew who was doing this, but ultimately many of the students and even school staff were found petrified. But surprisingly, there was no action from the professors or Dumbledore. Orion just couldn't understand what are they doing. He wanted to act himself, but he knew that he currently didn't have any way to kill that damn snake. Thinking this, he just sighed. Why are you signing again? You have been like this for weeks. Rose, who nowadays usually stays close to Orion, well, it was the other way around, as Orion knew that Nick was targeting either him or Rose with those Basilisks. But again, he couldn't just follow the girl everywhere, so he had Dobby do it for him when he can't. I'm learning a new magic, but it's hard to do, Orion replied to the cute girl's question. His being with her most of the time means that they are getting closer, at least Rose feels like that. Orion here was not lying either, he was working very hard to learn the law of space. But no matter how he tries, he just can't do it. This was the hardest magic he had ever come across. Almost zero progress in the last 2 weeks. He was furious but still continued his training just because he had to. If he wanted to confront that giant snake, then he needed some kind of attacking spell under his belt. Otherwise, he doesn't want to face the same situation he did when facing that dragon. In fact, Merlin told him that dealing with the Basilisks would be much harder than facing that dragon. The books and the movies most likely have downplayed a 1,000-year-old giant snake, but according to Merlin, if a Basilisk is really that old, then it's much more dangerous than a normal dragon. Orion didn't want to take any risk here, and thus he won't be taking any action until he at least got the law of space down. See, you started to doze off again. Someone, we will be late if you keep on like this. Daphne, who was walking beside the two, tangled her hand with Orion and pulled him. Just like Orion, who was sticking to Rose to protect her, Daphne was sticking with Orion after he saved her sister. And especially after that kiss. A blush appears as she tugs on him harder. Today was the day which many students were waiting for. Orion too wasn't an exception to this. Because today was the first dueling class in Hogwarts. The only thing which irked him was who was conducting this class, the ever-lustrous and wonderful Geddery Lockhart. Sigh. As Orion with 2 girls sticking to him finally arrived at the dueling class, he saw only second-year students of all houses waiting there. For the Lockhart to arrive. Orion looked around, trying to find Hermione, but strangely, since he was protecting Rose, his interaction with Hermione had been almost none. This situation is getting out of hand. Either I can stay with Rose and protect her or keep my eyes on Hermione. Orion thought, and could only say that situation was troublesome. You know that all the source of this trouble comes from one person, right? Just kill that guy and be done with it, Merlin said with a nonchalant attitude. You say it like it was as easy as kicking Malfoy's butt. He is strong. Right now I am no match, and I don't even need you to say this. I can feel it. Without learning the law of space, I am no match to him, Orion said, dreading the inevitable battle with the Harry Potter look-alike. Come on, don't worry too much about it, just focus on things in front of you, Merlin said as he knew that Orion was really working hard to learn the law of space. But it was not easy, even with someone like Orion with such a monstrous talent, it's hard to learn this. He wanted to say to Orion that he himself took decades to master the law of space, but he can't. He has seen firsthand that in at least Orion's case his state of mind matters a lot when it comes to his learning. If he is to say that it's normal to take decades to learn this law, his training speed is gonna take a hit. Soon Lockhart arrived and finally the class started. The moment he entered the class, Orion was able to sense the particular magical fragrance the imposter was using to influence females. A look of disdain appeared on his face. He planned to find a way to expose the man, but he just couldn't find the time. There were already too many things going on in his life. Sigh, last year was also the same. I just seem to lack time to do things which I want to do. Hey, is there no way to get more time out of 24 hours in a day? There should be a magic like that, right? Orion slowly muttered, but Merlin heard him just right. Oh, there are, but nothing less than the law of time can do something like that. The time turners are also built with that in mind, although highly restrictive, but still clearly the artifacts use the law of time. Merlin replied in a sage-like manner. What, really? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I would have learned time magic before space. Orion almost uttered with clear irritation. Now, I taught you what you resonated with the most. Time will come to learn other magic, so don't rush. Sigh, there is no way I can get my hand on a time turner anytime soon, so is there no way to increase my learning time? Orion asked with anticipation. Well, there is a way. Although you can't use time magic now, that doesn't mean that you can't use an object similar to a time turner. I just happened to make a room for this exact reason back in my days, and fortunately for you, I am sure that that room still exists, Merlin said with a knowing smile. You make a hyperbolic time chamber. Well, kind of, yes. You are not going to get a year's worth of training or increased gravity there, but yeah, I'll say that you will get around 4 to 5 times more time inside that room when compared to the outside world, Merlin replied. Orion wanted to shout right now. Why didn't this old man tell him about this before? His eyebrows were twitching and he sure would have blasted out right there, but seeing that he was surrounded by many students, he calmed himself and cooled his raging mind. He didn't even ask why Merlin didn't tell me earlier. There was no point. He can't win against the old man when it comes to arguments. Where is the room? Orion, after some thinking, only asked this one question. Oh, eager are we? Well, I can tell you, but you won't be able to access it. To do that you at least need to master the law of space. You see, the reason that room still stands is because it's not in his plane of existence. You will have to break the space barrier to enter there. Only after mastering the law of space you can do that. Merlin replied, knowing fully well Orion wanted to ask why he didn't tell about the room to him before. Knew it. There is no arguing with this old man. Thank you. But now students, please quiet down, because we need to start the class, and to help me in this class my assistant teacher will be none other than your very own potion professor, Professor Snape. Lockhart came to the long dueling table with his trademark annoying smile, making the girls influence and irritating Orion even more, when he saw Daphne getting influenced again. He has seen this happen before, but after that kiss from her, looking at her making this face for Lockhart just felt wrong. So wrong that he just couldn't take it, and after removing his charm blocking spell, held her face by his hand and turned it towards himself. Looking for someone, princess, he said as he got close to her face, enough close to again kiss her. He didn't know why he did it, but he just did. Like his body moved on autopilot. Daphne was taken aback when suddenly she saw Orion's gorgeous face so close to her. The face looked the same, but why suddenly did she feel like he had become handsome? Who cared? She didn't have the time to ponder on those things when she was fighting hard to stop that creeping flush from her face. Her face already turned a little red and she felt her heart skip a few beats there. Now only if he grabs me by the hair and slams down with those rock-hard bulging. Gulp. Shake. Shake. Daphne quickly got away from Orion and started to shake her head like trying to take out something from her mind. What happened? I thought my charm worked on girls. Orion now was confused. It usually worked on Hermione and Rose. Is Daphne different somehow? Merlin on the other hand didn't even bat a single eye on this teenage comedy happening in front of him. His mind right now was much more clouded with Orion's action, and he noticed the sudden possessiveness from Orion. Maybe there was a side effect of absorbing that dragon after all. Merlin mutters with a little concern. According to this to some degree could be good or bad depending on how it affects Orion. For the time being though, he can only observe. As Snape entered, a silence spread among the students. It was not wrong to say that those who in Hogwarts don't outright hate this man, fear him 9 out of 10 times. Now watch carefully, observe how a real magical duel is supposed to be done. And no one has to worry, I will not in any form gonna harm your favorite potions master. Lockhart said with no shame. I was waiting for this for so long. Orion heard someone saying this. He too was waiting for this but not for the duel itself. He was waiting for this because he wanted to see Snape totally own this imposter. Both Snape and Lockhart walk up to each other and take out their wands. For some reason I know this line will just blow up in the comments section. And then both turned around and started to walk opposite of each other. 1, 2, 3. As both of them turned back they took their stand. Orion just found it pretty funny. I remember I used to see something similar when watching Dragon Ball. They just had more muscles and no wand in their hands. Unknowingly a chuckle except him. Something which was noticed by both the girls standing beside him. Expel. Lockhart was saying but before that. Expelliarmus, Snape was done and a powerful red string of magic shot at Lockhart. Every student present rotated their head in an arc as they saw Lockhart flying out of the dueling stage. Honestly, it looked pretty comedic. If only magicians like him were present in the old days. There used to be a huge problem when it came to entertainment back then. Sigh. Don't worry, I am not hurt. I wanted all of you to see what could happen if you are hit with an Expelliarmus spell. I hope after seeing this will be careful of this spell and dodge it upon facing the spell. Lockhart tried very hard to save his face but. Okay, now tell me who wants to duel next, he quickly asked. Previously Orion was sure that pretty much everyone would have raised their hand but not now, after seeing the magnificent way Lockhart fell face first after getting hit by the spell. Still many raised their hands. Ambrosius, why don't you come in, you after all have experience fighting, Snape said with his sly manner. Well I don't care, besides there is no one in this room who can touch me, and those two are Nick and Snape himself. Orion though. Don't count me out you brat, I can beat thousands of you in my worst way while blindfolded. Yeah, you are the honored one, my apologies your majesty as my mortal brain can't even think of putting you in a feudal duel of us mortals. Orion just rolled his eyes. He was though pondering whether he should take out his wand or not. He clearly don't need to and if yes then should he go for the real one or the fake. Snape on the other hand makes a hand gesture and makes Malfoy come up. Orion just looked at Snape like asking, really? What, you scare Ambrosius? Draco asked as he took out his wand and got ready. He just looked at him with dead fish eyes. Knowing that there was no point thinking much about it, Orion just sighed which didn't escape others and took out his fake wand. Just for appearance sake. With all the nonsense rituals JK stole from the cowboy gunslingers, both Orion and Malfoy stood in front of each other. The Slytherin boy takes a very similar stand as Snape while Orion is just standing there, not even his wand pointing at Malfoy. Others were thinking about what Orion was doing but he didn't care, he just stood there, totally uninterested and uncaring. The professors didn't even other telling Orion to raise his wand and started the count. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus Malfoy didn't wait for countdown to end and cast magic at Orion. Sigh. As Orion saw the magic coming, he just took one side step to dodge the attack. I have to say, physical capabilities also matter quite a bit in this magical world, especially when it comes to dueling. Just end this, why are you wasting time? True, but this is a good chance to show him what could have happened to him if I am serious. I am not planning to attack him but when none of his attacks connect, it will just become clear, Orion said and dodged another attack coming at him. Well you do what you want Merlin sounded like he didn't care and floated away to watch the show. Expelliarmus. Orion saw the attack coming and again easily he dodged the attack. Currently, Orion was fast enough to dodge attacks from even someone like Snape, at least he is sure that if he fights with Nick then he can dodge. Overall there is no way Malfoy is so much so even touching his hair. Ambrosius, you are not there just to dodge the spells. If you don't know any attack spell then just go down, don't waste our time, Snape reprimanded. Sigh, and here I wanted to practice non-violence. Before Orion can attack back, Malfoy summons a snake just like how he did in the movie. Orion just saw a snake fly and fell in between him and Malfoy. Orion's face was still unmoved. Orion was about to use force to remove the snake but at this time, the snake just happens to stop in front of Rose. Remembering what happened in the anime, Orion who was lazy up to still now immediately took action. Snape was the same considering how close the snake was to Rose. But Orion was faster. Siphons. Rose even unconsciously opened her mouth to talk with the snake but before that, the snake was snatched up by Orion by its head, in a way where the snake can't bite him. No one even saw him moving, he was very fast. Funny thing that you are trying to scare me with a snake. Orion immediately attracted all the attention towards himself as he puts a little more pressure on the snake's head and the mouth open, revealing the two poisonous fangs. Everyone's attention was drawn to the big fangs of the snake and how Orion caught it and was toying with it. He looked at Malfoy who was looking at him like he saw a mountain troll. And then without even looking back at the snake, he grabbed one of the fangs of the snake and ripped it apart. Silence. Everyone was gobsmacked. Is this something a 12-year-old can do in casual everyday life? Who is this guy? Is he using some kind of magic there? He is quite handsome. A lot of talk was happening around him, but Orion didn't worry too much about it. He just kept on looking at Malfoy and said, "I used to live in a forest, you idiot. Guys like this here used to be my dinner back then," Orion said to Malfoy as he pointed at the snake and Merlin signed, mainly because he knew that Orion was not bluffing here. He really used to be a chibi Bear Grylls back then, eating worms, snakes, insects and pretty much anything eatable. Others at this though immediately crunched their faces like they imagined something bad. Even Daphne and Rose were like that. Orion just extended his hand again and snapped the other fang out of the snake's mouth and then threw the snake back. He was not targeting anyone here, but the snake landed exactly on Lockhart. Ah-hey-hey-hey-hey-hey. Ha 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 h-ah-hey-hey-hey-hey. Okay, let's stop wasting time here. You got anything else you want to show, or are you ready to get down off the platform? Orion lost his playing mood after this incident and asked with a serious face. EX. Malfoy was about to say, but before he could complete, Orion extended his hand. A powerful force released from his hand, rapidly approaches Malfoy and then pushes the boy back, knocking him out of the platform effortlessly. Everyone was wide-eyed at this. In fact, this was the most blatant display of wandless magic they had ever seen. Doing it in normal conditions is fine, but not in a duel. Everyone was looking at Orion with contemplating expression. Besides the fact that wandless magic is done by those black mages, because of how much more power it needs, they were also comparing themselves with Orion. I guess we are done here. Orion sighed and was ready to go back. He was now not interested in this fight anymore. But before he could step down, Snape stopped him. "Not so quick, Ambrosius. I believe that you should fight with someone more suitable," Snape said, and then looked at Nick, who was the only one who did not care much about the duel until Orion did the wandless magic. Upon seeing that Snape was asking for him, there was a smile appeared on his face, something which Snape, Orion, and Merlin notice. Without saying anything, he walks up to the platform. Taking out his wand, the smirk on his face slightly widens. So finally it's happening. Merlin somehow conjures popcorn and takes a good position to watch the upcoming fight. "This is no Pokemon fight, old man," Orion said with irritation in his mind, but then became serious. All the lazy attitude is lost when a serious look appears on his face. His attention was clearly on the wand which Nick took out. It was his normal wand, which was a relief. He started to calculate now in his mind, making a plan to beat Nick somehow. Considering that he is not using his deadly Hallow wand, and in this duel, he won't be able to use any suspicious dark magic either. If Orion plays his card right, then he can beat Nick. Again doing the gunslinger ritual, both boys stood in front of each other. Orion was fully focused and serious, something which didn't leave the sharp eyes of Snape. Start. The moment Snape said this, Nick acted, and anyone could have said that this was not a normal child's reaction or speed. A powerful red spell rushed at Orion. This was even faster than what Snape showed against Lockhart. Snape, watching this, narrowed his eyes. The reason he put Orion against Nick was for this purpose itself. To find who is stronger. Well, kinda. The reason to find what both are capable of. Especially Nick Iron. He already has some understanding of Orion's skills, as his power is nothing more than a normal 13-year-old wizard. Well, close as after absorbing the dragon he was actually better than just a 13-year-old wizard in terms of power, maybe almost approaching an adult wizard, aka level 2 intermediate. And when it comes to skills, Orion has shown what he is capable of time and time again. So no, Orion fighting was just a plus point. Snape's real target was Nick, to find what that kid was capable of. Even after so much time, he wasn't able to find anything about the kid. He is cunning, there is no doubt about it. Even in the Slytherin house he is undefeated. There is just no one in the second year, or to Snape's suspicion any student at Hogwarts, will push Nick to show his true hand. Well, none except one. The attack Nick threw at Orion was faster than any normal spell done by a second-year student and even some adults, but Orion was much faster. Someone who has fought both vampires and dragons, he was very accustomed to fighting by now, and even if he had never fought with a wizard before, it was not at all hard for him to sidestep the upcoming spell. This time around he was not gonna play just defensive. Raising his hand he sent a Witcher-style arh attack at Nick, but the Slytherin boy, without even a spell, by just a wave of his wand, conjured a shield to stop Orion's non-lethal attack. What followed was Nick using just one spell again and again, but he was spamming them non-stop at Orion. Expelliarmus. Miss. Expelliarmus. Miss. Expelliarmus. Miss. Expelliarmus. Miss. Expelliarmus. Miss. Expelliarmus. Miss. The entire room was filled with red spells dancing around and rushing at Orion. "Can you dodge all of those?" Merlin questions, still eating popcorn like he doesn't care about his student's situation at all. "I don't need to dodge." Orion stood a stand before the spell reached him and breath in. "I hope all those dance lessons actually work here for me." The first spell came and Orion breathed in, and while extending his hand he rotated his body like a dancer. The next second the upcoming spell slightly changed the trajectory, missing Orion by the hair's length as he too his that movement of his body to get out of the pathway. 1, 2, 3. I'm a rock star. As the spell came near Orion, he started to move in a trance. His focus now was more on the dance than the upcoming attacks, but in reality, what he was doing was not seen by anyone but just Merlin. "Allow me to explain. What my idiot student is doing here is manipulating space with his dance movement. While moving around he is also moving the space around him a little bit. It's not visible until something actually enters into the zone of his influence. When the spell is getting near his space, their trajectory is getting shifted. Originally taught to help him learn how to use space without targeting a particular object, and now this boy has turned that into a defensive technique which repels all but the most powerful of spells. There was a smirk on Merlin's face as he showed a proud smile. Students and teachers alike were astonished at what was happening in front of them. First, there was a student who was doing spellless magic. Well, nothing as impressive as being able to do wandless magic, and very much attainable if trained in it, but still, it was out of the ordinary. But they were gawking at the boy as he danced across the narrow platform and magically deflected all the spells coming his way. Using magic at this time also lifted Orion's charm cover, giving others a spectacular look at his handsome face and honed dance moves. And to even Lockhart's surprise, his perfume magic was wearing off as Orion's natural charm was on display. Nothing less than elf in Tolkien's works. Is that what a Lord of the Ring fan would say? And then there were the deflected spells. Orion was throwing them all around the class, making them look like fireworks, but also aware that there were students there. He was mostly redirecting them at the walls. Poor walls. 5, 6, 7. I'm top of the world. Huff huff huff. Orion breathed hard to catch his breath, but still his eyes were on Nick. The Slytherin boy too was looking at him with disbelief in his eyes, like asking how the hell he did, whatever he did. There was silence in the class, no one spoke. Even those who were close to Orion like Hermione, Rose, and Daphne stared at Orion like they saw Umbridge twerking. Well, Orion didn't look back dancing as per se, but it was just took them by surprise. In fact, he looked pretty good dancing there. Quite captivating. But then suddenly someone started clapping. Clap clap clap. And like a virus spreading, the next moment the entire class burst out with clapping and loud noise of once more. Snape at this time didn't say anything, because he suddenly remembered watching Orion doing the same dance in the start of the term, and his mouth was almost gaping right now. He remembers watching Orion doing some weird dance after doing his muggle exercise. After watching this today, he remembers it. So that's what he was doing back then. Snape mutters with a complicated expression on his face. Who would have thought the funky dance was magic to deflect spells? Nick on the other hand became serious after his own mind reset at what Orion did. Both Orion and Nick were staring at each other with much intensity. Orion recovered his stamina in just seconds, but still thinking about how to defeat the guy in front of him. Why are you trying to win in the first place? It's not like you will get anything from him. You already know how strong he is. Neither you nor he can kill each other under this many eyes. And fighting will also reveal much of your cards against him. Not something I advise, Merlin said from the sideline. This brought back Orion's mind from his planning on how to beat his opponent. Yes, why do I have to beat the guy in the first place? Fighting Nick will not accomplish anything for me. In fact, I'm almost at a loss. Orion ponders over Merlin's words. Till now he wanted to win against Nick, but really that is not the right answer. Thinking things again, begrudgingly though, he was about to raise his hand to yield. But apparently, he was not fast enough. Watch out! Merlin shouted as Orion was pondering his next move. Although Orion did snap back to reality, he was not fast enough. Swoop. He raises his hand to create a force shield, but what he was not expecting was the spell was directed on the ground. Nothing of his concern. Right. Wrong. As the spell hit the ground, it bounced up like a ball thrown and came to him with a down angle. It was a hit, directly at his balls. Ah. What about bro code, man? Even if you are a villain, there is some line we shouldn't cross. Orion gritted his teeth and crouched down to ease his pain a little. Oi, what are you? Orion was just about to shout out his frustration and call Nick for his underhand, but another red spell was directed at him. Boom. Everything went blank after that. At hashtag $% and asterisk, underscore. That was a foul move, Iron. You just earned a week-long detention, Snape said as he saw Nick's wand was still pointed at the unconscious Orion and said. He for only the slightest of seconds saw a moment of hesitation on Nick's face, but soon the stoic boy removed his wand from the Gryffindor boy but still didn't put it back on his holster. Don't worry, I will take care of him. I have seen many cases like this. One spell will fix him up. At hashtag $% and asterisk, underscore. No, we need to take him to Pomfrey. Snape immediately refused. This was not a bone or a skin injury they were causing. What if Lockhart evaporated the poor boy's balls? Even Rose, Daphne, and Hermione agree with Snape on this. Rose and Daphne especially, their future happiness might depend on it. At hashtag $% and, underscore, at hashtag $% and, underscore, at hashtag $% and asterisk, underscore. While others were talking, a groan escaped from Orion's mouth. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked back at the boy who caused him pain. Things seemed blurry to him, but he still woke up, moved and got up to his legs. Don't worry, Severus, I know what I'm doing. As Lockhart was speaking, he saw everyone else gasping. Following their gaze, both he and Snape looked the boy over who they were quarreling about. But Orion on the other hand didn't look at them, hell not even bat an eye on them. He was fully focused on the boy in front of him. Nick also saw him standing up and somehow he knew that he was in danger. With just instincts, he raised his wand and shot another powerful spell at Orion. This blatant show of power and sudden attack attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was staring at Nick, like asking why he suddenly attacked. But Nick and Snape's attention was on the person he attacked. Slowly moving their heads, they saw that Orion was still standing there. His body was only slightly tilted to avoid Nick's attack. Snape was about to stop this, but just then another attack from Nick stopped him. At hashtag $% and asterisk, underscore. This time the attack was stronger than usual. It was like Nick was annoyed and just wanted to end this fight. He fully thought that the boy in front of him would again dodge the attack, but that didn't happen. Orion looked up at this time fiercely, and by extending both of his hands, he caught the upcoming attack in the air, the power of the attack making him slide back as he was sent to the very edge of the table. Everyone was watching this with wide eyes. It was like they were watching a superhero movie. Even after getting down, the hero gets up and defeats the bad guy. The magic was not dispersing anymore. Everyone showed this in disbelief as the magical energy, which was red in color, started to rotate violently as Orion held the magic in his hands and even changed the color of the magic from red to blue. Nick too was watching this with much stunned face, but he didn't wait anymore. He was ready to send another spell at Orion, but before he could do that there was a powerful pressure slam onto him as the color of the world started to go blank. He looks at Orion again and then, what he saw made his eyes go wide as the magic was violently rotating on top of Orion's palm, creating an orb of pure magic power. Even Snape and others were wide eyes. Nick was internally panicking and immediately wanted to fire a spell, but just when he was about to raise his wand again at Orion, his hand was caught by someone. This someone was Orion. "Ho, how you came here so?" Nick stuttered as he saw the extremely red eyes in front of him, and it was almost like his soul was shaking. He saw a violently rotating ball of magic on Orion's hand and went pale. "Raisin, Orion suddenly shouted, and his eyes opened. Orion awoke in the dimly lit Hogwarts infirmary, his surroundings unfamiliar. Pain pulsed through every fiber of his being, and a tight bandage encased his throbbing head. Disoriented, he struggled to piece together how he had ended up in this sterile sanctuary. The events leading to his hospitalization eluded his memory, leaving a disconcerting void. He gingerly touched the bandage, his fingertips encountering the telltale tenderness. An air of mystery clung to the room, and the subdued whispers of magical healing spells echoed in the stillness. Orion's gaze flickered across the room, seeking answers that remained elusive. The infirmary offered no clues, and a sense of unease settled within him. As consciousness fully reclaimed him, the questions lingered, and Orion grappled with the elusive fragments of a forgotten journey that had brought him to this enigmatic moment of awakening. "Oh, you are finally up." Suddenly the chibi Merlin appeared out of nowhere and asked, "What happened? How come I'm here?" Orion asked in confusion after seeing someone who could answer his questions. "Oh, you don't remember? You got knocked out by Nick Iron and was transported later on," Merlin said with a nonchalant attitude. But Orion on the other hand just blinks in confusion. "What do you mean knockout? I got that bastard with raisin on later," Orion asked with a ridiculous expression on his face. "Huh? What are you talking about? You got knocked down, don't you remember? Are you dreaming or something?" Merlin replied with an amused look on his face. Seeing this look, Orion blinked and started to doubt his own claim. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and started to trace his memories in the mental palace. After just a little bit he saw what really happened. He was really knocked out by Nick and then teleported here. So that raisin? Was all of that a dream? Orion muttered to himself and sighed. "Man, I really want to use raisin. But that damn technique is not working. I need much better raw magic control, or I have to learn the law of space." Orion muttered to himself with annoyance. "So how long I have been here?" Orion asked. "Just 7 hours, nothing to worry," Merlin said. Orion after hearing this just nodded with a sigh. "Well, I was about to give up anyways, but damn, that was no way to lose. I didn't even give the bastard any damage," Orion complained and then again plumped back to the bed. He honestly had no energy or will to go back to his dorm at this point. In fact, he just wanted to rest now. He was tired after all that running around, training and more. "You should rest, you are working non-stop to master the space law and even the vacation was quite stressful for you. Young minds need their rest," Merlin said, but his normal nonchalant attitude was gone. "Man, I just find myself out of time and stress no matter what, even magic can't change that, but maybe you are right, I rather stay here for another week and rest. Maybe that what is I am lacking right now." Orion nodded. "Good, then I advise that you should start writing your next book already, we are much behind the schedule. And while you are doing this then also make sure that you are researching," Merlin's advice. Well, let's start with the potion. I already had a general layout of the book, so that's not gonna be a problem even if I can't complete it by the end of the year," Orion replied and looked at his pendant. Determined to create a squib potion, finally found a quiet moment in the infirmary. Armed with magical ingredients, he set up a makeshift potion-making station. The air buzzed with anticipation as he prepared for his first attempt. Merlin appeared by his side, ready to lend a guiding hand. "Now focus on the task at hand. The squib potion requires precision and care. This is no normal potion, as you already know," Merlin said, and even Orion knew what he was trying to say. This particular potion is not possible to create without him, as this potion needs a focus. This focus of magic will be Orion himself. This is not just about the ingredients but also the person who is making it. Orion nodded, his brow furrowed in concentration. He began mixing the magical ingredients, following Merlin's instructions step by step. Bubbling the cauldron in front of him, he carefully added drops of essence, creating a potion designed to unlock hidden magical potential. As the potion simmered, Orion watched with bated breath. Merlin offered encouraging words, guiding him through the delicate process. The room filled with the enchanting aroma of the brewing squib potion. With a sense of accomplishment, Orion carefully bottled the potion. Although this was just a testing potion which is incomplete, still this helped him figure out how to make the real potion. He eyed it with a mix of excitement and nervousness, wondering about its magical efficacy. Merlin, ever supportive, smiled. Good, now insert your essence here and then wait. If things go well then we can get a toned-down version of a squib potion. Orion nodded. This was nowhere near a complete potion. The reason being he can't make the complete potion right now is because he need to figure out what formulae will actually hold his own core essence for a long time. If the potion can't hold the essence then it's pointless. And Orion knew that he will need many tries to fix the formulae. Orion used the chance the universe presented him and extended his stay in the Hogwarts infirmary for 1 entire week. How he did it? Simply just slowing down his own recovery speed. How one is supposed to do that? Simply just absorb all the magical medicine the innocent and very confused Madame Pomfrey gave him. But he was not just lazing around, he was working pretty hard on his upcoming next product in the market and also writing his book. He created hundreds of samples of his potion until at least one can retain the essence of his technique. And after much trial and error with the help of Merlin of course, he finally found it. The time limit is not that long as it can only retain the core creating effect for a month or so, but it doesn't matter, that will do. Now he just needs to really make the dem potion and need a test subject on whom he can test on. Well, he already has one person in mind and him being someone from Hogwarts is also a good thing, as if he can do magic after consuming his potion. There are many people who can back Orion's claims that this person was a squib in the first place. I would have stayed but sorry, I already have hit my limit. If I don't heal next then I'm sure that Madame Pomfrey will send me to St. Mungo's. Orion looked at the side and said with a sigh. St. Mungo's is the wizarding hospital, for those who don't know. There on the side, he saw a very familiar girl lying. Her skin was a little pale and she almost looked like a statue. This girl was none other than Hermione. He is not sure why, but the situation just happened like in the movies and books, and even after him being there, Hermione ends up getting petrified. While he was resting and playing with his potions in the infirmary, that snake has attacked every alone student out there. The attacks were slowly increasing and now finally the professor area started to look after it. Orion didn't know, but he heard that even Aurors came to check the school. That bastard, manipulating Daphne was not enough for him, that he also dragged Hermione into this. Things are getting out of hand, and if this continues then there is a possibility that they will close the school until they find out what is causing all this to happen. Sighing, Orion just gritted his teeth. He knew that Nick was up to no good. He already put wards on himself and on Rose so that Snape couldn't find both of them, and there was also Dobby working on the side to protect Rose, but he can't look after everyone. Sorry Hermione, I promise I will get that damn snake for this, Orion said, and finally started to put all of his potions and ingredients back into his pendant after he was done making the final version of the sample he needed for the squib potion. But while this was happening, he felt a special magic around him. After practicing space law for this long, he was able to sense at least this much. Startled, Orion turned to face Dobby. What is it, Dobby? Why are you here at this hour? Orion asked, but he knew that this had something to do with Rose, otherwise Dobby would not have come here to meet him. Dobby, wringing his hands, spoke with urgency. Master Orion, sir, Dobby is terribly sorry. But Dobby has to come, there was nothing else Dobby could do, sir. Miss Rose, she's not in Hogwarts. Orion's heart skipped a beat. Concern etched across his face. He rose from his potion making. What do you mean, Dobby? Where is Rose? Orion asked as he immediately also took out the Marauder map and started to search for her name. Dobby, panic evident in his large, watery eyes, explained. Dobby overheard whispers among the house elves. They say Miss Rose left Hogwarts. Some of the house elves saw them for a few minutes in the outside hut. Dobby is worried, sir. Orion's mind raced with worry and confusion. Hut. There is only one hut. Hagrid. Where is she going? Is something that took her? Is someone with her? The unfinished potion was forgotten as he focused on the disconcerting news. Dobby, thank you for bringing this to my attention, Orion said, his tone serious. We need to find Rose. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Dobby shook his head, ears drooping with remorse. Dobby is sorry, sir. Dobby didn't see Ms. Rose, only heard from other house elves. Orion, determined and worried, nodded. Thank you, Dobby. I will find her. Go back. Orion said and started to look for other names which could be with Rose. He could see Ron's name and Hermione was here with him. With his fast reading, he processed all the names he could think of with whom Rose could have interacted, and all of them were in their dorms. Even the teachers. Foo asterisk K it, this doesn't matter anymore. Orion, getting up, started to rush outside. The most important thing right now was that he has to find Rose. Rushing out of the infirmary, he quickly rushes to the open area and from there on takes out his broom. From the railing he jumps down with easy movement and masterfully mounting his broom, he zooms past towards Hagrid's hut. Rose POV. The news of Hermione being petrified hit me like a bludger to the chest. She was my best friend, and I couldn't sit idly while she lay in the hospital wing, frozen like a statue. I know that Orion knows who exactly is doing this, what we are facing, but he won't say. But I am determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. I decided to find out what exactly was happening in Hogwarts. This was the best time to act, as even Orion was not around to keep an eye on me. Yeah, I knew that he was keeping an eye on me and even trying to protect me. I am gladful that I have a friend like him. Well, friends are not the only thing I want to be, but no, not what are you doing, Rose? Don't think about it right now. Anyway, as I poke around for information, I eventually heard whispers about Hagrid possibly knowing something, so I made my way to his hut. As I approached, I noticed a group of wizards already questioning him. They seemed serious, but Hagrid was being his usual gruff self, revealing nothing. Feeling a bit discouraged, I lingered nearby, hoping to catch a snippet of information. But as the wizards pressed on, I realized they were getting nowhere. That's when I made a decision. I couldn't rely on them to uncover the truth. I really don't want to go in there, I mutter as I look at the Forbidden Forest. I don't know how trustworthy this knowledge is, but this is the only way for me to find out what's going on. Not like this is the first time I'm going in there. Last year we went in there. Bulletin. But Orion was with us and others as well. No, I need to get some answers. Follow the spider. I hope that this will give me some answers. As I navigated through the dark and eerie forest, I couldn't shake off the feeling of trepidation. The trees loomed overhead, casting long shadows, and every rustle of leaves sent a shiver down my spine. It felt like I was in a story straight out of one of the Hogwarts library books. Then, in the distance, I heard it, the skittering of countless tiny legs. Spiders. My heart pounded, but remembering Hagrid's affinity for these creatures, I cautiously followed them. I don't like spider. I don't like spiders. I don't like spiders. No, 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 no. It should be I don't see any spiders. I don't see any spiders. There are no spiders. There are no spiders. They led me deeper into the forest, and with each step, the mystery unraveled. Even after muttering constantly to myself that there were no spiders around, I knew that I was just lying to myself. Hell, I am following them willingly in the forest where there are more of those things. As I ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the air thickened with an eerie stillness. Suddenly, a colossal shape emerged from the shadows, the biggest spider I had ever seen. Its 8 hairy legs loomed over me, and my breath caught in my throat. Fear gripped me as its many eyes fixated on my presence. My legs froze, and every instinct screamed at me to run. The colossal arachnid shifted, and I stumbled backwards, realizing I was in the presence of something ancient and formidable. The Forbidden Forest revealed its secrets, and I stood there, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the giant spider before me. I found myself facing a giant spider, Aragog, Hagrid's friend. Well, I at least believe that he is Hagrid's friend, otherwise I am doomed. POV end. Rose, her voice trembling with fear, cautiously addressed the colossal spider before her. Hello. I'm Rose, a friend of Hagrid's. I need to know who's petrifying the students at Hogwarts. Can you help? Rose said, but her stuttering and flinching were apparent to the spider. The giant spider regarded her with multiple eyes, its presence looming. After a moment, it began to speak, its voice a low and rumbling echo through the forest. Rose, a friend of Hagrid, I am Aragog. Long have I dwelled in this forbidden forest. The one who petrifies is not of my kin. No, you should not seek my children for this. Rose only after this much was relieved that the giant spider just didn't outright attack her. The one you seek is the one who our kind have feared for the longest of time. I remember the time when the Chamber of Secrets was first opened. The giant spider said, and this finally made Rose a little at ease, as long as the spider was willing to talk, meant that he was ready to help out her. Rose listened intently as Aragog unraveled the story of the chamber, the giant serpent within, and the dark force that had plagued Hogwarts decades ago. The giant spider spoke of a creature, a basilisk, and how it was set free, petrifying students with its gaze. As the tale unfolded, Rose felt a chill down her spine, realizing the connection to the current attacks. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, the ancient arachnid shared secrets of a hidden past, setting Rose on a path to confront the lingering menace within the castle walls. Rose though got the information she wanted, and she also felt pretty stupid considering she didn't see the sign of this thing as a huge snake while only she could hear the voices and none other. She was now more concerned about how to get out of the situation in front of her. Okay, thank you Mr. Spider for helping me out, I need to get going now. Otherwise, I will be punished, Rose said and slowly started to back away, but at this time she heard. My children never hurt Hagrid, but even I can't save you from them, little human. Hagrid friends maybe you are, but they are hungry, came the scary voice and Rose immediately gulped. Rose POV. Suddenly, the air was alive with the skittering of countless tiny legs. Panic clenched at my chest as the ground beneath me seemed to quake with the approach of spiders, hordes of them, emerging from the shadows. Wait, what's happening? I stammered, glancing around in horror as the multitude of eyes fixated on me. Aragog's offspring, his kin, surrounded me in a living sea of hairy legs and glinting fangs. A piercing screech echoed through the forest as a particularly large spider lunged toward me. Fear surged, and without a second thought, I bolted. Branches snagged at my robes, but adrenaline propelled me forward as the forest became a blur of twisted trees and moonlit shadows. The cacophony of spider hisses and clicks pursued me, and I dared not look back. My breaths came in ragged gasps, matching the erratic rhythm of my pounding heart. Fear fueled my sprint as I pushed through the underbrush, desperate to escape the advancing arachnid onslaught. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of gnarled roots and tangled vegetation. The webs of the spiders became obstacles, and I fought through them, my hands clawing at the sticky strands. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I couldn't afford to succumb to terror. But then while running, my leg got twisted and I fell. AHH, a sharp pain rang in my leg as a groan escaped my lips. POV end. But that was not important, as what was more important was to get out of the forest. But no, the moment she was about to get up, another sharp pain from her twisted ankle rang in her body. She took out her wand, but she didn't have any particular offense magic right now, only Expelliarmus. Spotting the spiders quickly closing, she shot a few spells towards them, but there was no way that she could have held all of them back. There were thousands if not millions of those 8-legs monsters around her. Ahee, she screamed out the moment one got on her. They started to cover her. Some even were about to sting her with their position as another fearful scream was let out of her. Boom! A loud shout came and all the spiders were blown away from her. Then she saw someone landing right next to her, and in that person's hand was fire. With him masterfully controlling fire, the person created a ring of fire about them to keep the spiders away before finally turning towards her. This person was none other than Orion. Rose shouted out as she almost wanted to run up to him and jump at him, but her ankle holds her back. She also noticed that he was completely out of breath, must have run here to find her. Some guilt weighed down on her. We will talk later about this. Orion looked at her with much irritated eyes. He was there resting in the infirmary with peace, and now here he was surrounded by thousands of spiders and one red loli almost on the verge of tears. Those words was enough to stop what Rose was thinking and immediately close her mouth. But that can come later. I have to first deal with this guy here, Orion said, and fire once again came out from his hands. Without hesitation, Orion conjured a protective shield, fending off the advancing spiders. The air crackled with magic as he seamlessly transitioned into wandless fire spells, flames dancing at his fingertips. The spiders recoiled, hissing and clicking, as the enchanted fire consumed the webs that hung between the trees. Orion's wandless fire magic blazed to life, a brilliant display of controlled chaos. With swift and precise movements, he directed the flames, creating a fiery barrier between them and the arachnid onslaught. The forest erupted into a spectacle of magical fire, the flames casting a warm glow against the encroaching darkness. But again he didn't just stop there, as he almost lit up the entire forest as he started to burn the spiders of all sizes around him. He knew that it was Hagrid's pet, in a way, but who cares? He just wanted to absorb them, but absorbing any won't do. He has to absorb the strongest one out of all. As the spiders retreated, Orion turned to me, a mixture of concern and determination in his eyes. Are you all right, Rose? She nodded, catching her breath, the flames casting flickering shadows across his face. Thank you, she managed to say. She wanted to say more. Much more, but nothing could come to her mouth after seeing his eyes, which usually are soft but now were glaring at her with concern and anger. Orion, his gaze unwavering, surveyed the scorched surroundings. We will talk later, but till then stay here under the fire circle and shield. I will come after taking care of those spiders, Orion said, and before she could say anything, he was gone. Don't kill all of them, you will disturb the natural food chain of the forest, Merlin added as he saw Orion's fire getting more intense as he got nearer to the giant spider. I know, I will reduce their numbers and get the biggest one, and that's it, Orion replied. The forbidden forest echoed with the hisses and clicks of Aragog's offspring as Orion faced the colossal spider himself. Aragog, with an air of ancient malevolence, skittered forward, mandibles clacking in a challenge. I think you should first take care of all these distractions. Merlin, seeing all the spiders around, said as he too didn't like spiders. No talking when I'm fighting, old man, shouted Orion back as he rushed out. Orion summoned the force around him, creating a protective barrier against the impending arachnid onslaught. Flames danced at his fingertips as he unleashed wandless fire magic, sending torrents of enchanted fire toward the advancing spiders, burning many of them away but still not targeting all of the spiders, just like what Merlin said. Orion moved with a fluidity that belied the intensity of the encounter, each spell calculated and precise. His force and fire kept all the spiders away from him, although he also had to kill other spiders, but the first objective was always to absorb the biggest one. Actually, he always planned to absorb those giant spiders, but just not this quick. He was expecting the end of this year or next. Aragog, sensing the tide turning, attempted a retreat, his enormous form attempting to fade into the shadows. But Orion, fueled by determination, intercepted, conjuring a forceful gust of wind that enveloped the giant spider. You are burning the forest, you idiot. Hold back or don't use fire, Merlin shouted. Damn environmentalist. Orion just complained inside and kept on rushing towards the spider while still setting everything on fire. You monster, think about the poor forest. TCH. Running won't save you. Era, what was your name again, you overgrown shame of a spider, Orion declared, his voice carrying an authoritative edge. The force of his magic restrained the colossal arachnid, preventing escape. Aragog, after seeing how fast Orion was, knew that it was futile to resist, and thus now he only had one option: to save himself and his children he had to fight. And thus started Orion's fight with the giant spider. Rushing at him, Orion's fist was on fire and then he punched out, and Aragog jumped back, avoided the fire punch and then snapped at Orion. Orion just raised both of his hands and let his force work here. Unlike last time, his force was much stronger, especially after absorbing that dragon. Orion was much stronger now, just not strong enough to handle someone like Nick Iron. His power was on display as the giant spider never was able to reach back to the ground as Orion's force stopped him. Spiders are usually not that heavy, even this big of a spider. Maybe it weighed a little more than a horse. Maybe. I can't do red or blue, but here is something I learned. Check it out, Orion said with a smirk and then pushed his hands down, smacking the giant spider to the ground. All 8 legs were spread out and he couldn't stand up. It's not gravity manipulation, but force can achieve something similar. Orion smirked but then heard more spiders coming towards him. Alright, I need to end this quick, Orion grumbled and jumped on top of the spider and started to absorb magic from the giant spider. By the time Orion was done, he only needed a burst of his conqueror's haki. It's law of presence. Oi, don't break the fourth wall, it's only limited to me, the author. Anyway, with that the smaller spiders were taken care of, and then he went to Rose. Did not even say anything as he just took out his broom and taking the girl in her arms slowly flew back to Hogwarts. He didn't talk at all while doing this as he was acting like he was upset and angry at Rose. Second, he was also handling the recently absorbed magic to settle down. Usually, it's not a problem, but if the power is too much then it hinders him from focusing and even acts a little strange. Thinking about it, Orion just brought the girl back to Hogwarts and put her back in the same bed he was sleeping just a moment ago. Rose was very nervous at this time. Looking around, she noticed Hermione was still there, all petrified. I have much to ask you, but honestly I don't think that I need to shout at you about just how dangerous what you did was, right? Orion said with a small frown. Hearing this, Rose nodded slowly with still fear-filled eyes. She was shivering, feeling like those spiders were still crawling on her body. You are okay? Orion asked. It was not hard to say that she was shaken by those spiders. Shouting on her right now was not the right thing to do. Sighing, he just sat beside her. Spiders, Orion said, and the expected wince he was expecting came from the red-haired girl. Don't think too much about it, Rose. Orion slowly put his hand on her shoulder, pulling her a little closer. To even his surprise, Rose didn't just lean at him but directly hugged him, already voice breaking. I thought that I would. Yup, this is the normal reaction. She is just 12, and if something like that would happen to a 12-year-old then of course this would be the reaction. Harry Potter might be the chosen one, but this here is just a normal girl. A bug crawling on her left her shaken while the boy who lived was slaying snakes 30 times his size at this age. But that won't do. Knowing her future, she needs to get stronger. But I came in time, right? So forget it. Orion just comforted her until she just fell asleep. I really need to make her stronger, otherwise it will go south as soon as something really dangerous comes her way. Harry Potter had plot armor, this little girl got none. Orion sighs, seeing one other thing adding to his long list of things that he has to do. Now while she is asleep, I need to find out why she went there in the first place. The reason is apparent, that she was there to learn more about what's crawling in the Hogwarts sewer system. But how come she knows where to go? Orion muttered to himself and finally decided to enter into Rose's head. He needed some answers now. By the time morning came, Orion found himself outside in the open, sprinting and doing his usual training. But unlike usual, he was not focused, he was distracted and wasn't doing his best. I don't think that you will gain anything from this training when you are like this. Just stop and focus on one thing, Merlin sighed and said. Actually, even he wasn't sure what to do here. Of course, Orion was troubled by the safety of Rose and his other friends. And everything links to Nick Iron. At this point, he wasn't even surprised that Nick Iron was behind Rose going to the forest. He didn't do it himself, of course, King manipulating bastard. Even Orion had to visit many different students at night to read their memories to find where the information Rose got originated from. In the movie or book, Harry got the information from Horcrux itself, but this time around it was none other than Nick Iron. Why he was so dead set on killing whether him or Rose was beyond him. But with this action at least he know that Nick target, but not just him or Rose, but both of them. What do you think I should do about this guy? He is hellbent on taking me and Rose out. He could have killed others long ago but hasn't, so at least I don't think that he wants to kill others. Stop his running and said. There are simply two ways here, just go gun blazing at him and bet on the 50-50 chance of winning against him. Or you can just again walk up to him and talk, man to man. Merlin shrugged. And what about the assassination? Orion asked with a grim tone. It's an option, but you are not suitable for something like that. Don't think about killing some magical beast, or killing a human is similar. The way you are, you don't have it in you to assassin anyone. Well, if you win fair and square against Iron in a fight, will you kill him? Merlin asked. Orion just wanted to deny, but after thinking about it, he really asked himself, will he kill Nick Iron? What should I do? I can't keep up protecting her like this, Orion asked with a little frustration in his voice. He already has run out of options. He can't directly confront Nick, he is not sure whether he can beat him the way he if right now. He can't directly confront the snakes because again he is not strong enough right now, well at least according to Merlin. He doesn't believe this one part, but whatever. He can't tell any authority about the danger to Rose as he has to explain himself, which will open a whole new Pandora's box. The only thing I can do right now is to train and keep on protecting Rose. Well, weakness is the original sin. You are not helping, you know. Okay, I have a policy, don't worry about things which you can't do anything about. Remember that all the disadvantages you are giving yourself are nothing but self-created. Merlin said. What do you mean? Orion blinked a little confused and asked. I mean, why do you even care about others? Why you are trying to be the hero here, kid? If you like the girl then I can understand, but why worry so much about others? Merlin asked. Orion at this was taken a little back. Are you telling me not to care whether they live or die? Orion asked as his temper rose a little. Exactly, why do you want to be a hero so much? You can't save everyone. This is no anime, kid, someone has to die. It's either your enemy, those who come in the crossfire, or you. There have been many heroes in the past. Do you know how they died? By their stupid actions, and if by the grace of some merciful god they didn't, then the same people who they save, turn them into the villains. Why do you think Dumbledore got such a big name, Because he defeated Grindelwald. He won, right? Let me ask you this, what if Grindelwald was the one who won? Merlin asked with a serious tone. Orion is talented but his thinking is very naive. The kid has to learn that the real world doesn't have things like heroes. There is no happy ending but just a better ending for the one who believes in that. Orion on the other hand kept his quiet. He knew what Merlin was telling him no matter how childish he behaved and played around. He too is 16 years old in mind. Not the best age to talk about the morality of the world, but he at least understands it more than 11 or 12 years old. He never wanted to be the hero, but after reflecting on his actions, they sure looked like he wanted to be one. I don't want to be the hero, that's not why I am doing it, Orion said while looking at the horizon. Still conflicted inside. Kid, let me tell you something important. The world you have lived in and now you are living in is not that different than you think. In both worlds, society raises you in with the mindset of being weak under the pretext of being good. Merlin was serious, Orion could say. You might not understand now, people often need to fall into a huge crater before waking up to the reality that the real world is much different than they think. Good for you that life will have many of these wake-up calls planned for you in the future. I don't accept for you to understand right now, so you shouldn't think too much about any of it right now either. For the time being, just focus on your training and making the potion you so want to. Sometimes, the answers to one question only await when one is ready, Merlin said, and then like nothing happened came back to his normal nonchalant look. What the hell is he trying to say here, man? Almost all went above me. Orion wanted to just make a joke about it in his mind, but that was the most frustrating part about it. He didn't understand everything while also not totally being immune to his wake-up call. In simple words, he was trying to say, grow up and leave the childish ideas and heroism behind. Orion, after getting his mind straight and accepting Merlin's suggestion of just not doing anything right now, sought out Filch in the quiet corners of the castle. Filch, engrossed in his duties, eyed Orion suspiciously as he approached. What do you want? He said with his usual annoying self, but Orion didn't care. He would be kissing his feet by the end of this. Thou seek arcane which dwells in the chaos. Orion began, a smirk on his face and a glint in his eyes. What? Sigh. I'm working on a special potion, one that might change things for squibs like yourself. Do you want to be the test subject, the first person, not the first squib to regain his magic? Hearing this, Filch didn't believe it at all, accustomed to skepticism and distrust, scoffed at the idea. Potions won't change what I am, lad. I've lived too long with the reality of being a squib to believe in magical remedies. Orion, undeterred, explained the potential of the squib potion, a concoction that could unlock latent magical abilities. With a blend of conviction and sincerity, he managed to chip away at Filch's skepticism. It's fine if you don't want to, I will just find some other squib, but I know that the potion works and this is your free chance to get it. Later it gonna cost you. Orion acted like he didn't care. After much thinking and a little trickery on Orion's path, Filch finally, although reluctantly, agreed. Orion set up an impromptu potion-making station outside Hogwarts, just in case the potion goes nuclear. There is only a 2% chance, but still, considering just how much power he gonna put into the potion here, it might really go nuclear. The unusual sight drew curious onlookers as Orion, with Filch as his first willing subject, began the delicate process of brewing the squib potion. Orion's unique wandless potion-making technique, honed through his experiences and training, turned heads. What is he doing? Someone asked while making more students attracted towards the potion making. Another reason why he was making the potion outside was to attract attention, as this is nothing but free promotion for him. Why do you even care about making more money? If I'm not wrong, then you are already the second richest person in the country, just after the Queen. And she is the Queen? Merlin asked with much drama in his voice. I see you are keeping tabs on how much coffers I have in me. Sus, if you asked me. Orion rolled his eyes. As the potion simmered, Filch felt a strange warmth surging through him, although he still couldn't totally believe Orion, but still internally he was praying that this potion works. Orion has made many claims with these potions, and if this works, then all the squibs in the world will get their position in the wizarding world back. The crowd held its breath, and even Filch, the perennial skeptic, sensed a change. The potion, a blend of ancient magic and very complex magical formulae courtesy of Merlin and Orion's expertise, held the promise of rewriting destinies for many lives. Above everything, to increase the number of wizards in the world. This brings more problems like the already declining magic power and the rise of mage supremacy among some fools who will try to rule the world again with more wizards under their rules. But Orion didn't care. He decided to turn the world upside down back then, so there is no going back. While the potion was taking its time, soon the crowd attracted the attention of professors as well. Now what that child is doing, although other professors were confused, Snape was the first one to recognize that the potion Orion was making was completely new to him. Only Dumbledore wasn't there, went to America for some reason. Nothing to do with me, Orion muttered to himself and shrugged. Snape didn't disturb Orion and even taught a lesson to the other students who were making noise. Why? Because he was honestly impressed at how Orion was masterfully making this potion. Used many methods unknown to him, to the point that he himself was learning many things from him, so he would never have those dunderheads make noise around here. As time went on, Snape started to get more and more intense in his observation. Orion by now has broken a dozen rules in potion making, rules which if not followed could make the pot and the potion brewer go kaboom at the same time, but there was Orion still working masterfully defining the law of potion making and breaking all the rules ever set. To one point it was frustrating as how blatant the child was about ignoring the common potion making tactics, and at the same time, it was enlightening just as how his potion was perfectly fine. There are some ingredients which I don't even know what they are, what's going on. Snape started to lose how Orion was doing things after he increased the pace, to the point that his hands were not enough and completely doing things with wandless magic. This degree of control in wandless magic, there was a gasp as McGonagall almost gleamed with excitement. She is not as good as Snape when it comes to potions, but even she could tell that the child in front of her has already reached the threshold of a potion master. Doesn't matter whether the potion he making works or not, his potion making technique is enough. Snape of course for his life will never agree with others on this topic, but he too internally was sure that Orion has an amazing talent for potion making. Well, he was not wrong as Orion did have a talent for potions, but just not as much as he was thinking. Much of what he was watching was Merlin's handiwork. Even now Merlin was helping him from the sideline as he was working on 20 different things at the same time with his force. At one point Snape just couldn't take it anymore and thus he ended up going up to Orion to ask how he was doing this. None of it was ever recorded in any potions books. Could it be that this guy has the ghost of an ancient potion master in him from thousands of years ago? He wanted to know, and his curiosity grew to the point he wanted to just use legilimency on him, but before he could go up to him, someone stood in front of him, stopping him while putting his hand on his chest. "Let the kid cook, Professor," Filch said with a serious tone. Even Snape was taken aback at this, while others were snickering. 2 hours. It took 2 entire hours to make the potion, and while there were few who tried to disturb Orion in his work, he just either ignored them outright or they suddenly started running as they saw something very scary. Now finally the final essence, Orion muttered to himself and took out the essence sample he created before this potion-making performance. The moment the two liquids met, a dazzling golden light emerged from the potion as the clear blue liquid turned into pure golden. It was almost like melted gold but without heat. Done. Now where is our residential squib? Come on, drink this, Orion shouted. Snape, who was standing next to Filch, immediately took out the ward he erected to stop others from disturbing Orion as he with Filch and other professors also got closer. Tentatively taking the golden liquid in his hand, he slowly drank it, like it was nectar from the gods. By the time he was done, he was waiting for something to happen. Like some kind of reaction, but nothing happened. What? Why are you looking at me like this? Try using magic, go on, Orion said with annoyance. Here he beat his ass for 2 hours straight to make the potion, and he, after eating the damn thing, doesn't even try to use magic. But I don't have a wand, Filch came out of his stupor and replied with an embarrassing smile. Sigh. Here, use mine. Not like I do anymore. Orion grumbled the last part with irritation, handing his weak wand to Filch. As the wand came into Filch's hand, he could feel something. Not sure what, but he sure can feel something. Professor, you mind teaching a simple spell to him, seeing that even after having a wand, Filch doesn't know what to do? Orion facepalmed and asked. After a little unimpromptu teaching from our lovely charms professor, Filch finally was ready. Wingardium Leviosa. The news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Filch, the perpetually grumpy caretaker, and Squib were using magic. Students and staff alike couldn't believe their eyes as Filch levitated a mop, grinning from ear to ear like a mischievous wizard. Seeing the smile, Orion even thought of just letting the man have his wand, but honestly, that wand is just too weak. It will be bad for his product if Filch's power is affected because of a weak wand. Not to mention, wand compatibility is also a thing. The Great Hall buzzed with chatter as Filch, armed with a wand, which he bought that day itself by using the school flu network, successfully proclaiming a wand for himself, and a newfound spark in his eyes, performed simple charms to the amazement of the onlookers. It was as if the castle itself was holding its breath, processing the shock of witnessing something deemed impossible for so long. Students whispered excitedly, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Even the professors were muttering all the way as excited to the core. Maybe the students didn't understand the real value of this potion which Orion created, but they knew. Currently, the wizarding community is in decline. After the increase in the squibs being born all over the world, and all those wars was the cause of many wizards' deaths, especially the pure-blood wizards. If something hasn't been done soon, then eventually magic would have died down within a couple of generations. Flitwick, the charms professor, dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief, muttering about witnessing a miracle. Did Filch just use magic? A first-year stammered, eyes wide like saucers. Yeah, I saw it too, Bulletin. But how isn't he a Skyoob? Another student exclaimed, still trying to make sense of the magical spectacle. Orion, after making this potion, immediately started working on the potion again. What he created was good, but only he can make it, and the biggest problem is that it takes too much time. After knowing that his formulae is working, now he wanted to create a way for others to make this potion. He was planning to give away this potion recipe to others for free, while the essence is something he will sell separately to earn more money in the future. He. The revelation of Orion's squib potion sent ripples of astonishment through the wizarding world, prompting varied reactions from different quarters. The Ministry of Magic, initially skeptical, found itself grappling with the implications of this groundbreaking potion. Of course, there are also people who want to use Orion's fame and want to establish a connection with them. Officials, accustomed to the rigid hierarchy of magical ability, faced a dilemma. Orion is not pure blood after all, and usually, they wouldn't give him the credit of this potion no matter what. But Dumbledore. Behind that mudblood boy stood Dumbledore. Who is he? The greatest wizard of this time. The potion challenged deeply ingrained beliefs, and debates within the ministry echoed through the hallowed halls of magical governance. Squibs, who had long accepted their fate on the fringes of magical society, were met with a surge of hope. Whispers of the squib potion spread like wildfire, igniting dreams of magical abilities long thought unattainable. Now they all were just waiting for the potions to become widely available. Well, even after Orion gave away the recipe and made the essence, which is quite affordable, ultimately it comes down to the other potion masters and whether they can make the potion. Although Orion makes the process much simpler after that, still very few potion masters can make this potion. This almost makes Orion recognized as a potion master, the youngest potion master in history. Snape himself summoned Orion's report on the Potion Masters Association. Needless to say, Orion's frame soared through the sky, making him more irritated as this ordeal was wasting much of his time. Pure blood families, steeped in tradition and often resistant to change, were divided. Some viewed the squib potion as a revolutionary breakthrough because lo and behold, even the pure blood produced squib, and this was a chance to change that. Keeping the royal blood pure. Others, rooted in archaic beliefs, regarded it with suspicion and skepticism, fearing a disruption of magical purity. The wizarding world, caught between tradition and transformation, witnessed a wave of discussions and debates. Quibblers and respected magical publications alike featured articles exploring the implications of the squib potion, igniting a flurry of public discourse. As stories of squibs embracing newfound magical abilities surfaced, Hogwarts became a focal point of attention. The castle, once steeped in its own lore, now stood as a symbol of magical evolution. Students and professors alike engaged in impassioned conversations, questioning the very nature of magical identity. Of course, in the middle of this all was none other than one boy who was determined to turn the world upside down. Maybe later in his life he could also give the speech about fame, money, and power. And while this was happening, Orion kept on working hard to learn space law while also protecting Rose. Rose, after the incident, was shaken, but as time went by, her fear started to disappear and the girl started to turn back into her normal self. But that was not all. Other things were also happening, something which Orion didn't see coming. Many terrorist attacks of magical nature were happening around the world. Very similar to what happened in the US. But Orion didn't care about that. Why should he care about it? He has more important things to worry about. Suddenly the attack by Nick stopped. Orion was not sure, but there was no attack after Hermione got petrified. And that was months ago. He knew that Nick only targeted Hermione to push Rose to go to the Forest of Death. Not for a second did he think that Nick Iron had given up. Nope, in fact, he knew that he was planning something. And it happened when no one was expecting. The news of Hermione's disappearance spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Whispers and worried glances echoed through the hallowed corridors as students and professors alike tried to make sense of the sudden vanishing of the Muggle girl. In the midst of the growing unease, a sudden hush fell over the crowd as a mysterious message appeared on the stone walls of the castle. The chilling words, written in what seemed to be blood, proclaimed a sinister directive: to save the girl, one must come to the Chamber of Secrets. And this was enough for Orion to figure out what happened. It's a trap, he wants you to go there, Merlin said with narrowed eyes. I know, that shit played us well. Orion was angry. Nick was using Hermione against him. He knew that he cared for the girl and this angered him. He has no idea how Nick even knows that he know the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Too many questions. So what are you planning on doing? Merlin asked. Orion thought, didn't respond. What else he can do in this situation anyway? He knew that something like this would happen. That was why he had working so hard this all time, but still he hadn't mastered the law of space. Merlin on the side though thought otherwise. If only he knew that he has already mastered it, but just doesn't have enough magic. Merlin slowly shakes his head. Merlin learned this way back but never told Orion. Reason? Simple, if he tell Orion then he will absorb the Horcrux or Deadly Hallows, which he can't let him do now. Horcrux maybe later when he is a little more mature, but Deadly Hallows, never. And thus he too was in a dilemma right now. Well, it's not like we were not anticipating this. This fight was a long time coming. Orion narrowed his eyes. While the entire Hogwarts was in uproar, Orion was making plans. If not anything, then he has to fight Nick, who is a level 2 wizard, level 3 with his version of Elder Wand included. And then there is also 1,000-year-old basilisks. You can't fight both together. Even someone like Snape will have a problem doing so. Go and ask for someone's help, Merlin reminded him. That won't do. First and foremost, making anyone strong enough to believe in my words will be extremely hard. Secondly, even if they believe in my words, then most likely they will not let me, a student, no matter how powerful or genius, go to a potentially deadly place, Orion muttered as he was walking towards the girls' washroom. What the point of going there if you know that you can't win? Merlin asked with agitation. Orion was not listening to him. This time he might really die if he is not serious. True, I'm not strong enough to handle both of them, but that's the worst case scenario. As long as it's one-on-one, I think I have a chance. Orion too knew that he couldn't beat both the Basilisks and Nick at the same time. As he stood in front of the girls' washroom, he took out all the things he prepared for himself in case something like this ever happened, though he never thought that he had to ever use it considering he had practically glued himself with Rose in the last few months and even was looking after Daphne. Hermione though was the problem. He had no idea what Nick did, but for some time Hermione wasn't interacting much with them. He tried to include her in their usual banter and keep her close, especially keep her away from Nick, but that is all for nothing. Hermione always denied on the pretext of learning something or going to the library. But he knew better. Yes, she was going to the library and learning something new, but from whom was the real question? That someone was Nick. Even in the library, she was spending time with him. What he doesn't understand is why. What is that which makes her so attracted towards that boy? He checked for foul play, things like magic or muggle drugs, but just couldn't find anything. Girls like bad boys, not a happy-go-idiot like you, Merlin ruthlessly said, striking a critical hit. Holding his broken heart, he enters the washroom. Not having any idea where the entrance of the chamber was, he had to use his senses to find it. Good thing that his space law has grown up to this level that he can even find ancient magic and space hidden with it. As he was finding, he was also making a plan to take care of Nick as soon as possible. He is confident that as long as he is fighting only one opponent like Nick or the Basilisks, he can take either of the ones down under 10 to 15 minutes with some help, of course, something he is expecting soon. The reason he is this confident is because of his speed. Maybe he is not as strong as Nick with his black magic and that fancy wand, but he is fast. He was not wasting his time while just training the space law, you know. In the last match, he has noticed that no matter how powerful, if the spells never hit him, then it's pointless. So after miserably failing to master the space law, he put the rest of his time on improving his speed. Force speed is a technique which he learned earlier this year, but only now he can say that he has seen the true potential of that technique. Got it. As soon as Orion found the entrance, he walked up to the place. Are you sure that you want to do this? Is that girl Hermione really worth this much? Merlin asked, the voice almost coming like he was tired. With great power comes great responsibility. Strong should protect the weak, Orion just said, not knowing what to say otherwise. There you go, acting all hero-like. Well, if you come out alive, then maybe you learn that being a hero is not always worth it. Merlin huffed and then finally stopped talking. Orion just took a deep breath, not knowing why he was going there to save Hermione. Yes, he used to have a little crush on her because the girl looked like Emma Watson, but that's it. He doesn't love her or anything. At best she is just a friend. In fact, he is sure that he would rather choose Rose over Hermione if there is ever a situation like that. Hell, who he is kidding. He already chose to save Rose when that damn snake was targeting her. Hermione needed him at that time as well, considering Nick was also coming in contact with her at that time. No point thinking about this right now. I just have to target Nick and take him down. Time is of the essence here. Orion, with a serious look on his face, finally extended his hand to force open the entrance. Crack, crack. Under the powerful force, the entire sink which was placed over the entrance started to shake and soon divide in half, revealing the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. But before entering, took out various kinds of magical items from his pendant and started to equip them. That son of a b****, choose the wrong guy to mess with. I'll show him. Orion grumbled and acted like he was getting ready to fight a war. That's a long fall there. Orion eye twitched and with a sigh, he jumped. He was looking like a black OBS special ranger of some sort after putting all sorts of magical equipment he made or got from his exploits from Gringotts. As he entered the underground area where the Basilisks live, he was on full alert. A thick smell of snake was around him. His senses were working overtime to find any sort of trap or someone hiding in the area. There was nothing, but still, he didn't let his guard down, and after taking out 3 gems from his magical belt, something he created especially to hold all of his weapons and other magical equipment, and threw them upwards. And as soon as the stones floated up, they shone with bright light and kept on floating around Orion like fireflies. He makes these stones after taking inspiration from Witcher 3. A Witcher in that game can cast 5 simple spells, but all of them are pretty impressive. Ard, Yrden, Ignik, Quen, and Axii are the names of the spells, but in the game and books, they called them signs. Orion has taken inspiration from this game, and out of all the spells out there, the one which he wanted to recreate the most was Quen, a shield which after casting can protect the caster from any sort of attack up to a certain time. He actually can do something similar with force, but that is not automatic. He has to cast this spell when facing an attack, but that is not enough. After all, most of the time, an attack can come from anywhere and it's not always possible to dodge it or block it. Thus he ended up creating these stones. They can tank up to 3 hits each or 1 powerful hit for him. He saw the floating magical stones with satisfaction and moved on, following the scent and magical traces to find his way to the chamber. Didn't take him a long time as he found himself in front of a giant iron door, decorated with many snakes like they were guarding the door. Slowly extending his hands towards the door, he touches the cold iron door. He thought that even touching would activate some sort of attack, but nothing happened. He was about to draw the magic, but suddenly his eyes narrows. The gate was not locked by magic, it was a simple locking mechanism. Maybe that guy didn't lock it just so that I can enter the chamber? Possible, Orion thought, and then said, Alohomora. And just like he thought, the gate started to open with just a simple spell. As the gate opened, he saw a much more illuminated large room than the sewer he was standing right now. There was water on both the left and right sides of the long hallway, and along the pathway many stone statues of snake heads were present. His sharp eyes immediately search around, trying to find the figure of Hermione, Nick, or the Basilisk. Before entering he took out a potion bottle from his belt. This potion he specially made just in case he faced the Basilisk. Does only one thing but that is enough. This lets him look that snake right in the eye and say, "Surprise mother foo *cur." This though suddenly brought a little smile on his face, easing his tense nerves. He slowly entered the chamber. And just like any normal horror movie, of course, upon entrance the chamber door closes on its own, kind of trapping him. So you want to trap me here, is that it? Orion thought and started moving to the center of the as he was observing his surroundings. But to his irritation, he didn't see anyone there. There was no snake there, no Nick Iron there and no Hermione Granger there. "Welcome Orion Ambrosius." Suddenly the sound came, putting Orion immediately on the edge as he fully released his law of presence to find the source of the sound. "It's Orion D. Ambrosius," Orion slowly chided as he looked around, scanning all sorts of magical signatures present in the chamber. But he couldn't find anything. The room itself is blocking his senses. And Nick is using this for himself. "I have to say Orion, this was not how I expected this to end," came the voice, but Orion knew that this voice was from Nick. Apparently, Nick too took some precautions, putting enough distance from Orion and him. Most probably he too realized that Orion was so fast that he most likely put a bullet in his head before he could fire a spell. Well, not exactly a bullet but a punch strong enough to crack his skull. "When the first time I saw you with her, I was just wondering why two of them. What's going on? And this what took me so much time to take action. I honestly just wanted to be done with both of you but I decided against it. A wrong move on my path. I should have killed both of you last year. Oh how weak you were just a year ago. That is what made me relax, but who would have thought that you would get this strong so fast? I don't know between you two, who is her reincarnation but I don't care anymore," Nick said from somewhere and Orion was getting confused. "She? Who? What is this madman talking about? Will he have to pay more tax if he uses the names?" Orion kept on looking around, trying to find his location but to no avail. He knows that if he wants to then he can but that will take his full focus. Not something that he can do right now. "Where is Hermione?" Orion had many comebacks or remarks to annoy him but he decided to cut to the chase. "Oh eager are we? Well you don't have to worry about her. It is you who you should be worried about. Maybe you haven't understood your situation but my friend you are trapped here," came the voice. "Not even willing to show your face huh? Some kind of friend you are. And it is you who is mistaken here. I am not the one trapped here. It is you who is trapped here with me," Orion replied. It took him to come up with a plan but now he knew how to find Nick. But it was meaningless after what he heard Nick say next. Nick said something which he didn't understand but that mere fact was enough for Orion to know Nick wasn't talking no to him. And who else could be there besides those two except the Basilisks? Orion's strong senses caught the movement happening behind the giant face of Salazar Slytherin. He did not waste any time, immediately he took the potion which he prepared and drank it. As soon as the potion entered his throat his magic reacted and his blue azure eyes turned golden, depicting that his eyes are protected from any sort of magic transfer through them. He had many things he wanted to ask Nick, many questions whose answers he wanted to get but as the mouth of the Salazar opened he saw two yellow daggers-like eyes glaring at him. At that moment he put everything aside, he had to take care of this snake first. And as soon as possible because sooner or later Nick might also join the battle if he sees his plan is not working. And Orion was right at this, as Nick who was hiding in one of the pipes with special magic concealing his presence was surprised at how Orion was able to face the Basilisk in the eyes. He was hiding for two reasons, one because he didn't want to get close to Orion. Orion's speed was enough to turn the tables against him and second, was of course so that he could sneak attack Orion when the time was right. He fully knows that Orion is not strong enough to harm the snake but he is fast enough that he can dodge all of Basilisk's attacks. Thus Nick wanted to target Orion from a distance. Orion didn't wait for the damn snake to completely come out, taking out two small stones from his belt, he threw it masterfully towards the giant snake whose mouth might be twice as big as his own body. Thanks to his force the stones directly landed on top of the Basilisk's head. Flash. A dazzling light shone making the Basilisk stop at the short-term eyesight lost. Orion was absolutely serious this time around. With activating his force speed, he zooms towards the enormous snake with a dash. "Red is late," Orion mutters to himself with a complaining tone. As for not having any particular powerful way to kill the Basilisk, he can stop the snake here until he is ready. Taking out a potion, he threw it at the open mouth of the Basilisks. Pretty easy with his force. On the side, Nick who too didn't want to waste any time and just went for the kill, raised his elder wand to fire a killing curse at the Gryffindor boy but before he could do that, Orion all but teleported from there and appeared right in front of the Basilisk. In his hand was some kind of potion, it was hard to tell from this distance. He is much faster than the last time, Nick almost cursed as he saw Orion throwing something at the Basilisk's mouth. He didn't know what it meant, but he didn't like it. He was kind of bunking on Basilisk's ability and restricting Orion's field of view, giving him the right opportunity to kill Orion. The potion which Orion threw at the snake immediately took action. It was no potion but a powerful acid, something which can corrode even metal. Shay. And then followed the painful screams of the Basilisk. Orion didn't wait and waste any time. After accomplishing his first objective which was to make the giant snake temporarily immobile, he went for Basilisk's eyes. Taking out yet another stone from his belt, started to run behind the snake. Due to pain, the big snake was veiling and throwing a tantrum, making both Orion's and Nick's job hard. Orion had to dodge the Basilisk's tantrum while Nick was having a hard time sniping at Orion. Long-distance spell casting is already a hard thing considering spells are not like bullets, and it gets harder to maintain the spell itself. But again, the distance wasn't the real problem, they were not that far apart after all. The real problem was Orion was constantly moving. "Come on, you overgrown snake, stop for a second will ya?" Orion complains internally. He kept on dodging the attack while waiting for the right time to act. And as the time came, finally the snake, who was veiling in pain, opened its eyes. And just a second later, an ordinary stone came right into its eye. But it was no ordinary person who threw the rock. The rock was enhanced with magic and broke the sound barrier. Like a bullet, the rock filled with mana collided with the snake's eyes. Snap! With a tearing sound, one of the eyes of the Basilisk was destroyed and only left a roaring snake in pain. That cheating! Nick almost choked on his words. Orion kept on moving, going for the next eye, but just when he was about to move on, he saw a powerful killing spell rushing at him. Thanks to his instincts, he by a simple flick of his hand was able to redirect the upcoming attack towards the snake, and to his disappointment there was no damage. Frowning, he looked where the attack came from, only to see another attack coming at him at this time. With a fast reaction, he sidestepped to dodge the upcoming green light and extended his hand to throw a powerful force blast of his own. But again, to his disappointment, his magic never connected as it dispelled upon coming to the contact of the person in the shadow. "So, you've finally shown up." Orion narrowed his eyes and got ready. From this point onwards the fight is going to be 2-on-1 and this will be troublesome for him. Quickly calculating, Orion comes to the estimate that he has around 2 minutes or less before the big snake comes out of its stupor. Looking at Nick pointing his wand at him, he was kind of cornered. There are two things he can do there, either complete what he planned before and destroy the other eye of the Basilisk, or target Nick in front of him. It was a no-brainer what he wanted to do, but after thinking, making the snake blind is the wiser choice. That will at best stop the snake on its track, or at worst make both him and Nick the target of 70-meter-long Basilisks. Avada Kedavra came the sound and Orion's fast reflexes kicked it in time and he sidestepped the upcoming attack. Yeah, destroying that other eye is not going to be that easy with him here, Orion complains under his breath and rushes at Nick at his top speed. With a speed that almost bent the space itself and broke the sound barrier, almost. Orion approaches Nick. Nick's eyes went wide as saucers. Hurriedly he swung his wand to create a wide shield. There was no way to stop Nick any other way, and he was right to do so, as the next moment his shield felt the full brunt of Orion's fire fist. Crack! The entire shield cracked and the punch was so powerful that it broke the shield and pushed Nick 2 steps back, with just the black slash of the magic shield breaking alone. He didn't even have enough time to think as another titanic punch was targeted right at his head. He could have sworn that he saw death written behind that punch. Swoop! Orion thought that he got the bastard, but at the last second, Nick used apparition to get away from his place, making Orion only punch the air. What? How even teleportation of any kind is working in here? I thought it was blocked by ancient magic, Orion thought, and simultaneously dug an attack at his blind spot. "Haa!" shouted Orion, taking a Kamehameha pose, and fire lit up between his palms. A dense fireball flew towards Nick with much speed, that Nick didn't have much time to dodge. Taking out his Elder Wand, he conjures another shield in front of him to stop the fireball. Fortunately for him, his shield holds up this time around. But he didn't waste any time and once again teleported away, this time far enough from Orion that he couldn't reach himself before he could cast spells. Noticing that his strategy worked, Orion vanished from his place. Nick, who already had a hard time tracking Orion's movement, immediately went on defensive. But nothing happened. Looking around, he just couldn't locate where Orion went, but just then he found Orion in front of the Basilisk. There was something in his hand. Nick couldn't say as he saw Orion throw that thing towards Basilisk. He wanted to act and stop whatever the Gryffindor threw at the giant snake. He didn't care about the Basilisk, but he too knew what Orion was trying to accomplish here. If he renders the Basilisk blind, then the snake is actually a liability. It won't be able to tell the difference between himself and Orion. Fiend fire. The sudden magical power attracts both Basilisk's and Orion's attention, stopping him in his tracks to attack the snake. The flames rose as the temperature of the fire climbed higher. "I don't think that I can eat that fire like the last time," Orion grumbled. Actually, even he himself doesn't know how he ate the flames last time. He just did it in rage, but later when he tried he just couldn't. He saw the fire taking the form of a giant snake, bigger than even the Basilisk. His magic immediately came forth while space started to bend slightly near his palms. The hellish fire rushed at him with monstrous might. He was ready to collect his power in the palm and spread both of his hands, pushing them towards the fastly approaching fire snake. Boom! A powerful blast took place as it originated from Orion's palms. The concentrated force blasted out while dispersing the fiend fire spell. Huff huff, Orion was able to block that attack thanks to his proficiency of nature magic and the law of space, but it took enough of his magical power and stamina. But before he could do anything, he saw a giant tail coming at him, and while not having enough time to dodge, all he could do here is to put a force shield in front of him. Boom! He was sent flying back right at the wall of the chamber. Nick saw this and knew that this was his chance. He was about to send a killing curse, but something stopped him in his tracks just before he could do that. Guac! Came the sound as a red bird came with something. Nick saw this and suddenly fell into a trance, like thinking about something. Orion on the other hand was waiting for Red, and the moment he saw the bird, he also saw what Red was carrying. Here, Orion just had hit the wall, but with a troll and a dragon's defenses, nothing major happened to him. Extending his hand, he used the force to pull the cloth Red had. Swoop. As soon as he got the cloth, he opened it and it was just what he quickly took out, an excellent-looking sword. Finally Orion tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This was none other than the Gryffindor sword, something he asked Red to bring. Not having any way to harm the Basilisk, this was the only way to kill the darn snake. But now that he finally had the sword, he could finally go to the offensive against Basilisk and Nick. But he couldn't help but grumble at his inability to use space law to perform a lethal attack. Perfect timing, Red. Now just take care of the remaining eye of the darn snake there, that's all, Orion said as his magic was bubbling inside him. Soon after saying this, his magic started to wrap around the Gryffindor sword, making his magic make the sword blade glow with ethereal blue light. After learning force, I really wanted to make something like a lightsaber just to complete the cosplay, you know. But I guess this will do, Orion said as the entire sword was now glowing with blue light, making it look much like a lightsaber. He even acted like a Jedi. Nick was taken aback, seeing the glowing sword. He obviously was on guard. But again, he was stronger than Orion by at least 2 levels. Thanks to his Elder Wand, he still had the confidence that he would win. Avada Kedavra, he shouted, sending another deadly curse at Orion. But this time, Orion didn't dodge. With one swing of the saber in his hand, he deflected the curse on one side, just like how a lightsaber does to energy bullets. Normally the killing curse is unblockable, but that is only because no one knows the true nature of the attack. It's not just a normal spell but the law of death. Normal magic can't block it. Orion though had wrapped his space law around the sword. Gawk. While this was happening, Red was fighting with the Basilisk. Mainly targeted the giant snake's eye. Ha! Orion shouted and rushed at Nick with his sword in his hand. Looking much like Aragorn charging ahead of the army alone. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Nick in his panic, started to send multiple deadly curses at Orion. Of course, Orion kept on deflecting with his sword. Clash, clash, clash. The sound came as each time the blade collided with the powerful curses of Nick. This won't do. Orion narrowed his eyes and instantly activated his force speed, almost disappearing from his place and avoiding all the upcoming curses at his way. This was Nick's time to lose sight of Orion. He knew that Orion couldn't teleport, as he didn't have enough magic to do so, but his speed more than makes up for it. Nick only saw a trail of Orion vanishing. He traces where Orion went, but his years of honed skills suddenly come alive, and he instinctively activates the apparition. The next second Orion appeared where Nick was and swung with his lightsaber, only hitting air. Orion's own senses were second to no one, and just after his mist sword swing, he turned around, deflecting another killing curse. Thus the fight kept on going. While Orion started to run out of magic, Nick was running out of stamina. Fiend fry, Nick once again shouted, huffing as he was trying to catch his breath. What? He obviously spelled it wrong there. Orion on the other hand was still high on stamina but was running out of juice in terms of magic. Right now he couldn't just use another powerful magic like last time to avoid this spell. As the flames from Nick's spell rose, Orion started to knock his brain for a way out. But he didn't have enough time. Thinking this, the only thing he could do was to either use more magic like last time and spend even more of his magic or dodge this spell. He has no idea how he gonna do that. Not knowing, he ran on the opposite side to gain a little more time. Of course, the flames chase after him in the form of a giant snake. Orion's mind was working thousands of miles a second just when, and that is exactly when he saw water on the side. He had no idea whether this would work or not, but what choice he had. Making his mind, he lifted both of his hands and soon the water moved with the help of his force. Just like water bending, the water rose like imitating Orion's hand movements and came to life. The water created a rotating water wall in front of Orion. It still cost much of his magic but still less than just a blast of fire outright. The second the raging fire and water collided, both smoke covered the entire field, blocking both Orion's and Nick's vision. Before either of them tried to clear the mist, a sharp sound came which attracted both of their attention. This sound came from the Basilisk. Knowing that this has something to do with Red and Nick not removing the mist, Orion acted. He wasn't able to see but he could sense his surroundings. This, with him knowing where Nick was standing, gave him the perfect opportunity to rush at the Slytherin. Nick, seeing that he lost sight of Orion, immediately created a shield around him. But nothing happened. He contemplated and finally removed his shield to dismiss all the mist around him. Zoop. The movement, all the mist disappeared, and his eyes went wide. Because Orion was just in front of him, he immediately wanted to use apparition but found that space this time not wrapping around. He didn't have much time to try again and only could raise his hand to shoot magic at Orion. But Orion's speed suddenly increased and he didn't attack him but rather grabbed his own wand hand and raised it up, like usually people do with someone holding a gun. Only once he got a good grasp on the Elder Wand, Orion was ready to attack. Not having enough time to punch as Nick could use some sort of magic to get his hand out, Orion quickly launched his force attack. Like a witcher, he made a sign with his other hand which was close to Nick's abdomen and blasted a powerful attack at him, throwing Nick 3 to 4 meters back. That for hitting me on the balls. Looking at his hand, Orion saw Nick's Elder Wand and smiled. Without this, he will be easier to deal with, Orion said with relief. And then when looking at Nick, he saw him struggling to wake up. Now was the time, seeing he had a clear shot, he pointed his wand at Nick. He could have ended this right here. He also looks back at the basilisk. It was burned by Phoenix fire, at making sure that the darn snake is down. So finally the time came. What will you do? Will you kill? Merlin, who was absent all this time, suddenly appeared out of nowhere like the ghost he is and asked. Orion didn't give him much attention, but the question which Merlin asked was the exact thing which he was asking himself. Should he directly kill Nick and end this? Or he shouldn't? Honestly, he wanted to just end this and kill the guy, but I knew you don't have what it takes, kid. Here is a simple reality which you are refusing. You might be strong, but you don't have what it takes to actually kill. Maybe because this time it's a human who stands against you, Merlin said. There was no mocking in his tone, just facts. No, Orion almost shouted to himself. He knew that if he didn't kill today, then no matter how much power he had in the future, he would remain weak. Nick, who wasn't moving, was at the tip of his own elder wand, but it was in Orion's hands. He wasn't moving, but there was no tension on his face for some reason. Orion tightened his grip around the wand. The action almost felt foreign to him, but that didn't matter. Slowly pouring his chakra inside the wand, a small red orb was created on the tip of the wand. He was wrapping space, something which he couldn't do all this time after training for months. He was doing it. His best guess was that it was either that a wand was helping him or it was the elder wand which was special. Merlin on the side nodded. The boy finally has made up his mind. He still didn't want to. Merlin could feel it, but that was a good thing. Wanting to kill is even worse than not being able to kill. As long as he can kill without the desire of it. I honestly don't want to kill you, Nick. But you have left me no choice. Orion said and shot the powerful build-up magic like a bullet at Nick. He wanted to ask him many questions, but he couldn't. He is not in a position where he can give more time to Nick to again pull something crazy. He was already running low on magic. Snap, but at this time, just the moment the magic left the wand, the magic went against Orion's will, sending a backslash at Orion, sending him flying back. Orion still didn't let the wand go, but his hand was burned. Nick smirked at this. Orion's move right now might be okay with other wands, but not his elder wand. He is the master of that wand, and there is no way that anyone can use his wand to harm him. So when Orion's intent to do just the same, the magic backfires. But Nick was still dissatisfied. If only Orion had used the killing curse, it would have killed him. Nick could say that even after getting hurt, Orion is still alive. Orion groaned with pain as his hand was burned and twisted at an unnatural angle. Merlin on the side face palm. In his musing of what Orion will choose, he almost forgot to tell him that he couldn't use the elder wand. Sharp pain rang throughout his body, but still knowing that he was in front of an enemy, he shakily stood up. His ears were ringing, but he still heard some strange words from Nick. Something like, Orion's eyes immediately widen as he looks back. The basilisks were standing right behind him. Both eyes were destroyed. It couldn't see anything, but Orion realizes that Nick was giving the basilisk instructions where he was. And soon enough, the giant snake swung its tail at Orion. One hand was already badly injured, and Orion didn't plan to block at all. With all this power, he jumps up, easily beating any normal human's record by miles. But just then, something happened. It was like a sense of danger he usually gets after he absorbed that giant spider. Similar to spider sense, but still very different. It doesn't always work right, like how earlier he didn't feel any danger when using the elder wand. But now he clearly senses the danger. He looked back in an instant, still midair, only to see Nick take out another wand, his everyday use wand, and send another powerful spell at him. Shit. He can't deflect this curse midair with just his hands. Quickly he summons his sword and hastily puts it in front of the upcoming attack. And upon contact, he was blasted right back. At least the curse didn't directly hit him. No, watch out, Merlin shouted in panic. Orion didn't even have time to comprehend what Merlin said when he saw the basilisk giant mouth open to swallow him the whole. There was no time. The only thing he could do now was to erect a half barrier around himself. Orion, Merlin looked at his student who got entirely swallowed by the basilisk. Finally, Nick shouted the moment he saw Orion gone. He was still huffing and holding his abdomen. The pain was excruciating there as Orion didn't hold back when he blasted himself back with his force. I am just happy that it was magic and not his raw punch, Nick stutters after remembering what kind of punches Orion has. Merlin didn't care about what was happening with Nick. His whole attention was on the basilisk. It was hard, but he could still sense his student's magic inside the basilisk. The fight had taken a toll on Nick, and his translucent form flickered like a waning candle. Wounds manifested as he checked his body. The chamber walls bore witness to the clash of magic and spirit, an unconventional battle between the living and the departed. Summoning the basilisk was the right option, which Nick made in a desperate gambit. He didn't want to involve the snake honestly, but he wasn't expecting Orion to be this strong. Nick remembers how weak Orion was last year, and to some extent suddenly getting stronger is not something he should criticize, as he himself has improved his own power quite a bit. But that is when he indulges in black magic and many forbidden rituals. Orion though didn't do any of it. This one makes Nick confused and at the same time irritated. If there really exists a way to get strong like Orion without performing dark magic, then everyone would have done so. But that doesn't matter anymore. He completed what he wanted. She gave him only 2 goals. Now one of them is done. But Nick, just like Orion, wanted to get answers to many questions he had, and only Orion could have answered them. But again, it's pointless to think about it now. This fight cost me my Elder Wand, Nick almost said with anger in his tone. Sigh, I need to get back. Hermione will be waking up soon. It's gonna be really hard to explain what happened here to her. Nick slowly got up and started to walk towards the door. Say arrrrrrr. But at this time the basilisk started to scream. Veiling in pain, it started to make a commotion, going completely berserk. Nick gapes at the sudden action from the deadly snake and quickly makes some distance from it. He doesn't understand why suddenly it's acting like that. Could it be that Orion is indigestible? A strange thought somehow formed inside his head, but he quickly shook it off as the snake veiling started to increase. Enough for him to take out his other wand, ready to defend himself if he has to. Shock! The basilisk crashes into the snake statues, breaking them and destroying everything. Only Merlin, who was seeing this, actually understood what was really going on. That boy is insane. Merlin saw Orion absorbing the basilisk's magic from inside and deadpan. Just as the commotion started, just like that it ended. Soon the basilisk Calaspi almost looked like it was dead. Nick narrowed his eyes, confused at what happened suddenly. But then it happened. The entire snake started to glow in an eerie red color from inside. While Nick was confused at this, Merlin's eyes widened, feeling a familiar magic. But how is this possible? He failed all the time back then. Merlin sounded very surprised, but there was a smile on his face all the way. Nick suddenly felt it, and so did Merlin. Something happening. It was powerful magic, coming from inside the now-death basilisk. But Nick's senses were not as good as Merlin's. Merlin could sense the power coming from the corpse of the snake. This was something very similar to what he had felt before. Death. He immediately became worried, not sure what was going on inside the basilisk. What Orion was doing. It was so powerful that the unstable law of space which Merlin was feeling established. The chamber started to tremble. It was like suddenly a miniature red sun appear out of nowhere. There wasn't much heat, but the amount of power releasing was making both Nick and Merlin felt like that. The power grew and grew and grew until almighty push, almighty push. With these almost silent words, a brilliant red light appears in the chamber with powerful space magic affecting the very fabric of space itself. Boom. Buzzing, buzzing. Both Nick's and Merlin's ears were buzzing. When they again opened their eyes, they saw blood mist all around, and even the walls sprayed with the basilisk's blood. They saw the basilisk blasted into several pieces while Orion was covered with blood and the snake guts standing alone in the middle surrounded by pieces of the corpse. How? Merlin didn't care about the heroic comeback. The only thing he cared for was how Orion pulled off perfect space manipulation or space law. Orion slowly let his breath out, leaving hot breath. His eyes were cast down with no reaction. But Merlin understood what happened. In his one hand was the Gryffindor sword, while on the other hand was something. Both Nick and Merlin narrowed their eyes at what Orion was holding, but it was hard to tell. Drop. Only when Orion threw what he was holding in his burned hand that both of them see clearly. This. Merlin looks shaken. Idiot, you absorbed the deadly hallows. What were you thinking? Merlin shouted with anger. And of course, Nick couldn't see or hear Merlin. Orion didn't reply but just released a magical shock wave. Zoop, making all the blood and gore on his body fly away, and only after that did he look up directly at Nick. Merlin wasn't done berating Orion, but when he sensed this magical power, he involuntarily shut up. There were two reasons to be exact. One is that the magic which Orion used just now was pure. There was no degradation of black magic in there. This alone was enough to make him ponder the reality. What kind of technique does this kid have? Even the law of death was purified. Merlin started contemplating his own knowledge of magic. Although Orion's technique is strange, but still not like Merlin has never seen something similar. His archenemy, Morgan Le Fay, used to use something similar, but that technique had downsides too. Unlike integration which Orion uses here, Morgan's technique was not that suitable. She too used to absorb the life force of other magical creatures, but mainly witches and wizards, to grow her own power. But that way of getting stronger is extremely dark and ultimately makes her mad. Extremely dark magic, killing everything come in contact with to become stronger. Merlin thought Orion's integration was similar, but that wasn't the case, and that was the only reason he let the kid use it. Orion's technique doesn't make his magic tainted with dark magic. This was the reason his technique was such a cheat. But that technique can even purify something like the power of law. What kind of god was this kid satisfied in his last life to have something like this in his hand? Merlin now really didn't know whether to be happy for his student or jealous. The second thing which pretty much stopped him on his track was Orion's magical power. Orion was already at the threshold of entering into level 2 wizard. But now, looking at the Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and Invisibility Cloak, Merlin was in a daze. The Basilisk and 3 Deadly Hallowed absorbed at the same time. Orion stole the cloak from Rose, well, borrowed it as he says. But whatever, it's gone now. Merlin, knowing that the magic is not affected, was relief. But what about Orion's mentality? Although he knows that integration purifies the magic, there are still trades which Orion gets after absorbing magic from something. Nick wasn't thinking too much of anything at this time. He wasn't sure how Orion did it, but he didn't care. Taking out his other wand, he immediately shot magic at Orion. It was not a dark magic. He can't do that with this marked wand. Others can read what kind of magic he uses with this wand. He can't afford to let his secret known. Magic rush at Orion with quite some speed, but Orion did not even move. Just when Nick thought that he had Orion this time, he saw something strange. The red magic stopped just inches away from Orion while the boy in concern didn't pay any attention to the red magic hovering just inches apart from his face. Slowly raising his head, he finally saw his bright azure blue eyes, but this time there was power oozing out of them. Those eyes were like the sky, like the entire universe looking back at him. I should have done this a long time ago, Orion said with a trembling voice. His magic was going on a rampage. Purifying such a dark magic like Law of Space took almost everything out of him. He might be stronger right now, if he is not wrong, then already a level 3 advanced wizard similar to wizards like those elite Aurors and professors like Snape. But he hasn't digested this magic. This is one downside of integration. After absorbing magic, it takes time to fully make the magic purify, especially a magic this dark. During this time, it's hard for him to use much magic, as the majority of his magic is working on digesting and purifying the additional magic he consumes. So he might be stronger but currently can't use that power. But that doesn't matter, for that you are a dead man, Nick Iron, Orion said as he slowly took one step towards Nick. Pain shot throughout his body as he resisted the flow of his own magic, directing it from purifying to directly using it. His left hand was completely burned, and the skin was burned while he had problems moving it. But nothing he can't fix later. The biggest problem was his blurry vision. He was very close to losing his consciousness as his magic was by force pushing him to go on some kind of hibernation to cope with purifying and healing his body. This is something he has noticed happen to him after absorbing a huge amount of magic. The same thing happened when he absorbed magic from the dragon and spider. But this time, it was like he ate enough sleeping pills to knock out an elephant for a week or so. A vein was popping on his head as he made himself awake forcefully. As he forces himself to move, stay awake, and force, his will shot up, bathing the entire room in eternal red light. His law of presence activated, making his presence known to everyone. The movement Orion's law of presence, Haki, was released. It immediately made Nick paralyzed. Now Orion's magical power was much higher than Nick's standalone power. Nick was a level 2 wizard like any normal adult, but Orion was already compared to someone like Snape. Taking out his sword, he pointed it towards Nick. A powerful magical power coated at the blade of the sword. It was dazzling light. Nick couldn't take the pressure anymore and shot out multiple spells at Orion. But nothing happened. All of his spells stopped just inches apart from Orion. Infinity. Merlin narrowed his eyes. Orion's eyes shone with light. He was bending space to stop the spells from hitting him. It was strange how doing that now was much easier than moving his own body. But he doesn't have enough time. His body is forcefully shutting himself down. And what he was doing might look like Gojo Satoru Infinity, but that wasn't the case. He wasn't slowing down the upcoming magic, rather he was increasing the space between both the magical attack and himself. With careful calculation he was adding just enough space as the spell was covering under a certain time, making it look like the spell stopped in one place. It was hard to do, but he decided to do so as it needed his brain power, something he needed to use right now to stay focused on anything so as not to fall asleep. He took another step, but pain spread throughout his body. Knowing that he can't move anymore, he decided to give up on using his sword to cut open the bastard in front of him. Nick, when his magic not connecting, panicked and thought of something. With magic, he used Oxio on his elder wand, which Orion planning on using, but after checking he saw the wand was almost destroyed. And so was the case with other deadly hallows. Letting go of his sword, Orion extended his hand towards Nick with much difficulty, and soon a red orb started to appear. Space started to unfold where the tiny red orb inches apart from Orion's finger. Space law red. Almighty. Stop. Orion was about to blast Nick, but just then a very familiar sound came, making him halt in his place. Rotating his face, he looked at the girl for whom he had come here in the first place. The voice was familiar to Orion. He immediately stopped his attack midway as the red ruby-like magic orb disappeared away in thin air. Hermione, Orion said with much disbelief and pain in his voice. He knew that Hermione would be here after he couldn't find her in Hogwarts with the help of Marauder's map. But how come she suddenly came out on her own? Wasn't Nick was holding her hostage? Hermione, what happened? What Nick did to you? Lower your hand. Before Orion could complete his sentence, Hermione took out her wand and pointed it towards Orion. Oh, here comes the drama. Merlin conjures popcorn from somewhere, knowing somehow that this is gonna be interesting. Orion looks at the girl whom he came to save with disbelief. Hermione, what are you doing? I am here to save you. He is the one who you. I don't need saving, Hermione quickly said, shutting up Orion. There was confusion and hostility in her eyes. Orion didn't understand. What was happening here? Did Nick do something? Is he playing with her mind? No, she is under no magic, I assure you, Merlin, while munching on popcorn, said just to keep the action going. Orion, watching Merlin's action, was irritated but still only focused on what the old man said. But if it's not the magic which is messing with Hermione's mind, then what? False memories are possible. Hermione, you don't know what you are doing. He is messing with your head. Try to think that even with false memories, you can find some loopholes. Look into your mind, you will find. Orion, there are no false memories. I am sure that he didn't mess with my mind. But, Hermione said with much confidence, but the last part, she fumbled while looking at Nick. That look was strange. Something was telling Orion that the situation was more complicated than he was thinking. If you think nothing is wrong, then why are you pointing your wand at me? Lower it, Orion said while looking at Hermione, trying to find anything which could have caused this. I will, after you lower your hand, Hermione said with narrowed eyes. And why suddenly do you care this much about him? Someone who was attacking the students with Basilisk. This bastard kidnapped you and even tried to kill me and Rose. He manipulated Rose to go to the Forbidden Forest alone to die. Orion now was getting irritated. He was barely holding himself up in his pain-taken and sleepy state. At this Hermione was taken aback. By her face itself Orion could tell that she knew nothing of this, and even believed what Orion told her. That. It's complicated, Hermione hesitated to answer. Yeah, well there are a lot of complications between him and me too you see, Orion replied, clearly angry now. He had enough. He once again activated his space law as a red orb appeared in his hand. Expelliarmus. Hermione seeing this immediately shot out a non-deadly spell to unharm Orion, but just like before, her magic too never reaches Orion. Expelliarmus, she again tried but the same thing happened. Forget it, Hermione, we will talk later. Don't interfere here, Orion said as the red magic in his hand charged up. He was still new to this magic and thus needed time to perform it. Petrificus Totalis, Hermione shouted another spell but nothing happened as her magic stopped just a little away from Orion. Space Law, Red, Orion said as his attack was ready to blast but just when he was about to launch the attack. Clack, clack clack. Orion immediately stopped. Hermione, what are you doing? Get out of there. Orion shouted after seeing Hermione run in front of Nick and stand in front of him. You want to attack then do it, but you have to do it through me, Hermione replied with determination in her voice. Oh, this is better than I thought. This is top-tier drama, Merlin thought, but he didn't say it aloud. He knew that Orion was getting more and more angry. But why? Why care so much for him? Get out. Orion let go of his attack and swiped his hand away to use force on Hermione to make her move. He had to let go of his attack as his other hand was totally burned and was unmoving. Hermione was thrown away, making Nick act as he also jumped to catch her. Hey, you want to kill me right? Then do so. Don't involve her, Nick said suddenly acting up. Good, at least you are not hiding behind the girl. Orion once again created his red OBS, but before he could finish it, Hermione once again stood up, though with much difficulty, and stood in front of Nick. No, I won't let you kill him. If you must then you also have to attack me, Hermione shouted. Orion now had no idea what he could say. In this situation, he almost felt like he was the villain. Gritting his teeth, he shouted. Why are you so worried about this bastard? Orion asked as his magic was starting to run out, putting him to sleep. I can't say okay, but I just can't let you kill him, Hermione shouted back in hesitation. Even if that cost you your life, Orion retorted. Yes, even if this cost me my life, Hermione said with determination in her voice. Orion didn't say anything. What can he say now? He is in no condition to kill Nick without harming Hermione. Hell, the more time he was wasting here, the more this sleepy state was consuming him. Sooner or later his magic will forcefully put him to hibernate. Hermione, seeing Orion not moving, put Nick's arm around her shoulder and helped him stand up. The force attack which Orion used on Nick was powerful. He didn't hold back at all and the magic almost hit Nick like a hammer. It was still considered non-lethal, but the power was there, rendering Nick almost unmovable. After all, Nick is still only 12 without much physical protection. He only didn't break a bone because of the enchantments on his school uniform. Slowly they started to walk toward the gate. Oh, you are letting them go? Merlin asked. But there was no reply from Orion. But that doesn't mean that he didn't have anything to say. He in fact wanted to shout at Hermione. Why she is doing this? He wanted to go berserk there as his anger was boiling, but he controlled himself. Because he convinces himself to kill Nick, but he can't hurt Hermione. There was nothing more to say. He looked at the sword lying on the floor. He could just use force and assassinate Nick from here. All he has to do is to throw the sword at Nick. But Hermione is too close to him. If his aim is not right then. Fuck, he said with utter fury in his voice, watching both Hermione and Nick leaving the Chamber of Secret. Son of a. Well, I was not expecting that. Seems like the real imposter was Hermione of all people, Merlin said as he saw Orion hardly holding himself up until both Hermione and Nick were gone before falling down to the ground. His magic finally calmed down, putting him to sleep. I wonder what is going on with these two. That's there, the shit just got real. So according to you, Ms. Greengrass, you were taking the Basilisk to the Chamber of Secret and Nick Iron and Orion Ambrosius came to save you. They killed the Basilisk together to save you but were injured, Snape and McGonagall asked with clear suspicion on their faces. Dumbledore was not in Hogwarts. Hell, he wasn't even aware that Orion successfully created the squib potion. He was too busy working with the American Ministry of Magic. This was also a big reason that none of them were able to do anything about the Basilisk attack which previously was happening. Yes, Professor, Hermione replied, trying to keep her face straight. She could never have thought that she, Hermione Granger, would be lying to professors like this. But many things have changed since Nick. Both professors didn't at all believe Hermione, but she was not Hermione if she didn't have a plan. By the time he reached the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk was already dead. So thinking ahead like she usually does, she ended up taking a part of the Basilisk's body to show as proof. Only after getting the proof, both Snape and McGonagall let her go. What the hell is happening? One moment she was talking with Nick like usual and the next he knocked her out and put all these memories inside me. Good that he was limited to just memories. Hermione groaned with irritation and helplessness. And now the guy has passed out, both of them. Strange how Orion appears in the infirmary before she can bring Nick there from the Chamber of Secrets. But again, having a phoenix as a pet has its own advantages. By the time I came there, Red already brought Orion to the infirmary. Her only two sources of getting any information were temporarily out for the time being. She honestly is not sure why she's acted like she did in the Chamber of Secrets. Why did she protect Nick like that? Well, she kinda has a crush on Nick. At first, she thought she had a crush on Orion. After all, he is handsome, hardworking, a pure genius, and more than anything he cares about his friends. It was clear when the boy came to the Chamber of Secrets to save her. Well, she was never in any danger, but his actions are what matters here. But even then, she found that that was only that, a little crush. With Nick though, she felt that there was something which was connecting them. Something much more than just having a little crush. She couldn't say, but it was always there. Since the first day, she talked with the boy, but later she realized why she felt like that. The boy knew her even better than herself. Like they knew each other for the longest time. She knew that she was spending too much time with Nick, but there was something about Nick which just attracted her. And now she finally knows. With this memories in her head, she kind of knows, just doesn't know whether those are real. Flashback. Hermione's eyes fluttered open, and as awareness slowly returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. The air felt charged with an inexplicable energy. Confusion settled in until a rush of memories flooded her mind, memories that weren't entirely her own. What is this? Hermione whispered, the words feeling foreign on her tongue. She tried to reconcile the memories of a life she hadn't lived, a life that seemed to belong to someone else. As she examined the room, her gaze fell upon a figure standing nearby. Nick regarded her with an expression that transcended the ethereal. You've been injected with the memories of another life, Hermione. But your brain still not accepted those memories. You need more time, go back to sleep. I too have to complete one of the tasks given to me, he explained, his presence resonating with an eerie calmness. The gravity of his words sank in. Hermione's mind grappled with the dual existence she now held. The memories of battles fought, alliances forged, and a world shaped by different rules coexisted with the familiar tapestry of her wizarding life. Yet everything was hazy, everything felt foreign, and everything was known yet unknown to her. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt the weight of a reality that wasn't hers alone. The room seemed to shimmer with a dual essence, a merging of timelines that defied the limitations of the magical world she thought she knew. What's going on? What you did to me? Who is this in my memories? Why I'm seeing this? The echoes of another Hermione's life lingered within her, a profound connection to a world outside the boundaries of her magical existence. As she took a tentative step into this newfound duality, Hermione Granger embraced the amalgamation of memories, seeking to understand the interwoven threads of two lives that had become inexplicably entangled. And the only thing she could say after seeing the face of the person in front of her, Harry, light causes him to finally open his eyes, making it very uncomfortable. He wanted to move, but there was pain which made him groan. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself in Hogwarts infirmary, lying in the familiar bed. Oh, you are finally awake. Took you long enough, Merlin, who was floating around in his chibi form, said with a genuine smile. Orion groaned again, though this time it was not because of pain. Knowing that he would regret talking with this old man right after waking up, he had almost 2 years to learn that fact, so he tactfully avoided the old man to remember what happened. Entering into his mind palace, he started to sort out all the memories and then immediately pause. His mind started to rewind and remember what just happened, making him once again seethe with anger, but knowing that he couldn't think straight in his anger, he used his mind palace to suppress his emotions. Checking himself for injuries, he found that his hand still burned and now almost unresponsive. He didn't worry though. If there was one thing he had learned from Merlin in all this time, then it was that as long as one is not going against the natural workings of law, order, and chaos, almost everything is possible with magic. Well, they need the right kind of power, knowledge, and in some cases, items, but the idea still stands true, so even losing an arm is not that bad, it is just time before he can do something about it. But that doesn't mean he likes the fact, and the fact that it's hurt like a *ch when he tries to move the hand. How long I have been here? Orion, after calming his emotions and settling into his reality, asked. 5 months. What? Oh, I'm just joking, don't react like that. I'm old and my heart can't handle this kind of sudden burst like young people like you. I twitch. Don't joke around when I am asking you seriously. How long since I have been here? Orion chidden as veins pop on his forehead. Okay, geez man. It's only been 15 days. Both you and that iron got knocked after the fight. In his case it was the injuries you delivered, that one blast sure packed some punch. Honestly, staying with you just made me forget just how fragile the human body really is. His wounds though healed much faster, and only after 3 days did he wake up. You on the other hand suffer from magic exhaustion, as you spent most of your magic on fighting Nick and the rest of your magic ended up getting used to digesting the huge amount of magic you absorbed from those deadly hallows. Honestly, what were you thinking? You are lucky that your integration technique actually purified that dark and corrupted magic and law of death. You would have been doomed otherwise. Merlin berated with a little heat in his tone. Orion realized that he wasn't thinking back then. He didn't have any time to think actually. Inside the stomach of that giant serpent, there was no light, no oxygen. He could hardly move. He did what came first in his mind to save his life. What about others? Nick, Hermione, Rose, Daphne? Orion slowly asked just to make sure that everyone was fine. Everyone's fine. Those two girls were quite worried about you. Redhead and a blonde, not so bad honestly. Merlin gave a thumbs up, earning an eye roll from Orion. Hermione is also good, but she didn't come to meet you or anything. I see, Orion replied with a plain voice. A little lost, conflicted maybe. What followed was Orion locating Madame Pomfrey to ask about his left hand. He wanted it to be fixed as soon as possible. Sorry my child, but I can't help you with this. In all my life, I haven't seen an injury like this. Your arm is just not healing like the rest of your body. Not the best response that he was expecting, but not the worst either. He knew that something was different about this injury. Otherwise, his healing factor would have already healed himself. It was later planned to shift Orion to St. Mungo's for further check and recovery. Orion, Rose's voice trembled as she suddenly came in and called his name, her eyes welling up with tears. Daphne, standing beside her, felt the weight of concern press upon her chest. The sight of Orion, battered and burned, pierced through the facade of strength they had come to associate with him. Tears streaming down her face, Rose couldn't help but throw her arms around Orion in a desperate embrace. Daphne followed suit, their shared worry manifesting in the warmth of their intertwined hug. Mini harem check, Merlin added. Orion just sends a glare at Merlin with an irritated look. What happened, Orion? Rose choked on her words, her voice muffled against his shoulder. Daphne, her eyes searching his face for answers, waited anxiously for a response. Orion winced, not just from the pain in his burned hand but from the emotional turmoil reflected in the eyes of the girls and the increased mental load to find the answer to give them. He tried to offer a reassuring smile, but the pain and exhaustion etched on his face betrayed the attempt. Orion, please, Daphne pleaded, her voice breaking. I know you don't want to talk about what happened, but we are worried for you. Orion hesitated, his gaze shifting between the concerned eyes of Rose and Daphne. There is no way that he can explain everything to them. Signing internally, he quickly thought a way out of this and said, it was a tough battle, he finally managed, choosing his words carefully. I thought that I could take on the Basilisk alone, but it was just too much for me. I somehow was able to take him out, but this happened to me, Orion said while omitting everything which they don't need to know right now. Rose's grip tightened, her eyes not believing his words. There is more, I just know. You kill a mountain troll without having magic, and now you are telling me that some damn snake put you in his damn bed for 15 days. Rose said, not at all believing him. Isn't this girl know me a little too well? Orion deadpan. Daphne too added her input in the conversation, backing Rose up and costed Orion to finally sign with defeat. Okay, I understand. But I can't tell you right now anything. I believe you, I do, but you have to understand that it will be more dangerous to you if you know what's going on. I will tell you when the time is right. I promise, okay. They looked hesitant, but Orion didn't open his mouth after that. But after getting glared at by those cute eyes, trying to act angry, he sighs. I'll tell you everything, but not now. Believe me, it's for your own good, he promised, evading the specifics for now. St. Mungo's. Sorry Mr. Ambrosius, but we can't help you here. We have never seen anything like your burned arm here. It's one of a kind. Nothing we do is healing you, said the head witch in the hospital. Orion didn't say anything. He never expected this hospital to help him out anyway. After all, he was damaged by law, a magic far too powerful than anything these witches and wizards have ever seen. He himself has to find a way to heal himself. Hogwarts. What do you mean, my boy? I can't allow you to do that. Dumbledore, who came back after learning that the Chamber of Secrets was open and even students were injured. He came back after hearing this and waited for Orion and Nick to wake up. He hardly believed Nick, and thanks to the child's mental shield he can't go mind roving like good old days, so he had to wait for Orion to get any concrete info, but that came only after Orion was tested by both Madame Pomfrey and witches of St. Mungo's. They talked before this, but that was just him asking questions about how Orion found the Chamber of Secrets, how he killed the Basilisk and so on. Witches at St. Mungo's told me clearly that they can't help me, but I know that I can find a way to heal my arm, but I can't do it here. This is the only way I have, Orion said. Dumbledore sighed at this. What Orion was asking was not impossible. In fact, it's pretty possible, but it's just that he doesn't want to do that. Orion asked him to before, but he clearly declined. This was before he visited St. Mungo's. But now he can't stop Orion. Not having any way to stop Orion, Dumbledore had allowed Orion's demand. What Orion wanted was to leave Hogwarts earlier this year, to find a cure for his burned hand. Something which even the wizard in St. Mungo's wasn't able to do. What followed was a back and forth between Dumbledore and Orion, in which Orion finally came victorious. But Dumbledore also had his demands. Like Orion giving his second-year test early. He can't leave Hogwarts without taking the exams for second-year students. Maybe the only reason Dumbledore agreed with Orion's demands was because they really had no way to heal him. Will you be responsible if I can't use my hand ever again just because you can't bend this school's rule a bit so I can find a cure? Not like you have a cure, do you? This was from Orion was enough to shut up the old geezer, but Orion also said it more tactfully. He still needs Dumbledore's support in the future after all. What followed was Orion entering into a short-term revision period where he get ready for the upcoming exam he need to take to gain his freedom. Orion was buried deep in his books, surrounded by towering stacks in the Hogwarts library. With the advanced exams looming ahead, he delved into a variety of subjects, from potions to transfiguration. His determination to excel was evident in the meticulous notes he scribbled and the numerous parchments scattered around. He actually never studied much, knowing that starting just a few days ago from the exam day is also enough for him to score good marks. Thanks to Merlin's learning spell, he never had to worry about something like this. If only I had something like this in my previous life. Forget about my exams, I am just thinking what price students won't pay for this. I would have been rich before my peers even could start their careers. Orion mutters with a delighted face, "Ah, the wonders of magic." However, there was more to his relentless study sessions than met the eye. Hidden amongst the complex theories and magical formulas, Orion was secretly exploring the realm of healing magic. He had a singular goal in mind, finding a way to mend the burns that marred his left arm. It's not just burned but completely unusable. Definitely a side effect of the death law, something very similar to a killing curse. It's like the killing curse only hit and affected his left arm. Like there is no soul in his left arm. He suspects that his Quen stones, which he uses for protection, and space law saved him back then, the black slash from the Elder Wand only affecting his left hand where he was holding the Dern Wand. Now when he thinks about it like this, he just finds himself lucky that it was only an arm. Voldemort lost his life the same way, he surely lucked out this time. Late into the night, as the library lamps flickered with a magical glow, Orion pored over ancient tomes on healing arts. His fingers traced the delicate illustrations of restorative spells, his mind absorbing the intricacies of magical mending. The advanced healing techniques he sought were not part of the standard Hogwarts curriculum, but Orion was determined to uncover their secrets. With increased magical power, almost everything became easier, so although he lost an arm, he found that if he had lost his other arm also, even then maybe his daily life won't be affected as he can just use force for everything. Eating, washing, turning the pages of a book, you name it. Now he do everything with force, and he don't even need to use his hands to focus it. There sure is a god somewhere. If he ever meet him then he sure gonna ask, why the hell I don't get an op wand like that iron bastard. Anyway, back to studying. He didn't even limit himself to the normal section. If this has something to do with soul then he needs more information on soul magic. Something he can only get in the restricted section. In the quiet corners of the restricted section, where the air hummed with ancient enchantments, Orion delved into texts that spoke of forgotten remedies, elusive healing rituals and the art of soul manipulation. He was pretty much invisible for half a week, not attending any of his classes, not going to East in the Hall or talking with anyone. He didn't even go to his dorms, something just to keep on studying and gather all kinds of information he needed. Merlin also helped much to teach him, and he might even have a solution to his problem, but that comes later. He can't act on that solution before even checking what is preventing his arm from healing in the first place. And he can't do that here in Hogwarts. He has to go to Merlin's old place. He needs equipment to do this kind of magic. Where this old place of his old friend is. The same hyperbolic time chamber he talked about earlier. Rip Akira Toriyama, thank you for making my childhood awesome. His nights blurred into days, and the library became his haven, a sanctuary where knowledge flowed like an endless river, while also a place where he can curse all he wants to as he was working overtime again. During this time, he only got a few minutes to talk with his friends. Both Rose and Daphne were concerned for him, so he took time to talk with them. What do you mean that you are taking exams early? Rose exclaims with a stupefied look on her face, asking why anyone wants to do something so stupid. Daphne seems to ask the same, but Rose beats her to it. Because I will be leaving Hogwarts early this year, and no, let me complete. The reason I have to do it is this dead arm of mine. Both Madame Pomfrey and Doctor from St. Mungo's said that they can't heal my arm. They try everything but to no avail. But I know that I can fix it. It will take time and a lot of research, but I know that I can fix my arm. But I can't do it here. Thus I am taking the test early so I can get out of here and find a cure for this arm. Orion seriously didn't have time to waste, and thus he only focused on delivering what happened to both the girls as fast as possible. Both shut up after this. There was nothing that they could speak after hearing that from Orion. They had many questions, but due to limited time, as Orion's exam was about to start, he gonna get all the tests at the together. He had to choose whatever to start with at his leisure, something he asked to save time. And thus it will be a pretty long test. When we will meet you again, Daphne is with a straight face, but it was apparent she didn't want him to go so soon. September 1st at King Cross, Orion gave a pleasant smile and immediately replied. To which Daphne just nodded her head cutely and like wanted to say something, stood there, but ultimately didn't say anything. There was hesitation in her eyes, but with a self-blaming look, she finally went out, maybe to berate herself or give Rose the chance to say something in the few minutes they had before Orion entered the examination hall. Orion planned to give the bloody test by night and get out of this darn school before morning, so this was the only time he could talk with them. So now he and Rose were the only ones present there. Make sure that you fix that arm of yours before you come back. You promised to train me from next year, I will hold you to it. Rose after some time said. I will make sure to do that. Orion just smiled and replied. Seeing that her not saying anything, Orion sighed. Both girls were the same. He finally got up from the place he was sitting and got close to Rose. Make sure to eat properly. You are again looking like a skeleton girl I met last year. And if Malfoy cause any trouble, then do yourself a favor and punch him right in the face. Orion smiled as he hugged the girl with one arm. Rose just stood there, nodding with a Well, it's time for me to go. Meet ya in King Cross in September, Orion said as he was ready to get going, but just when he was about to move, Rose held him by his intact arm. Chuyuyuu. September, I should see your arse at King Cross in September and also write to me. I want one letter every week. She turned around and got out. Orion just stood there still computing the soft sensation on his cheeks. Ah, youth. They grow up so fast. Merlin wipes an imaginary tear from his eye as he snickers at the stunned and unmoving student of his. There are no flies here in Hogwarts, but still you shouldn't kept your mouth open like that. Orion was currently sitting at the highest place in the Hogwarts castle. Finally got some time after dealing with all the exam result papers. It just took too much out of him to convince Dumbledore and other professors to speed up his final exam to the point where he was done under one day. Dumbledore was apparent that if he didn't pass even one subject, then Dumbledore couldn't let him leave Hogwarts. And thus he goes even beyond and aims to score perfectly. So the old man can't pull something else in the end. The harder part was not to give the exam but rather to convince other professors to take the test and even generate a result on the same day. Orion had to pull some strings, like donating Hogwarts any and all of his future books for free to all the students and professors. Even agreed to give a good discount on any of his other products as well. But what really sealed the deal and surprised Orion above anything was Dumbledore asking him to teach a class in Hogwarts to teach students and even Professor wandless magic. He agrees, as long as he is getting out of the school. Anything. It took more than 8 hours to complete the exam for 5 subjects. To some extent, this was more of a hard task for the proctor to look over Orion than Orion himself. Snickering at the haggard look of the professor who had to stay in one place looking over Orion. That was his only entertainment. He could have completed the exam under an hour or sooner, but those damn teachers won't let him use magic. Nothing but a huge waste of time. The only time he was allowed to do magic was when he was giving a practical test like transfiguration or charms, or the potion, as one of his hands was out of commission. Dumbledore tries to convince Orion to give him some more time and take exams one after one, but Orion just wants to be done with this stupid exam. He didn't want to waste more time in Hogwarts. Although he wasn't an expert, but when it comes to any kind of disease or injury, the faster the treatment has been applied the better. But whatever, he passed with flying colors. Take that, Emma. A smirk appears on his face, looking at the clear night sky filled with stars and a beautiful moon. Orion finally sighed and sat, just to sit in one place and reminisce on how far he had come. Merlin was there but didn't say anything. He knew that even now Orion was thinking about what happened in the Chamber of Secret. You want to talk about it? He asked while still looking at the distance. Talk about what? Orion replied immediately without delay, but his voice didn't have any emotion. About what happened in the Chamber of Secret. Nothing happens there, so what's there is to talk about? Oh, then how come you suddenly work so hard on your test? Why not just put a little bit of effort and pass all the tests? Oh, that, just so that Dumbledore too many names can't back out in our deal. Or, you just wanted to show up to that girl, Hermione. Why would I do that? Because you feel betrayed. You don't know how I feel. Do I now? I tried to save her. Merlin kept quiet. Although I am not that angry with her, but disappointed. Yeah, why are you disappointed? Why don't you tell me? Today once again you seem to know what I am thinking after all. Well, true, your mind is so disturbed that for the past few days, you weren't able to hide your thoughts much from me. TCH. But I never read your mind. Orion's eyes narrowed. If there is one thing about Merlin is that the guy doesn't lie. Even when joking he doesn't lie, just uses wordplay to either avoid the truth or twist it. I don't remember exactly, but I should be over 1,000 when I died, and if my age from my birth is considered, then I should be over 2,000 years old. For a 2,000 years old man to see what a not even 20 years old is thinking is really hard. Generation gap and all. But I too have been around your age. Do you think what I did was wrong? Does it matter what I think? The only thing which matters is what you think and believe in. This was what you were telling me before. The pitfalls. Sort of. I just watched John Wick from your memories, so I rather call it something else. Consequences. Consequences, Merlin nodded. I just wanted to save her, you know. I know, kid. But the faster you learn that you can't save everyone, the better. But why? What the point of having power, earning for power, if I can't even save what I want to? Orion said with a little irritation. When the world gives you something, it's bound to take it away something from you as well. What do you think I should have done? No, rather, what would you have done? I would have killed Nick a long time ago. There are countless ways, like sniping him, poisoning and more. But there is no point talking about it. I already suggested this to you. Back then you just didn't have what it took to take his life. Merlin said with a calm tone. And what about now? You think I will kill him now? Hehe, that guy snatched Emma Watson lookalike right under your nose. Do I need a reason to believe that you will act any different? Emotional damage. Asterisk critical strike. Asterisk failure reminder. Asterisk savage old man. That was harsh, old man. Haha, well finally you are not brooding like a certain Avenger. Yeah, but serious, tell me what I did wrong. I really don't understand. Instead, saving others is a good thing. Shouldn't I aim to be good? Orion lay down as he stared at the beautiful moon, contemplating how should he live his life. Although he was angry at Hermione and himself to some extent, that was not the reason why he was feeling so conflicted right now. It was the clash of philosophy which was keeping him awake and distracted. All his life he aimed to be a good man, and not do wrong to others. After all, that's what he grew up with. Everyone does, saying that being a good person is important. That evil one day always get perish. Blah blah blah. Well, I understand what you are thinking. I know why you are feeling like this too. It's the years of influence that resulted in his mindset. We don't even realize when, but we are getting manipulated by the ideas created to make society weak. Although it might be good considering that the strong are not using their powers to bully the weak, but this ideology kills one ambition, one desire for power, and even makes one character weak. Merlin said with a serious tone. He knows exactly what kind of manipulation has done to the later generation. Their ambition was cut off, even before they could grow up, in the name of justice and being good. Those who give the name to weakness as being good are just looking after their own. It's used to happen back in his time, and it happens even now. The concept of heaven and hell. Do those places exist? Who can say, but Merlin knows that for those who believe in this concept, it changes their life. This mind of subtle manipulation has been carried out throughout history, portraying being good and weakness as the same. What is so good about a hero who doesn't kill his enemy, only to later suffer because of his stupid action? And today's stupid society cherishes that kind of personal traits. Being good is not wrong, let me tell you that. But what is good is something you should decide on your own, to make it easier for you to understand. Considering it the justice of different people from the One Piece world. They all hold different kinds of justice in their heart. But ultimately all the Marine has to do the beating of the world government. Today's society is also the same. This is the result of a mass-scale generation mind manipulation tactic. Although in the pretext of being good, the war stopped, but this also made individuals weaker. Nowadays youngsters lack ambition and determination. Ask yourself why you felt conflicted when killing Nick while you can do the same to an ant or a tree or a monster like that dragon or vampire. This is because the world where you have grown up has molded you to believe that your weakness is your good trait. A simple example, you have seen Dragon Ball, right? There was a scientist in the Red Rebel Army. Late he ended up creating the androids, correct? Goku had a chance to end that scientist's life, but he didn't, and you know the rest. But what if he didn't do that? Yeah, it was an anime, but so what? Don't you think that his mentality making us weak? You only have the luxury to show mercy when you are the strongest. When you know that nothing can touch you. And believe me, no one becomes the strongest by showing mercy. And that is not all. Time and time again you will find examples of situations where this kind of thing you will face either in real life or just the kind of content you consume. The society is structured so that it remains weak. Why, you ask? So no one grows strong and wars can be prevented? Well, as many as possible at least. But this is also making the next generation weak. Do you know how many people from church have misused their power in the name of God to oppress others? Same examples are available with other religions. And not just that, even the government and our teachings. You will find things which are by default there to make us cut our ambition short. What do you think? They are just there randomly? Absolutely not. This ideology was planted to weaken the society. A clear example you can see between the Malfoy and the Weasleys. One has all the money and political power, well, maybe not anymore thanks you a certain someone, while others have nothing. Not even enough to give their children a proper wand. Why? Is staying weak is the only way to be good. Merlin said, and finally stopped only after seeing Orion's face was getting more and more distorted. He himself understood why this was so hard for Orion to accept. It's just like saying to a person that his religion has betrayed him and lied to him, like his country has exploited him, like his parents have used him. It's hard to believe. And the most troubling part among all was not that. The most troubling fact is that this system is the main reason why the current society is working with stability. That this current system is irreplaceable. Only by making society weak, it will not collapse. Orion on the other hand was just contemplating Merlin's words. Narrowing their eyes, he at first didn't even understand what Merlin was trying to say, even after he explained like this. Orion had a hard time pinpointing how he is manipulated. But Merlin knew that Orion wouldn't understand so easily and thus gave many examples. Although Orion didn't get all that manipulation part of the talk about becoming weak, it's a little hard for him to understand, but he understood the example Merlin included. Should Goku have killed that strange doctor who makes androids? Of course, he should have. He would have if he knew what kind of trouble they would have face in future. Are Weasley good? Yes. But then how come they are so weak? Both politically and in terms of money? And the justice from the One Piece world was the most conflicting example Merlin gave. Yes, sure, everyone wants justice, but ultimately the Marines are the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Orion didn't know why, but thinking of this, his anger grew. This might be the first time he was questioning his own morality. Was it worth it to be even good? Noticing Orion's mood, Merlin intervened. It's absolutely worth it to be good, make no doubt about it. This once again brought Orion's attention to Merlin, but he was taken a little back. Because gone was the little chibi grandpa floating around him. Merlin now was floating at his full height, facing the moon, playing the part of Gandalf the White. Orion knew that this was maybe just his imagination, but he could have sworn that the moon was looking bigger than it was before. Like 5 times bigger. An ethereal glow was surrounded by the old man in front of him. There are not many times when he is reminded that the chibi old man floating around him is none other than Merlin, the man who might have given Jesus a run for his money. This world continues to exist because there still exists good in it, Kid Merlin said, and Orion could feel it. This voice was heavy and rich with experience and power. Is that a staff? Never knew the old man got one. Orion saw a bright long staff on Merlin's hand, that too was glowing with moonlight, like bathed into it. At this time Orion could have swear that Merlin looked very similar to Runny from Elden Ring. Just less blue, fewer hands and fewer women. The questions that you are asking are hard to answer, as the answers differ for everyone. If you are asking whether I follow the path of righteousness or should you do the same or whether it is worth it, I can't answer them, only you can experience them yourself and determine which path you want to walk. As for me, I never choose good. The greater good they say. It always sounded a hollow idea to me. I never acted for the greater good. Otherwise, I alone was enough to eradicate evil. A little tsunami here and a meteoroid collision there would have mostly done the trick. I could have become the god with absolute authority and executed my own justice. But that was never me. I long forsake the pursuit of greater good. What I believed in was rather more grounded and disappointing. Merlin said as with each of his words, Orion was getting more confused but more enlightened. It was a strange feeling. He never has experienced something like this where he felt that at one moment he understood everything and the next he was just as lost as he was a second ago. Then what you choose, Orion needed to know, not to follow the same path. He at least understood that much, that he has to find his own set of rules for his life. His own ideology, something he believes in. But still knowing this will help him for his beliefs. Merlin turns away finally, looking at Orion in the eyes. I choose the lesser evil, Merlin replies with shrugging. Orion stood there for some time, still conflicted in his feelings about his approach to life from his point onwards. Should he just forsake his morality and accept the same kind of person as Voldy? Or should he stay the same as he is right now, extremely naive with hero complex? He was not sure, but he do know that those questions can't be answered just like that, only time will tell him. After thinking about it for a while, he finally raised his head, looking at Merlin who was not facing him again and just staring at the moon. Orion just saw the back of the old man and said, I don't know about my morality, but I do know that the naive kid has to go. Until I form my mind of what path I want to walk in, I will just follow my heart and my dream. Orion pauses and then once again continues. Lesser evil, until I know the answer to my questions, let's practice that. Sounds like a pretty good place to start. As long as it doesn't stop me from achieving my dream, I am fine, Orion said finally with full determination. I see. And what is your dream? But of course, the very, very, very strongest. Orion said once again, going back to his childish self. Ha 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 ha. Hey. Oi, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Just remember a joke from a certain anime, that's all. Don't mind the old man now. Go rest, we will be departing in under an hour. Rest till then. Merlin quickly replied, and at this Orion narrowed his eyes, but ultimately sleep consumed him, and after the talk he finally felt like his mind was relaxed. Laying down he closes his eyes. He really needed some rest. It's more important now that they soon will be going on a journey to find the long-lost time chamber. While Orion closed his eyes and lay down, he didn't catch the smile on Merlin's face. Still facing the moon. The very, very, very strongest, huh? Well, at least the boy has grown up a little. He has to grow fast. We have even less time than I initially thought. She is already here. Both of them, Orion thought as his eyes were still on the moon. If there is anyone who might be able to do what I couldn't 1,000 years ago, then it's only him. For 1,000 years, magic has been run dry. This is the last chance to bring true magic back to this world. Merlin mutters slowly as his age finally shows. But then suddenly his vigor came back. This time I will not fail. Maybe I can't interact with the world directly, but I will not let another great fall happen. That I promise. His eyes shine in determination as a bright light shone from his staff. By the end of this 1,000 years voyage, I Merlin Dovahkian Ambrosius pray thou's ancient born from chaos to awaken once more. Judge mine failure as they need to awaken. Awaken, O mighty, thy next guardian seek thou grace. Merlin said as the magic was vibrating around him. Moonlight seems to only fall on him and the child lying beside him. He raises both hands. His staff shone with some mysterious power. And then suddenly he slams his staff one end to the ground by saying, I call forth awakening. And then it was like everything went back at its normal self, like nothing happened in the first place. But only for the slightest of a second. The moonlight, which was concentrated on both Merlin and Orion, shifted, staying and gracing its brilliant light a little more on Orion before retreating. Hermione Granger's eyes blazed with anger as she confronted Nick in the dimly lit corridor of Hogwarts. What in the name of Merlin were you thinking, Nick? She demanded, her voice sharp and resonant with frustration. This happened just after Nick woke up, much before Orion did after the fight in the Chamber of Secrets. Nick, before even grimacing at his loss and the loss of his elder wand, had to face a furious Hermione with her wand pointed at him. The very same girl who almost risked her life to save his own life from Orion. Now that he looks back, he lost his life again back then. Once more he realized just how weak he was. Nick, usually adorned with an air of nonchalance, was not exactly what he portrayed himself all the time. This entire year he had worked hard to kill both Orion and Rose. But it was like the world itself was against him. None of his plan worked. And now he found himself facing a torrent of Hermione's fury. I did what was necessary, he began, already knowing that this would be a very difficult conversation to have. He didn't want this to happen like this, but ultimately he failed. And now there was no way but to involve Hermione in his plan. Well, he long decided to at least inject her with the memories, but involving her in his plans, he never wanted. Necessary. Hermione scoffed, her frustration boiling over. You knocked me out, claimed I was taken to the Chamber of Secrets, and then tried to kill Orion and Rose? What kind of fucking necessity is that? Hermione didn't know why she even bothered to save Nick from Orion. The boy has not done anything but use her and told lies. He even used her to cause harm to both Rose, her best friend, and Orion, the person she like. She purses her lips, maybe she knows why, because now for some reason, she is not feeling the same way towards Orion. She is not sure why, but there is no longer that feeling. Nick, unable to meet her gaze directly, shifted uncomfortably. I won't lie, yes, I want to kill Orion and Rose. I did what I had to do so that I could draw Orion to the chamber, he said. He wasn't lying, and Hermione could say that by his face. But Hermione's eyes narrowed, her disbelief transforming into indignation. You are talking about killing my friends like it's about ordering a pizza. Are you mad? Nick sighed, realizing the gravity of his actions, but he didn't have any other choice. And now that he has failed, he has to explain why he did what he did to Hermione. I understand your anger, Hermione, but I have my reasons. Even you might have some idea by the memories I injected in you. Don't you see that among everything, those two are the ones who shouldn't exist? Hermione stopped. She wasn't sure after all the new memories she had in her mind were strange. It was hers, but not from this place. They were the memories of a different Hermione. But all of that right now was engulfed by her anger. She felt betrayed. She felt that she herself betrayed Orion. She was no idiot. She saw his look. Orion might be showing the same look as she right now has, when facing Nick. Hermione's frustration erupted into a shout. Fuck you. I don't want to look at your face again. If Orion and Rose had died, you better stay away from them or I. Hermione shouted as her wand was still pointing at Nick. Nick did do anything besides wince at the intensity of Hermione's rebuke. I have a reason. Please give me a chance to explain, Hermione. You two know that this is much more than just you and me. I know you have seen that memory. Please just listen to me once. If there is one thing he can't have or he doesn't want to have is Hermione to turn against him. He can handle everything else but not that. His face took a helpless expression. Hermione took a step closer. Her anger was high, but she still wanted to listen to Nick. She is unsure why exactly, but the same memories which made her protect Nick back then with such ferocity is making her soft again. This bastard. Once again she hated it, but her heart didn't let her move from Nick and just walk away. You better have a good reason, because if not, then I will personally hand you over to the Aurors. You have used enough dark magic that they will be directly sending you to Azkaban. While talking, he never removed his eye contact with her. I will answer all your questions, Hermione, but before that, I need to ask you. Even after having all of your memories from another time, can't you say what I'm doing? I might have a different name right now, but I am the same person as before. You even said my name back then. Can't you remember what happened? Nick said as he looked at Hermione, shaking his eyes. He knew that his words were working. Hermione crossed her arms, her frustration lingering. But in her heart she started to shake, all those memories which belonged to another her. And no, I don't want to hear anything more from you, right? I am very close to sending you right in St. Mungo's. You wanted me to listen, fine, tomorrow in the library. Tell me what you want to. Hermione said. Even she knew that no reason should be enough to accept Nick trying to kill her friends. But this feeling she had couldn't be hidden anymore. Nick watched as Hermione stormed away, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The weight of her words lingered. Well, that could have gone much worse, Nick exclaims as he sighs and shook his head. Hermione was so confused and so conflicted that she did not even have it in her to visit Orion. Even after a week, Orion doesn't wake up. Upon asking Madame Pomfrey, she learns that Orion is just sleeping. He exhausted too much magic and recovering that magic is taking too much time. That's totally fine. As soon as his magic recovers, he will wake up on his own. She was more worried about Orion's left hand. It was entirely burned and wasn't healing. Both Rose and Daphne were there. Hermione wanted to say something but had no idea what could she say in this situation. Orion was there to save her, didn't he? And what she did? Acted to him like he was a total stranger. The guilt was slowly eating her away. Although she did tell Nick when they talked, more like her shouting at him, that tomorrow she would talk with him, but that never came to pass. She kept on delaying the talking until she could understand what kind of memories were in her head and her feelings towards Nick. Thus another week passed by before finally Orion woke up. Hermione wanted to go there and meet him, but then he remembered the kind of betrayed face she had shown her. I don't need saving. She remembers saying this in her hurry. Only now did she realize just how insensitive that came out to be. And all that because of these darn memories and feelings. So after finally he woke up and was moved to St. Mungo's to check on his arm, Hermione made her decision. To have the talk with Nick. Hermione's footsteps echoed through the corridor of Hogwarts as she walked to meet Nick and finally found what was dire, that he tried to kill both Rose and Orion. Internally she knew that there is no reason which could be enough to make her believe that what he did was right, but she at least wanted to give Nick one chance. Hermione, Nick's voice called out, breaking the silence. Hermione turned to face him, her expression a mixture of frustration and curiosity. As I said that I will come, now talk, she said, her tone softened by the lingering remnants of her anger. Nick hesitated, the weight of his words evident in the air between them. Before I tell you the truth, please tell me, what do you learn from the memories? I know that you have many questions. Those memories bring yours but at the same time not being yours, you know what I mean? He said as he looked into Hermione's eyes. He needed to know, did Hermione remember everything or they just memories which she didn't care about? Why does that even matter? I am here to listen to why you try to kill Rose and Orion. I have nothing to answer you. Hermione remained stubborn. I know. Hermione, even you know that this is all connected. If not, then no matter what memories, you wouldn't have saved me from Orion back in the chamber. You feel it, don't you? Those are not just memories. Someone as smart as you should be aware that no magic can change human feelings permanently. I am sure that by now you have already checked out every possible reason why you would have felt like this, don't you? I bet you didn't find any results. And you won't find it either, because although the memories are something which injected in your brain, they are real memories and your feelings are also real. You know why? Because no one can recreate memories with feelings in them. They can only be passed. You passed those memories to me, Hermione. I know inside somewhere you can feel it that I am not lying. Those are your memories which you gave me, Nick said, trying desperately to make Hermione believe in him. Hermione raised an eyebrow. She indeed did much research about it to find out whether Nick changed her feelings or something similar. But she didn't find anything wrong with her, besides those memories from other Hermione. She is completely natural, not under the influence of any magic or spell. I do. I don't believe you at all, but yes, I do believe that these memories are real. And you will tell me now how you even have these memories. Who is this other Hermione? What is this other world shit? Who are you really? You will tell me. Hermione clenches her fist, once again wondering why she is even bothering to talk with him, but no matter how many sound reasons she gives herself, her mind kept on coming back to Nick. Nick took a deep breath. At least she is ready to listen to them. Those memories are real. I have them because Hermione, you gave them to me. The other world version of you. I am Nick Iron only in this world, Hermione, but before that, I was the boy who lived. Before I died in my world, but somehow with a quite complicated backstory attached to it, I was resurrected here in this one. But it is not like you don't know that. You just can't figure it out with your memories all jumbled up. You really have to go through them to understand, Hermione. Locking them up will not answer any of your questions, he confessed, his voice tinged with a mixture of sorrow and resignation. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, the revelation catching her off guard. That's why you taught me occlumency. She almost shouted as she started to see a pattern there. No, just for you to see this memory. But also to guard them from other prying minds. They are dangerous, Hermione. Only we two know what happened. Others shouldn't know this, Nick immediately added. You mean only you know? I am still in the dark here. Only until you go through them, Hermione. Only until you go through them. It will be a billion times easier for me to just show you if I had a pensieve. You have to see them yourself for the answers, Nick said with a firm tone. Hermione didn't say anything then. After some time, when she was done contemplating, she finally said, tell me who you are. And this time your real name. To get the answers, Hermione reluctantly agrees to enter into her mind palace and access the memories she got from Nick. All this time, she wanted to do something similar but just couldn't. Her indecisiveness was stopping her. She all this time wanted to believe that those memories were fake, even after she internally knew that they ain't. She delved deep into mind arts while both Nick and Orion were unconscious. So much so that she even went to the restricted section of the library to find anything which can help her. But all this to no avail. Nick was right, there are many ways to create fake memories but not fake feelings. Even something like love potions are nothing but temporary attraction and nothing more. She at first just wanted to hear the truth from Nick's mouth, but looking at him, it was clear that even if he say it, she might not believe it. Maybe that's why he was so reluctant to tell me before. He wanted me to see it for myself, Hermione thought as she closed her eyes and got ready. As she delved into her mind palace to explore the memories bestowed upon her by Nick, the first scene that unfolded before her was a moment etched in her childhood. She watched a mixture of confusion and wonder painting her young face, as an owl swooped down, delivering a letter bearing the Hogwarts crest. She remembered this happening, but there are many things which are different here. Like she remembered the letter was something she personally picked up from the mailbox 2 years ago. But here in the memories, her mother was the one who handed over the letter to her while she was having her lunch. Small changes, but they are definitely there. In the memory, her parents exchanged puzzled glances as Hermione eagerly tore open the letter, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar words with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. It was a moment that marked the beginning of her journey into the magical world, a journey that would shape her destiny in ways she could never have imagined. As she relived that pivotal moment, Hermione felt a surge of nostalgia wash over her, but at the same time she was comparing these memories to what really happened 2 years ago when she got the letter. And there were many minor changes. Hermione's memories unfurled like pages of a cherished book, each scene a chapter in her magical journey. She now was intrigued a little after seeing the difference between her own past and the memories. She wanted to know more. Learn what was that which made her act like that towards Nick. The next memory was when she first visited the Diagon Alley and came alive in front of her, but just like the previous memory, this was slightly different. She recalled the bustling streets, alive with the enchanting sights and sounds of the wizarding world. Hermione's eyes widened with wonder as she strolled alongside her parents, the cobblestone pathways leading them to the wondrous hidden enclave of magical shops. The difference here was that her parents never came to the Diagon Alley with her. It was Professor McGonagall who took her to the Diagon Alley. Entering the bustling marketplace of Diagon Alley, Hermione's heart swelled with anticipation. Everything was coming back to her, like it happened just yesterday. She marveled at the towering spires of Gringotts, the majestic bank of the wizarding world, and eagerly followed her parents into Ollivanders, the one shop that would soon select her perfect match. She remembered that this was the first time when she met Orion. A little embarrassed look appeared on her face as she didn't even say hi to the boy back then who later saved her so many times and helped her out. But this time, that never happened. With her trunk packed full of magical supplies and her heart brimming with excitement, Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express, her anticipation mounting with every step. The next memory which she saw was her onboarding on the Hogwarts Express. She got a little carried away after feeling nostalgic and didn't even realize that at the speed she was going, it will take her quite some time to analyze all the memories Nick gave her. Amidst the chatter and laughter of her fellow students, Hermione sought out an empty compartment, eager to immerse herself in books, but there was a boy already sitting there. This was Neville Longbottom. Pulling out her textbooks, she delved into her studies, determined to excel in her first year at Hogwarts. But late the boy ended up losing his toad. She ended up helping him, of course. And that was the time she found something really different from her current world. The place she was thinking of where she would meet Rose, Ron, and Orion for the first time opened up as in the memories she entered. But there were only two people inside. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley? Where is Rose? Where is Orion? Why are they gone and not Ron? This was when she got a little confused and came back to her serious tone. What in the world is going on? It took several days for Hermione to rewatch all the memories from her other self. It was strange how they both were Hermione. They both were the same overall and how similar their life had been. And yet there has been so much difference in the outcome of both lives. Until the start of Hogwarts in those memories, Hermione only found little to no discrepancies. But after Hogwarts started, that when she realized that this was a completely different world and what she was watching was the memories of a different Hermione. The biggest difference here is that there was no Rose Potter or Orion Ambrosius in this world. And a boy who looked very familiar to her exists in this world. Harry Potter. But that's not how she remembered that face. For her he was Nick Iron. Or at least that's what she came to know the boy for the last 2 years. In the memories, she saw that her other self's friendship with Harry Potter was on par with what she has right now with Rose and Orion. Maybe was with Orion. After what she did, she hardly believed that Orion would forgive her anytime soon. In the first year of Hogwarts, things went very similar. At first her other self was not very close to both Ron and Harry, but later on they started to become friends. Malfoy still bullied her, but this time around there was no Orion to protect her, and no one stood up for her in the early days. Later on, just like what happened in her world, because of Ron, she ended up closing to herself in the girls' washroom on Christmas Eve. There was no Orion to save her other self. But both Harry and Ron came to save her just like Orion did. Surprisingly, both Harry and Ron were able to knock down the troll. Even more surprised that it was Ron because of whom the troll finally was going down. This might be the only thing which made her suspicious about this memory being fake. After that incident, her other self's friendship with both Harry and Ron grew and ultimately the so-called Golden Trio was formed. By the end of that year, they went to protect the Philosopher's Stone from Quill. And it was completely different from what she remembered from last year. Last year they never even entered the dungeon. Upon reaching the hallway they were caught in a fight between Snape and Quill. But here in the memories, not only they went in but also solved many puzzles until Harry alone fought off against Quill-de-Mort. Then there was the second year. Very similar with some differences at the beginning. Later in the year, for some reason, students start to get petrified and later the Golden Trio starts their own investigation. This then ends with Hermione later getting petrified and both Harry and Ron entering the Chamber of Secrets with Professor Lockhart to kill the Basilisk and save Ginny. Only for Lockhart's reality to be shown, Harry fights the Basilisk alone and ultimately saves Ginny. It really took her a long time to go through each and every memory. After watching them, she could say that there was no way that they were fake. No one can reforge fake memories with this degree of detail and quality. Even her small habits like nail biting when she is thinking something or is nervous were included. Not to mention the memories didn't stop in the second year, they went on. The third year was when Sirius Black ran away even after the Hogwarts ended for the year. Harry, Ron, and her other self became fugitives in the eyes of magical Britain after Voldemort took control of the Ministry of Magic. And in one of these conflicts, she was injured and died until she as a memento delivered all her feelings and memories to Harry before she died. So that the boy she loved could know what she felt for him. So that she could always be with Harry. With a jolt Hermione's eyes open, finding herself in her dorm, she tried to control her uneven breathing as streams of tears rolled down from her eyes. All those feelings came crashing down on her, all those memories broke the despair she was feeling, making her break into sobbing. Was this the future which awaits them? Is there no way to stop what's coming? Hermione questioned herself. Now she was even more confused about what to do. How was she supposed to react when someone gave her the memories of what happened in another world and how she died? What is she supposed to do now? After coming down and wiping off her tears, she now had only one thing on her mind. To find Nick and ask questions. How Nick or Harry or be exact is here. What happened to them after her other self died in that other world? How she is connected with all this? There were too many questions in her mind and only one person would answer them. So disregarding everything she went out to find Nick. She didn't even realize that while she was spending time with Nick earlier or after the Chamber of a Secret incident where she spent most of the time sorting out the memories or confronting Nick, she is slowly getting distant from her friends like Rose, Daphne, and more than anyone, Orion. This was shown when she wasn't there when Orion woke up after the Chamber of Secrets. When he first came back from St. Mungo's or even when he left Hogwarts Castle. Hermione wasn't even aware that Orion left the castle. This was forming big gaps in their relationship, Dumbledore POV. As I strode through the halls of the Ministry of Magic, a sense of urgency weighed heavily upon me. It was Christmas and just now something like this happened. Minister Fudge's urgent summons had hinted at a crisis of unprecedented proportions, one that threatened something much more than just a mere dragon attack. I always knew that capturing a dragon and using it as a watchdog was a foolish idea. What were those goblins were thinking? Arriving at Minister Fudge's office, I found him pacing anxiously. He may be at good in politics and masking his features shouldn't be that hard for him, but what I saw made me wonder just what happened exactly. His brow furrowed with worry. The gravity of the situation was evident in his troubled countenance as he relayed the grim details of the dragon attack in Diagon Alley. I knew that there is something more. After all, for someone like Fudge, the most important thing for him is his own power. A few casualties in the dragon attack or bad rumors wouldn't sake him like this. Fudge, what happened? Why suddenly call me this urgently? I asked, and upon hearing my voice, the minister looked at me like I stole his life worth saving. Albus, this is bad, this is terrible. You have to do something, Albus, otherwise I don't know what will happen to the wizarding world. Fudge almost cried out. Calm down, Fudge, I can't understand what you are doing. Take a deep breath and tell me clearly what happened, I said, but it was clear that the minister wasn't in any condition of disclosing what going on with him. Here, read this. Fudge, too, maybe knowing that he is too tense, just handed over the documents to me. As I read the document, my eyes widen like saucers. My mind raced as I processed the implications of these revelations. A dragon attack was no small matter, but that's fine, it's easily forgotten, and much destruction caused by the dragon can be repaired, but the disappearance of wealth from the most revered vaults? This was big, bigger than anything he has had to cope with in recent times. That is not just wealth but the powers the noble purebloods have in the current wizarding world of Britain. One side of my mind said that it was a good thing, this would knock down those purebloods, among whom almost more than half are Death Eater, from their high horses. But on the other hand, the other side of my mind makes me think, what are the consequences of this happening? Minister Fudge's plea for assistance underscored the severity of the situation. The ministry, despite its resources, was ill-equipped to unravel the complexities of such a nefarious scheme. It was clear that this case required a level of expertise and insight that only I could provide. The biggest problem was where this has happened. Gringotts is not a place that can easily be infiltrated. How the thief even got inside was the biggest mystery. If only he knew that the thief is none other than a student from Hogwarts and he walked in from the front door like a boss. If only he knew. Oi, Merlin, stop breaking the fourth wall, I swear I will cut your screen time short. The readers are complaining. Sorry, author Sama. I assured Minister Fudge of my commitment to aiding the ministry in its investigation. Together, we would delve into the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of our world, confronting the forces of darkness with unwavering resolve. But that wasn't easy. I couldn't sense any lingering magic of any kind in the place. It was like a muggle looted the place instead of a wizard. But that's impossible. There is no way a muggle can do that, and for a wizard to hide his tracks so well that even I can't sense his magic. There is only one artifact that can do this. The invisibility cloak. One of the deadly hallows. Something which can even hide one from death itself. But that is with Rose. I mutter with confusion. Even objects like Time Turner will not work. At best the turner can turn down time by a few hours at best. But this happened a few days ago. Not knowing what to do, I only had the only lead I had, going to Rose and seeing the cloak for myself. Result, the cloak was with her. And she never left the Dudleys. Before I could think of any other way to find the criminal, a letter from my old friend Newt arrived. Did he learn about the dragon attack? Why, I am not surprised. If my guess is right, then he is mostly likely going to plea the ministry for not harming the dragon. Typical Newt. But upon opening the letter, what in the Merlin's name that boy is doing there? As I operate to the U.S. Ministry of Magic, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on my mind. And yes, I operate, never told others, but I could do that since maybe a few years after I graduated from Hogwarts. And no, not talking about operating magic, but the distance I cover. It's not easy, you know, covering that kind of distance. If only everyone could wave their hands and a teleportation portal would open in front of them. I can only wonder what other magical communities would say if they knew that one of the strongest wizards can appear in their country without any restriction at any time and they can't stop him. I can't help but a little smirk appear on my face whenever I think about it. The recent events in Diagon Alley had sent shockwaves through the pure-blood wizarding families, to the point that they were out for blood for anyone who could have done this, none more than Malfoy, and now, another robbery in the United States only added to the growing sense of unease. For the time being, they are too occupied with hunting vampires. Fortunately or unfortunately, Auror found traces of vampires when the attack in Diagon Alley happened. All the purebloods are now after the blood of those bloodsuckers. I don't pity them at all, they are no noble creatures like some of the Muggle fantasy make them out to be. And once again the person who was ready to raise his wand at those vampires was none other than Malfoy. The man's whole being by now is being wealthy, sucked to be him that he is just as much as poor as any other of his fellow pure blood. If this wasn't as serious of a case, then I would love to visit him just to see him grinding his teeth to oblivion. Upon my arrival, I was met with anxious faces and hurried whispers as officials briefed me on the details of the incident. The similarities to the thefts in Britain were there, but this time around, there was a magical trace. How? Why would one person who can hide his trace so well didn't do it again here? The gravity of the situation was palpable as I listened intently, my mind already racing to connect the dots between the two seemingly disparate events. The notion that these robberies were connected was impossible to ignore, yet there was something inside my mind telling me that that wasn't the case. With a solemn nod, I pledged my assistance to the U.S. ministry. I didn't have to, and there is no one dared to force me. They knew better, but this time the pressure was not just from one ministry but two. They still can't do anything if I refuse to help out, but that will lead to them not supporting me when some idiot pureblood puts out another blood supremacy rule or try to suppress the Muggle-born, offering whatever aid and expertise I could provide in their investigation. It was clear that unraveling the mystery behind these robberies would require a concerted effort. I was also worried about that boy Orion. Before coming, I talked with him a little, nothing extreme, after Newt told him how his Kylan bowed to the boy. That is enough to tell the boy is not doing anything shady, right? I mean, the wizarding world used to give the witches or wizards their entire kingdom to rule if that animal bowed them. In comparison, my trust in the boy shouldn't be that big of a deal. Stepping out into the bustling corridors of the U.S. ministry, I couldn't help but feel a sense of determination coursing through my veins. The challenge, after so many years, that I am kinda looking forward to it. Maybe this has something to do with dueling with another powerful mage. I didn't tell others, but the magic I traced was terrible, dark to the core. I know that no weak wizard can leave that kind of magical trace behind. Whoever has done this has to be a very powerful witch or wizard. Sometime later, as I entered the dilapidated building, my senses were heightened, alert to the presence of danger lurking in the shadows. The dim light cast eerie shadows on the walls, adding to the sense of foreboding that hung in the air. I could sense it, dark magic. It was almost everywhere, but surprisingly he was sure that if it wasn't him, then no one would have found out. He could say because this dark magic was much different. It was not just magic but law. Knowing only this much was enough for me to put into my most alert state. After all, this is law, the lost magic which only wizards like the founders have mastered. With a group of skilled aurors at my side, we cautiously advanced through the debris-strewn corridors. I had two thoughts about making them abandon this mission right now. Whatever we gonna face inside, they are no match for it. Our wands at the ready. Each step brought us closer to the elusive criminal responsible for the robberies that had plagued both Britain and the United States. Suddenly, a flurry of spells erupted from the darkness, catching us off guard. I raised my wand to deflect the attacks, but the sheer ferocity of the onslaught left me reeling. For the first time in my long life, I found myself struggling to keep pace with the relentless barrage of curses and hexes. Yup, they are no match for this. I instantly, with wandless magic, threw them back before any of the colored spells hit them. It's been a very long time since I went all out. I guess not until I found Tom a decade ago. Well, he ran away before we fought for good. As the battle raged on, I caught only fleeting glimpses of our adversary, a blur of movement, a flash of white hair. There was no mistaking the skill and cunning of our opponent, whose mastery of dark magic was matched only by their determination to evade capture. Despite my best efforts, the fight seemed to stretch on endlessly, each spell exchanged a testament to the fierce determination of both sides. The strangest thing was that I couldn't even make out any features of the enemy. All kinds of powerful spells were thrown, but nothing too big considering the size of the place. I am not battle crazy, but bring it on, Dumbledore POV. As the battle intensified, I drew upon the formidable power of my Elder Wand. Never like using the law of death, but power is power. I long realized that anyone who uses this power ultimately has to pay. I too have to, but I need this power. Channeling the ancient magic that coursed through its hallowed wood. With a flick of my wrist, I unleashed a torrent of spells, each one imbued with the raw law of death. To my astonishment, the white-haired thief countered my attacks with a skill and finesse that defied comprehension. How? I have no idea. Normal magic shouldn't even stand a chance against law. Is this wizard also using law? I sense it around the place, but not in the spell fired by him or her. I can't say. No, maybe it's a different kind of law. I only learn the law of death by studying the Deathly Hallows. But this power is similar yet different. But that is not the biggest issue. The real problem is the magic was unlike anything I had ever encountered, intricate and complex, weaving through the air with an elegance that belied its deadly intent. It's still not as strong as what I can do, I am sure about it, but this control over the magic. What is going on? As our duel raged on, I realized that I was facing an opponent of unparalleled skill and experience. And it means something when it's coming out of the Supreme Mugwump and Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot mouth. Their movements were fluid and precise, their strategy calculated and cunning. It was as though they had been honing their craft for centuries, mastering every nuance of the magical arts. Despite my best efforts, I found myself struggling to keep pace with the creative and unknown spells shot by the opponents, turning the walls into mirrors which reflect spells, making the debris turn into bullet ants, creating fog with miniature sharp crystals in them. All the spells done were transfiguration, and that too at the highest level. I too was a master of transfiguration, but my opponent's skills, I don't want to accept it, were better than mine, far surpassed mine. Each spell I cast was met with a counterattack. The most embarrassing and intriguing thing was that the opponent's spells were clearly not as strong as mine, but he was a better caster. My fire spell was masterfully vanquished by just turning the dust into liquid nitrogen. How, I have no idea. And there was much more, pushing me to the limits of my abilities. With each incantation, I felt the raw power of my magic surge forth, driving back the relentless tide of my adversary's assault. But I knew that neither of us could use our full power in this fight. The place wouldn't allow it. Not to mention, there are others here beside me. I have to save them. Sometime later, I came back to my hotel, my mind still wondering about the fight a few hours ago. What was that? Who was that? I mutter with a grin on my face. Was another Dark Lord emerging from somewhere? Why, this is happening now. Tom is finally making his move. I know for sure that the Chamber of Secrets opening has something to do with him again. And now there was this unknown white hair witch. At least believe that the person I fought was a witch and not a wizard. The white hair also reminded me of someone. Is he somehow involved in this? Beside me, Tom and Nicholas, he alone has the knowledge of law. I could say that we both were on equal terms when it came to the duel. My magical power is stronger but only because of the Elder Wand, while the girl was much more experienced and much more composed. What kind of life does this person have to live to be more experienced in battle and fight magic than me? This is not right. How come suddenly there is someone this strong showing up in the world? It takes time to get strong. Well, there is also that kid, Nick, and Rose too much. There are bound to be some geniuses and great men born in every era. There is also Orion. He is a genius, even better than I ever was. But no matter how brilliant, the upper ceiling of a wizard or a witch is defined by the birth. Me, Tom, Gellert, who wasn't born with powerful magic. This is the blood lottery they are born with. The boon of powerful magic. Of course, without hard work, no one can achieve their full potential. But no amount of hard work can close the gap between naturally gifted. Orion is the brightest wizard I have ever seen to date, someone who could even make something like a squib potion, but he can't achieve the peak of this world, I said, reminding myself that everyone's destiny is predetermined. And that Orion is a good boy. Maybe he can never get as strong as Rose or Tom and maybe even Nick, but he will leave his own legacy behind. Sighing, I just went back to bed. He still had much to do in the US. They have lost the track of Dark Witch. Finding her has to be their first priority. While this was happening, Dumbledore and the entirety of US Magical Ministry was under chaos as most of the attacks were happening in the US. Another old man was making moves too. In the depths of Nurmengard, Grindelwald's subordinates gathered with excited expressions, bearing news that sent shockwaves which might even rival the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Grindelwald, looking even older than Dumbledore, was waiting for this news if that was even possible. He had been waiting for a long time, and in all this time he finally saw hope. A hope not only for the wizarding world but for himself as well. The whispers of a young wizard named Orion and his claims about the existence of a squib potion had reached even the walls of their fortress. He read Orion's book, A Chaotic Core. The book contains more profanities than the entire population of magicals in the world. A little chuckle escaped his lips as the disparity of his own joke came to him. Yes, that how bad the current situation of the magical is. In just a few generations the magical power of the world will run out. Maybe faster if the squib potion is mass-produced. After all, more magical means more consumption of magic. This was also the reason the population of magical were depleting. But he doesn't have any hostility against the young man. In fact, he admires him. With just one potion he was able to do something which he himself, the Dark Lord of the past era, was never able to accomplish. Yes, he never planned to rule the world like a certain snake bastard. He only wanted to save the wizarding world. That's it. As they relayed the details of Orion's assertions, Grindelwald's eyes narrowed with interest. The notion of a potion capable of bestowing magical abilities upon squibs, for the lack of a better word, is earth-shattering. It solves one of the problems of the current situation of the wizarding world, that being population. At least this way for a short term they can prevent the magical blood from the world to exist. But the real problem is still unsolved. Magic itself was running out. But Grindelwald believed that Orion could do something about it. He too holds some sort of prophecy power himself, although that is the last bit of magic he needs Orion. Without that boy, if any of his dreams and prophecies has any weight, then that boy can save the wizarding world. But how? With a nod of acknowledgement, Grindelwald instructed his subordinates to finally take action. Bring that potion. I need it. Don't come in contact with the boy though. I need all the information about the boy, if possible his family history, and his connection with Albus. No, forget it, just keep observing him, Gellert said as he again sat down and took out a white book. His subordinate didn't understand the reason but still agreed with him. Grindelwald though just kept on looking at the book in his hand, like the white book in his hand, written by a boy not even 1/5 of his age, containing all the answers he demanded. Everything for the greater good. July 1993, U.S. Ministry of Magic. In the grand halls of the U.S. Ministry of Magic, a prestigious auction unfolded, drawing a crowd of esteemed figures from all corners of the magical world. Usually, such gatherings are not seen often, but due to the nature of this gathering, wizards and witches from all areas have come. Even magical who usually wouldn't join any kind of gathering like this has come, because this was a very important event in the magical world. Potion masters like Snape and Slug Greenhorn mingled with dignitaries and Hogwarts professors, their eyes alight with anticipation for the main event. There was a look of pride in their eyes. Especially all the witches and wizards from Hogwarts had this feeling. And there was a good reason for that, as the reason of this auction was none other than a student of Hogwarts. It was the most prideful day for everyone, even the magical Britain itself, considering how the boy who might, technically saved, the magical world is from Britain. It's a shame that boy didn't attend this action, McGonagall said with pride surging inside her. For whom exactly? I assure you that the old people like us here are more eager to meet that young man than the other way around. Dumbledore laughed, this time truly being happy. McGonagall at this just gave a little smile onto Dumbledore. Yes, she knows her students well. He hardly cares about fame. If he did, then he would have been here or just delayed this auction. Even if he didn't have other important things to do, McGonagall believed that he wouldn't have come until some excessive persuasion. A small smirk appeared on her face. Minister Fudge himself presided over the proceedings, his presence lending an air of gravitas to the occasion. Dumbledore was the auctioneer, but Fudge pulled some strings to hold the auction in Britain's Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore prepared to unveil the star attraction, the newly created batch of squib potion from Orion D. Ambrosius. Yes, this was the auction for Orion's first batch of squib potion. The reason why Fudge wanted the auction to happen in the Ministry of Magic was to empower his ministry. His power was long wavering upon the dragon attack in Diagon Alley. Dragon attack was fine, the real trouble arose after the vaults of every pureblood family got looted. The political storm he was standing on was nothing less than Mt. Everest. The same pureblood whose vote he needs to stay as the Minister of Magic. Not that he was in deep shit. So this auction was a last attempt to save his shaking position. It would have worked even better if Orion himself had been present there. Currently, he needed some kind of support, so held on to his shaking position. Orion D. Ambrosius currently holds that kind of influence in the market. Although he has almost zero political power to speak of besides Dumbledore being on that child's side, his reputation has soared through the roof after the squib potion. That new broom line which Fudge was hearing, his book, and lastly now this squib potion. There was no mistake that Orion D. Ambrosius will be a huge name in future. He needed that boy right now on his side. But he wasn't present. He gave Dumbledore all the right to auction the first batch of squib potion. If only this right was given to him, he asked Dumbledore to let him do it. But Orion was absent, having departed Hogwarts after completing his second-year exam, almost 4 to 5 months before the end of the year. With Dumbledore entrusted to oversee the auction on his behalf, even if he didn't have to fix his arm, he hardly believed that he would attend this auction. Beside making some connection, he has no intention of wasting time on those old crooks. In this case, he believes letting Dumbledore act is better. This not only earns some brownie points with the old wizard but at the same time saves him a lot of time. He knew that if he was in Hogwarts, then mostly like McGonagall would have pulled him by the ears to the auction if she had to. Why an auction was another big question. Well, because even after publicly revealing the potion recipe of squib potion, there are not many who brew it, maybe countable on one finger. It was really hard to make the potion. Not to mention, although the potion recipe itself was free for everyone, the essence of core recovery wasn't. And because Orion had only a certain amount of essence created before fighting off against Nick and then leaving Hogwarts temporarily. Again, the essence was something he planned to sell in future as an ingredient. He long announces that if anyone desires to create their own essence, then he has no issue regarding that. In fact, he highly encourages it. About the essence, he clearly said that he need extremely pure magic to make it, and there is no one with that kind of pure magic, and thus he currently is the only one who can make it. A bunch of bullshit, but he didn't have to convince anyone beside Dumbledore, and it worked. Thanks to Dumbledore being able to sense the purity of the magic, he knew that the part about pure magic was the truth. That was more than enough for Dumbledore to believe that the rest of Orion's statement should be true as well. Well, he wasn't exactly lying there. It was only his magic due to which he was able to make the essence, but it had nothing to do with its purity. Potion enthusiasts and collectors alike vied for the opportunity to obtain a vial of this rare and coveted potion, an extremely hard to nearly impossible task considering just how many people had attended the auction and how high they could raise the bet in the auction. And there were also many purebloods there. Some taking advantage of the huge gathering and some were sneering cause the one who made the squib potion was none other than Mudblood. Soon the auction was about to start, and many people were waiting for this movement. As Dumbledore slowly got up and got to the big platform. As Dumbledore stepped forward to commence the auction, the room buzzed with anticipation. Witches and wizards from far and wide leaned forward eagerly, their eyes fixed on the coveted vials of squib potion displayed before them. With a calm and measured voice, Dumbledore began the proceedings, outlining the rules and procedures for the bidding. As he spoke, the excitement in the room palpably grew, each attendee eager to secure their chance to possess this remarkable potion. Today is a very important day for the entire wizarding world. For today, we have a solution to a problem which has plagued the magical world for the longest time. Many lives have been ruined because of it and many families have been torn. Many children have suffered through ages because of this. But today we have a solution. For the first time in wizarding history, we have a way to cure a squib. From now on, there won't be a child without the grace of magic just because he wasn't born with it. Dumbledore started his speech and everyone had to say that the old man was really good at giving speeches. This auction was not only important for Fudge but also for Dumbledore. Having the full right to conduct the auction however he likes, shows just that Orion is under his wing. This makes his own faction stronger. Right now maybe Orion doesn't have any political power but his names carry influence, this name Dumbledore can use for himself. It's too bad that Orion hardly cares about the white and dark sides. Manipulating. I mean teaching Rose in comparison to Orion is much easier. A little talk here and a little affection there works for him. Orion is strange in many ways, even after not having any parents or guidance he doesn't care about this kind of affection. That boy is just too departed from this kind of thing, he is just a little too independent. Living in a forest for 5 to 6 years alone when he was only 5 years old. Dumbledore really didn't know what to say, he tried to influence him but nothing got inside that boy's head besides what he wanted to do. Extremely hard-headed and driven personality. It's just hard to control him. From today, the wizarding world finally has a solution for squibses. From today there won't be any squibs who will suffer. There will only be wizards and witches. Orion definitely called the old man racist but first, it's only 1993 right now and second, it's the wizarding world we are talking about here, which usually runs around 400 to 500 years behind the modern world. The squib potion was created by the same student who wrote the A Chaotic Core. Orion D. Ambrosius is just a second-year student in Hogwarts, only 12 years old this year, and he has already given us the most revolutionary invention in magical history after the flu system. Dumbledore said, making sure that he said Orion's name right. Orion specifically told him not to mess up at that. Unfortunately, Orion himself couldn't attend to the auction as he had some urgency to attend to, but he gave me a small note to read out in his absence. Dumbledore took out a small paper, a magically enhanced paper in which the words will only appear at a certain time and certain occasion. I was thinking of using normal language but fuck. Dumbledore immediately stopped. Everyone stops, all of them are aware of Orion's nasty tongue when it comes to colorful language. Dumbledore was about to put the paper away but another line appeared in the paper. Read or our deal is off. Twitch. Fuck that, Dumbledore said with a straight face. Earning gasps from the audience but they didn't say anything. McGonagall was livid on the side. That boy. I am Orion D. Ambrosius. Others don't know but I was born quirkless. I mean a squib. Nothing appears in the paper for a second, making Dumbledore stop in confusion. Is that it? Others didn't say anything like waiting for more. Suddenly the voice came but it was not Dumbledore talking. The paper he was holding turned into a face and flew up. Very similar to a howler. Orion actually wanted to use this earlier but then how else did he make Dumbledore curse in front of others? Why so serious? Said the flying paper face. If just lack of magic could have stopped me then you guys wouldn't have been here now, would ya? Not having magic was not a limitation but was a motivation. I know what you think. What a clown, saying something like this. Well maybe you are not thinking this, but only because it's me saying these words. Ha 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 ha. I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy. One turn, that all it takes to change it all. People ask me after kicking me down, why are you laughing? I never reply, just smiled at them. They laugh at me because I am different. I smile back because they all are the same. But that's fine. It's not like I have something special besides an overwhelmingly positive attitude and drive to establish others wrong. I promise. So yay, life sucks and I got the fucker good. And I'm gonna do it again, believe it. But not for free. Never do anything you are good at for free. But until then wizarding world. Hold my beer. Ha 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 ha. After that, the paper blasted into miniature fireworks, making Dumbledore's eye twitch in irritation and others' jaws drop. There was muttering in the entire hall and slight laughter among those who had read Orion's book. He did that on purpose, Dumbledore thought with irritation, how he had to curse in front of everyone. The first bid was cast, setting off a flurry of activity as eager participants vied for the opportunity to claim a vial for themselves. Offers flew back and forth, each bid raising the stakes and fueling the fervor of competition. Potion masters like Snape and Slug Greenhorn watched intently. They too wanted a sample to test, but seeing the limited potion bottle and the drastically reduced purchasing power of British pure blood thanks of one greedy mother asterisker, they kept quiet, not like they can do anything else. Hogwarts professors kept, recognizing the significance of this groundbreaking creation, alongside many more who wanted to see the potion work in front of their own eyes. Minister Fudge observed the proceedings with a shrewd eye, his presence adding an air of authority to the auction, well only to the people who came from outside. The British mage knew the reality. After all, his entire power comes from his position as the minister and currently he is in a very shaky place. As bids climbed higher and higher, the tension in the room mounted, and each participant determined to emerge victorious. With each successive bid, the value of the squib potion soared, a testament to its rarity and potential. Who will be getting the money for this? Orion get 80%. 20% will be given to the ministry and Hogwarts. Actually, Orion wasn't even present when this arrangement took place, Dumbledore did it. Of course, Orion wouldn't have left even a penny if he had been present. But he wasn't there, he had to leave everything midway, even this auction he planned and much of its profit, just to go and save his hand. Dumbledore pulled a fast one here, but still Orion doesn't care about money right now. He now has enough of that to even purchase Queen's Palace. Witches and wizards eagerly raised their paddles, their determination unwavering as they sought to claim a piece of magical history for themselves. And as the bidding reached its climax, the final offers were cast, sealing the fate of the coveted vials. With a resounding rap of his gavel, Dumbledore brought the auction to a close, signaling the end of a momentous event in magical history. As winners celebrated their acquisitions and losers graciously accepted defeat, the legacy of Orion's squib potion was cemented, its impact reverberating throughout the wizarding world for generations to come. So are you finally ready to explain what happened? Hermione asked with a much more desperate voice than she earlier had. Before watching the new memories, it was just curiosity, but now it's a necessity. It was like she was asking for her own future. Can she live in the future? Can the future which she saw in other Hermione's memories will also happen here? Hermione saw what happened in the other world. She, Ron and Harry were friends. Every year in Hogwarts, there was a new danger. Voldemort finally gets revived in the 4th year, he then controls the ministry. But she doesn't know as much as Harry. I mean Nick does. She died way too early. And she was anxious. She wanted to know what happened. Technically it has nothing to do with her. This world is much different from the world of that other Hermione. But still, she wants to know what happened after she died. It's a long story, Hermione. Are you sure that you want to know? Nick asked with contemplation on his face, like thinking whether he should even talk about what happened in another life. You shouldn't have given me those memories if you were about to back out midway, Potter. Tell me what happened. Hermione all but ordered. Sigh. Okay, to explain what happened back then. I have to explain what happened where you left us. I still remember it was the 5th year. Nick said with a little pain tone in his voice. Yeah, who was it again? Hermione asked, wanting to know whose killing curse was it, which killed her. Bellatrix, Nick only said in with muffled voice. I see. Hermione nodded with understanding. Bellatrix is a dangerous witch after all. What happened next? Hermione didn't waste too much time on her own death. That was not her, and she is making sure that that is not her future by any means. Let me remember what happened back then. Flashback. As we ventured into the heart of the Ministry of Magic, the tension was heavy because this was the first time for anyone here with me to go on a real fight, beside me of course. Harry ended up leading our newly formed Dumbledore's army, and stood resolute, his determination to thwart Voldemort's plans unwavering. After taking care of Umbridge, one of the biggest accomplishments in Harry's book is the boy who survived the killing curse. He immediately gathers his newly formed Dumbledore army and comes to the Ministry to save Sirius. But before even they could reach Sirius, he himself appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that Orichalcum never kidnapped him. I mean Voldemort. It was just his vision shown by Voldemort that Harry guessed Sirius was captured. But that was not the end of the problem there. Only later, after talking with Sirius, did they realize that he was here in the Ministry to prevent Voldemort from getting his hands on the prophecy. So with the help of Sirius, they kept on going, to stop the Death Eaters and Voldemort. As soon as they found them, the fight was inevitable at this point. As the battle erupted around us, a cacophony of spells and curses filling the air, Harry marshaled his forces with a calm yet commanding presence. Students from Hogwarts fought bravely alongside Sirius to push them back and, their courage a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. While this was the first time, those students were actually fighting a real life and death battle. They were surprisingly holding up against Death Eaters who hardly used any other curses besides the killing curse. But tragedy struck amidst the fray. Bellatrix, her madness and malice unchecked, unleashed a killing curse that found its mark, but this time it was not Sirius Black who was targeted or got hit like in the movies or anime, but it was Hermione. The shock and grief rippled through the students only as fast as the life left Hermione's body. But still, she was able to touch Harry before dying. That microsecond was enough for her to pass all her feelings and memories to the boy she loved. A heavy burden that weighed upon them all, maybe none other than Harry as he went through all those untold feelings and love the girl had towards him. Yet even amidst our sorrow, there was no time to mourn because what came next was rage. Rage so strong of losing a loved one, that it almost broke Harry. There was nothing much bloody murder in his eyes. He ran, after the witch who took away maybe the one thing he always wanted, love. Bellatrix wasn't running from Harry but rather luring him. And that was when he met him. The person who was responsible for all of this. The anger was too much inside him. Maybe in the original series losing Sirius was hard, but it was still someone who he barely knew for less than a year. But here losing a girl who has loved him since the very first day he met her. Something snaps inside him. Raising his wand, this time he didn't intend to use a stunner or a harmless spell. This was the very moment which changed the fate of the boy who lived forever. A higher power was about to gain control of his fate. Avada Kedavra. Flashback continue. As Dumbledore observed the chaos unfolding within the Ministry of Magic, his heart weighed heavy with concern for the students and allies who fought bravely against the dark forces. But he didn't act. He knew well that to bring out Tom, he needed to stay away from the fight. Voldemort won't show himself if he acts this soon, because maybe Voldemort might not want to accept the fact that he is afraid of Dumbledore. Dumbledore almost killed Grindelwald when he was at his peak. Full of dark magic and armed with the Elder Wand, and yet Dumbledore won the fight. That how powerful Dumbledore was. And this was what terrified Voldemort to no hell. But time waits for no one. Dumbledore too was getting old and didn't have the edge he used to have in his prime. But only a few knew, including Grindelwald, that Dumbledore too had used dark magic. He has long tainted his magic. He has to do it to defeat Grindelwald. But that was enough to change him forever. Unlike others, Dumbledore knew the price one has to pay for that kind of power. He long understood the dangers of using dark magic. It not only corrupts the magic of the one using it but also insists the witch or wizard. The price for using that kind of black magic once has to be paid even after their death. Voldemort is no different. Sooner or later he will see the backslash of dark magic. Once someone uses dark magic, they fall into a loop. At first it's just free extra power, who don't like power, but later on, the dark magic totally corrupts a person. Without powerful willpower, a person will just sink deeper into the madness and grow dependent on dark magic, to the point where the dark wizard will lose everything. All the power and all the magic, even his life and soul. Dumbledore sighed and kept on observing the fight in the ministry. After all, there is no point in thinking about that right now. As the fight goes, the inevitable happens, someone dies. Harry's determination burns bright after that and rage consumes him, his pursuit of Bellatrix Lestrange fueled by righteous anger and grief. But as Harry confronted Bellatrix, his rage blinded him to the true threat lurking in the shadows, Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord emerged from the darkness, his presence casting a chill over the battlefield. Dumbledore was just happy that Harry was the only one who ran after Bellatrix. It was obvious that it was a trap, but Harry in his rage just didn't think. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort unleashed a barrage of curses, his malevolent intent clear as he sought to vanquish his young adversary. Despite Harry's valiant efforts, he found himself outmatched, his spells falling short against the dark magic of his foe. Dumbledore was about to enter the scene from his hiding, but that's when it happened. Harry cast a killing curse at Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes widen. This was bad. This simple curse is like a small amount of dopamine. At first it looked like a simple spell, dark magic, but no problem if used only once, right? Wrong, it's just the start. From the first cast of this killing curse, the magic will start to taint and sooner or later the witch or wizard will be corrupted, longing for more power and delve into much more dangerous dark magic. It was then that Dumbledore intervened. It was already very late, but better later than never. The two wizards clashed in a duel of epic proportions, their spells colliding with thunderous force as the very air crackled with magic. The outcome of the fight between Voldemort and Dumbledore was exactly like what happened in the movies or books. The only difference here was the scale of the battle. Movies totally failed to show the real power of these two legendary wizards. With every incantation, Dumbledore drew upon the depths of his power, channeling the ancient magic that coursed through his veins. While Dumbledore was using the Elder Wand, he wasn't using the Law of Death. That ancient magic wasn't something he could use again. It totally destroyed Grindelwald. Dumbledore, someone who already has experienced the lure of dark magic only after using it once again, Grindelwald, knew more than anyone how hard it is to remove the corruption of that ancient dark magic from his magical core and soul. So Dumbledore by no means was using his real power, because that magic comes with its own price. And yet he was more than a match for Voldemort, a wizard already neck-deep in dark magic. And it wasn't like the Law of Death, granted by the Deadly Hallow, was the only piece of ancient magic he could do. Dumbledore wasn't a genius for nothing. To remove the corruption which plagued his soul and magical core, Dumbledore found his own way. Use of another ancient magic, the Law of Love. Without anyone's help, Dumbledore was able to learn the Law of Love, strengthening himself and removing the traces of dark magic from his system. He first used dark magic when he was even younger than Harry, and at a very young age too he learned how dangerous this power was. He had to lose too much to understand the power of love in his life, but that gave him power which he could control and not the other way around. In the end, it was Dumbledore's unwavering resolve and formidable skill that prevailed, forcing Voldemort to retreat into the shadows once more. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Dumbledore stood victorious, but for him that didn't matter. He always knew that he would win. No matter what kind of Dark Lord, he is Dumbledore. Olalalalalalalal cough cough star. Anyway, what he was worried about right now was Harry. He uses this magic and loses Hermione. He had to look after the boy. Flashback continue. Harry sat alone in his room at Grimmauld Place, the weight of grief heavy upon his shoulders. The loss of Hermione had left a void in his heart that seemed impossible to fill, her absence a constant reminder of the darkness that loomed over their world. Harry was a late bloomer of sorts. He didn't much care about love and all until much later, so there was no way for him to realize that Hermione liked him. But last year it was different. In the 4th year, he for the first time saw Hermione as someone more than just a friend. He didn't do anything though. By the 5th year, he felt that there was something between them. But under so much pressure from Umbridge and suddenly the absence of Dumbledore, he didn't even have time to explore those feelings. He regrets it. He should have told her how he felt, but now there is no way. She is gone. It pains him even more that Hermione too liked him. Sometimes he thinks that he should never have received this memory from Hermione. At least he could have taken solace in the fact that it was just a one-sided love. That he was the only one whose heart was broken, but there was no going back now. As he stared into the flickering flames of the fireplace, Harry's thoughts turned to Voldemort, the one responsible for Hermione's death. Anger boiled within him, a seething fury that threatened to consume him whole. How could he ever hope to defeat the Dark Lord when his own power seemed so insignificant in the face of such evil? He was there when both Voldemort and Dumbledore fought. There was nothing but despair in his eyes after seeing that level of destructive power. How he is supposed to take revenge for Hermione? How can he kill that man who even Dumbledore couldn't? Well, Dumbledore could, but Harry didn't know that Dumbledore was holding back. And then once again he felt the weight of his own weakness. Looking at his hands, he felt Hermione staring him in the eyes while giving her memories of him back then. He saw how her body went cold while he himself got all her warmth and feeling with her memories. Slowly gritting his teeth, a trail of tears fell. Right now he needed nothing but a way to kill Voldemort and Bellatrix. He wasn't sure, but there was a darkness bubbling inside him. Every time for some reason he thinks about this weakness, he is reminded of the time he used the killing curse. He felt that power and just couldn't remove it from his head. It was like the ring from Lord of the Rings. It's a mess with his head. And ultimately, Harry couldn't take it anymore. His desire for power reached its height when the news of Voldemort taking control of the Ministry came. Dumbledore was being pressured to go after Voldemort by others, but he couldn't leave his castle. He had to protect the students. But ultimately that was nothing but excuses. He wasn't acting because it wasn't his destiny. It was Harry's. Dumbledore at first didn't realize, but the corruption inside Harry's heart was increasing. The desire for power started to make Harry desperate. And thus his rise and downfall started. As Dumbledore only had a hint of Harry's descent into the depths of dark magic, a pang of concern gripped his heart. He couldn't say what was going on with Harry. There was no trace of dark magic on him, but Dumbledore had this feeling that something was not right. Though he understood the young wizard's desire for vengeance, he knew all too well the dangers that lurked in the shadows of such power. Harry's determination to defeat Voldemort at any cost was admirable, but Dumbledore feared that the child of prophecy was going dark. And Dumbledore would have long stopped Harry, but never felt the dark magic inside him. Dark magic was a seductive force, twisting the minds of those who dared to wield it, leading them down a path from which there could be no return. Dumbledore was noticing the same kind of symptoms from Harry, but there wasn't a trance of dark magic inside Harry. This was what troubled and confused Dumbledore the most. Dumbledore knew that the young wizard's grief and anger blinded him to reason. In his quest for vengeance, Harry had become consumed by darkness, but it was mostly psychological, and he didn't sense Harry coming into contact with dark magic. He was wrong, but it was never his fault. A much more powerful being was influencing the string of fate here. Flashback continue. Harry Potter was getting dark, and surprisingly no one could notice. The reason was unknown to even Harry. Harry, although naive and young, knew that the kind of power he was getting through the rituals and black magic was strange. Usually, there should be a lingering trance of black magic on him. There should be some kind of emotional change as well. The change in one attitude, confidence, and ambitions are the early symptoms of coming into contact with dark magic. But Harry wasn't facing that problem. It was strange, but right now when Harry needed power, for him there could be nothing better. It was in the 6th year when Harry left Hogwarts. He never went back there in the first place. He had more important things to do. That was also the year, 1997, when a sudden news broke the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore died, well, more like killed, and the person who killed him was none other than Harry Potter. Thanks to having access to Voldemort's memories, he delves deeper into dark magic, dangerous rituals, blood sacrifice, and even killing Death Eaters to offer their souls and improve their power. Harry did everything. To even his surprise, though, was getting too strong, too fast. This was of course desirable but not common. This happens when someone's affinity for dark magic is high, but even when compared to Voldemort, the best person when it comes to dark magic, Harry's growth was astronomical. He knew that Harry had Voldemort memories. No one gets this strong this fast as Harry has come. There was something going on here. Something which was beyond his understanding. But he kept on going. There was no stopping for him. After all this worked, his determination to get strong and even delve so deep into dark magic was for his revenge. To find and kill both Bellatrix and Voldemort. For killing his parents. For the crappy life Harry lives because of Voldemort, and lastly because of Hermione. So he accepts the power in front of him. Even after not knowing what it will cost, because he has to do this. He is the only one who can do this. But that wasn't enough. Even after improving faster than anyone else, he was no match for Voldemort. He wasn't strong enough. An entire year went by just training, getting strong, hunting Death Eaters, and indulging more and more in dark magic. And yet Harry found himself weak. Not anywhere strong enough to beat Voldemort. Not to mention there was also the fact that killing Voldemort in the normal way was not possible. He has to find all the Horcruxes before that. It was on one of these hunts that Dumbledore found him. There was much disappointment and nagging, but the reason Dumbledore found Harry wasn't to berate him. Because even after this long time, Dumbledore couldn't sense any dark magic from Harry. He felt no corruption coming out of Harry. But now he knew that Harry was using dark magic. This made him ponder on what was going on, but that didn't matter for him right now. He was already dying. He doesn't have much time, and thus he has to help Harry find other Horcruxes. From there the same thing happens as in the movies. Both Dumbledore and Harry go on to find another Horcrux, but ended finding nothing. But it rather increases Dumbledore's dying rate. Back to Hogwarts, they found that somehow Death Eaters invaded the Hogwarts castle. And this was again the time when the story changed from what it should have been. It was not Snape who killed Dumbledore, but it was Harry Potter. But that is what the entire world knows. The reality was much different. After all, it was Dumbledore himself who asked Harry to do so. Why? If Harry really wanted to kill Voldemort, then he needed much more power than he had currently, the kind of power which the Elder Wand can give him. But currently, the ownership of the Elder Wand lies with Dumbledore, and without defeating him, Harry couldn't take the wand from him. Now a Harry with a pure heart and heroic soul wouldn't do something like that, right? Well, that Harry was long gone. He killed Dumbledore and after snatching the Elder Wand, ran away. to get stronger and to get his revenge. That how the story turned out, that how this world was different. From this point onwards, Harry Potter walked a totally different path. A path where no one was on his side. Hunting dead eaters, killing and involving into much darker magic. Harry stayed in shadows and grow stronger. His only goal was to get stronger and killing Voldemort. It took years, to finally find all the Horcruxes without anyone's help under Voldemort's nose. He was alone and almost everyone was against him. His former friends didn't believe him in the pretext of him turning dark. Not even his best friend Ron believed him. For years he kept running away from the Ministry under Voldemort's control. After the fall of the Ministry, he soon took control of all the departments and even the authors were under him by that point. Harry on the other hand had nothing, no one of his side, he was alone. Soon after Hogwarts fell, Voldemort attacked Hogwarts with his army. This time there was no Harry Potter there to save the day. Unfortunately for those inside the Hogwarts castle, Voldemort didn't know that, so when demanded Harry Potter to come out, there was no saving them. After the fall of Hogwarts, it was like the entire magical Britain and even the Muggle side was under Voldemort's control. Not outside the country though, there are still many powerful wizards and witches hiding in the world. Both Voldemort and Harry didn't leave each other though, Harry because he wanted to take his revenge. Voldemort because of the prophecy of his downfall, Harry mercilessly hunts his dead eaters and causes trouble, and lastly and maybe the most important, he carries the Elder Wand. A wand which Voldemort wanted, not to mention he wanted to kill Harry as soon as possible because that kid was getting too strong too fast. In just under a few years, Harry ended up catching up to his power in many ways, to the point where he can actually fight with him. After years of conflict, finally, the day came when both came face to face, a fight which they were destined to fight. Harry spends years learning about Voldemort Horcruxes, finding them and destroying them. He kept on fighting until Voldemort couldn't make more Horcruxes anymore. His soul was too stretched by that time. So ultimately the time came when Harry Potter ended up fighting with Voldemort. The fight was much more bloody than any book or movie could have portrayed. Both at this point were the strongest wizards of their time and the darkest of their time. It took time, many years, but sooner or later the dark signs in Harry started to appear. The corruption made him cruel, power-seeking, and lastly a little evil. In the end, Harry won. It was a hard battle but Harry Potter won the fight. Flashback end. Present, Hogwarts. Hermione found herself dumbfounded. As Nick explained his past to her, she almost felt like she had left all that time, like she was present there. For some time, there was no one talking in the room. Both Hermione and Nick stayed quiet. No one talked about it. Hermione felt thousands of emotions passing through her in minutes, not sure what to do or think about it. After sorting all the information she got from Nick, the only thing she said was, "What happened next?" There was nothing for Hermione to say here. What can she say? Nick's story was nothing but tragic. Everything felt like a story from a horror show. What happened next? Simple, I came here, Nick said without delay, but Hermione noticed him avoiding the talk. This Hermione might never have known Harry Potter, but she has the memories of a Hermione who loved Harry Potter. With those memories, it wasn't hard to say that Nick was hiding something. When did you die? When fighting with Voldemort. No, Nick replied mindlessly. Then how did you die? That's another long story, something I don't want to talk about, Nick said with a little irritation on his face. Hermione noticed the irritation and discomfort in Nick's tone. Not sure what happened, but Hermione decided to drop the topic for the time being. She will get answers sooner or later. So you have no idea how you came here? Hermione changed the question. Someone helps me come here, Hermione. I can't say who, but that being send me here and in return I have to do something. That's all I can say for the time being, Nick said with a long sigh and a little helpless look on his face. Hermione didn't ask any more. There was no need. With all the memories she had, she knew that the Harry she knew or Nick right now would not gonna open his mouth if he didn't wanna say something. But that doesn't mean that it gonna be that way forever. She will get those answers out of him. The other her used to do it and she can do it too. But that's not important right now. What is more important right now is to ask herself, is this feeling something she only felt because of that other Hermione's memories, or it is something more? In a Hogwarts room, Hermione was talking with Professor McGonagall. I am sorry Granger, but that's not possible, McGonagall replied with firm determination. But Professor, I don't belong there. It's been months since I talked with anyone, Hermione refuted, trying to solidify her point. This doesn't work like that. Once we enter into a house, students stay there until they pass out from Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said with a troubled face. For Hermione, she always had a soft spot. She was the brightest witch of her generation, so she didn't want Hermione to go from Gryffindor. Of course, characters like Orion are not included in this brightest list. Right now Orion's influence in the world is great. While he wasn't in Hogwarts, she learned from Albus that soon an international auction would happen for his squib potions. For those who are confused, yes, the auction chapter happened much later, after the second year ended in 1993 June. It just happened out of nowhere. After the final exam, Hermione suddenly visited her office and wanted to be transferred out of Gryffindor. Reason unknown, why the sudden action unknown, and why the hurry unknown. But McGonagall didn't need to ask Hermione to know. Although the results were not out yet, she knew Hermione's result. She barely passed. Hermione Granger barely passes. That could be the biggest deal for Hermione ever, but here she was, not at all worried about her result. just more concerned about changing the house. When she first mentions it, Professor McGonagall naturally refuses, but being a studious witch and a great professor, she too is worried about losing such a brilliant witch, and thus she looks for what causes his change. It's hard to say what exactly changed her so much, but this has definitely something to do with Nick Iron. Hermione has been with that boy this year long for some reason. This was another reason why she didn't want to let Hermione change her house. Nick has already been a bad influence on Hermione. Sorry Miss Granger, but I can't put you in any other house just because you want to. Even if Albus and I agree with you, which is still a big if. The dorms and everything have been already assigned. There is no place for you, no until next year. McGonagall said. Hermione shut up and was trying really hard to get out of Gryffindor. To help Nick and prevent him from killing her friends. She wanted to move to Slytherin. It will be much easier to plan and work with Nick. There was no other intention. Not at all. But Professor, what if someone changes the house with me? Hermione pondered and asked. You mean swap houses? Come on Granger, there are many people who want to change their house just for fun. You have to find a third-year Slytherin girl for that, otherwise, it won't work. And that also if Albus and that girl agree. McGonagall at this point was just amusing Hermione. She had no idea of letting Hermione change the house. Well unknown to her, a certain girl with excellent sneaking skills heard their conversation. September 1st, 1993. Time passed by so quickly that it was already September. It was early morning in the King Cross station. The fog was hindering the entire station and the outside. It was cold and much too early for any students to arrive to board the Hogwarts Express. The entire station was empty. Fog covering the barely illuminated station made it almost felt like a haunted station. Outside the station, there were some vendors setting up their shop. And that was the time when someone walking around the place came. Actually, there were two people walking in the station at this time. So are you sure that this is the place you were looking for? A boy with azure blue eyes and black hair asked with an amused expression on his face, like was having fun for some reason. People could see a very small smile on his face if they observed keenly. He was wearing a black hoodie and baggy pants. His entire sleeves were covered, but the other person who was talking with him noticed bandages on his left hand. Yes. Actually no, my friends are lost. I am looking for them, the man most likely around 19 said with a little blush on his face. He had strange clothes. He wasn't wearing anything warm even on this chilly morning. With just a plain simple white t-shirt and darkish green pants, the man looked very ordinary, or he could have looked ordinary if not for his strange green hair. The black-haired youth smiled with a knowing look and said, I see, so they didn't happen to say that they are gonna be in the wizarding world at King Cross, right? This confused the green-haired man. And the black-haired hair boy just shook his head with a sigh. No point asking this idiot. I just have to help him out. You say that you are a pirate, right? Another smile on the black-hair boy's face appears. Yes, the pirate blinked with a feeling that the other person was thinking something bad about him. Like mocking him. I am Rorano Zorro, now can you tell me who are you and what is this place? Zorro asked with a little tired expression on his face. It's been days since he got separated from his crew. Those guys have no sense of direction. He looked for them everywhere. He visited a place called Konoha where ninja lives. Then he found himself in a very advanced country with flying robots and green monsters. At the time he arrived there was also something as the city was under attack by some alien army which came there by some kind of portal. Then there was this place where a gigantic monster lived. He even got to fight with giant lizards with atomic breath. What was it called again? Godla? Gorilla? Can't remember. Now he can't even remember how many different places he went to find his crew. Ah, nice to meet you Rorano Zorro. You are quite famous in the East Blue, the black-hair boy who only looked like he was 13 or so said with another smile. Zorro on first look just thought that the boy in front of him was just a kid, but then he felt his breath. It was strong. He even felt a strong sword intent on him. So he gave the boy some degree of respect he was supposed to and didn't call him a boy. Who are you again? Zorro asked with confusion. Ah, where are my manners? I am Orion D. Ambrosius. Nice to meet you. Orion had a smile on his face all the time when he met Zorro. There was this strange amusement on his face. Even someone like him was surprised to see Zorro here in the station when he arrived. Of course, the guy is lost again. D. My captain also have that D name. Any chance you know him? His name is Monkey D. Luffy. I know. Orion intervenes before Zorro completes his sentence. Good. Can you help me find them? Zorro asked with a little embarrassment on his face. This man, to the end won't accept that he is directionally challenged. Orion almost rolls his eyes. Ah, when it comes to eyes, he got both the eyes. So maybe this Zorro is before the time skip version? Maybe? Yes, I believe that I can, Orion replied with a smile. He didn't say that he might be the only one who could and would help him in this world. Really, that would be great. Zorro smiled for the first time in his conversation. I will be needing some of your hair though, Orion said, and before Zorro registered what Orion asked for, he felt a pull on his head. Snap. Hairs detached from his head and came flying at Orion's hand, making Zorro immediately stand guard. Devil fruit user, that is the only thing Zorro thought. But he didn't draw his swords. Yeah, he still had 3 swords on him right now. Seeing this, Orion really wanted to check out those swords, maybe take out Gryffindor's sword and have a match with him. It was tempting. It was even more tempting to ask Zorro to teach him 3 sword styles. But that was just that. Thoughts. He has no doubt that only 1 year ago if he met Zoro then he would have been freaking out, just like he did when he first time visited Diagon Alley. Ah, now it's embarrassing to think about that. Orion sighed as he saw green hairs flying right back to his hand. Sorry, but without your hair I can't help you. Orion saw Zoro looking at him with irritation and a little vigilance, so he clarified. Then to Zoro's surprise, something strange happened. A bright blue light emitted from Orion's hand as he made a few hand gestures while holding his hair in his hand. And the next second, Orion took the energy which he was toying with in his hand out, and suddenly the energy expanded, making a portal of cosmic blue energy. As the picture clear, Zoro saw a very familiar scene in front of him. It was the same desert where he last saw his crew. Now after seeing a very familiar place in front of him emerging out of nowhere, Zoro now convinced that Orion was a devil fruit person. There, as long as you reach that city you can see over there, you can find your crew, Orion said with a smile on his face. Not bad, you opened the dimensional gate under just 10 seconds. Not bad at all, a voice rang in Orion's ears, making him smirk. Although he was only able to do so thanks to Zoro's connection with his own world, but still it was a big deal. Mastering the law of space to this extent. Zoro was looking at this with a little suspicion and a lot of amazement. This was the first time he saw a real-life portal. He was about to say something, but before that, both of them heard a sound. Looking back they saw a man wearing what was most likely a staff uniform of his station, looking at them with wide eyes and a horrified face. What happened to him? Zoro asked, but after looking at the portal right next to him he understood. He too used to think that devil fruits were just myths. And he is someone who has traveled quite a bit. This person in front of him is just a civilian after all. Orion's face still remains calm as usual. There was no distortion on his face. Like nothing could shake him now. The man was frightened, but not just because of the portal in front of him. Not that made him surprised and question reality, but the fear came when he saw the kid standing beside the green-haired man. As an officer in the station, he didn't even notice the 3 dangerous swords on Zoro's waist as his entire attention was grasped by Orion's eyes. Those bright blue azure eyes look beautiful until he feels his heart shaking and a feeling of utter depression comes to him. Law of presence was now fully mastered by Orion, to the point that even after standing right next to Zoro, Zoro didn't feel a thing. All of Orion's haki was directed as the person. But he holds back. Majorly. With a fear-shaken face, the back turned back and ran. Like his body told him to run as far as possible from that black hair boy. As he was running without observing his surroundings, he didn't notice that something was different. Only after calming down a little, he noticed that instead of running away from them, he was standing right in front of the 2 men. Confusion clouded his mind, while Zoro on the side too was gaping. He clearly saw the man running away in the opposite direction. The reason he wasn't sure, but the man surely was going on the opposite side. Then how come he appeared right in front of them out of nowhere? Zoro looks at Orion with a little strange look. Finally understanding why he was feeling that boy standing in front of him wasn't normal. Definitely powerful. Orion didn't care what Zoro was thinking. He just slowly walked up to the man. Zoro noticed that slowly the terrified look on the man's face became emotionless. There was nothing now on his face anymore, like he was deprived of emotions. Orion on the side smirked a little, seeing how effortless it was for him to outright control the man in front of him. He felt like Professor X now. What did you see? Orion asked with a plain tone. Nothing. Immediately an emotionless reply came from the man. He now looked more like a robot than anything. Good, then don't you think that it's time for you to be going? Orion turned around, and like this was a signal, the man too turned around and ran away. And it was needless to say that he won't remember anything. Don't worry about him, I will handle it. People here are not aware of, well, strange powers, Orion said with a little tact to avoid all the unnecessary talk. Zoro too nodded at this, not wasting any more time, and crossed the portal. He wanted to thank Orion, but before that, the portal closed. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Merlin too was amused. Me neither, Orion replied with a little frown. He knew that other dimensions existed, but this. Looking at more green hairs in his hand, he again shook his head. Forget it, maybe someday if I want a vacation. Orion smiled. It had been a long time since he smiled. Hey Merlin, how long we have been inside that chamber again? Don't know, maybe a few years at best. My estimate is around 3 years, Merlin said sagely. Ah, it's been a while. It's a strange feeling. Orion's earlier smile was gone now. He was contemplating. Feeling like once again was able to think for himself for some reason. Do you know what's wrong here? I have some ideas. Remember how I told you that your mind kind of froze when you were 16? Well, I believe that your mind finally has started to grow once again. It was just like how I told you. Your mental age is fixed. Not letting you grow out of your earlier mindset and antics. English please? In simple terms, you are finally caught up with your mental growth while we are in the time chamber. While your body didn't grow thanks to the special time magic, you are mentally normal. So you mean that I am a 13-year-old with the mind of a 16-year-old, is that it? Well, that's true, but that's nothing new. You always had the mind of a 16-year-old. What changed is that your mind will now grow alongside you. Whatever, I don't have much energy to further question this topic. I have worked hard enough in the past 3 years that I rather not even attend Hogwarts anymore if I can. Orion exclaims with much irritation and annoyance. Well, that is the first sign that you are now growing in your brain as well. Not wanting to waste time and energy on something pointless. Congratulations. Orion, after sending Zorro to his merry way, found a place to catch up with some sleep. He was very tired. For 3 years he had been working hard, and in a way, it was a training time skip for him. Excuse me. He suddenly felt that someone was nudging him. Yawning, he slowly opens his eyes just to find 2 similar-looking faces staring back at him. Fred, George. How are both of you? Orion immediately got out of his groggy state. Seeing 2 familiar faces in front of him, he was excited. For the last 3 years, he has only seen that darn old man's face. Currently, his urge to have any kind of normal human-like conversation with anyone was quite high, even more so if he knows the person. We can talk about ourselves after boarding the train, mate. It about to leave, both Fred and George said with perfect sync. Ah, sure. No, maybe not. You see, Rose told me to write to her and I didn't send any letters. If I don't sit with her this time, I might once again have to visit St. Mungo's. Orion joked as he got up, feeling the fresh air on his face. It's always chilly at this time around this place. Oh, that's tough, mate. How long you haven't written to her? She came by home this vacation and was cursing you quite a bit, Fred said half while George completed the sentence. Hearing this, Orion knew that a tough time was ahead of him. With an apologetic smile, he got up and entered the train. He could go and sit with the twins, but his instincts told him that it was not good for his health at all. Remembering the kiss from the redhead, a little smile appeared on his face. All this time he was thinking about what happened back then, what Hermione did, and after that. At first, he was very conflicted about it. But after 3 years, at least for him in reality it's only been half a year at best, he knows how he gonna handle the situation from now on. As he made his way inside the train, he came face to face with the boy he was thinking about. Both Nick and Hermione were together, chatting about something, maybe finding a seat. As Nick saw Orion, this smile was gone, magic bubbled inside in as he tensed up. Hermione noticed this as he too saw Orion standing there staring right at Nick. Orion didn't understand that gaze, but he could say that he saw regret in her eyes. Can't say, as his eyes only linger on her for a few seconds before going back to Nick. What you want, Ambrosius? Nick asked, in a plain tone, but still Orion definitely heard a threatening tone there. Orion didn't reply immediately. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his tense shoulders and once again the lost smile on his face appeared. Like he was meeting an old friend. Nothing, just want to get past. Gonna meet some friends, Orion said with a smile, almost like he didn't even register their presence there at all. This made Nick furrow his brows, not getting what Orion was playing here. It was not helpful that now he couldn't even sense Orion's magic. Can't say how strong he is. It was like he didn't even have magic. What are you playing at, Ambrosius? Nick all but shouted. Nick, Hermione sent a glare at him. Orion though didn't break his cool. He just stood there, took his time about what he wanted to say and finally said. Playing? Nothing, I promise. Just wants to go to my friends. Please can you move, you are making me leave a girl waiting. Orion replied again with a calm tone. At this Nick was taken aback. How can you just act like nothing happened? Nick gritted his teeth a little, his voice came out like a growl. This piece of shit acts like he is the main character and you are the villain who stole his girl. Merlin chided in with a huff. I appreciate your intervention, but that girl part was not necessary. Orion's mind crooked a little. Merlin by now has mastered the art of getting into his skin. Don't react, that old bastard wants you to react. If you break there then he not gonna let it go for another month or so. Calm down, Orion internally consoled himself. It's strange how only a few words from Merlin will rile him up like crazy, while the boy who tried to kill him and the girl he likes, no I mean once had a little crush on and now she is nothing more than strange to him, is standing right in front of him and he doesn't feel shit. Yes, I will act as if nothing happened, Orion replied after a few seconds and flashed his best smile to both Nick and Hermione on the side. Just when he looked back at her again, his eyes caught a glint of green. He took some time to register the green he saw on Hermione and almost failed to process what he saw. She's turning She-Hulk. Comparable when both of their performance in the story is concerned. Oh, that's a burn right here, you are getting a good kid. Merlin saw MCU She-Hulk and to say it more tactfully, he wasn't happy. Cursing for a few days about ruining a perfect universe and all. Orion, I am sorry but I am really getting late, can you move? Orion immediately cut of Hermione, got nothing to do with her anymore, and said, this time with a little serious tone. He still had his smile on his face but the tone he used wasn't that friendly this time. Hermione pursed her lips, this one action explained enough to her that Orion was angry. And you want me to believe that you can forget everything just like that? Nick responded with even more ire in his voice. Yes. Nick again opened his mouth but was not sure what to say. He was fully expecting Orion to fight him back once he came back, or at least something. Why, you scare? This question finally brought an honest smile to Orion's face. Merlin on the side smiled. Who known, maybe, Orion said with a mocking smile that irritated Nick. This bastard is playing with me. You should have killed me back then, you know. Because even if you really forget everything, I will come after you. Nick once again opened his mouth, earning an angry glare standing beside him. Any time is fine, buddy, Orion responded with an even brighter smile, like what he heard was something amusing. Seeing as he was not moving out of his way, Orion just started talking. He will use force to move him if he doesn't move by the time he reaches there. Can't waste time on this guy again. Done enough of that in the last year. Unfortunately, the bastard gave way politely, saving him a ton of embarrassment and making Orion click his tongue internally. He will be honest here, he now is looking for conflict actively. After all that power and training, he really wants to test out what he can do. And oh, there is so much he can do, heh hee hee. Why, are you suddenly acting like nothing happened? Tell me, what are you playing here? Just when Orion was about to pass both Hermione and Nick, the Slytherin boy asked with unknown emotion on his face. Orion, who was quite close to him, slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly got a little closer to say, because that's the only way you can keep breathing, that and the girl beside you. Orion opened his mouth but no sound came out. But Nick heard him loud and clear. Beads of sweat form on Nick's forehead, and his heart beats like crazy as his whole body stiffens. He wanted to reach out for his wand, but it was like an invisible force preventing him from moving. Gotta say, green suits you, Hermione. Orion went back to his plain expressionless self and retreated. He needs to find a very cute and most likely very angry redhead. A blonde too, if my memory serves me right. You ain't getting out of that mini harem, boy, I will make sure about that. Orion just rolled his eyes. Are you sure you ain't gonna kill him? Not sure. Maybe I can decide on a coin toss. It won't take much time anyway. There was an arrogant glint on Orion's eyes. Brat, you are getting arrogant. So. Merlin approves, at least this much is needed from a student of mine. Merlin said with a wink and a smile. After making his stance clear that he will overlook anything that happened in the past, but that doesn't mean that he won't kill Nick if he does anything against him from this point onwards. If Hermione comes in between, then she will die too. Orion once again had an emotionless face and a dangerous glint in his eyes. But then it immediately changed to a happy one as he sensed a familiar magic, bringing another smile to his face. Crossing just 2 more compartments, he met with the person he was looking for. This was none other than Rose, and surprisingly the usual Ron wasn't there as he saw a blonde girl sitting beside Rose. Of course, this was Daphne. It's been 3 years since Orion saw them, well, only 6 months for them, and he was eager to meet both of them. Orion. But before he could say anything there was an exclaim from the redhead. This also snaps Daphne's attention towards where Rose is looking. Yo, been a while, how you two are doing, Orion said with a smile. Orion, where were you? We thought that you missed the train. Rose all but shouted. Daphne too nodded in confirmation. Oh come on Rose, at least you should know that I don't have to board the train to reach Hogwarts, Orion said offhandedly and sat down beside the redhead, directly in front of the cheerful blonde. Unlike Hermione and Nick, they were not wearing school robes yet, just the way he liked. He also notices a certain someone sleeping beside Daphne. He couldn't see the face but he didn't have to. Knowing the 3rd year he knows who this person is, the only question is how? It could be just coincidental that this happened in the movie or books, but here it doesn't make sense. Orion has already changed so much of the story. But he didn't poke the man sleeping. Out of all the Dada teachers, Lupin might be the best so far. So what's your excuse for not writing to me? Red complained with a pouting face, not looking at Orion like pretending to be angry. Well, she was angry, but after seeing Orion again most of the was drained out. Orion spends much time consoling both Daphne and Rose. They may have had some kind of partnership to make his life difficult. Both were going against him. But just like a gentleman he bear with their antics. Sorry, but as I said, I was super busy finding a way to fix my arm. I would have written to you, both of you, but there wasn't much time. I wasn't even in Britain or Europe in that matter, Orion said tactfully. Technically he wasn't lying as he was not even in this plane of existence. The so-called time chamber of Merlin works because it exists in a different dimension. That's how that room has stayed untouched for all this time. It was created around 1,500 years ago by Merlin and it still stands. So it's not just that he was not in the country or continent but not in the same dimension as them. Both Rose and Daphne narrowed their eyes, trying to find out whether Orion was lying, their suspicious level rising. Okay, I will believe you for the time being, Daphne huffed, although she never explicitly stated to write to her like Rose, but she surely was expecting letters from Orion. So, did it work? Your left hand. Why, it's still bandaged, is it not healed yet? Rose was the one who asked first. She still acted like she was angry, but anyone could tell the lingering concern in his voice. Well, the condition of my hand is complicated. Orion lost his irritation the moment he saw concern in Rose's eyes. Even Daphne was the same, though much better at concealing her emotions. Complicated how? Daphne cutely shifted her head on the side, confused and curious at the same time. Well, she is more cute than beautiful, both of them. They are only 13 after all. Well, this might not be that big of an issue for you or maybe anyone who uses a wand, but for me it's a problem. I was able to heal the burns on his hand and even now I am able to move it. But I can't use magic from my left hand, Orion said with a small smile, though anyone could have said that the smile on his face was about his own helplessness. And yes, the confused face they made was exactly right. They didn't understand what Orion wanted to say here. He didn't bother to explain. It's pointless to tell someone that because he can't use magic on one of his hands, he now, even after being very powerful, can't use his full power, to someone who can't even cast magic without wands. Yeah, we are not in the same league here anymore, Merlin smirked, looking exactly like an extremely rich man complaining about 5 minutes of electricity lost when the rest of the country lives in darkness. Well, maybe that was a little too much, but yeah, Merlin was quite like that. Forget that, I'm sure that one way or other I'll be able to fix that too, don't worry too much about it. Orion just waved his hand in the air to change the topic. The worst part here was that he can't even put the blame about his busted hand on Nick either. It was completely his fault. He could have just used his normal wandless magic, but no. He goes and snatches Nick's elder wand to act cool. Oh, you should have stick. Not a word about that. It's partially your fault as well. If you didn't have popcorn stuff in your mouth, then maybe you would have warned me about that wand, Orion almost shouted inside his mind. Both Rose and Daphne didn't hear the drama inside Orion's mind. After hearing that he is fine, although they were concerned, they just dropped the topic there. As the train kept on going, Orion was keeping tabs of any kind of magical fluctuation happening around him. He clearly remembers that this was the year when Harry was attacked by a Dementor. He can't remember yet why the Dementor came after Harry, but it doesn't matter. There is a possibility that Dementor will go after Rose too. That was another reason he wanted to train with Rose. That was another reason he wanted to travel with Rose and even promised to train her this year. Forget it. Here, this is the gift I prepared for both of you, Orion said as he shifted his hand slightly, and like a magic trick, 2 blue books appeared in Orion's hand. Both Rose and Daphne's eyes shine at the casual display of wandless and spellless magic. That's so cool. How did you do that? Daphne asked with stars on her eyes. Both her and Rose knew that Orion is a master when it comes to wandless magic, but that only when he is moving things around and doing some simple magic. This, though, was something different. Hell, they don't even know how to do what Orion did with wands. Oh, this is a little harder, but if you want to learn wandless magic, then you might want to look at the book I have here for you, Orion said as he waved the blue books in front of them. A force within, Rose and Daphne took the book and read out the title. And then it happened. Suddenly their mind clicked and a white book flashed in front of their eyes. This is your second book. You wrote it. Daphne's eyes lit up and Rose was similar. While no book will receive this kind of reaction from these two, but Orion's books are different. They just hit differently to others. Daphne was quick to open the book to see what the book was about. Rose didn't, though she was a big fan of his book. She still preferred talking with Orion rather than reading the book. She will get enough time for this later. Seeing the girls happy, Orion just sighed. Daphne already started reading the book and asking thousands of questions, and after listening to the content of the book, even Rose got interested. Orion, who was expecting to get a little shut-eye after showing them the book and distracting them, sighed harder. There goes my nap time. As time went on, Orion finally got some time to nap, which required answering a bunch of questions from both excited girls. After casting a simple magic to alert him if something dangerous happened, he fell asleep. There was still some time before they reached Hogwarts. As time passes and the girls, after seeing the clear exhaustion on Orion's face, they let him sleep. Hogwarts Express is quick to cover all that distance. The speed was pretty fast enough, but then something happened. Unlike the usual cheerful, sunny environment, this time the journey was different though. Heavily clouded sky blocks all the sunlight. There was an eerie chill in the air. But the students didn't care. Those young minds didn't notice the change in the surrounding magic. Among the only two who could sense this shift in magic, one was sleeping, much like the future Dada professor sleeping in front of him. The other person though was on guard. This person was of course Nick, and beside her sat Hermione with an equally serious look. Nick was nervous. He clearly remembers the time when he first came across a Dementor. He never liked Dementors. It reminded him of his past. Nothing but depression and sorrow. Hermione on the side also looks similar, a little pale and a little defensive. She too has gone through the past memories countless numbers of times, so she knew what happened in the Hogwarts expression in the 3rd year. Nick, unlike the past Harry, wasn't afraid of Dementors. He has faced greater foes in his past life and even in this life to falter in front of a mere ugly ghost. But he was worried. He right now has no way to stop a Dementor. Practicing dark magic means that one can't use light magic proficiently. Voldemort might have a way of handling Dementors, but Nick doesn't have any countermeasures ready. There is some highly black magic that he can use, but he is against it. In fact, he is reluctant to delve more into dark magic this time around. After all, in his last life, although he had the highest affinity for dark magic, to the point he even put someone like Voldemort to shame, and he was least affected by the dark magic. It was not like he was outright immune to corruption. By the end of his last life, when he was killed rather than died out of age, he was corrupted by dark magic. So much so that he lusted after blood, killing and war. Harry or Nick right now don't want to do the same. Otherwise, he would have gotten a lot stronger already. He killed Voldemort in his last life. Would killing Orion be that hard? Of course not. But today was different. Previously he had this confidence that as long as he was alive, he could always trade his sanity for power and take care of Orion. But now it was different. He couldn't even sense Orion's magical power. Just felt fear. His body just quivered when he saw Orion's blue eyes digging into him like looking at a prey ready to hunt anytime. With his attitude today, Nick was sure about one thing. Orion has once again gotten stronger. Much stronger than before. He can say that he is quite similar to when he got corrupted by black magic. Looking upon everyone like they are ants. Like letting them live is showing mercy. He once looked at others like that. Well, there wasn't much mercy there, besides only some of his close people. Now though, he is not sure whether he can handle Orion. Maybe he delves more into dark magic, but he can't say. But knowing that the target he wants to kill has grown to this level where one look from Orion shakes him to the core. He obviously now has no way but to go on the path which he wanted to avoid. As for Hermione's intent to stop him from killing her friends, he doesn't care. There is a reason he has to kill those two, and to do that he will go through anything. Even that means losing Hermione's trust. Hermione, on the other hand, due to having her memories, knew the exact spell to repel Dementors. But the problem is that she is very weak right now. Her magic is still not mature, and it's not like that with just memories alone she can cast a Patronus. But there was no time to think about it anymore, because they felt the train slowing down. "It's coming," Hermione slowly muttered. There was no one in the compartment, surprisingly. Nick surely captured the entire place for them. "Yes, but don't act. They are not here for us," Nick said, but there was a clear sadness on his face. The reason why the Dementors came was to find his godfather. He was at this time keeping up with the news, and earlier in the news he learned that finally, Sirius Black of this world had escaped from the prison. Nick clearly still holds affection for this godfather of his. Out of all the people he knew in his previous life, Sirius and Hermione are the only few who stayed by his side till the end. So he wanted to make contact with Sirius. But how? Go and tell him that he is Harry Potter from another world, and he also wants to kill Rose. He's not an idiot. So he planned to stay away from Sirius for the time being. He won't contact Sirius, but he's not gonna let his godfather die again. Although in the past it was Hermione who died at the hands of Bellatrix, that doesn't mean that Sirius was saved. It was like he was cursed, so all his important people to be taken away. There were very few people who actually stayed on his side even after he indulged in black magic. Soon the train completely stopped on its track, and the train stood on top of a giant bridge. The chill in the air increased as lights started to die out. Though others didn't notice any signs of Dementors, the chill and despair in the air was apparent. Suddenly gasp rang out among the students as the glass walls of the train started to freeze, making everyone stunned and panic internally. And that when it happened, the cold despair from the sky descended on the Hogwarts Express. Skeleton-like ghost was descendant from the sky and coated with black clothes and aura. Slowly the gates of the train opened, and to everyone's horror they felt very malicious magic lingering outside of their compartments. Rose didn't understand what was going on. One second she was reading the new book from Orion with Daphne, and the next second she noticed the entire place cast in shadow. The train stopped on top of a bridge while a certain chill was in the air. "What's going on?" Rose asked Daphne while also looking at two sleeping figures in front of her. While both of them had their face hidden by clothes, she knew one and maybe the reason. Even after she was in this strange situation where a certain kind of depression was in the air, she didn't panic. "I don't know, but this is not good." She wasn't alone. Both Rose and Daphne didn't panic. Unconsciously the presence of Orion there just reassured them. But that doesn't mean that they weren't nervous. They planned to wake up Orion when suddenly the coldness in their compartment increased, the air turned chilly, and the glass in the window started to freeze. Rose could feel the chill up to her skin. After witnessing the freezing of the glass, both of them finally agree that whatever is happening is not normal. Almost ready to wake up Orion, they move, but before that, they hear someone outside. Snapping their heads outside of the compartment, they saw a black figure floating. The only thing separating them was the frozen glass on the compartment door. The words which they wanted to speak were trapped in their throats. The black hovering figure outside finally makes them panic. They weren't sure whether it was fear or the cold which made their bodies shiver. Maybe both, but they didn't care right as the thing in front of them slowly extended his hand and opened the door. "Oh, Ori." Both Rose and Daphne wanted to wake up Orion right now. Out of all the people in the compartment, he might be the only person who can stop whatever was outside. Rose didn't have any idea about the Dementors, but Daphne was the heir of one of the 28 sacred pure blood families. She knew. Though both she and Rose took out their wands to stop the Dementor, Daphne knew that he had nothing in her arsenal that could stop the Dementor. Slowly the gate opened and the horrible featureless black face of the Dementor came out. Only now that they realized that it was not just the face, but there was no light in the room, they didn't even notice that there was light out. Their breath was visible as how cold the situation was, while the rain outside long turned into ice flakes. But again they didn't have time to admire the magically horrifying phenomenon, because in front of them was hovering a dangerous Dementor. The first thing both the girls notice is the rotten hands of the Dementor, and then the black cloak the Dementor was in. The Dementor didn't notice the two sleeping guys. Or maybe he didn't care when, after all, who will go after an old dude and a total hottie? Okay, many might, but that usually are girls, and this a Dementor we are talking about. So why he would target a guy when there are two beautiful girls in front of him? In fact, the Dementor didn't look at Daphne either. There was just something about Rose. The amount of magic she held inside her was immense. There were two more people in the compartment who had more magic than Rose, but it was not just magic, it was also the despair in her eyes. Rose has encountered more darkness in her life than anyone. This attracted the Dementor. Rose and Daphne at this moment were stunned to the point of almost freezing at their position. The wands in their hands were useless as those hands long went numb at the cold and the presence of the Dementor. Slowly the demon from hell approaches them, while his presence already bringing despair to their mind. Both the girls' face almost went pale. As the face of the Dementor came close to Rose, her life and all the sorrows of her life passed in front of her eyes. When he thought that this was the ending, she saw a fist. A fist glowing with bright bluish-white light appeared in her sight and hit the Dementors. It was not a head-on contact. The fist only contacted the Dementor's face side knuckles, but apparently, that was enough. It looked a simple punch at best from the outside, if its glowing was not included, but the power was anything but normal. Both Rose and Daphne's eyes widened in shock as their mind took much time to process what happened. Dementor was sent flying back out of the compartment, hitting the wall and breaking the window. "Tone it down, you punk, I was sleeping," came the heavy voice of a 13-year-old boy standing at the door of the compartment. This was none other than Orion, of course. He woke up the moment the train stopped but pretended to be asleep. The reason he wanted to see what the girls do. Though they acted just like he thought they would, he honestly was a little disappointed. The future is not gonna be easy for them, so seeing that only a Dementor bringing them to tears was disappointing. He really needed to train them. He knew that the future was not gonna be easy. He didn't know anything much about what Merlin was preparing him for, but whatever it was, it's gonna be tough. Orion, X2. Both Rose and Daphne shouted as they saw a savior. Orion didn't engage with them for the time being, moving closer to the Dementor who was still trying to get up after getting punched by Orion. On the side, Lupin was up by now. He was about to act, but Orion was faster. Actually, Orion only acted because he saw Lupin was about to act. Otherwise, he planned to wait until the Dementor actually attacked. Lupin at this time was only thinking one thing. How did Orion punch the Dementor? Let me guess, you infused the Patronus charm's power in your fist. Why, I'm not surprised. Patronus is one of the most beautiful spells out there and you turn it into a punching glove, Merlin said. Although he sounded like he was impressed at Orion's use of Patronus, the interest he showed in his tone was not hidden at all. Orion didn't bother with Merlin. Slowly bending down, he extended his glowing hand towards the Dementor and grabbed the Dementor by its neck. And then, with a little push, he lifts it up by the neck like a sandbag. Lupin's eyes were wide like saucers. Daphne wasn't much different. Rose, not knowing that what Orion was doing right now was impossible by the current wizarding standards, was just in awe of how cool Orion was looking. Now Dementors don't need to breathe, so it won't choke, but it was still painful for the Dementor because Orion's arms were still covered with Patronus. A very advanced level of magic manipulation. Orion, knowing that he can't completely heal his left hand with his current skills and powers, didn't waste too much time on it and instead invested all of his time improving his skills. Now that his lifelong trouble with magic power had ended, Orion finally had time to really learn some complex ancient magic. Grakthursazruf. Dementor screamed as pain surged inside him. What? Too much for ya? You should have thought about it before barging in without a ticket. Orion smirked as he saw the screams becoming louder and louder. It was ear-piercing scream, but Orion was unaffected. Rose and other though forcefully has to close their ears. You are noisy. Orion crunched up his face and then decided to not drag this too long and end this. So with that in mind, he opened his hand and simultaneously a force of pressure pushed the Dementor to the wall of the train. Let's see, I will be needing to completely purify your dark magic to end you. The problem is that Patronus doesn't hold any offensive power. Thus I had to use it with my fist. Orion mutters to himself with a sigh. Well, let's try this. As Orion was holding the Dementor up against the wall with his force, he once again closed his fist while only extending 2 fingers out and muttering. Space law red plus light law purify. Orion said slowly as he was very focused at this time. Merging 2 kinds of ancient magic is already a big deal and he was dealing with law here. And then it happened. The dimly lit up train corridor glowed up with bright red light. It was not eerie but rather blazing and vibrant. A bright red orb appears in front of his extended finger as he points it towards the Dementor. And then there was an explosion. An explosion which stood the entire train and almost toppled the coach they were in, only thanks to Orion controlling the gravity to some degree and the coach being connected with another coach, that it stayed on the track. The entire side of the coach was blasted off, the entire wall was gone, and so the Dementor Orion was targeting. Rose, Daphne, Lupin, and almost everyone in that coach was gobsmacked. Guess I overdid it there. Orion intended to blow up the wall, just to let out the frustration for being trapped in one place for 3 years. But after seeing the entire coach was about to flip and even the bridge on which the train was standing got damaged a little, even he gulps as he continues that line of thought, thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't held back and accidentally destroyed the bridge. With great power comes great responsibilities, Merlin added as he saw Orion gulping after seeing his own attack. That one attack infused with ancient light magic was more than enough to scare off all the other Dementors. That bright red light might look very beautiful for others, but in the eyes of the Dementor, it was nothing less than poison, not thanks to its holy light nature. This was after all the first time someone has killed a Dementor. This news soon going to make headlines. This and what Orion was able to do to the train. Well, if Orion let it spread, that is. Unaware of what he has done, and the upcoming trouble he would be facing. Orion currently was more concerned about the train itself. Quickly stepping up ahead at the edge of the destroyed coach wall, he noticed that he actually ended up hitting an iron pillar which held up the structural rigidity of the bridge. Damn, I almost made the entire train fall to the river below. Orion sighs, his earlier confidence fading out. Reparo Maxima. Orion, after a nervous face, immediately turned into a focused and confident one again, and with his only magically capable hand extended, he shouted. Reparo is a fixing spell which can repair anything as long as the caster has enough magical power or knowledge about what he is repairing if the said item is too complex. Maxima is an amplifier. It is used to overcharge the magical power of a spell and improve its power. By the time Orion spelled out, great magical fluctuation took place as the broken and shattered pieces of the half-destroyed coach started to float back and reattach to the coach. Everyone in the coach saw the magical sight in awe, but that wasn't the hard part. The real target of Orion's magic was not the train itself but the bridge. He in fact overloads his magic just to make sure that if there is a chance of the bridge has remaining damage then it will be fixed. After making sure that everything got repaired and there was not structural damage to the bridge, he finally let out a relieved sigh and turned around to go back and nap again, only for him to face 3 amazed faces. Whoa, how did you do that? Oh Merlin, Orion, did you just kill a Dementor? Both Rose and Daphne were staring at Orion like he had grown another head while Professor Lupin was pale at what just Orion had done. Being a Dada professor means he knows that Orion just killed a being which can only be safeguard against and never be killed. Not to mention, Orion repairs the Hogwarts Express. It would be a big deal if it was a normal train, but Hogwarts Express is no normal train. Both destroying a coach and repairing it would require a high degree of offensive power and keen knowledge of magic. For a second, Lupin looked at the boy in front of him with hot eyes, like he saw an alien. He has heard about this genius before. It was none other than Orion D. Ambrosius. Who else he could be if not the boy who is making more headlines than the girl who survives herself? Knowing what they were thinking, Orion immediately took action before they attracted any more attention than needed. With a simple wave of his hand, the sound which should have come out of their mouth never left. It was like the sound didn't exist for those few seconds. 2 out of 10 for that unnecessarily overpowered attack. You could have just manifested a dagger or something with Patronus by molding the magic with space and stabbing the Dementor. Only giving you 2 just so because that attack was pretty cool and strong, not to mention you pulled off a law combination magic. Many mistakes in that too though, seeing how much damage you did to the coach. It was not focused at all. 3 out of 10 for that reparo. First, you didn't have to use Maxima even if you were worried about the bridge, but the damage was not anywhere near enough for you to waste that much magic. Having more magical power doesn't mean that you forsake efficiency. Merlin spoke after analyzing Orion's performance. Orion at this just had twitching eyes, but he didn't react more to that. For the last 2 years when he was in Hogwarts, although did learn much from Merlin, but that was not even an introduction to what he learned from the chibi mage flying around him and grading his performance in the last 3 years. The teaching with Merlin for the last 3 years was nothing like learning in Hogwarts. It was more complex and skill-based. Finally, after somewhat solving his magical power issue, Merlin immediately put Orion into real arcane. Today's Orion is not a one-trick pony anymore. But this development only came because of Merlin's strict teaching. He was quite hard on Orion, setting up unimaginary goals for Orion to achieve. To this date, Orion hasn't gotten more than 6 in anything in Merlin's evaluation, irritating him to no hell. Orion calms himself down and looks at the mute people freaking out at the loss of their voice. With a sigh, he removed his magic which was blocking their voice, and before they said anything, he spoke. Not here. Ask any question you have in Hogwarts, Orion said, and without wasting any time returned to his seat and again went back to his napping. Others were stunned at the strange event but saw how Orion was already asleep. With helpless looks on their faces, both Rose and Daphne just made a mental note to ask about what happened to him later on. Although after making so much noise, there was just no way others wouldn't learn what Orion did, at least thanks to just students being there. No one directly asked Orion about him killing a Dementor or destroying an entire section of a coach. Only after the train stopped again that Orion woke up. There was still a lingering trace of tirelessness on his face. It was clear that he was highly sleep deprived, but all those short naps up to this point really helped him out. I told you not to be overworked, Merlin pointed out, irritating Orion further. Don't you know that even though you were right, saying I told you, is a conversation killer? Getting out of the train, he realized that he was the only one who didn't change into his robes. A little wave of his hand was enough to transform his clothes into the school robes for the night. Orion, how? Rose was about to ask the moment she saw Orion coming out of the train, but he just shushed her. Later, okay. I will explain what I did and how, but not right now. Right now I am just too hungry and sleepy for this. Orion waved his hands to stop Rose and Daphne to save himself from their onslaught of questions. Knowing that they were not gonna get anything from Orion, they just sighed and went to get a ride to Hogwarts. They got up on a carriage driven by magic, but Orion knew better. All 3 of them, Rose, Orion, and Daphne, were someone who saw death in their life, so they could see the creature pulling the carriage. Unfortunately for them, none of them knew what kind of magical creature it was, and unlike the movies, there wasn't a cute loli there to explain the highly mistaken creature in this magical world. What are they called again? Orion asked the all-knowing Jesus who was flying around him, puffing on his mini-pipe in his chibi form. Thestral. Quite a noble creatures they are, but unfortunately their appearance and past history of appearing where dead exist, made the wizarding populace avoid them. Merlin puffed on his pipe and said with reminiscence on his face, yes, Thestrals. Orion nodded after finally remembering the name. The Elder Wand's core was created by one of their tails, the same wand which destroyed his left hand's magical circuits. He wanted to study their magic in his free time. Maybe he could find a way to heal those severed magical circuits as well. Earlier Orion didn't notice as he was too engrossed with the invisible creature. After looking at Daphne he noticed something. Daphne, are you sure you wearing the right uniform? Orion asked with a question mark on his head. The robes she was wearing were exactly like them. Had red color on them. Hearing this, Daphne gave a shit-eating grin like she was waiting for someone to point out. Rose, after hearing Orion, also notices the red robes on Daphne. Haha, it's only now that you notice, you too, Rose. Haha, guess why I'm wearing these robes? Daphne laughed with a cheerful demeanor and asked. Orion mind at this wanders off to Hermione. She was wearing her robes from the start, and thanks to that he was able to see it. There was green on her robes. A little confusion clouded his mind, but knowing that this was something related, he formed the most likely answer. Can't guess, hee. I am entered into the Gryffindor house, Daphne said, earning a gasp from Rose while making Orion's suspicion solid. Did you swap this position with someone? Orion asked. It was safe to say that the reaction Daphne was looking for from Orion wasn't this question. Pouting in irritation, she chided. Hey, I just came to Gryffindor's house. Why are you not surprised? Look at Rose, this is the kind of reaction normal people should have. Not like you, and why do you think that I swap my place with someone? Sorry, yes I am quite surprised. Just my face forgot to play the part of a stunned person. Orion laughs while ruffling his hair. Pouting and acting like she was angry with Orion, Daphne did not even bat an eye at this lack of idiotic excuse, but even she was now curious about why Orion thought that she swapped places with someone. Seeing the curious glare from her, Orion just smiled and said, I saw Hermione wearing green robes when I first entered the train. Orion offhandedly said, while still thinking, is this even possible to change houses? At first, when he saw Hermione he was surprised, but he didn't care considering he didn't plan to deal with that girl anymore. He won't attack her or Nick. That was his last line when he decided to not act on them because of any previous grimaces, but that only extends to the past actions, not the future actions. If any one of them acts against him or his friends, then he will kill them both. But again, because he had the mindset of not dealing with her at all, he didn't bother what she wore or which house she was in. But now when Daphne was wearing the red robes of Gryffindor, Orion couldn't help but wonder, what kind of string does Hermione or Daphne have to pull to make Dumbledore make them swap their house in the third year? He never knew that something like this is possible. While Orion was wondering about this, he didn't notice the strange look appearing on the girls' faces when he called Hermione's name. He didn't know that it was not just him who was angry with Hermione and didn't want to deal with her anymore. Both Rose and Daphne were the same. At first, there was just dissatisfaction when Hermione never came to see Orion when he was in the infirmary. They knew that Orion was there when she was petrified earlier, but later this dissatisfaction grew to anger when she refused to stay or talk with them and even avoided them most of the time. There was still no hatred, but they were angry with Hermione. The deal with Hermione and Daphne was the last time they interacted with Hermione. Orion, on the other hand, had no idea what was happening. He now was only interested in knowing how Daphne pulled the house swap. But before he could ask that, Hogwarts arrived, and with every student he entered the place. He will have much time to ask her later on anyway. This year he didn't plan to work as hard as the last 2 years. Now he is strong enough to even give Dumbledore a run for his money as long as that guy is not serious. So with that in mind, he entered the Grand Castle with everyone else. The familiar huge hall came into his sight and a sigh inevitably left from his mouth. For him, it was 3 years since he came here. It's a long time for him. After sighing, he walked up to the Gryffindor table and sat with both Rose and Daphne. Also, notice from the side of his eyes that Hermione sat on the Slytherin side. The moment he entered the hall, 2 powerful mental attacks hit him. Of course, this was none other than Dumbledore and Snape. Now if this was the old Orion, then he wouldn't have done anything. With a simple remark in his mind that they can't read his mind anyway, he would have let it go. But now, a little smirk appears on his face. So slight that no one noticed, no one except one floating grandpa, who too was smirking cutely. Orion stopped in his place, making both Dumbledore and Snape narrow their eyes. This was the first time they couldn't read his mind, and even more than that, Orion noticed their mental prompt. And then the next second when their eyes met Orion, the moment their eyes connected, they felt a chill creeping down their spine. Orion's azure blue eyes shone with power, law of presence, mental shock. And then there was a sharp pain in their heads, enough for them to make use of their hand to support their heads, making them dizzy for a few seconds. While one voice was echoing in their mind, "Yo, long time no see. Let's talk about this later on." This was enough to completely freeze those old crooks, and Orion moved on when Rose and Daphne nudged him. Before they could get anything to eat, the sorting ceremony had to take place. This was the worst part about the first day in Hogwarts for him. I mean, do the ceremony. I'm not complaining, but why stop us from eating? Twitching, Orion waved his hand and a package of chips came to him out of nowhere. After the little display of power on his side, both Snape and Dumbledore became very aware of him. They didn't dare send another mental prompt at him. That voice in their head fused with law of presence had already shaken their minds. They felt like they didn't sleep for weeks and survived without coffee. Their mind was throbbing in pain. After seeing that the reason behind this pain was flirting with 2 beautiful girls and eating chips, they almost blew up a few fuses in their heads. Finally, the sorting ceremony was done, and Orion got to eat something. And eat he did. Usually, his friends know just how much Orion eats on a normal day. He eats especially more on the first day of Hogwarts, but today it is much more than that. Thanks to his constant training, his metabolism rate has shot up to the point his cravings have increased. It was not just his magic which had improved. Orion, while looking for a solution for his banged-up arm, found many ways to improve his own body. Needless to say, this time around almost everyone was watching Orion with stunned eyes. Both Rose and Daphne were red-faced, pondering why they sat beside Orion. He alone completed all the food from one section of the table. It was not even helping that the bastard could draw more food at his place with just a wave of his hand. Soon the cautious glances of both Snape and Dumbledore turned into irritation. Orion, that's enough, let go, Rose said with a mouse-like voice, trying to nudge Orion to get his face up from the food and look around. Students were watching him like a zoo animal. His usual messing eating style has long been refined to the point that even when he was eating so much food to feed an entire stadium alone, no one felt disgusted. In fact, the majority of the students were looking at him with astonishment in their eyes. Yeah, just let me complete that chicken wing plate, Orion offhandedly replies, ignoring Rose and focusing more on eating. Maybe the most interesting part of Orion's large consumption of food was that he ate entire Hogwarts worth of food in the same time as others completed their usual fill. This piece, Orion had a peaceful smile on his face as he had a large stomach, but nothing compared to what he had eaten. If logic was taken into account, the Orion would be nothing less than a miniature hot air balloon. But here he was just a slight bulge, and that too was increasingly going back to his normal six-packs ABS form. How? What kind of magic did you use? I refuse to believe any man can eat that kind of food and remain standing. Daphne was dazed, shaken to the core. She wasn't the only one. Ah well, there is a magic I use to convert all that food into energy. But that is just a part of it. I am naturally gifted in this area. This is the will of D. Orion jokes while finally getting up, only then making students realize that they haven't eaten much and quickly start before the opening feast ends. Dumbledore too has to extend the feast time after seeing so many students just started to eat. Not to mention, the house elf will need some time to make more food. After eating and teasing both the girls and having his fill, Orion was back in his game mode. While other students went back to their dorms to sleep, he remained seated. And surprisingly no one notices him. Law of presence works in many ways, hiding one presence is also a part of it. Only when all the students were gone that Orion lifted his concealment and turned back to Dumbledore. Other professors including Snape had to leave to either introduce the new students to their dorms or rules or some other work. Dumbledore might have left too, but he knew Orion never left. Sure enough, it was Dumbledore, law or not, that level of magic wouldn't work on the old man. So Dumbledore remains behind, knowing that he has to talk with Orion. Yo, long time no see, Professor, Orion smiled while waving at Dumbledore. Orion, how are you? What about your arm? I see your appetite is just as great as usual, Dumbledore greeted. Orion didn't immediately answer, but before doing anything he looked at his left bandaged arm. There was an unknown strange look on his face. A look which Dumbledore was very aware of. It was helplessness. He clearly saw Orion using his left hand before, so he didn't understand why Orion was like this. Yes, it's fixed though not entirely. But I'm working on it, Orion didn't answer clearly. He didn't want to talk about his hand anymore. It's usable right now and that was enough for him. I'm glad, my boy. Dumbledore too didn't talk too much about his hand. Good, then let's talk about business. Orion cut the idle chit-chat and turned on business mode. Dumbledore nodded, there was no change on his face. What do you want to talk about? The old fox said with a straight face, like he didn't try to mind R**pe him just a few hours ago. I'm talking about the auction. You handle the entire thing right. How it goes? Orion asked, like he too didn't care about the mental attack Dumbledore did earlier. That went superb, though I have to ask, did you have to let this old man embarrass himself in front of others? Dumbledore said with a little irritation on his face. It was because of Orion that he had to swear in front of so many witches and wizards. Haha, don't worry, they were my words anyways. How was the letter? Took me some time to enhance it and the voice too. Orion laughed in a light-hearted manner. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. He knew Orion was more naughty than others give him credit for. But even he has to say that it was masterfully made. That letter was not like any howlers. Not only it feels sentient, which was the most outrageous thing he had thought of in recent years, comparing this kid playthings with one of the most famous and complex magical items created by the founders, the Sorting Hat. But then there was also that voice. It was Orion's voice but sounded much more authoritative, and the presence of that voice demanded attention. Dumbledore was about to ask about how Orion created that letter, but before that, Orion spoke up. So, how did it go? How was the collection? Orion was eager to know this. Other things like Dumbledore and Snape mentally attacking him weren't that important. In the end, they couldn't get anything useful anyway. Oh, that? It was good. The collection actually exceeded your expectations. The auction generated 20,000 galleon for the 100 squib potion you created, Dumbledore said. Orion's eyes lit up. It really was a huge profit. The ingredients he used to make those potions weren't worth more than 1,000 galleon. Okay, that's awesome. So how much do you take? Orion's cheery mood immediately became solemn and serious. At this, Dumbledore too got into his business phase. The ministry took 10% and I mean Hogwarts will take 20%, Dumbledore stated with a straight face. Orion's eyes widen. 20%, that 1,000 galleon just to host the auction, thought Dumbledore. And where the ministry came from. How they are involved. Seeing Orion's face distorting, Dumbledore knew that he was on a hard bargain this time around. Technically that 30% shouldn't be taken by them. He already was profitable by just joining their name with this auction. Both he and Fudge, getting ready, both of them were ready to bargain until the other one gave up. After a long back and forth, both Orion and Dumbledore were internally sweating, not giving up their position. Dumb old fox, what you gonna do with this much money when your half a foot is in the grave? This kid, why are you so greedy? You are barely a teenager right now, why do you need so much money? Both Dumbledore and Orion were staring at each other, neither backing down. 5% that my final offer, take it or leave it, Orion said. Not happening, Hogwarts need that fund to operate. Recently the ministry is Hogwarts is not getting any kind of monetary support from the ministry right now because of some reason. Orion, believe me, this money is very much needed for the normal functioning of Hogwarts. Dumbledore didn't back down. This shut up Orion. Suddenly his mind connected dots and he gulped. The reason why Dumbledore was so apparent about money recently was this. It was last year that he stole all the money from the major houses of magical Britain. Back then he didn't find any connection between the normal working of society and the money he stole from individual houses. But now he thinks otherwise. He looked down, pretending to be pondering over Dumbledore's reason, but in reality, he was brainstorming, trying to come up with any reason for how they both are connected. But to no avail, he needed more information about what was going on. No way that he would ask Dumbledore. Sigh. For the time being he decided to just give in, not like he doesn't have enough money for the time being. Alright, 15% as you stated. 10% to Hogwarts and 5% to the ministry, Orion just said with a defeated tone. Dumbledore is quick to agree and even butter up to Orion so that he doesn't change his decision. Orion now just wanted to leave, but before that, he once again turned around and asked, "Oh, one more thing. About that mental prompt from both you and Professor Snape," Orion said and stopped. Albus Dumbledore had come up with a perfect answer in all this time, but after looking at Orion's eyes he didn't open his mouth. There was something that was telling him that no lie would work on this guy. Forget about it, I will treat it like it never happened, just like you will treat nothing that happened on the train, Orion said as a smile appeared on his face, and then he turned back. Dumbledore didn't understand what Orion meant, but only later on when this news reaches to him by Lupin, as most of the other students' memories Orion already planned to erase, he will know what Orion mean here. Orion, though he is stronger now, but that doesn't mean he wants to create faults with others, especially someone like Albus Dumbledore. But at the same time, he knew that it's long past time since he could keep on playing the child. Acting childish is fine, but that doesn't mean others should consider you one. After wasting much time with Dumbledore and even giving him an offhanded comment about the possible threat of invading his mind again, there was also the talk about his next book. Orion had enough time to mass produce them, now no longer needing normal methods as magic did everything for him. To mass produce an item was easy for him, as long as it's the same thing. And he has all the resources. But he didn't plan to make all those products which are currently selling in the market by himself. That is still a waste of both time and magic. Not to mention, hoarding money is never a good idea. Giving away a little bit of money and increasing the job availability in the market is better for him. This way money will roll in the market and the market won't go into recession. This time he produced the books just because he did not have the time to give the book copy to his partners in time. He has already did that, thanks to Red, and the worldwide sell for his new book A Force Within will soon start. After talking with Dumbledore directly went to sleep, he still was the tired cause of all that training. Next morning, Orion opens his eyes in a fresh mood. That last 8 hours of sleep really did it for him. It was still quite early. Just like his normal daily training regime, he got up, did his daily rituals and hit the training ground outside the castle. You are looking much more relaxed. Not at all like the scranny brat from 3 years ago, Merlin said as he too was looking refreshed. Still in his chibi form, he was hovering around Orion while puffing on his smoking pipe. Yeah, there is no rush now to get stronger. Orion smiled and didn't rush at all. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fresh air, he started to stretch his body before his daily physical exercise. Don't take it too lightly, kid. You might be stronger, but this is nothing. You are only strong in terms of today's standards, Merlin grumbles. I know. That is why I am here to train in the first place. Orion rolled his eyes and said, he by now was more or less used to it. It was so surprising for him that this old man has stayed with him for 5 years now. 3 years was inside the time chamber, but still it's 5 years overall. Now he is so used to it that he honestly doesn't think that he can get used to him not constantly trying to annoy or berate him from time to time. Smiling, he started his training. It's the first day, so let's try without something light, Orion thought to himself. Once again taking out his shirt, his habit of working out topless was still in effect. Okay, let's start with a 100 km run. Merlin's eye twitched after hearing this. 100 km is light? Only this monster will call that light. I know you want to get stronger, but that doesn't mean you detach yourself from reality so much that you can't even tell supernatural apart from normal. Merlin wanted to shout, but knowing that it's pointless, he remained quiet. Orion was training his body even when his left arm was practically unusable. Signing Merlin couldn't do anything about it. After his daily exercise was done, Orion again approached Merlin for the magic training. All right, old man, time to teach me the next big thing, Orion said with a brilliant smile on his face. In the last 4 years, he has mastered the law of space, other minor laws, and above all ancient magic. Kind of magic which gives him a better command of his powers. The next big thing you say. Let me guess. Merlin knocked his head on the side like he was thinking. And think. Oi, you sleep or what? Teach me another major law power. What's more there is to think about it. Orion couldn't tell whether the old man was really giving it a thought or just pulling his leg. He wouldn't put past him to do something like that. This is the same man who said, and Orion quote, to gain more power, you need to sacrifice something. This is a powerful ritual which can make you extremely powerful in exchange for one of your body parts or organs. For women it's quite easy, they just offer their uterus, for men though it will be hard. In simple term, take a knife and cut out your penis and present it as a sacrifice. Orion's eyes twitch, he knew the reality of his old chibi grandpa flying around him. He might look harmless and mostly appreciative of good, but if there is one person who is more worthy of the name Dark Lord, then it's him. I can't think of anything. You already have mastered the one major law which suits you the best. So I'm not sure. Merlin shrugged his hand and replied. This makes Orion's face crunch up. What are you so confused about in the first place? There are only two big laws left, right? Space is already mastered by me and only time and matter is left. Orion said with confusion on his face, not sure what Merlin was thinking. Maybe you haven't realized it yet, but there was the reason why I started with space law with you. Merlin said with contemplation in his voice. Come on, just explain it already. You know I would have figured it out by now if I had any idea. Orion, even after rocking his brain, couldn't tell what was stopping Merlin. Sigh. Seems like I have to spoon feed you until the end. You remember I once said to you that I never fully mastered any law to perfection. Merlin sighed and then, before Orion could retort on his comment, asked him. Yeah, I do, Orion replied seamlessly. After mastering his mind palace, recalling a memory like this was very easy for him. Okay, good, but I never told you exactly what kept me from mastering those laws. Technically speaking, I had enough time to master all the law including the major one, but I couldn't do it because everyone has a different affinity with law. Only a handful number of witches and wizards can master any form of law in the first place. Mastering one of the three major laws is already an astronomical thing. But learning more than one law, do you think it's a child's play? Boy, I never say this just so that you don't get a big head, but what you have accomplished by now is already way beyond what anyone could have learned in their entire lifetime. Merlin said, and Orion had to take a double take at what he heard. He didn't say anything, but the stunned look on his face was apparent to Merlin. Merlin just rolled his eyes. Don't get used to it, but I have to give credit where credit is due. You are talented, much more than even me when I was your age. Merlin said while breaking the eye contact. Internally he was comparing his 13 and even 20-year-old version with Orion and cursing silently. What would have happened when this boy was born 2,000 years ago? Good thing he wasn't at that time. Before Orion could say anything, Merlin continued. And it's a big deal, believe me when I am telling it. My talent and blood might have been the best of all in my time. But even with all the talent, magic, rituals and time I had, I couldn't master the laws. And I am afraid that you will fall into the same trap. It's not just the difficulty which prevents someone from mastering all three major laws of the world. The world itself kind of prevents one person from mastering all three kinds of law. Complete control over time, space, and matter means one can to some extent control reality itself. It's borderline going against the natural order of the world. Merlin said with a dejected face. Orion to this burrow his brow. I understand that it is hard to be almost unattainable. But still, we can't say before I try. Orion mutters. True, but that is the problem. Time. There is so much that you can learn in the limited time you have. Unlike me, you don't have the luxury of walking on a path, failing and choosing another. You master space law in 1 year. For others, it might take even their entire life to do that. Even 100 years is not enough. It took me more than 60 years to semi-master the law which I had the best affinity with, Merlin said, and this brought a shock to Orion's face. Didn't Merlin earlier say that he was nothing compared to the old era? How come he himself took half a century? He wanted to shout at the old man but remain calm. Right now was not the time. And that was only semi-master, because I realize the more a person masters a particular kind of law, it becomes just as hard for him to learn the other kind. You took 1 year to learn space law, which was something you had an affinity for. You completed mastering it. But mastering another major law, you won't be able to do it for the rest of your life, or maybe if you really had luck, maybe in the next 100 years or more, Merlin said, and this completely stopped both of them from making any sound. Orion pursed his lips. Orion immediately wanted to start his training with another type of major law, but after hearing what Merlin had to say, he faltered. The real issue is never that he won't be able to learn it. Even if he doesn't, then, that's it. He can start with something else. Another powerful magic. But it might cost him a lot of his time. He doesn't want to do that. Wasting even a single year he doesn't want to, let alone wasting 100 years. This was a very important decision for him. There are not many examples of mages mastering a major law in the first place, let alone a single person who masters over two. Even Merlin, quote, and quote, the best there is, didn't master any of the major laws just so that he could master all of them. Orion doesn't doubt at all that with Merlin's reputation, his talent wouldn't be enough to completely master at least one of the major laws. Merlin told him that his affinity was with time. Does this have something to do with him living this long? Could mastering the law of time completely make him immortal? He is not sure. No, Orion doesn't believe that Merlin can't do that. He is sure that if Merlin wanted to, then he could have mastered the law of time. But he didn't do it. This only means that he either didn't focus on one magic and wanted to master all of them at the same time. There is no way Orion is willing to believe that Merlin will make that kind of mistake. So the only reason could be that Merlin knew that if he mastered any one of the laws to perfection, he wouldn't be able to learn other laws. Sigh. Dejected Orion left the training ground and found himself in the dining hall. Spotting familiar figures, Orion just gravitated towards them unconsciously. Orion, what are you thinking now? You got that look again on your face, Rose said in her typical cute fashion. What face? Orion offhandedly asked, not even looking at her. Though the girl was pretty, Orion's training was more important. Pouting Rose chidden. The kind which shouts out that you are not paying any attention. Oh, but I'm paying attention. I saw that you are not sitting with Daphne today. Where is she? Orion asked this question to some part just close the conversation, to some part genuinely curious where was the blonde of their group. Both she and Hermione were called by Professor McGonagall. I don't know the reason though. Rose knocked her head to the side cutely. Is it just me, or does this girl act cute in front of you? Merlin narrowed his eyes. Don't you think that at your age getting excited by a girl acting cute is a little too much? Twitch. Merlin's face immediately turns from joking to irritated. These kinds of little jabs are kind of common for them now. Ha, say what you want to say, but remember, you will never get women with that kind of attitude, Merlin chided. With this kind of face, power, fame, and money, I guess I'm good in that department. Orion immediately shot up, irritating Merlin more. Merlin had nothing to refute this. Orion was telling the truth there. He just decided to tune out on this topic. Orion could smirk as he saw the slight pouting look on the chibi grandpa, internally cheered with happiness. Over the years he has suffered much under this old man's hand. Cheering internally, he returned back to his conversation with Rose. Did you hear what I said? Rose suddenly asked, catching Rose off guard. Blinking, Orion pondered what he just heard. Just before he could enter into his mind palace, someone entered the hall. This someone was none other than Dumbledore. Phew, perfect timing, Orion internally muttered. Students, please settle down. I have an important thing to announce, Dumbledore said. The buzzing hall quietens down, and everyone looks at Dumbledore, waiting for him to complete whatever he wanted to say so they could continue to cause mayhem. Just like last year, this year too one book will be added to the syllabus in Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, and besides the only a few first-year students who had no idea what was going on, everyone looked at Orion with naked hostility in their eyes. There was a fire in their eyes, like saying, how dare you? Not again. They all had fun reading his last book, but only once. Later on, they had to remember the real theory and information in the book for the test. So none of them wanted to read another one of his books if it meant that they had to take a test about it. Not to mention, last time Orion mentioned that his next book would go into more detail about magic and would be a little more technical. This means that it's gonna be a bigger pain in the ass. Okay. Please don't kill Mr. Ambrosius over this. I know you don't want more syllabus to be added to your exams, but I believe me, you should thank him that he is willing to share this kind of information with us for free. Dumbledore sighed as he tried to save Orion a little from his peers' ire. Orion on the other hand didn't care. Those assholes don't even recognize what kind of information and knowledge he is sharing with them. And how it is his fault. He never wrote the book for them. It's Dumbledore who is putting the book in the syllabus, not him. But Orion himself was a little shocked seeing Dumbledore announcing today. After all, it was only yesterday night he provided the book to him. Did the old man read the book just under one night? Did he even sleep? Here is the book which Mr. Ambrosius has written. I have to admit myself that after picking it up once just to check it out, I couldn't put it down until I completed it. Dumbledore said, and the teachers sitting beside him also looked curious. This time around they didn't get any early sneak peek like the last time. The first book was such a big hit for Orion that not only the Hogwarts teachers/students or wizarding populace of Britain but the entire world demanded another book. Well, the entire world besides those old magic fanatics. I am well aware that many of you, including many professors in Hogwarts, are waiting for Mr. Ambrosius' next book, Dumbledore said, and almost smirked like getting a copy early was something to be happy about. People show their true colors at times of extreme need or joy. See that malicious smirk on his face. He is evil, I tell you. We only wrote about the basics of wandless magic and some methods to cultivate it. At best the biggest contribution here will be that people won't need dangerous dark magic to improve their power to attend wandless magic. So why he is looking this smug is beyond me, Orion pondered. Here is the next book from Mr. Ambrosius. It's called A Force Within, Dumbledore said as he took out his copy. It was a blue book with simple white headings. Much like the previous book, it looks kid-friendly. But only after reading they could say they had learned their lesson the last time. Everyone focused their attention on the book Dumbledore is holding. Rose didn't. Both she and Daphne got their copy in Hogwarts Express itself. But there was a shine in her eyes nonetheless. She liked the book apparently. Good thing that this time around there wasn't any controversy with the language of the book. Orion hugely tones down the rainbow vomit language when writing this book. It still exists but it's miles better than the last book. Even the last book has a 2.0 version with better language available in the market by this time. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, many blue books started to fly inside the hall and one by one they dropped in front of the students and professors. Some had giddy looks when looking at the book while some looked lackluster when they didn't find any comedy in the book like the last time. Thanks to only Dumbledore, Rose, and Daphne having read the book, there wasn't much discussion about the book itself but rather everyone was just engrossed in reading the interesting looking blue book in front of them with a cute baby Yoda picture on the cover. But Dumbledore was having none of that. He used the sonorous charm and said, "And there is one more thing which I have to announce, and there is one more thing which I have to announce," Dumbledore said with another one of his smirks, making Orion frown. Orion had a feeling that whatever Dumbledore wanted to say is related to him and he wouldn't like it. Everyone waited and internally cursed for what they could say the biggest pause to build suspense. Someone killed this old man already? There was a devious smirk on Dumbledore's face, like taking solemn in others' misery. Teachers were the same, they too had no idea what Dumbledore wanted to say. After making others suffer, he finally opens his mouth. From this year onwards, Hogwarts will be hosting an optional class on wandless magic. And the person who will be hosting that class will be Mr. Ambrosius himself. And before any of you whine, no, they are not added to your syllabus. They are totally non-mandatory classes and anyone can take them, including the teachers, Dumbledore said, and there was a complete silence in the hall, making everyone wide eyes but maybe none other than Orion himself. Ah, I almost forgot that you promised the old man to teach wandless magic to others. Merlin's words fell and simultaneously these words escaped Orion's mouth. Fuck. Well, he was quiet enough that others didn't hear him. Well, no one except Rose so immediately poked him on his stomach with her elbow. Uff. Stop using that language, will ya? Rose huffed with inclination but still smiled immediately afterwards, maybe something related to the gloomy look on Orion's face. It didn't take long for others to snap their necks at Orion, their eyes shone, and some wanted to learn wandless magic like Orion while some just wanted something interesting due to and forget those boring history lessons. There were many among them who just wanted to tease Orion for getting an early graduation from student to teacher. Needless to say, even Dumbledore had to give the hall some time to quieten down. Okay, we are done here. Please hurry and have your breakfast. Soon your classes will start. And Mr. Ambrosius, a special class will be set up for you soon in the southern hall of the castle. The school staff will let you know, Dumbledore said, and after that, just like how he came, he was leave without giving two shit about anyone else. Orion could do nothing but twitch his eyes. I shouldn't have agreed to that. I don't think that you even realize how crazy you were back then. You literally agree with any demand he made to get out of this school. Hell, I was stunned when you were ready to lose even money, Merlin said with an amused look on his face. I have to heal my hands, and it was a good thing that I acted when I did. Otherwise, forget about magic, I would have completely lost my entire arm, Orion replied with a sigh. Yes, agree, but we only learn about the poor condition of your hand later. Before that, the kind of haste you were showing, I rather say it was not just to heal that arm but you were running away from here, Merlin said with a knowing look on his face. The smile on his face immediately faltered, though he didn't want to agree with Merlin's estimation, but after 3 years of reflection on his path, he had to agree. He was kind of running away from Hogwarts. His mind was a mess regarding how to deal with both Hermione and Nick. He feared that he would just knock down the Slytherin house wall and bash Nick's head with his fist or outright stab him to death. So he had to leave, because he wasn't sure what he would do in his anger, not to mention the power boost back then wasn't helping his case at all. Shaking his head, he just removed all those pointless thoughts from his mind. He decided that he would just forget everything that happened. From now on the books are clean and he in fact is just waiting for the other party to do anything against him. Just one offense against him and that gave him all the reason to Shinra Tensei that shit. Oh, what are you thinking about? You are making that face again. Rose nudged. Nothing, just wondering what to eat first. Orion, once out of his daze, immediately made an offhanded excuse, and no one would believe Orion here, let alone Rose who knew him so well. TCH, don't tell if you don't want to. But at least put some more effort into your excuses, will ya? Rose pouted. After having their breakfast, both Orion and Rose met up with Daphne ready to attend their first class of the year. Orion, do you remember what you promised us last year? Daphne suddenly asked as they were moving towards their first class. I promised to hit you back if you hit me. Orion gave it a thought and muttered. No. You told us that you will train us, both Daphne and Rose responded. Oh, same thing. Same thing. Orion just waved his hands as he kept on moving. Though the girls didn't say anything about this little comment of Orion, but there was a bad feeling in their hearts. What will you teach us? Rose just let go of that feeling and asked with excitement. She firsthand has seen how powerful magic Orion had. Like being able to lift her with a single wave of his hand, conjure things out of thin air, and even what happened in the train. In fact, they were wondering why no one was making any fuss about that by now. Were they the only ones who saw Orion completely dismantle the Dementor and one side of the coach? Little did they know that Orion, after entering Hogwarts, had used mind magic to remove those memories from others' minds. He only didn't target them, and 2 certain snakes and a wolf. He did it just because it was a little too troublesome to explain his sudden increase in power. Let me guess, how about how to run away when shit hits the fan? It works for me, so that's the best place to start with. Orion jokes, earning 2 smacks from the 2 cute girls he usually hangs out with. In fact, he doesn't hang out with anyone but these girls. He planned to change that this year. A little more focus on personal development and relations if possible. He planned to do the same last year as well, but it didn't go that well. This year though, he is sure that he had enough time to do so. Oh come on, I really want to know when we can do magic like you, Daphne complained as he got closer, taking one of Orion's hands and pressing her growing chest on his muscular arms. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arm, there was a slight current inside him, and a reaction which caught him off guard. He felt a tightness in his pants, a feeling which he almost forgot since he came here. This body was of a kid after all. Finally some progress, Merlin shouted on the side, nodding like Gandalf with his devilish smile. Yes, readers are killing me about some fan service. Go on boy, make Papa proud. Oi, who are you? Merlin, did you hear that? Merlin calming his raging heart, Orion finally arrives at the first class of the year. Hanging to him were two cute lolies. Well, it won't be long when he can't use that term to describe them anymore. They are already developed enough to give his first hard-on of this world. But no action for him for a few more years. His body needs to grow and it will hinder its development if he is not careful. Well, maybe something a little less intense would do. Shake shake, Orion quickly shook his head to remove all those evil thoughts and entered the very first class. It was the Charms class. One of Orion's very favorite classes in Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick is not only a very qualified professor but at the same time, he knows how to make a class fun. And it's not just him, everyone in the school likes his class. To still date that man nudged him to enter into dueling tournaments, of course, Orion denied it. In the first year let alone dueling, he wasn't even capable of performing spells. The second year was much better, he was extremely busy learning and fighting that madman Nick. And now, well, he will only say what Madara Uchiha once said to Oniki. What adult goes all out against a child? As all three of them entered the class, they found that Flitwick already was in the class. Nothing new, in Hogwarts students have to go from one class to another as almost all the professors have their dedicated classes for their arts. Flitwick just have to stay here in his class all day long. Morning Professor Flitwick, you are looking good as always, Orion said with confidence. Flitwick was taken aback at this response, although Orion is never a timid person but he hardly takes out time to do any kind of ideal chat with anyone in his own initiative, let alone giving others a compliment. A very good morning to you too Mr. Ambrosius, you are looking much different than the boy I remember last year, Flitwick said with a gentle smile and got a smile back from Orion. There was no response from Orion this time around, his posture and facial features told enough that he was different. Much different. Being a master of his craft, Flitwick who was interested tried to peek a little at Orion's magical power, wanting to know what changed in the boy but to his surprise, he couldn't sense any magic from Orion. He wasn't the only one who tried this by now and people like Snape, Dumbledore and even Nick were equally surprised. Looking at him it almost felt like he was looking at a muggle. If he didn't know any better he would have suspected Orion of being one. This feeling was much different than what he felt in the first year. That year he clearly felt magical power from the boy but just so weak that it was almost negligible. This year though is like there is no magical power. He wanted to ask what was going on with the boy but knowing who he was talking about here, he kept his quiet. After all, currently in Hogwarts if there is one person who he won't see through besides Dumbledore himself then it has to be the boy in front of him. Orion felt a poke on his side again. This was of course Daphne. He quickly sent an irritated and inquiring glare at her, asking what did I do this time? But she just huffed and took her seat, making not only Orion but even Rose raise their eyebrows in confusion and shift their heads ever so slightly to express their inner thoughts. Huff, what kind of guy is this? I practically glued myself to him and there wasn't even a single compliment. He didn't say anything about how I was looking back then on the train either. All that effort to look cute in vain and here he is turning 180 and complimenting Professor Flitwick, Daphne thought and pouted. Orion had no clue and internally he rolled his eyes with only one word in his mind, girls? Rose too had no idea, unlike some other girls, she wasn't much into compliments or anything. Not like she wouldn't like them. It doesn't matter if they are girls or boys, men or women, everyone like compliments. But she doesn't actively look for them. More like a tomboy. It didn't take long for everyone to settle down and the class to start. Good morning class, how has been your vacation? Flitwick asked and only this when he realized that he wanted to ask Orion about his hand. He left early and even took his second-year exam early just to leave Hogwarts and heal his hand. He slightly glances at the still bandaged arm of the boy and frowns. He wanted to ask but seeing that the entire class was present there, he refrained from doing so. He didn't want to bring that topic in front of others. His instincts told him that that was not a good idea. Everyone greeted Flitwick bringing a smile to his face. So just like every year, let's go through what we learned the last year before learning something new. Who can tell me what all the spells we learned last year? Flitwick asked the class, already expecting a hand to raise up from a certain know-it-all. But that wasn't the case. Hermione never took the initiative to raise her hands let alone answer the question. Glancing at Hermione, Flitwick didn't believe that she didn't know the answer. If there were 3 students in the class who usually had all the answers then it's Hermione, Nick, and Orion. And unlike both of the bastards who even after knowing the answer won't act just to make everyone believe they know nothing, only for them to top in the exams, oh how he hated those classmates of his. Cough asterisk cough asterisk. Anyways, what he means is that unlike them, Hermione is the first one to answer the questions. But not today. After he asked, everyone in the class was looking at each other like expecting someone to answer. More or less everyone was looking at Hermione, stating just how much the class relied on her to save them from all these hidden weapons thrown at them in the class by the professor. Seeing her not acting, their next target was of course, Nick and Orion. But once again the only thing they got was a stoic and cold Harry Potter look-alike with a brooding look like Hermione see him. Asterisk cough. And the beautiful face of the boy, whose reputation has recently soared through the sky. But he hardly talks with anyone but those 2 girls sitting beside him. Damn, cocky pretty boy. Damn overachievers. Seeing that no one was willing to answer his question, Flitwick's eyes twitched and he finally pointed at Orion, asking him to answer. There are two reasons here. Orion pretty much knows all the spells, but he never actually learned any from the professors. He learned them himself, and Flitwick even doubts that Orion has already completed the entire practical syllabus of the third year as well. He would have been right. Orion usually does that every year, but this year he didn't have enough time. But still, with all of his training, it doesn't matter. By now his command of all kinds of magic is so good that he can pretty much do any normal magic even without knowing the spell. Another reason why he calls for Orion is that he wants him to interact more. He is a little intrigued by his changes. Orion, who was yawning on the side, debating internally whether he should listen to the class or get a little nap time after putting a magic barrier, was caught off guard. He is not sure why, but maybe a habit from the previous world caught up to him at this time, and he immediately stood up attentively. And instantly curses at the reaction. After all, this is how he used to react when teachers caught him sleeping in class. Yes. We learn a few complex spell and mostly magic which works in daily life. Like Anapneo, Aperiquim, Oxio, and the fire spell and the cutting spell. There are too many to count if now I think about it. Orion replied with a bored tone. He hardly used those spells. He either used force or didn't rely on spells at all. Mostly his intent do all the work for him. No need to rely on funny-sounding spells. Flitwick's eye twitched again. This happened much last year. Orion uses wandless and spells less magic. At first, just like others, he too was amazed, but later on he realized that the boy didn't use a spell in the first place. It's pure intent. He is not sure whether to curse at this situation or laugh. Thank you, Mr. Ambrosius. Please sit down. Flitwick's mood about knowing more about Orion was gone. Orion didn't say anything wrong, but those professors and even his classmates just glared at Orion. They all had to memorize thousands of spells and even practice them until they were proficient in them, and then this guy came along. Need to lift a chair? Wave a hand. Need to transform a jar into a glass? Wave a hand. Need some light? Wave a hand. With just a wave of his hand, he does everything which they have to work so hard to do, and that too with a wand. Ms. Granger, can you please further explain what we learned last year? Flitwick didn't care. It was his mistake to even expect a normal response from Orion. Hermione, after being pointed out by Flitwick, has to turn back to her know-it-all persona and explain everything to the class. Okay, there are too many spells for us to practice today, so let's just focus on the most difficult ones. I believe in Gorjo it is. Let's practice that, Flitwick said. Engorjo is an enlarging spell which in theory enlarges any object it comes in contact with, but that is the layman's definition. Orion knew better. It not just enlarging, it was also a creation of matter itself through magic. And this is the reason why so many wizards can't do this spell. They just don't have the magical power to pull that off. Students were taught this spell, but in reality, it's only been used in small things like enlarging a matchstick or a leaf. Something easy, but still not many students can do it. Okay, let's see it then. Here, enlarge these matchsticks, Flitwick said as he flicked his wand and multiple matchsticks flew towards all the students. Go on, it's fine if you can't do it, but give it a try. Remember, there are times you are doing everything right and even then you won't be able to person this spell. It requires much powerful magic, and that is why only this spell is not in your syllabus. But here in Hogwarts, we still teach the spell just before it could be useful, and this is also very important for later studies if you are going into deeper studies in transfiguration or alchemy, Flitwick said, and then observed all the students. Both Rose and Daphne took out their wands just like all the others around them, doing the practiced and Hone's wand movement and making sure to pronounce the spell correctly. Many to date weren't able to do this spell currently. Daphne was one of those people. Her magic wasn't strong enough right now, and so the case was with Hermione. But Rose did it. And a few more people like Nick and Malfoy. Orion on the other hand just yawns as he observes the matchstick in front of him, wondering what the point of still continuing Hogwarts is. Just drop out already. Maybe I can create my very own magic school. What should I name it? Comardage or maybe Rea Lucaria? Orion just smiled and didn't even bother to do the spell for himself. He was more interested in seeing what others were doing. After wasting some time, Flitwick, who was getting annoyed at how Orion wasn't paying attention in the class, finally had it enough and walked up to him. Mr. Ambrosius, why are you not performing the spell? He asked, though there wasn't much heat in his tone. He already knew that Orion could do the spell. Oh, nothing, was just interested in how others are doing. Here, done, Orion said with a smile and just waved his right hand once, and to Flitwick's amazement, the matchstick grew in front of his own eyes. He saw the matchstick, which was 10 times bigger now, with a complicated look. Even he, a professional charms master, can't do what Orion with so casually. Engorjo is already a hard spell to perform, so doing it without a wand is out of the question. And here is this child who did it effortlessly without a spell, let alone with a wand. More than awe, there was contemplation on his face. Very good, Mr. Ambrosius. May I ask how you did the spell wandlessly? Flitwick asked in curiosity. Usually, he wouldn't have, but considering that Orion will be teaching wandless magic for this year, his feat really just intrigued him. Well, it's hard to explain, but you could read chapter 3 of my new book. There I have explained the basics of wandless magic. Doing simple wandless magic with that is possible, but when it comes to this magic, well, it's kind of hard. It highly depends on the control and power of intent of individuals, Orion said offhandedly. Doing something like high-level wandless magic now has become child's play for Orion. Although he had the personal mentorship of the Prince of Enchantments himself, even then it's not an easy task to perform wandless magic. Orion only is able to do wandless magic because of his very powerful intent, something he developed at an early age thanks to all that hard training with his integration training. Later on, he got the lottery of the century and improved his magic circuits, bringing his magical control to par with the likes of Merlin himself. And now after 3 years of tough training under Merlin, this kind of magic is nothing for him. But others might never be able to achieve even 30% of his capabilities. Even with his book, it's not gonna be easy. Merlin did put some small tricks in the book so that ordinary wizards and witches could do wandless magic, though the most basic one is just a trick and nothing more. Even with his book, if someone wants to learn real wandless magic, then they have to train for a long time and also have to have some kind of talent as well. Flitwick, after hearing this, just nodded. He understood Orion's personality by this point. This student of his won't leave any chance to promote his product and boost his sales. Here he thought that Orion was doing the same. Little did he know that Orion actually just doesn't want to go into this level of wandless magic. Explaining why Flitwick won't be able to do this magic is troublesome. After reading the book, he will understand himself. Rose on the side pouted while Daphne sent envious gazes towards Orion. At least Rose was able to perform the spell, doesn't matter wand or no wand. She can't do the magic at all. And then there was this man. Daphne looks at Orion like a tigress looking at her prey. Orion too wouldn't mind it if this look was given to him by a beautiful girl in a different content, but this wasn't it. Orion subconsciously activated his infinity, just in case. The class itself was quite fun, it was easygoing. Not at all like how hard Orion was training for the last 3 years in the training chamber. It was nothing less than hell. Did you have to show off like that? Daphne was visibly deflated. It's one thing to fail, but seeing your friends passing where you fail. Yeah, show off? When did I do that? What was that wandless magic then? Daphne chided. The only kind of magic I do. You out of all the people should already know that I no longer even carry a wand with me. Orion just rolled his eyes and said. This sends another critical strike to both Rose and Daphne. Their joking mood is gone. It was just another of those times when they realized how far ahead Orion is and how strong the guy who used to ask them to do magic in his daily life had grown. Hey, you told me that you will be teaching us, right? When? I can't wait to use wandless magic to throw some cream pie at your face, Rose shouted. Is that a UK pie or American pie? Huh? What does that matter? A lot. A lot. Anyways, if you want to learn, then wake up early morning every day from tomorrow onwards. Meet me at the outside ground at 5 am. Huh, why that early? Both Rose and Daphne asked in surprise. When else if not then? All day we got class, and if you want to use the little free time we got, just check out how crowded the entire ground is by then. But that too early, when we gonna sleep? Both Rose and Daphne whine. I wake up every day before that time since I joined Hogwarts. When do you think I sleep? Orion snorted. Girls and cuteness on one side, but there will be no nonsense with him when it comes to magic and practice. There was a pouting look on both of the girls, but at the same time, there was a little respect. They knew that Orion is very hard working since day one. Without working hard, they have no right to long for that kind of power as he has. Okay, let's get going. Orion didn't care after this, he just walked off. Next class was transfiguration. Charm class is among the better classes in Hogwarts. No, scratch that, it's the best class out there, at least in Orion's thought. He disdains many of the classes which waste his time in Hogwarts, like history and divination. Many of those things are outright pointless or just don't work. He in fact hardly attends those classes anymore. This year though, after having the option to opt out of those pointless subjects, he chose ancient runes, arithmancy, and alchemy. Those subjects are really something which will make him stronger. As they left the charms class and moved towards the next transfiguration class, Orion noticed how students were giving him a strange look. This look, he couldn't understand what was going on. Orion glanced at them with the side of his eyes, but he felt it. There was something different in their look. That look is fear, Merlin chipped in. Huh, fear? Why suddenly they are afraid of me? Orion raises his eyebrow a little in confusion. To him, it does make sense that they are afraid of him if he shows his real power. But he always has been restraining all this time. No, you are not understanding the situation here. After all this time, your sense of normal has changed quite a bit. What you call normal is also a big deal to others. If you are trying to stay low, then don't do flashy things. Merlin added. Orion, after hearing this, frown. Is the line between normal and extraordinary getting blurry for him? He can't say that normal is usually defined by what others think. If tomorrow everyone thinks that wearing clothes is not normal and decides to go nude, technically is not right, but then he will be the only one who is wearing clothes, not normal according to the new society standards. Now that he thinks about it, so yeah, normal is usually defined by society and we learn normal from the people around us. He only spends time with Rose, Daphne, and maybe the most extraordinary person out there. Noted, spend some time with others. Socializing is also very important, Orion mentally noted to himself and moved on. He doesn't care much if some people are afraid of him, but he rather not have that if that is possible. Orion was about to just move on, but that was when he found a blonde idiot standing in front of him. There are only a few blonde people he knew in his life, and he only interacts with one of them, and that girl was currently standing beside him. This other person though was a boy. Orion's usual cheery mood deflated as he sighed. This idiot again. What do you want, Malfoy? Orion asked with much irritation on his face. He remembered in his first year this guy used to bully him. It took him much time to even get strong enough to handle this noob bully. Now he has grown so much that he doesn't even worry about him being there. Even if these guys draw his wand right at his face, Orion can only yawn in boredom. You think that you are a big deal just. Malfoy was talking about, but Orion tuned him out. Again the same very special talent which had saved him for so long against the forces of darkness. Cough asterisk lectures asterisk coughs. You mud. You are no. Why? I am sure these were the exact lines he used last year, isn't it? Merlin's asked, not sure. Really? Can't say. I wasn't listening. Check the Mind Palace. I am curious. Why can't you do it? Oi, are you listening? Why are you? I maintain my Mind Palace unlike you boy. Yearly cleaning of worthless memories can make your mind work fast. I no longer have that memory, Merlin snorted. Ah, well there we are surely different. I don't even take that kind of trash in the first place. Orion smirks. Orion 1. Merlin 0. Listen to me you mudblood. Finally Malfoy snapped and drew his wand at Orion. Both Rose and Daphne look at this and get tense, ready to draw their own wand, but then the look on Orion's face calms them down. Orion only after seeing the wand pointing at his face stops snickering in his mind and turns his attention to Draco. The Slytherin boy was looking like he was almost there to blow up a gasket. There was a soft white glow on the tip of his wand. What were you saying again? Orion smiled and asked. He honestly missed and didn't hear anything that Malfoy was talking about. Malfoy opened his mouth to say something but nothing came out. He wasn't sure what to say. On the other hand, Orion was wondering what he should do to the idiot in front of him. Your choice, though the boy hasn't used any magic yet now, so if you use magic or even any kind of physical means. Merlin didn't complete his sentence, but Orion sure understood. It means that idiot got a rise out of him. No, that will not happen. Using magic against him is the same as going to his level. Well, I didn't hear what you were saying, but I'm sure it's nothing important anyways. Orion still looked bored and slightly moved his head to see fast the wand almost digging into his nose and looked at Malfoy. Now will you remove this wand or I do it myself? Orion asked with a still bored look on his face. He also notices Malfoy gritting his teeth. Both he and Malfoy were staring at each other. Malfoy was glaring while Orion still looking with boredom in his eyes. Orion, let's go, okay? Malfoy, don't look for trouble. When neither of the boys were doing anything, Rose finally spoke. Lower your wand. Orion slowly raises his hand and grabs Malfoy's extended hand, dragging that hand down. He honestly didn't want any trouble this early at the start of the year. If possible he rather just avoid Malfoy. Why not just blow him away? Just 2% of what you did back on the train would do. Merlin wanted to see some conflict but frowned when seeing Orion calm. Though he himself told not to use magic, that was only to remind Orion not to lose his cool. After having that kind of power, one must also restrain control. Nah, though I would love to, but that will make people around me fear me even more. Orion just waves his hand off and moves on, but not before directing a powerful law of presence intent at Malfoy, making him stutter internally. Thanks to Orion's law of presence, Malfoy didn't do anything, aka Orion hacky worked. With both of the girls, he moved on to the next class, but his mind was still on Malfoy, pondering why that guy keeps coming back, just to embarrass himself. For some reason this time he felt that there was more to his action than just his recklessness. After all, no matter how big of an idiot he is, after all this time he should know that he is no match to Orion. So why suddenly go to him and mock him, try to get a rise out of him? Thinking about it, Orion's mind went to Nick. There is always a possibility that someone told him to do all that. Is Nick playing his behind-the-scenes games again? He slowly narrowed his eyes, getting slightly serious. Should he act? Well, it's not like he directly has targeted him, so maybe he shouldn't act so offensive. But one thing was clear to him: he had to look out for any kind of scheme he pulled up. Sighing, he entered the next class with both Rose and Daphne. Once again the professor was present there. This was none other than Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing Orion coming, McGonagall smiled. Morning, Mr. Ambrosius. It's good to see you here again, McGonagall said with a genuine smile on her face. Orion too smiles after hearing this. Only now did he realize why everyone was greeting him so much. He left Hogwarts much before than other last year. They hadn't seen him for a long time. It's natural to give him more attention. Not to mention there was also that auction regarding his squib potion. He never even checked out the newspapers. He should do that. There must be much information on how his potion works. Making a mental note, he greeted McGonagall too and sat down beside Rose and Daphne. Nick and Hermione Long came to the class later on. Malfoy also joined in. He was glaring at Orion. Orion though didn't care, acting like nothing happened. Class started, and Orion was half expecting that McGonagall would pull onto the stage and ask him to read his own book. Last year that happened, and that was pretty embarrassing. That is all because of this funky language. But now he doesn't think that that will be an issue at all. But nothing like that happened. The class started just like any normal class. Morning students, I hope all of your vacation has been great. McGonagall smiled and asked. Later she went on to explain what they all will be learning this year. Again, nothing interesting according to Orion's standards. What is your standard now to consider something interesting anyway? Merlin, who was casually reading Orion's mind, asked. Over the years, Orion gains enough control over his thoughts to hide anything he doesn't want to let Merlin know, selectively guarding certain memories while also letting normal casual thoughts be unguarded. This saves him a lot of work as he doesn't actively have to secure all of his memories and burn his mental power. Don't know. Mostly replicating some awesome superpowers from anime or movies. I still want a Susano if possible, Orion casually said after hearing this. Merlin just rolled his eyes. He was still working hard to find a way to imitate wood style or Susano with the help of magic. But no luck there. Okay, then let's start with the very first lesson of the year. Today we are gonna learn about animated transfiguration. The spell will be the same but it depends on the understanding of one's magical control and intent which makes the difference, McGonagall said, and after taking out her wand, she pointed at a cup on her desk. With a single spell, she turns it into a small bird. This is exactly the opposite of what we learned last year, isn't it? Rose asked. Orion remembers last year she turned a bird into a cup, and now it's a cup into a bird this year. Does she not have other things besides cups and birds in her mind? Maybe because she is a cat girl. Cats eat birds, cats can also drink from cups. What kind of logic is that? Nothing, Orion replied with a little bashful look on his face. Soon all the students were trying to perform the spell, an animated transfiguration. This one, Orion pondered. Though he now has complete mastery over space and even he is quite good when it comes to transfiguration. He himself has never turned an inanimate object into an animated object. He was wondering what is the trick. He wasn't trying like other students for two reasons. One, he didn't want to stand off, he rather try the magic when McGonagall was not looking. As he will be doing it wandless, it's better that way. Another reason is that one of the major laws which he wants to learn after this is somehow connected with transfiguration. After all, transfiguration is low-ball matter manipulation. Though it's not permanent and highly lacking in power, but it's the basic he needs to get down before starting with the law of matter. Have you decided that you want to do this? This might not work for you, Merlin said. Orion pursed his lips. This was an issue with his plan. Learning all three major types of law is hard, almost close to impossible according to Merlin. So he has to choose, whether to give up on learning all three major laws and take time by learning something else, or take a shot in the blind and go for it. You don't have to decide this fast. I advise that you start learning transfiguration first. See whether you have an attribute for this magical art or not. Before you start working on the law of matter, start working on transfiguration first. This way you will have enough time and also will go closer to learning the law of matter. Merlin said, and Orion nodded. He was thinking in the same line. This way he won't waste time and will have enough time to decide whether he wants to learn the law of matter. If yes, then he already will have a very good foundation to start with. If not, then too he will have a skill which under his belt that will be useful for him. As for the law of time, well, forget it. There is no harder power to master out there than time. Once needed the aptitude to do that. Orion aptitude for time is not that good. He was best with space. Even mastering it matter will be very hard. He rather stick with something which he has some chance to pull off. He will give a try at almost impossible later on when he has the luxury. Internally nodding to himself, he asked, "Tell me everything you know about transfiguration," Orion mutters slowly. Well, I know the basics but nothing more. Never put much effort on that side of the magic. I thought you master all types of magic. I did, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can teach this to others. I can help you with the basics, but if you are thinking of learning it to the extreme level, then you will need someone's help. Mostly likely McGonagall, Dumbledore, or Nicholas Flamel, Merlin said with a shrug. 1 minute, how I'm gonna learn the law of matter if you can't teach me? Orion asked with confusion in his face. No, I can still teach you the law part, just look for a different teacher for basic transfiguration. It's been so long since I used basic transfiguration that I can't teach you that anymore. I only use the law for those kinds of things. And that was 1,000 years ago. Merlin pointed out the real problem. Oh, finally, after deciding that he gonna go in and learn more about transfiguration, Orion's lazy attitude changed, and a slight sharpness came to his eyes. Looking around when noticed that besides Hermione and Nick, no one pulled this spell off. He focuses back on the cup in front of him. Well, let's go old school here, less magic and maximum intent, Orion mutters and closes his eyes, thinking of what he wants to turn the cup into. After imagining a beautiful peacock, he waved his hand. After the jump in his magical power, he was reluctant to use any kind of new magic which he hadn't used before. Last time and miscalculated the amount of magical power and intent he had to put in a spell. Let's just say it wasn't pretty. So he reduced and magical power and got laser focus on intent, just like in the old days. And voila! With just a wave of his hand, the cup in his hand turns into a beautiful peacock. It also immediately spread its tail, making it look even more beautiful, attracting others' attention towards the beautiful bird. Everyone was attracted to Orion's performance, but there was a gasp he heard coming from somewhere behind him. This was none other than Professor McGonagall. Orion only did his magic when she wasn't expecting. Idiot, Merlin said, shaking his head. What happened? Orion was confused. You'll know soon enough. Merlin rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Ambrosius, how did you do that? McGonagall asked with a stunned face on his face. There was a surprise on her face, seeing Orion's mind start to work 1,000 miles a second, trying to understand what he did wrong here. What was it? I did what you told us to do. Turn the cup into a bird. Orion robotically said, not understanding what was going on. No. Although the animated transfiguration is very well done, to the point I can say that only a few transfiguration masters do anything better than this. But I am not talking about that, McGonagall said. So is she asking about the wandless magic? That shouldn't be the case. I have used too much wandless magic in front of others for them to react like that. Are you talking about wandless magic? Orion questioned. Well, that is very impressive too, but no, what I am surprised about is the transfiguration itself. You increase the mass of the object you transfigurated. The cup was much smaller than this peacock. Transfiguration has some solid rules, like we can't transfigurate a small object into something bigger, only the same size or smaller. This is someone I teach in the very first year, McGonagall explained. Oh, Orion almost wanted to kick himself at this time. He was planning to stay low here. But why did this happen? He was trying to hold back his magical power as much as possible. Allow me to explain. Although magical power itself is very important, intent is also a thing. You know that the object you turn won't stay like that forever, right? After the magic runs out, it is most likely going to turn into a cup again. Usually, normal people can't do what you just did because their magic will almost all the time trump their intent. They try to solve a problem which needs an intent to defy logic by putting more magic into it. Here though, your magic will run out faster as it goes against the most natural way a power will convert, bigger to smaller, but thanks to your intent you were able to do something which others can't. Magic can only bring changes to the world. Giving away to that magic is where intent comes from. The only way to do that is to have powerful intent. Very few people used to have that even in the past, let alone in present times, Merlin calmly explains, and this made Orion stunned. He knew that only after having powerful intent could he truly use 100% power of their magic, but he never knew that intent could also break some of the magical rules. But now that he thinks about it, he realizes that all the rules are created by people who don't have strong intent. So it's understandable. This also made him interested. If there is some rule which can be broken just because he had something which others didn't, what else is there which he can change? Maybe transmutation too is possible. Maybe permanent transformation. He was getting interested in this now, but right now was not the time to think about it. He had to first handle the professor looking at him like he was a lab rat. Oh, that. Orion acted like he found what he did was something unknown to him as well. I have no idea. I just wanted to change the cup into a peacock, so put the magic and intent into work and boom. Not sure what exactly different I did here. Orion shrugged his shoulders. Not willing to spill the beans right now if possible. The importance of intent and how to cultivate intent is not something he wanted to tell others. It's almost like teaching others how to practice Conqueror's Haki. Yes, I know that there is no practice method for that. That's why I added it. Don't comment down that I don't know One Piece. I did some research before writing. McGonagall though didn't look like she believed Orion. There was a suspicious look on her face. Can you do it again? She asked. This time she intended to look at the entire thing from beginning to end. Okay, Orion muttered and snapped his finger, with a little irritation in his movements, but there was still a smile on his face, not showing his real emotions. The snap immediately turned back the peacock into a cup. This made even McGonagall raise her eyebrows in amazement. Such control over one magic is unheard of. Let alone seeing someone doing something like this. She has never even heard something like this happening in the stories in the past. She mentally noted that today later on after doing her duties she will read Orion's book. She didn't have time to do that, but knowing that the book is much about wandless magic and its control, she was excited. After all, she too is a professional when it comes to transfiguration and maybe only second to Albus Dumbledore himself in the entire magical Britain. But she too can't do transfiguration like Orion just did. Even she has to agree that looks very cool. Transforming something with just a snap of her finger. In all her life, there wasn't anything she wanted to do more than maybe only besides tasting cat food. Gritting her teeth, she pushes down the creeping blush. Unlike a teenager, she was much more experienced when it comes to handling her emotions. But that gritting of teeth puts Orion on the defensive. What did I do now? Orion was confused. He had two thoughts about launching his legilimency and poking inside to see what was going on inside her head. He was about to ask her, but before that, he spoke up. Do it. Okay, Orion muttered and just did what he had to. He already knew the formula. The intent has to be more than magic. So with that in mind, he once again waved his hand and the cup in front of him turned into a peacock. This time he thought of doing something else and made the bird orange. Just for fun. McGonagall didn't even bat two looks at the peacock color and only looked at Orion in a daze. Now determined to know how Orion did it. For her, this was like Orion defying the laws of physics itself. She saw a possibility to break through here. To develop an all-new way for transfiguration. This can change the world. But once again realized who she was talking about right now. This boy has done nothing but turn the world upside down since he come here. Soon the transfiguration class ended. It wasn't exactly what Orion was expecting. More than learning, he ended up wasting time with McGonagall and testing out how he did transfiguration an object much smaller into something much bigger. In fact, it was only McGonagall who was interested in it. Others just gave her a strange look and snickered at Orion. Bastard deserves it. Show off bastard, serves you right. Orion was sure that those were the nicer comments he remembered. Sigging he left the class with others. Every year this happens. His life is never normal for some reason. But this wasn't a bad thing either, considering that he wants to learn more about transfiguration. He can use this to get closer to both McGonagall and Dumbledore, both specialized in transfiguration, to learn the basics and even mastery in transfiguration. Hey Merlin, explain please what is the difference between transfiguration and law of matter? Orion asked as in the class he was pondering over the difference. Well, it's mostly control and power. But if you are asking what other advantage you get by learning law over normal transfiguration, then it has to be scale. Though transfiguration is very similar to law of matter, it's still not the same. Remember that. The one aspect which completely differentiates normal magic from law is the inclusion of natural magic or manipulation of external chaos. That's why this kind of magic is so powerful. Merlin explained calmly. So I was right. Law is much like Sage Mode from Naruto, isn't it? A little bit, yes, both improve control and power with the help of outside power, but don't misunderstand these two. Merlin thought and said with a little complication on his face. What Orion suspected wasn't that wrong, but that's where the similarities end, and it's better that Orion doesn't combine both of them together. Okay, Orion just nodded and moved on. After getting out of the class, they moved towards the last class before break time. What was that all about? Rose and Daphne, like waiting to ask the same question, blurred out the moment they left the class. That, well, it's a long story. Let's not talk about all that magic shit right now. Smack. Ouchoy. Don't swear for no reason. Rose and Daphne for some reason had a tacit understanding when it comes to him. Not only did they smack him at the same time, but they spoke with synchronization as well. TCH, troublesome girls, Orion muttered and was careful that no one heard him out. He kept on walking for the next class. Right now not interested in anything but completing his classes and getting something to eat. After transfiguration, the class moved on to the next class, herbology. An important class according to Merlin, but Orion himself didn't find it that much interesting. Useful for sure, but boring. Anyway, he just observed everything in that class and left once the time was up. Currently, he is eating at the Quidditch playground. At the time no one comes here. He just teleported here. It wasn't an apparition, he never planned to learn that horrible technique and he no longer needed that. Being such an insane control over space, he just created a variation of teleportation for himself. Once resembling Doctor Strange's portal spells. Hell, he even makes the portal Doctor Strange style. He doesn't have to, but why not? Another one is a more normal like teleportation. He just vanished from one place like someone cut him from that frame and appeared wherever he wanted to. And here is the kicker, he can do that inside Hogwarts, unlike other students and professors. And the reason he was here, well, he just wanted to eat in solitude. Suddenly getting pushed in a crowded situation was for some reason bothering him. For the last 3 years, he has almost lived alone. So although he knew that he couldn't avoid human interaction nor he didn't have to force himself to get along with others. He remembered that this was the exact situation with him in the first year. After living alone for such a long time, suddenly getting surrounded by so many people just didn't sit well with him. So what's the plan this year? Merlin asked as he was puffing on his pipe. For the time being, I will raid Hogwarts library. Need all the related information about transfiguration. And then we'll go through all the stolen books from Gringotts. That should give me some basic understanding of advanced transfiguration. Next we'll target Dumbledore or McGonagall to squeeze their knowledge about transfiguration. The target for the time being is around Jan or so. If I can master transfiguration by that time, then we move to the law of matter. Orion said, taking a bite of his burger. He had to give special orders to the house elves to get the cheeseburger here. Honestly, these people live in 17s. Rolling his eyes, he looked around. He wasn't the only one alone here. He found many students here. But to his irritation, almost all of them were couples. For a single dog like him, being stuck between couples is nothing but torture. How long it's been since they are kissing? Merlin asked with amazement. Which one? That 4th-year boy dating 7th-year girl. Damn, bro got game. And internal oxygen supply as well, Merlin snorted. A little muffled sound came somewhere from the corner. No one heard it, not even Merlin, but with Orion's senses. There was a dark line on his face. This bastards, I came here to relax. Not to reflect on my singlehood status. And this is daytime in a public place. What do you guys think you are doing? Orion curses internally and then a mischievous smile appears on his face. What are you thinking? Say, what would it be like if they suddenly got teleported into the dining hall without them knowing? Orion smiled. While continuing what they are doing. Then a devilish smile appears on both Orion's and Merlin's faces. That day, many students kissing and doing all sorts of adultery suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. The sudden appearance shocked everyone. Many younger students that day realized what their mama and papa do when they go to bed. Not only students but even teachers were present there. So what will happen to the culprits of this situation? But they weren't the culprit exactly. The real culprit was currently enjoying his burger with a relaxed expression right now. He can't explain it, but after doing this, he felt a coolness in his heart. The world is so beautiful, isn't it? Life is a blessing. Enjoy it, Merlin answers with the same relaxed smile on his face. They both look around and once again smile. This time there was no one to disturb them. After having his fill, Orion ran toward his next class. This was the class he was most looking forward to. This was the care for magical creature classes. Hagrid was gonna teach this class and Orion was looking forward to this. So he quickly teleported back to Hogwarts Castle and got ready. Orion, where were you? Did you eat? Do you know what happened in the hall? Both Rose and Daphne spoke at the same time. Orion wasn't sure whether they were more amazed by what happened in the hall or angry at him for not being there. But whatever it is, he just smiled and patted their heads until they calmed down and pouted, Huff treating them like kids. Along the way, both Rose and Daphne explain what happened in the hall to Orion. Orion for his part plays the role of a surprised student who liked gossiping. But when he learns what kind of punishment those students gonna get, he felt a little bad. But that was only a short-term reflection on his own actions, before he was back to his normal self, now even more interested in pulling off some more pranks. For the upcoming class, they went back to their dorm and took the spider-like looking book. Orion had no idea why it was like that, but whatever. His book was much better than this spider. He believes in Baby Yoda's supremacy. As they reach the outside of Hogwarts for their very first Care of Magical Creature class, they find many students present there. And unlike most of the time, they all look pretty excited. Soon Hagrid came along, giving a wink at Orion and earning a nod. Orion was pretty interested in the magical creatures for a long time. There are tons of them, and almost all of them have some sort of special traits. I wonder whether I can find a magical beast like a Pikachu here, Orion wondered. Why do you even need that electric rodent? Merlin raises his eyes, thinking that Orion just want a cute pet and waste time. He sneers. Nothing, but it's worth boasting about having a pet like that. Orion ponders about it. He met Zorro out of nowhere. That was one in a bazillion chance, but he did, so there also should be a way to go in the Pokemon, right? But calming his wandering mind, Orion followed Hagrid. Hagrid too took the students from all of his pets. There were many intriguing creatures. Varieties of snakes, pigs, birds. He can't even bother to remember all of them. Just like other students, he was taking the backstage and looking at them. He strongly had that feeling that a kid would have when he visited a zoo. But what was more interesting was the reaction of the kids around him. Especially the two little girls and their cheerful demier. Now look here. This here is the biggest creature I have. This species is called hippogriff. Hagrid said, and everyone's eyes shone. Because out of all the creatures Orion had under him, this might be the most majestic one. White feather and a combination of an eagle and horse features. The flying horse in front of him was really fantastic looking. Even Orion, who earlier wasn't much interested in participating and only stayed back and observed, but now he wanted to go and pet that horse. There was a certain fascination in his heart for some reason. He already had a sword. He can arrange armor, and now this flying horse. Can't he roleplay a knight here? He immediately wanted to ride it. He remembers this guy from the movies, but honestly, the real version was much better. They are highly prideful creatures and could be very dangerous. But if you show them respect, then they are very gentle, Hagrid said as he took out a piece of meat from the bucket he was carrying and threw it at the fantastic creature. He also made sure that there was enough distance between the students and the potentially dangerous beast. Okay, who wants to touch him? Hagrid grinned and asked. Orion thought about it. Should he go there and ask for a ride? Why do you want to do something like that? Can't you just use your extra special broom or use natural magic to fly? Merlin snorted, not understanding the hype that Orion had about this horse with wings. Yes, but there is a difference between brooms and flying force. The feeling of heroism is not there, and yes, I can fly with natural magical aid, but that is a pain. Unlike using it one time like an attack, flying needs constant use of natural magic. It's tiring. I rather wait until I hit level 4 master. Level 3 though powerful, but it's not enough to sustain powerful magic like flight for long term without natural magic. Orion mutters while still pondering who will get the chance to ride and fly over the lake this time. It was Harry in the movies. Maybe Rose will be the one here. Oh, Orion, you want to go first? Come on then. Hagrid looked back and pointed at him. Huh. Orion was taken aback. What's going on? He didn't even move, just thought about participating. Only when he saw around him he saw that almost everyone was standing about one step behind him. It almost looked like he came forth himself. You traitors, Orion wanted to shout. Unlike them, he wasn't worried or afraid, but still unity and truth is a thing, right? His classmates have none of it. He sends an irritated look at some of the Gryffindor students and even Rose and Daphne. Why are you lowering your head like that, and stop snickering? I can see your smile there. That clearly states that you wanted me to suffer here. Traitors. After he was done glaring at those traitors, he made his way towards Hagrid. With a frown on his face. Why the long face? You wanted to mount that hippogriff, didn't you? It's been 5 years since he has been with this boy, but still to this date he doesn't understand what he really wants. Sigh. That ain't the problem here. It should be on my term. You know what? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Orion swallows up his dissatisfaction and moves on. Now listen carefully. Slowly go close to him, but not too close, and remember to bow. Don't move much or make a sudden movement. Once you bow, it's a sign that you show your respect. If he bows too, then it allows approval of you, Hagrid said. Grumbling, he moved on. Why should he go and bow? He ain't looking for anyone's approval. But just to keep the class moving, he moved on. He still wants to ride this Pegasus after all. Slowly moves close, until the hippogriff notice him. He first looks the high and mighty bastard right in the eyes, sizing him up, and then bows. For a second nothing happened, making Orion ponder whether he did something wrong. Slowly raising his eyes, he saw the hippogriff staring at him. His lips pursed and he waited. And waited. And waited. Oi, do something. Avoid me. Bow back or just attack me. Quit standing there like a statue, Orion roared. He didn't want to get angry, but damn it, this half-bird was testing his patience here. Hagrid immediately wanted to stop Orion from annoying the hippogriff, but before he could do that, he saw the horse making his way towards Orion. This made him a little shocked. Usually, the hippogriff will just attack the person who he doesn't like, but seeing the way he was slowly walking towards Orion with grace, it doesn't look like he was here to attack Orion. Hagrid was confused, let alone the students who were only there to watch the saw. They didn't understand what was going on, but seeing Orion making a fool of himself was entertaining. Orion, watching the hippogriff coming, raises his eyebrows a little. He was afraid a bit. There is hardly anything touching him in the entire castle right now besides Dumbledore. There is Gryffindor's sword as well, but he currently owns it, so there is that. He didn't even activate his infinity. His own physical power is enough to contain the hippogriff in front of him. No need to waste his magic. After all, he doesn't have 6 eyes like a certain white-haired JJK Jesus. Using infinity not only burns away his magic like petrol in a 19s supercar, but also gives him a dim headache every time he overuses it. So he stood there until he was face to face with the horse. Anyone else would have lost their composure by now when sees that huge head so close, but Orion had confidence in him. Even without magic, he can put the beast in front of him down. But unlike the fight which he was expecting, nothing like that happened. The hippogriff just sniffed him 2 times and then turned around. Just when he was confused and wanted to ask Hagrid to explain what's going on here. Slap. Orion blinked. What happened? There was a sting on his cheek. He looks back just to realize that damn hippogriff slaps him in the face with his tail. Interesting. Orion's eyes twitch. He so much wanted to just Shinra Tensei this bird here, but he endured it. Hagrid, I believe that this guy doesn't like me, Orion said and turned back. Someone could swear that they heard teeth gritting when Orion passed by them. There was a dark look on his face. Seeing the bad face on him, Hagrid too didn't say anything and just called off the next person. He had a feeling that the world would lose one more fantastic creature today if he didn't. The next person was none other than Rose. And guess what? Well done, Rose. Now go on, touch him. Twitch. Puff. Control, control. Orion just calms himself down, stating that it is just a brainless animal. No point in getting angry here. He looks back at the hippogriff again. Their eyes connected. Huff. Twitch. He just noticed that the moment their eyes connected, the damn horse turned his head with a snort. He swear he felt that damn horse was looking down on him. Control, control. Good Rose, Hagrid cheered as the hippogriff let Rose touch her. Then what followed was Rose mounting the flying horse as Hagrid lifted her up and dropped him down on the horse's back. He earlier wanted to ride him, but now he wasn't in the mood. Seeing Rose flying away in the back of the hippogriff, he thought of following on his broom. So he slowly backed off while no one was looking, and with a simple hand gesture something interesting happened. He divided into 2 like there were 2 Orion. If someone from Earth had seen the Avengers, then they would say that this technique of Orion was exactly like Loki's illusion. This was the case as Orion modeled it after that him. So while his illusion stayed there in the back, acting like he was sulking, the real Orion vanishes from his place. The next second he appears high up in the sky, free falling but without a parachute. Haha, this is always fun, Orion laughed as he felt the wind pressure in his entire body. It's always exhilarating to free fall from the sky like this. With expert movement he took out his special broom from his pendant and mounted it. Zoom. He moves out to follow Rose. It looked fun, so why not? So with a zoom, he rushed towards the flying Rose. Wahoo! As he approached the flying girl, he heard this cheerful scream from her. She was flying quite low on Buckbeck's back, almost able to touch the water in the lake. There was a beautiful smile on her face. For a second Orion just wanted to fly over, but after seeing how much she was enjoying the ride, he thought otherwise. Sometimes solitude can give a certain kind of peace of mind that someone's company can't provide. So he stayed away, keeping his distance. Looking around he noticed how beautiful the place was. The sunlight was glittering in the lake while the majestic Hogwarts castle was giving perfect contrast to the environment. This is pretty peaceful. Agree. The earlier anger was already gone, and there was a smile on Orion's face. Orion, while enjoying the sunlight and the wind in his face, he heard a Rose calling out for him. Ah, you found me, and here I thought that I was hidden good enough. Orion smiled as he flew closer to Rose, though not close enough to surprise the hippogriff. What are you doing here? She asked with much amazement in her voice. Come on, if there is one person who can sneak away during class then it's me. But if you are asking why then, well, why wouldn't I be? Just look around. How fresh and beautiful is up here, Orion said as he closed his eyes and spread his hand wide, taking a deep breath as fresh air filled in his lungs. There was a content smile on his face. Seeing his happy face, there was a big blush on her face as well. Overall it's a very nice day, perfect to enjoy nature's beauty. But apparently, the bastard's horse with wings didn't like the harmony between man, women, and nature. Whoa, as soon as the horse started to make noise, Rose lost her composure. The balance was hard to maintain when the hippogriff was trying to catch Orion in the air with his front gawk-like claws. Oi, quiet it you stupid horse. Orion tried to get away from the hippogriff, but that was when Rose lost her balance and fell. Good thing that it's water down there, Merlin reminded. Fuck you, Orion shouted, not sure whether it was for Merlin or the bastard horse with wings. Maybe both. And with just one hand movement he was gone. Vanish from thin air. Ah, Rose screamed as she fell. The thought that down there is water and she won't outright die didn't register in her mind at that time, as instincts of survival and fear clouded her mind. Only now did she realize just how dangerous was what she was doing. Just when she thought that she was done for, she found herself in Orion's arms. Her heart was beating faster, mind was falling behind to process what was going on. In her eyes, there was only one person right now. Orion, she subconsciously called out. But her voice almost hiccuped when the said boy actually looked at her. Once again, due to using his magical charm, which he usually hides behind concealment magic, wasn't there, and Rose was confronted by the full power of Orion's magical charm, which was surprisingly getting stronger the more powerful he was getting. She saw the boy's bright azure blue eyes glowing. He had to use natural magic and space law to show in midair. Her breath almost got choked inside her. Not sure how many beats her traitorous heart missed. Her eyes were currently glued on the boy's face while she herself was getting cozy in his arms. Phew, that was close, wasn't it? Orion said, though he felt a little uncomfortable as his magical tanks were quickly getting empty due to flying. He still didn't have enough magic to pull off the law of space for long. He maybe can keep this on for another 10 to 15 minutes before his magic completely runs out. Can extend the time if using natural magic, but that will increase the load on his mind. It's hard to draw natural magic after all. He knew that what he was doing right now wasn't efficient, as using law is already taxing in one magic. If he used a normal flying spell, then it would be much easier on his mana. However, that would be highly complicated for him to pull off. He refuses to do that because in future he won't have this problem as he reaches higher realms of magic capabilities. Just when he was about to summon his broom, he heard something. It was that damn horse again. Orion didn't do shit. Giving a reassuring smile to Rose, who for some reason was completely dazed out by now, he slowly shifted his eyes on the upcoming hippogriff. But this look was different. Oh, it was not the blue azure eyes which was seen by the flying horse, they were dead. And from the second the hippogriff saw those eyes, there was only one thing in his heart: fear. This was a full-on conqueror's hacky collision. It's almost made the hippogriff lose his consciousness, and his dangerous head mixed with unimaginable terror spread out, making the hippogriff stop midway as he hastily flipped his wings to get away from Orion. Oi, where do you think you are going? Go back to Hagrid, you punk, or I will rip those wings before you say hippo. Orion didn't say but mentally conveyed, and it was enough to completely frighten the damn horse. Orion remembers to protect Rose from his law of presence though. That was very important. After the hippogriff ran away with his tail between his legs, Orion retreated his law of presence and focused on Rose. Rose on the other hand had no idea what Orion just did right now. Orion sheltered her from his magic. She only saw Orion's smoldering look and averted her eyes. Once he was sure that the hippogriff was gone, he called his broom, which was hovering around the moment before he teleported out from there to catch Rose. His control over his magic was enough to stop the broom in midair and mount it. Of course, Rose was still in his arms. Hey, you okay? You are not saying anything for a long time. Orion looked at Rose and asked, who was just snuggling in his arms. The sudden question brought out her of his days. Looking back at Orion, who now had his charm back on, there was still a blush on her face, but it was not the uncontrollable kind. Orion's looks now were a lot more manageable for a mortal girl like her. Yes, thanks. She took some time to answer. Good, then let's get back. Orion smiled and was about to turn the broom towards the Hagrid garden, but before he could do that, Rose tugged on the side of his shirt. Let fly for a little longer, she said, but the words themselves were much smaller. What? Nothing, just do what the girl says, and stop being an idiot. Oi, who are you calling an idiot? Merlin just shook his head and vanished from his place. Blinking in confusion, Orion too just did what Merlin told him, not like he wasn't planning to. Rose hardly asked something from him, not to mention he too found the situation very adoring. A beautiful girl in his arms while flying high on his broom on this beautiful day. What more a man needs? Okay, Orion smiled, though this smile was unusually brighter than normal. He thought about where he should put the girl down on her broom. He was still princess carrying him. But when she herself wasn't complaining, why should he dig his own corner here? Just enjoy this blessing given to him by this beautiful world. After 10 minutes of quality time, which neither of them gonna talk about much later out of shyness, they returned to the Hagrid garden. To his amusement, the hippogriff had long arrived there. Both Hagrid and the students were about to start panicking, but thanks to the illusion that Orion left behind, they didn't go after Rose. Only when Orion arrived in his fancy broom while Rose sitting behind him, Hagrid and all those students who were panicking and was worried for Rose sighed in relief. Rose, what happened? Daphne was the first person to rush up to her two friends and ask this question. Seeing that Rose was taking time to answer, Orion smiled and answered in her regard. The question, although asked by Daphne by asking Rose's name, was technically asked to him as well, so he can answer as well. That damn horse was about to throw her in the lake. I was on time to catch her, Orion said with a smile. Oh, Daphne blinked her eyes, still suspicious that there was more to this than what Orion said, but didn't say anything more. She would get the juicy news later on from Rose anyways. She will make sure that the redhead talks. Little did she know that Rose right now was looking for a good wall to bang her head to death. Why does she have to act all cute and ask to stay in Orion's arms? She just walked back with Daphne with her head lower down. Orion too didn't think too much about it. Years of staying alone had damaged his emotional senses enough to make him borderline dance MC from a harem anime. Hagrid came over to see whether Rose was hurt anywhere. The gentle half-giant was as kind-hearted as he was big. After making sure that Rose was fine, he came to Orion, just to check how he was doing. Orion didn't care, but a certain slithering dark wizard was giving Hagrid a "Are you serious?" look. Of course, this was Nick, who asked why even bother. There is nothing happening to that guy so easily. Believe me, I tried. Orion, that too thoughts that Malfoy will do the same as he did in the movie, but nothing like that happened here. That was a good thing, one less thing for Orion to worry about. He wasn't planning on saving that winged horse anyway, but he didn't want him to be chopped off either. But surprisingly, another person came forward. Orion's eyes widen a little, making him curious about what's going on. This person was Nick. It wasn't Hagrid who called him, but he rather came himself. Getting closer to the hippogriff and bowing. And after a few seconds, the damn horse bows back. "Fuck you. I will chop that damn horse myself," Orion internally roared. Ha 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 ha. There was a vein almost popping on Orion's head, but he restrained himself. A little doubting tone was there. "Why him and not me? Seems like this guy is getting things which you want for some reason. World sure is not fair." Merlin smirked and said, "I have no idea what you are talking about. Who wants to fly that useless horse who can't even decide between being a horse or an eagle?" Orion retorted. "If you say so." Huff. But that wasn't the end. Nick even went beyond and mounted the horse, riding him like it was natural instincts to him, like he has done this countless numbers of times, irritating Orion to hell. And that might be the second being he mounted which you won. Orion tunes out Merlin and his nonsense, but he was too pondering about why the hippogriff acted like that to him, and the only thing he could come up with was the presence of another magical beast's power inside him. Well, there were multiple of them. Troll, dragon, unicorn, spider, vampire, and he himself is not sure how many more. Though his magic is the purest magic anyone could find in the surface of the planet, but for a magical creature, no matter how pure and bright his magic is, instincts matter more than anything. So it's possible that after sensing this many kind of magic on him, the hippogriff was acting like that. Possible. After the first day of Hogwarts' exhausting and yet exciting chores, Orion was ready to go back to sleep. The only time he found himself being able to relax was in his last 3 years of training under Merlin. He had to fight tooth and nail to preserve his 8 hours of sleeping right. In fact, while sleeping, if there were 3 things which he wasn't ready to sacrifice, then it would be his food, his sleep, and his genitals. He had to make it clear, no one is sure what that damn old man will come up with. So with a happy smile on his face, he was moving towards his dorm after getting to eat something, but before that, he was confronted by 2 people. More specifically, it was the only 2 girls he hang out with, Rose and Daphne. They were currently in the Gryffindor lounge. He hardly stays here considering how crowded this place is all around the year. Every house has its own section in the Hogwarts castle. An entire section was dedicated for them to stay. In fact, the entire castle was divided into 2 sections. One side is nothing but a big hostel for students. Again, there are 4 sections for all 4 houses. Each house has their common room or lounge and different dorms for both girls and boys. In a room around 5 people can stay. And the other side of the castle is the school. Pretty simple, right? Anyways, he was currently yawning, was just wanted to go back to sleep. From tomorrow, he plans to start this training on the law of matter. But that is when the 2 girls block his way. May I ask why you 2 beautiful girls are blocking my way? Orion asked with a smile, though there was a laziness and sleepiness attached to it. Just to make it up, he added a little bit of his charm with that smile, making both the girls blush, just the chance he was looking for. With a little bit of space in front of him, he sneaked out, not wanting to waste his precious sleeping time on them. He even succeeded, but just when he thought that he could reach his dorm, a stunner blasted right beside him, pausing him on his track. If he didn't know that the person who sent this stunner was Daphne, he would have already Shinra Tensei to the entire common room by now. Guess I ain't getting away this easily now. He smiled and turned back, looking at both the girls with helpless expressions. You told us that you would train us, both the girls said at the same time. Their timing was so on mark that it put even the Weasley twins to shame. Well, I did tell you that I will, but are you sure that both of you want to train? It's going to be hard. Orion just ruffled his hair with trepidation on his face. In the first 2 years, he didn't have much time to even socialize, let alone take some time to train these 2 girls. Later on, he promises that he will help them with magic and train them later. Though even now he has to work hard and train, he is not so deprived of time that he can't train them. But should he? Don't look down on us, just tell us what to do, Daphne shouted. Yes, Orion, you promise you will help us get stronger. I promise that we will do whatever you ask us to do, Rose said with determination. Orion, hearing this, just internally groans. He wasn't sure what to do. Teaching them is the best choice at first glance, but sometimes having power attracts more trouble than being weak. Stood there and expressed like he was pondering whether to teach them or not. Finally, after 5 minutes of teasing the girls, he sighed and said, "Fine, meet me at the training ground which we talked about earlier at 5 am. Orion said that the entire thing was much troublesome for him, but still smile at the end to express that as long as they are willing to work hard, he will help them. Upon hearing the timing at which Orion asked them to wake up, their determined look faltered a bit, but upon seeing Orion looking at them with keen eyes, both of them immediately nodded again with determination. And with that said, Orion went back to his dorm to sleep. The next morning in the girls' dorm, both Hermione and Rose used to share one room, and now that Daphne has exchanged her position with Hermione, she shares the dorm with Rose. There are other girls as well, but let's only focus on the 2. It was 5 am right now, and Orion was just like usual present in the ground, right on time. But he frowns after not finding either Rose or Daphne on the ground. Worried that they have gone to the wrong ground, spread his law of presence to sense them. Law of presence works like both Conqueror's Hacky and Observation Hacky. It's have really good sensing capabilities. Earlier he needed something like the Marauder's map, but now he doesn't need those kinds of things, though it's still useful. But upon sensing he couldn't find either of the girls anywhere. A slight shadow shaded his eyes and he changed his search from the Hogwarts grounds to the Gryffindor girls' dorm. And there they were, still sleeping. Eyes twitching, he raises both of his hands. Well, he only needed one, as other can't do magic, but just to get a feel of it, he did it anyway. While one hand station and the other making a circle in the air, he starts. A small smirk graced his lips as he suddenly started to feel like a certain strange doctor. And just a few seconds later, the portal started to open in the air. At first, it was small, but as Orion rotated his hand, it got bigger. Rose and Daphne, who were sleeping with peace without the fear of the land disappearing from beneath them, suddenly felt like they were falling. Ah! Gee wash. Both the girls fell from and hit the already softened ground which Orion created, just so that they don't hurt themselves. Dud. Ouch. Ha. Orion on the side just smiles, having fun looking at their exaggerated expression and haggard looks on their faces. They frantically looked around and found that they were not in the dorm. They were outside of the Hogwarts castle in the playing ground. Looking around, they felt the chill of the morning dew, and after rubbing their eyes they found that it's not completely their eyes which are hazy, but rather the area is surrounded by fog. Good morning, girls. I am so glad that you came here in time. I was afraid that you would lose your way here, Orion said with a cheery smile on his face. Both the girls snapped their heads at the familiar voice, still thinking that they were sleeping. They remembered this voice there in their sleep with the same beautiful and handsome face in front of them. Hell, they were close to getting some Completely agreeing to themselves that they are still in the dream, they snapped their attention at each other. Yes, in their dream they and Orion were present, but not each other. Both Rose and Daphne look at each other with fire in their eyes, like fighting internally and saying, why you are here now? Can't you wait like a little more? Things finally started to turn good in the dream. Orion on the other than thought the girls would be angry on him for dropping them and teleporting them all of a sudden, was confused when he saw the sparks more deadlier than the killing curse clash between the girls. More interestingly, he saw that the girls were using this spell with their eyes. He was fascinated. This kind of magic really looked cool, not to mention one can use it anything and no hand or wand is needed. Quite suitable. He ponders to develop a spell for him like the one the girls have. Maybe he should ask them. Why are you here, X2? Just before he asked anything and cleared his own confusion after he came out of his daze, he heard the girls saying this as they glared at each other. Huh. What do you mean here? This is my dream. We were so close. I almost got him, X2. Huh. What? X2, the girl too was shocked. Did they hit their head or something? I made sure to soften then fall and even soften the ground. What's going on? I believe that their system needs some reboot. What you suggest? Well, it started with falling, so. Hey, why are you moving your hand like X2 recently got Hogwarts Legacy and will be adding a lot of information to give more immersion to the story from the game, though nothing which you guys have a hard time understanding or find boring. Promise it took 4 minutes of flying, well, more like falling, for the girls to wake up and stop screaming. Actually, they woke up under just 10 seconds after being teleported to the sky with Orion's portal and then thrown from there. It just took them 4 minutes to finally come down after Orion reduced the pressure on their bodies and slowed their fall just in case the wind pressure and lack of oxygen were too much for them. Now they were panting, hugging each other like clinging for their dear life and glaring bloody murder at Orion. Surely they would have used unforgivable curses on him if only they had their wands. Are you trying to kill us? What was that for? Idiot. Baka. Musclehead. Orokana Baka. Orion just heard all their complaints like a dense wall, let alone comprehending what they were saying. He didn't even let the sound come near him. He looked at his imaginary watch to see how much time he wasted. Knowing that 10 minutes were lost, he just sighed. He wanted to stop them, but just rolling his eyes, he gave another 5 minutes for them to calm down. 5 minutes later, Orion underestimated their ability to waste time. Once the time was up, he finally waved his hand again and a portal opened on top of them. X2. Water. X2. Orion just opened a small portal and a gush of water came out, washing both the girls and finally shutting them up. Only 10 seconds was enough for them to completely quieten down and look at Orion with so much fire in their eyes that Orion was concerned that they were very close to taking out a sword and shouting, "Turn all creation to ash." Fortunately for him, they didn't have a Zanpakuto and he could just teleport them away even if they had one. Now if both of you are done wasting my time, then get ready. We need to start your training. Orion this time had a no-nonsense attitude against them. Getting stronger needs an iron-tough attitude towards training. Not compromising there. He waved his hand and magic acted. Their wet clothes dried up and turned into workout outfits. They both look at each other then themselves in amazement. This was the exact thing they wanted to learn. It was cool most of the time, but they themselves have felt the powerful magic of Orion. To them, it felt like every day he was getting stronger. And though it's just their feeling because of how much stronger Orion has gotten over the 3 years of time, they didn't know that they are not wrong here. Every day Orion is indeed getting stronger. It is very minute, but he is getting stronger. The only big jumps are when he either learns a powerful magic like law or something else or absorbs a powerful magic from somewhere. Seeing that they were still not answering him, he just shook his head and said, If you both don't want to train, then I can send you back. I'm not forcing you or anything," he said offhandedly and turned around ready to go on with his own training. No, we want to learn," Rose was the first one to shout. The yearning for power was much more in her than compared to Daphne. Daphne only reacted after seeing Rose willing to follow Orion's training. She too just nodded. You sure about that?" Yes. Fine then. Then let's start with our training," Orion said with a nonchalant attitude. With that said, he pointed with his finger. The two girls who wanted to right now hacks Orion to oblivion. But it was them who wanted to get stronger, and even they knew that there is no one better to train them than the miracle boy himself. He pulled himself from the verge of being called a half-squib. If there is someone who can make them stronger, then it has to be Orion. So they followed Orion's hand and look at where he was pointing. Beating him can wait for now. They both saw that he was pointing at a tree around 300 meters away. "You see that tree? You girls have to run to that and come here," Orion stated with calm tone. What that has to do with magic? It's not just about having powerful magic and tons of spells which make you stronger. If your body is weak, then it's not gonna matter. You both have seen me dodge spells left and right. Do you think I was using any magic? Physical power is just as important. I will only teach both of you any magic once you get in shape," Orion said and had an attitude to match. Frowning, the girls look at the tree again. That was pretty far. That's almost half a kilometer. Can't you give us a shorter target? Daphne asked, batting her eyes multiple times. Usually works with boys as long as she acts all cute and cuddly. Huh? Which tree are you looking at? Orion asked as his lips slightly turned up. That one, they pointed with their hand. Orion came near one of them, close enough that they could hear him breathing, leaning his slide to where they were pointing. He said, "Not that one, the one right to that." Huh, there is no tree right that. Sigh, don't be beside the tree, turn your eyes right and you will know, Orion said with a sigh. They did the same and their eyes widened. Indeed, that tree wasn't beside the one they were looking at. It was further than that. What? That's almost 700 meters. Both the girls complain. 700, nah, not that one. You are looking too much in right. Look between those two trees, Orion said nonchalantly, making both Rose and Daphne stupid. Where is the tree? There is none. What is he talking about? While Rose was muttering in confusion, Daphne narrowed her wide eyes and squinted them to see between the two trees. Her eyes suddenly widened. She saw a silhouette of a tree in the morning fog. She opened her mouth to say something, but before that Orion said, "Seems like Daphne found it. That is almost 1 kilometer. That is the farthest we can see in Scotland in September. By the time of Jan or February, once the fog is lessened, we can increase your running target more," Orion said with a smile. The girl was looking at him like he was a ghost. No, the Dark Lord himself. What kind of magical training demands two beautiful 14-year-old girls like them to run 1 kilometer in the early morning when barely even the sun has risen at this temperature? But before they even opened their mouth to complain, Orion said, "You are wrong." Huh. The girls reacted, a glitter of hope arising inside them. "It's not 1 kilometer. It's 10. You still need to come back, right? Making it 2 kilometer and you have to do that 5 times. Orion mercilessly shatters their dream, heart, and body. Before they can process what he just said, Orion took out a giant tire of a monster truck from somewhere. They fail to process whether to be amazed at the sheer size of a tire in front of them, almost towering 3 times of their size, or to idolize how Orion summoned this behemoth out of thin air. The next second they found the cruel boy attaching that monster tire to himself with a rope. "I will be going with you guys to keep an eye on both of you, just to make sure that it's not too easy for me. This guy will hold me back. I stole it from a construction site," Orion said with a thumb up. Both girls shiver when that thumbs up fell in their eyes. For some reason they saw their childhood turning youthful. Orion wiped his sweat with a happy smile on his face. Today it was more or less strength training for him, pulling that huge tire that weighed almost 100 kilograms, and running 10 kilometers. This really got his heart pumping. Usually he majorly focuses on the overall body when training physically, but it's nice to do focus training once in a while. Smiling, he looked down. There were lying 2 girls panting more than dogs and sweating more than pigs. And yet both of them were still looking pretty like dolls. A broken doll considering just what kind of hell they went through, but a doll none of the rest. "Take your time, this usually happens to someone who hasn't exercised before," Orion said, thinking how strange the situation was. Not only he was completely fine after dragging that almost 100 kilograms tire for 10 kilometers, but in fact he had to slow down so that these 2 girls could catch up with him. And this when they just had to carry their own weight. But after seeing this he was more certain that he needed to train their bodies. Without a proper foundation, no matter how powerful the magic they learn, there will always be a bottleneck. He wanted to train with magic as well, but seeing that the girls were almost near passing out, he sighed and took out a health potion for them. This will nourish their body and fix them up real quickly. Good that breakfast time is coming. After the potion, their body will need food. But seeing that the only parts of their body which could move were their mouth to take in as much air to supplement the urgent need for oxygen, and second will be their eyes as they glared at Orion with hatred. He knew that his future wasn't much brighter after those eyes, but gulping he determined himself. There is no other way to really get stronger besides suffering pain. "Here, drink this, this will help," Orion said and put 2 potions in front of them. They though didn't want to drink the obviously bad-tasting potion which they can say by the smell, they did because they right now just needed something to help their dry throat. In the Great Hall, everyone was looking at a certain spot with astonishing looks. All of them were stunned and shocked. Even the teachers were looking at this particular spot with wide eyes and disbelieved. The reason for this strange behavior from others was 3 Gryffindor students who were devouring everything in their line of sight which looked eatable. These 3 students were none other than Orion, Rose, and Daphne. And although Orion was the major contributor to the ongoing disappearing food on the table, to others that wasn't the problem. After all this time they had become very used to it. In fact, Orion now earns enough that he gives a separate food budget to Hogwarts just so that he can get anything to eat without trouble. He has yet to find out what happened with the financial side of the magical Britain, but he had a suspicion that money was tight for not only the school but everyone right now. It's better to provide money for the normal functioning of the school right now, and this was his way of providing the money without making it too obvious. So no, even though Orion was eating the most, he wasn't the center of attention right now. The girls sitting beside him were. Both Rose and Daphne were eating almost 3 to 5 times as they normally eat. And this was what made others look in at the girls with stunned and confused eyes. Is this some kind of disease spread from Orion? Will we get infected too if we stay close to him? What kind of disease makes others eat like this? While they were thinking about this, both the girls were eating everything in their sight. Right now their only regret besides asking for training from Orion was to sit beside Orion. Orion somehow was eating food much faster without making a mess like they were making. It makes them look like a hooligan. But they can't do anything about it. After that hellish training, their body required too much nourishment, and that to some extent was fixed by the potion which Orion gave them, but that lit a fire inside them. Fire of hunger. The hunger almost drives them crazy. They didn't want to act like crazy for food like Orion used to, but the hunger inside them was too much. Besides making them look bad, there was also the problem with him eating food faster than them. This led them to snatch food from his hands, making him pout. Orion was the first to get up, thought he had done the strength training, but it was only physical exhaustion. He wasn't as hungry as exhausting his magic entirely. Letting the girls eat, Orion looks around, only to find people looking at him with strange looks. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he had no way to respond. There was only a smile on his face, but it was a nervous and embarrassed smile. Looking away from the student, he looks at the professors. From there he was getting strange looks, but it was restrained. But only 3 people he actually cared about. Dumbledore, who was sweating a little, doing something with her fingers. Most likely calculating the increased cost of food consumption if 2 more female Orion appear in this school. Snape was glaring at Orion, mostly likely because Rose was involved and the said girl just completed her 4th serving of chicken wings. Orion again has no idea what to say. Is saying that he made Rose, the daughter of the woman he loves, wake up at 5 a.m. by throwing her from a portal at the height of thousands of kilometers and then making her run 10 kilometers. Of course, he can't say that, right? So let's not talk about the it at all. Lastly, there was Professor McGonagall. She was looking at him with strange eyes. Orion had a feeling that this wasn't just because of the sudden appetite of the girls. What could it be? I believe that it has much to do with your book, Merlin said from the side. Book. It's impossible for her to read the book yesterday. She just got the book and there were no breaks from then to the transfiguration class. Maybe that's why she didn't say anything about your need book yesterday. But now she clearly should have read it. And seeing the slightly larger dark circle under her eyes. Well, she loves it. Love it, huh? Orion just repeated what Merlin said with suspicion on his face. There is no way that she won't find the information in the book unimpressive. But so was the case last year, and that didn't stop her from forcing him to read his own book in front of everyone. Come on, this year should be fine. You were highly restrained in your language this time around, Merlin smiled and said. Though he himself didn't believe his words. It was only the 2nd day at Hogwarts, but trouble just seemed to find him no matter what. He looks at the 2 huffing girls, not talking with him and giving him the attitude of the century. And moving his head he saw Professor McGonagall scolding him for all the bullshit he pulled in his books. It was far less in quantity, but the quality seems to be improved by now. All kinds of dark sarcasm were in the book. To some point this was the fault of a certain ancient ghost flying around Orion in chibi form and puffing on his pipe. This wasn't even the transfiguration class. She caught him outside the dining hall, taking her to the side and scolding for he can't say how long. These girls sure know first-class entertainment when they see one, Merlin said as he again conjured popcorn from somewhere and ate it. Orion on the other hand gritted his teeth but didn't show it in his face. He already knew that something like this would happen when he was writing the book. But art doesn't fear scolding. But what irked Orion more than anything was those 2 girls. They obviously were standing there just to enjoy the show. Those 2 are just like Merlin, enjoying his misery. This time Orion could even feel like playing an enemy song just to describe his mood. Once the long lecture ended, which only ended because the first class of the day was about to start. Phew, what's the first class of the day? Orion with a tired face. Huff. Both Rose and Daphne just huff at him and move away. Twitch. He was irritated but didn't say anything. He just went into his mind palace and looked for the new routine for this year. Due to the proper arrangement of his memories, Orion can remember pretty much anything as long as he enters his mind palace. So remembering what was the new routine wasn't hard. But the moment he remembers it, his face darkens. It's potions class. Orion almost had a sneer on his face. Now he has to deal with Snape. Shit. dejectively moving towards the potions class. Orion sneakily took out all the required things needed from his pendant. He used to keep that in his dorm, but that was too troublesome. This time around he was alone. Both the girls left him alone. He too didn't care. Talking to them right now is just banging his head on the wall. The wall will surely break at one point, it's him after all. But it's not worth it. It will take much more effort right now. And if they can't handle a little pain, then it's pointless to train them, regardless of its physical exercise or magic. He rather just wait till tomorrow. He will know about their attitude by tomorrow morning. Whether they come or not will explain what they want. Sighing, Orion finally appears in front of the potion class. The cold, smelly feeling was lingering inside the class. Why did Snape choose this place? Usually cold places are good, but this place is without any ventilation. Orion ponders but just shakes his head. As he entered the class, he found once again the combination of both Gryffindors and Slytherin students. Why did the Dem school put these two houses together? What are the Dem professors are even smoking? Finding his place, he found that both Daphne and Rose were sitting together. Well, he didn't expect anything more. He quickly found a place beside Neville, who was sitting alone and looking lonely. My guy hasn't changed much. Usually, Ron stays with him, but today for some reason he was sitting with Nick. Last year Snape told him to do that. AAA Orion suddenly remembers it. Snape suddenly tells him to sit with Rose while Ron to sit with Nick. Does last year's order extend to this year as well? Who knows? Soon Snape came, with his usual "you owe me money" face. Just looking for trouble. Orion just kept quiet and did what he had to do. He was planning on using this class to make some more body nourishment potions for the two girls. Even if they don't continue, the potions will be useful for him. Today we will make a healing potion. To be specific, a potion which can cure a person attacked by a Dementor, Snape said, and this immediately attracted Orion's attention. He wonders whether this has something to do with what's going to happen this year. It's possible. Let's make this bloody healing potion quickly. I don't want to waste time, Orion grumbled. But just when Orion was about to take out ingredients from the cupboard, he heard, "Not so quick, Ambrosius." This was of course Snape, and he was looking at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes, like a predator looking at his prey. "Oi, what are you looking at?" Orion so much wanted to shout at him, but he knew that that would make Snape target him more. "Are you planning on wasting time making something like a pathetic healing potion? Seems like the brightest wizards of this century is pretty lazy. Nothing that the press make you out to be," Snape sneers. Orion blinks in confusion. Press? He talking about newspapers? Did they do something? Orion wondered. He hasn't been updated with what's going on in the wizarding work for quite a long time. He doesn't even read that useless Daily Prophet. That newspaper was worth nothing more than toilet paper in his eyes. Almost everything in that paper is useless junk. Yes, agree. I too don't like that mindless propaganda paper, but still read it once a while. There is still information about the world. It's important to be aware of what's going on in the world, Merlin said sagely. Orion didn't reply to Merlin, he just looked at Snape, was pondered what the man was after. You read that pointless paper. Orion, rather than answering directly, questions the source of this contempt. Usually, he wouldn't talk to professors like an equal, but now, ha ha ha, oh la 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 la. Laozi is White Bear. I mean Orion D. Ambrosius. You read that pointless paper. Orion, rather than answering directly, questions the source of this contempt. Hearing this, there was a visible twitch on Snape's face. That 10 points from Gryffindor, Ambrosius, Snape said with a little grunting sound. Blink blink. Points, of course, almost forgot those are a thing here. Idiot, why are you saying this aloud? Learn how to keep your thoughts inside you. Did I say that aloud? Orion asked with a small smile. Yes you did. Snape too was a little confused at what the boy was playing at right now. Well, whatever, it's just 10 points. Not like the government increased 10% tax countrywide or anything. Orion didn't even care about hiding his thoughts anymore. He just said whatever came to his mind. Snape, after hearing this, only thought that the boy was mocking him, like not afraid of him. That will be another 10 points from Gryffindor, for your disrespect, Snape said with a little louder voice, making sure that the other students heard right from this point, because of whom the points have been deducted. The tried and tested example setting move by the teachers. They all like to do that. Punish a student more than he should be to set an example for the class. Those were the days, Merlin said with a little nostalgia settling in. Don't tell you two had this kind of problem at your age. Orion didn't bat 2 eyes at Snape. Points, huh? What are those? Era doesn't matter. Everywhere human behavior is the same. Teachers just use mass manipulation tactics for crowd control. Nothing bad, but still that's what usually happens. Merlin said. He too knew that schools wouldn't be if those naughty children were not controlled like this. This just explains just how nothing in this world is inherently good or bad. Just the context and situation matter. Usually, manipulation will be bad, but in this case, it's important so that society can work. Usually birth of a child is a happy occasion, but multiply that by a billion. Yeah, serious overpopulation issue. Nothing is good or bad inherently. It's just the situation which defines an action's nature. Orion nodded in acceptance at what Merlin had to say. Nothing is good or bad. It's just the situation which defines the situation. Snape thought didn't hear Merlin's wisdom and only saw Orion nodding and sighing like an idiot in front of him. This to some degree irritated him and to some degree confused him. Maybe it was this situation that made him forget that it happened by habit. Snape launched a mental attack before he thought about it. Orion, who was contemplating the truth of the world with Merlin and planning whether he should just let it burn in hell, felt the mental prompt. For a second even he was a little taken aback. Why Snape is using this low-level mental prompt on him? He can expect this from someone like Malfoy, not learning something in the first time. But not Snape. By the experience of last time, Snape should know that he has a pretty good mental shield. Not to mention he retaliated against both him and Dumbledore last time. Snape should know that he has a way to not only block his attack but this attack him back. Orion's mind worked 1,000 miles a minute, pondering what to do when he finally thought of something. He let the attack come. It's not like Snape will get anything besides a strong headache thanks to his real shield still being active, saving his more important memories and this high-speed thinking. Snape didn't take a long time before realizing what he did wrong here unconsciously, but before he could even remove his mental prompt he found himself inside Orion's mind. This surprises him. Didn't the child in front of him have a shield back then? He questioned himself, but that was only for seconds before he planned to go through Orion's mind. For the last 2 years, Snape has been looking over both Orion and Nick. And although he didn't like the kid that much, he somehow resembled James Potter a lot. Not the bad qualities but still that positive outlook in life and hyperactive personality were kind of similar. Not to mention to his eternal dismay, Lily's daughter likes the kid. And although he didn't like the child, he didn't hate him either. The child was a genius, nothing like that scum Potter. A potion master at the age of mere 13. That even broke his own record. And he was the youngest before Orion. But above anything, Orion was a good boy. Both Dumbledore and Snape agree on this one thing. He is greedy to hell, has bad manners, is hard-headed and has little respect for authorities but not bad. Otherwise, he would never have written those books. Otherwise, he would have never created something like squib potion. Both he and Dumbledore can sense pure magic, and this child's magic is the very definition of pure. Even Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, was nothing compared to this child. It's mind-boggling that 2 years ago this same kid wasn't even capable of using a simple Lumos. But that doesn't matter. What is important is that Orion is not someone bad. When compared to Nick Iron, the boy Rick of dark magic, Snape had no idea why Dumbledore was still letting that boy in Hogwarts. But now Snape is not too sure. He can't sense Orion's magic. It's very similar to what it was back when the boy first came to Hogwarts. But the only difference here is that back then, Orion almost had zero magic. And now the boy is hiding his magic. Some witches and wizards with extraordinary control of their magic can hide their magic completely from others. Others might don't know, but Snape does. There are some upsides to following the Dark Lord too after all. So he can't sense Orion's magic right now. This means he can't say whether the boy has come under contact with any dark magic. Compared to this, spying on Nick was much easier. So when he got the chance to enter Orion's mind, he took it with gusto. The only problem here is that Orion's thoughts were running on steroids. 20 points, huh? Is that important? What was he talking about? What kind of news is out there about me? Damn, this place stinks. How long has it been since this place has not been clean? Did Snape change his hairstyle? Why so suddenly? Don't tell me that he got a date. Did he upload a fake profile image on Tinder? 1 minute the wizarding world doesn't have a Tinder. Maybe I can make one. That would be so cool. Maybe then even McGonagall can find someone to date. Hehehehe. I just got the idea of the century. How about setting up the Queen with Dumbledore? That would be awesome. Fuck the law of secrecy. Ha 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 ha. 1 minute why he is still looking at me like this. Don't tell me he is into little kids. I mean man, I am a man after all. Maybe I too should get a girlfriend. It is better to find love before feminism corrupts them. Who should I choose? Maybe a Sailor Moon girl. Not sure how to get there, but I can find a way. Only need to arrange and shuffle the world time continuum. Or maybe someone from One Piece. They got good gals there. I even have a way to get there. Boa hehehehe. All sorts of nonsense entered into Snape's mind, making him twitch his eyebrows again and again. Half of the mental nonsense which was generated inside Orion's mind was outright chaotic, idiotic, and infuriating, while half of the nonsense was beyond Snape to comprehend. And Snape didn't care either. This was not the first time he was dealing with this kind of onslaughts of nonsense from Orion. The boy's mind is pretty strange. Snape has no idea how Orion even stays focused for more than a second with this kind of chaotic mind, let alone talk with someone. Shaking his mind slightly, Snape concentrated. It's very hard to get any information on the boy with this kind of chaotic thinking, let alone finding specific information from his head. Right now Snape was trying to do the same, trying to find how strong Orion is and how he got that strong. But what he didn't expect was that it was Orion himself who let him inside his mind. Why? Because Snape is distracted in his mind and all that auto-generated nonsense. Orion uses his own legilmancy powers. Haha, the predator will become the prey. I like it. It's always satisfying to beat them in their own games. What are you looking for? Merlin laughed maniacally, but Orion didn't care and didn't say anything. He only focuses on Snape, slowly entering into Snape's mind without him letting him know. Snape's mental shields are still there, so he has to be careful. But Orion hasn't learned ancient magic in the past 3 years for nothing. Slowly he got inside his shield without letting him know and started to make copies of the memories which he wanted, another advantage of ancient magic. Ancient magic is powerful, yes, but above all, it gives the user a lot of abilities and hacks. Those hacks are the real reason why ancient magic is so powerful. Orion smiled. In fact, he was grinning ear to ear with the amount of blackmail material he was getting out of Snape. For some reason I pity this man now. Pity indeed. Took less than half a minute for Orion to copy all the memories he wanted from Snape before breaking his eye contact. By the end of it, Snape was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes while supporting his head with one hand due to the headache it gave him when entering Orion's mind. Not to mention, Orion raised all kinds of questions about his preferences and so on. And even after going through all that trouble, Snape didn't get any of the information he was looking for. Sigh. So while Snape was taking his time against sorting out what kind of reaction he should have towards Orion right now, the said boy was also thinking what he should do with all this dark data he has against our Prince Charming here whose princess ran away with someone else. Hey, quit staring. You wanna say something then say, but quit staring. Orion said, shaking his hands. He notices that both of them are looking at each other's eyes for a little too long for comfort. Gosh, I really need that electric eye spells like the girls. That would be mighty useful in a situation like this. Just to explain to others that staring was out of rivalry or a dispute and nothing more. This finally broke Snape out of his daze. That will be another 20 points from you, Ambrosius. Snape sneer. Actually, he had no reason to deduct points, well, no reason which others saw at least. Orion on the other hand knew why Snape was so angry. Snape's voice wasn't much loud, but 2 years of torture had made the students quite sensitive towards Snape's mood. In fact, it was an essential skill they had to develop to survive. So they could tell that Snape wasn't just being Snape here. He was really angry. Rose and Daphne, who were acting like being angry with Orion and weren't talking with him, also got nervous. They wanted to go and grab their stupid idiot from there. But before they could even more, they heard Orion saying this. Oh, that will be 40 points in total that you reduce from me, isn't it? Orion as he acted like he was thinking something. Their small smile appeared on his face. This man is playing with fire. It's about time he gets a little burn. After all, if there is always an antidote, people will eventually forget that poison kills. Orion replied as he was thinking about how to use this blackmail material. He originally didn't want to use this card this quick, but it's about time people around you learned that the lion cub finally has grown enough fangs to tear them if he has to. Merlin nodded with approval. Merlin in fact was showing a little smirk as well. It was pretty hard to change Orion's original easy happy-going attitude. The reality of this world is that power alone is not enough. One must have the needed ferocity and ruthlessness to actually survive the world. Orion was already getting quite strong. Even without his help, Merlin was sure that with his technique Orion could have become a very strong wizard in his life. It would have only taken him much longer, but he wouldn't have survived the world like that. His personality was too simple, too soft. But now, what do you want to say, Ambrosius? Snape narrowed his eyes, still not understanding what the boy was playing at. Nothing important. I really don't understand why these points are so important, but seeing the almost crying faces of my friends there, I am sure that they are pretty important to them. So I just want to ask, why are you taking points like that? Did I do something wrong? Orion had a smile on his face, but his usual bright blue eyes were dangerous close to glowing blue. Unfortunately, Snape didn't notice this. Snape at this just sneer. Maybe you would have understood if you weren't that big of a dunderhead, Snape retorted. Oh, well, if you say so then I will believe it. Though still explain, please. I'm pretty sure after losing 40 points, even Professor McGonagall gonna demand a reason from me. The usual it was Professor Snape class won't do right. Orion smiled and the last part was said as he looked at the students. This actually brought a little giggle on a few faces. It's been so common to lose points in potion class, especially for Gryffindor students, that just stating that it was a potion class will do when asking why they lose points. This is even understood by McGonagall. Snape's face froze at that, almost like he wasn't expecting this kind of question from any student. Finally something interesting. Merlin smiles as he conjures popcorn, and this time he even has a cola in his hands. That will be a detention, Ambrosius, Snape said with threatening voice. Oh, are you sure? Orion asked with a little amusement in his tone. Snape at this was both getting annoyed and at the same time confused. Why the boy was acting like that? Is he really mentally gone? What you? Snape is about to say something but Orion blocks him. Are you sure that you want to trap yourself alone with me? Orion still had a smile on his face but his voice was low. Only Snape was able to listen to him, or someone who knew how to read lip movements. These words were finally enough to bring forth the smile Orion was restraining. Snape for a second even didn't understand what Orion told, but when he did, he was taken aback. That was when he saw Orion slightly lift his leg and slowly take one step closer to him. Step. It was just a harmless small step, but for Snape, it was like the entire atmospheric pressure changed around him. The long-lost magical power which he was trying too hard to sense came out. And oh boy, he froze. The massive amount of concentrated pure magic flooded him as he felt a certain mark on his hand, screaming out in pain. Pure white magic, if powerful enough then it can completely eradicate that small tattoo you have from your dark boy band from the old days. Orion's voice was at this time nothing more than a whisper, but Snape felt that it was the devil himself who was talking. He was so frozen that he couldn't even right now raise his head to meet Orion's eye. Snape felt it. Orion magic. Besides being almost as strong as him right now, Orion magic was very concentrated and just as pure as it's always have been. Maybe even more. Maybe it was his imagination, but he was seeing the magical power coming out of Orion's with his naked eye. It wasn't a spell, it was just raw magical power. It's strange how this power was extremely pure and yet he was feeling fear. After so many years he was afraid again. How? He wanted to ask but nothing came out. He could only able to lift his head to meet the boy's eyes. Only to meet the glowing azure blue eyes in front of him. It gave him a chill. How do I know? That what you want to ask, right? Orion was using devil's tongue. And when this is added to his law of presence, even someone like Dumbledore will be cautious of his presence, let alone Snape. Snape gritted his teeth. His hand out of habit went for his wand, but he felt nothing in his wand holster. Looking for something? Orion said with a smile on his face, his eyes still glowing blue. But Snape didn't look at those eyes, his attention was caught by what was Orion holding. It was a black wand. Snape's eyes widened. Up to this time he was holding back his panic, but after seeing his own wand in Orion's hand, his mind finally exploded. And seeing Orion using his wand to casually scratch his head was both infuriating and alarming. When did he take my wand? That was the only thing which Snape wanted to know. He had one more wand with him, just for a time like this, but for some reason, they went like completely seen through by the boy in front of him. Snape could have taken out his other wand, but his instincts told him that it was not a good plan. So he forcefully resisted his own instincts and asked, How do you know? How do you know? Just like how you know everything. Orion replied with still amusement lingering in his tone. This confuses Snape. He was still very vigilant of what was going on, but how come Orion knew that the death mark was on his left hand? What else he know? How? Snape only asked. No one knew whether this was his demanding tone or that was the only thing he was able to utter under Orion's powerful magical pressure. Well, I always thought that out of all these magical sheep, only a few people actually have brains. You initially fall in that with brain category. Maybe I was wrong. Or maybe I was just giving you much more credit than I should. Or maybe just that your mind right now is lagging behind. I mess it up pretty badly after all. Sorry for that, Orion said with a calm tone as he slowly took back his magical power, only enough that Snape could start thinking again. Smirking, Orion asked, Are you sure that while you were inside my head, your own was well protected enough? Orion asked with a smile. Snape, after Orion took back some of his magical power, finally was able to think straight, and that will the small hint Orion gave, was enough for stoic Snape to understand the matter. You used legilimency on me, Snape also shouted, but he was held back by Orion's magic. Orion was actually using his magic to block all kinds of sounds to escape to the other students. So even students who were interested in what Orion was talking about with Snape were right now frowning, cause no matter what they do, they can't hear a thing. Now, for someone who goes mind-asking others and doesn't even leave innocent children, you are quite a hypocrite, ain't you? Orion said with mocking laughter. Snape, on the other hand, had no idea how Orion bypassed his occlumency shield without him knowing, but he was angry. It's not actually very hard to break his shields. Powerful wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort can do that. He previously wanted to solve this issue, but no matter how he tried, against the true power gap, no matter how many tricks he came up with, he couldn't do anything. But Orion here was different. While he can't save his memories from powerful wizards if they go all out against him, he can still do the last sacrifice and destroy all of his memories, to prevent them from falling in the hands of those dark lords. But this he can only do if he knows that someone has broken into his mental shields. Orion accesses to his memories without breaking his occlumency shields. Snape doubts that neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort can do something like that. And somehow this child in front of him did it. And subconsciously in his mind, he put Orion's threat level equal to the people like Dumbledore and Voldemort. But more than that, there was anger. The anger was building inside him so much that he just wanted to hex Orion to death. But those blue eyes, they were staring at him like hawks, not to mention Orion, if he really had his memories, then also should know about his hidden wand. Pursing his lips, Snape gritted his teeth. What do you want to do? Snape asked with frustration on his face, knowing fully well that the boy in front of him can twist his neck with his bare wand faster than he can take out his hidden wand. Let alone cast magic, he has his wand and he don't even need one to do magic. Ah, smart man. Smart man. I like people who respect others' time and talk to the point. Orion nodded with appreciation. How many points did you take again? 40 was it? Give them back, Orion said with a good smile on his face. Like he was talking like people usually do with their annoying relatives. You gotta talk with a smile no matter how much you don't wanna. And what will you do if I don't? If you dare to attack me inside Hogwarts, then you are going straight to Azkaban. Snape retorted, pretending like he was under control. Orion at this slightly raises his eyebrows like he found the little resistance from Snape funny and cute. TCH, this man has already lost the battle. He just don't understand what are the consequences of that happening. Attack you? Why in the world I would do that? Orion said with a calm tone. Snape narrowed his eyes, if that was even possible with how many times he did that in the conversation. Now they were barely open. Before he could say anything more though, Orion said, I just will make these memories of you available for the wizarding audience, Orion said offhandedly, but Snape finally realizes what was Orion was after. That almost closed eyes went from barely open to stretching them so wide that they were almost on the verge of falling off. You wouldn't, Snape snared. Oh please, I am the man who made Dumbledore of all people swear in front of all world representatives. What more I don't dare. Orion almost rolled his eyes. Those are nothing but forged memories, Snape replies. Ah, if you say so. But the thing is, my dear professor, it doesn't matter whether they are real or not. What matters is from whom they are coming from and what impact they can bring. Currently, the Ministry needs anything to solidify their power. If I don't give this memory, then most likely they will forge something similar to fool the stupid wizarding populace. Let alone you mind **ing child in school and secretly being a Death Eater. Right now Fudge even dare declares you Voldemort reincarnate if that means to save his shaking chair. Why would he go against you, you may ask? Well, simple, because it's me who is giving this information. After all, who don't want to be friends with Orion D. Ambrosius right now? I'm the hottest name out there, brother. And lastly, if you are wondering, Dumbledore can save you. Well, maybe yes, but that only if they were false memories. But we both know that they are not. Orion smirked and said, checkmate. Ha 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 ha. Snape looks like he is eating something sour, finally understanding that he was in deep shit. He exactly knows how corrupt the Ministry is. Orion really has that kind of sway in the current wizarding world. All he has to do is demand to check out Snape's Death Eater mark. Maybe Dumbledore can prevent Fudge from directly holding a court summoning for him, but even Dumbledore can't prevent him from being inspected by the Aurors. In fact, Fudge would love to drag even Dumbledore into this, as he doesn't want Dumbledore holding much power. Snape just gritted his teeth. The sound was loud enough that Orion wondered if he lifted the voice suppression magic, would others hear him gritting his teeth? I wonder. What do you want? Snape asked after finally calming down. He had two thoughts about just hexing Orion right now, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to do it. There was something telling him that Orion could kill him even before he could reach for his wand. Ah, we are back at it again. Good. You already took points from Gryffindor, so just award 50 points back and we can call it a day. Orion smiled back. What? Snape was expecting something more, but points. He thought the boy had some outrageous plan and demanded from him. And how is it 50 now? You didn't hear. I am asking for the point you took back. Us back the 60 points. Orion still had a smile on his face. It's 40 points, Snape retorted. Really? I am sure that it was 70 points. Twitch. I can't give that much. Bitch, please, you are the sole reason why all three houses lose so many points every year. Especially Gryffindor. So don't give me this shit. Give back the 80 points or you know what will happen. Orion was practically grinning ear to ear. And then both Snape and Orion fell silent. Come on, you are wasting my time. 90 points or the deal is off. Snape was furious, but what could he do? So he decided to give the boy what he was asking for. But just before he could open his mouth, Orion said, add 10 more points and I will even throw this wand of yours in the deal. I actually wanted a wand for so long, but I will do it. Limited time offer. Ha 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 ha. Snaring his teeth, Snape finally asked this one question before admitting defeat. What the foo? Who are you really? Orion, after hearing this, didn't immediately respond. After thinking about, he finally smiled and got slightly closer to Snape's ear to whisper this. The strongest. Well, I am not the strongest yet, but whatever. Orion internally thought. Orion was in a good mood. He just earned 60 points for his house and left almost everyone speechless. He especially likes the face of both Malfoy and Nick back then. But it's not about them. Earning 60 points is a big deal, yes. Houses barely earn 50 to 100 points if they won the entire Quidditch season for that year, and here he alone got 60 points for the house. But again, that was not the big deal. The big deal was from whom these points were coming. The one and only potion master and #1 snobbish professor in the entire Hogwarts. Professor Severus Snape. If after this he is not turning into a messiah for those little kids, then he is not sure who can. But again, it's not just getting points from Snape, that he did last year, or maybe it was last year, he can't remember. The real big deal is that he made Snape give back the points he took from Gryffindors. That's the big deal. Yes, we got him good, now he ain't gonna mess with you no more. With this you put that child in you to sleep, you're a man now. Finally, readers got something good. MC wearing big boy pants now. Huh? What are you muttering there, old man? Orion didn't understand what Merlin just said. It was like for 1 second the accent of the man changed from being British to native of Afro-American. Is that even a term? Are you sure that you ain't being racist there? It sounds very racist to me, Merlin. How I'm supposed to know that? I hardly travel or meet with enough people to know that. Hell, people call others racist because they assume someone will like a certain food or talk in a certain way. Orion shrugged. He really doesn't know what the hell is wrong with the people and this stupid world. He hardly cares for them. Only focus on his magical practice. Well, I too can't tell ya. Not sure what are the standards for today to call someone racist. Back in my day, racist people used to catch them and put them in. Whoa. We don't talk about those things here. This is a family-friendly FIC, old man. Why are you hellbent on ruining FIC? I swear I'm going to jail cause of you if you continue this. And I will drag you with me if that is the last thing I do. Huff huff. Whoa, what was that? Hey Merlin, you hear that voice? Who was that? Nothing. Nobody at all. And stop asking me strange questions, you brat. One of these days you will cause big trouble for me and author, Merlin shouted, and then shut up. Orion was dumbfounded, not sure what happened there. Sighing, he just shook his head and got out of the class. As Orion entered the Great Hall to get something to eat, he found the usually chatty environment a little more active and noisy. But when people actually spot him, there is silence. Pin drop silence. Everyone was looking at him like he was Thanos with all Infinity Stones ready to snap. Orion looked at others, while others stare back at him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Like there was a tacit understanding between all the students, they slowly turned their heads towards the only 2 professors sitting in the hall. These were none other than Lupin and McGonagall. It was quite almost scary how focused all of them were and how they constantly glared at both of the professors. Professor McGonagall, who was eating while also reading some official document, halted her work and chewing as the knowing silence spread across the hall. She only experienced this kind of silence when students leave the castle, and maybe at first, she thought that it was nice to finally have some quiet in life, but soon she realizes in her career that it's the children who really brings the castle to life. Hogwarts Castle was majestic, full of magic, but the biggest magic of this castle wasn't magic at all, but the children. So when she didn't hear the constant giggling and whispering of children, she snapped her head up right away to see what the problem was. Lupin did the same. Not because he was experienced much like McGonagall, but rather because he was more experienced at being a naughty kid and a prankster himself. Both saw everyone was looking at them with wide brilliant eyes full of expectation. To one point it was creepy and to others it was cute. Not sure how to explain this. McGonagall didn't understand what was going on. However, just before asking, she was distracted midway. Professor McGonagall, there is a very important business Dumbledore had with both of us. I almost forgot to tell you, Lupin immediately said. McGonagall was dumbfounded, but her years of experience caught something funny in this usual lie right away. She wanted to call Lupin at this, scold him not to join with students to prank others. He is a teacher now, but seeing those students glaring at her with so much intensity, she faltered. There was something fishy, she knew. Fine, let go then, McGonagall said as she got up and walked to the door. But upon noticing that every eyeball was following her movements, she questions again whether it's the right decision to leave this student alone. What are they planning? Will this castle stand by the time she comes back from the headmaster's office? Don't make too much noise, we will be back soon, McGonagall said and left with uncertainty. Lupin, who knew what was going on, walked up to Orion and placed his hand on his shoulder. Good job. Lupin grinned and left the hall. Orion just blinked and a smile spread on his face. And then he looked back at the students who were grinning more than him. Music time, teacher's pet, from School of Rock. And for Indian audience, Malhari, from Bajirao Mastani. As soon as the gates of the Great Hall close, a loud cheering echoes. Enough to equal any expensive music system. Older students rush towards Orion. Whoa! Orion almost screams as they lift him up in their shoulders with loud shouts and cheering. It was almost like he won a war for them. This was the day when students got their first victory against the unjust rules and actions of evil professors. Some students were crying with joy. Some were using magic to play different types of instruments, composing a song on the spot. Some took out their shirts and swung in to celebrate this accomplishment. They even threw some chocolate and food toward Orion as an offering for the great savior. Something suddenly hit Orion on face. He was still lifted by others, so it was hard to see what it was. It was blocking his vision. It even smells funny. Upon inspection, he found out that it was a bra. Orion, 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 freedom, 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 victory, 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 Bahubali, Bahubali, Bahubali. And this marks the day of humanity's first victory against Tita. Cough cough. I mean students against evil teachers. Cough cough. Merlin cleared his throat and after few seconds shouted with his full might. Satyam Vijayate as Snape approached Dumbledore with a sense of urgency, his expression grave and his voice tinged with concern. This was right after his potion class with Orion, whereas was forced to give that rascal 100 points in the end. He had come to warn the headmaster of a danger of that boy, although even now he didn't sense a hint of dark magic from the boy. If anything, it was extremely pure, but just like all of them who use dark magic are not evil, all the wizards who use white magic are not saints. This was a very important matter. He had no idea why Dumbledore was even letting Nick Iron stay in the school even after the boy obviously used dark magic, but this time he would not back down. There is already a troublesome student in the castle and he won't tolerate another. Something has to be done about Orion, whose powers have grown beyond control. With a heavy heart, Snape recounted his encounter with Orion, describing how the boy had turned the tables on him with a skillful display of legilimency. In a matter of moments, Orion had delved into Snape's mind, extracting every memory with ruthless efficiency, to the point that he himself only learned Orion did that when the boy himself admitted, that is one scary ability he got there. Even after having legilimency, if their minds are not secure, hell, they can't even say whether someone is sneaking around in their mind, then it's completely broken ability. As Dumbledore listened intently, his brow furrowed with concern. He had long suspected that Orion possessed a gift for legilimency, but the extent of his power was far greater than he had anticipated. To be able to so effortlessly penetrate Snape's formidable occlumency defenses spoke volumes of Orion's skill and potential. He wasn't actually surprised that Orion counterattacked Snape. The boy was clear that he would take action if something like what happened in the hall happened again. Now Dumbledore felt like he should have explained this to Severus before, but he himself was mostly expecting a mental shock as the boy displayed earlier in the hall with a huge amount of temper tantrums coming from him, not outright stealing Snape's memories and blackmailing him with it. Hell, the boy even grasps the political side of things, and that too with proficient accuracy. He really can't save Snape at this point with his sway in the Ministry. If what Orion's claims are false, then sure, but they are real, and right now Fudge is just desperate to solidify this position as the Minister as soon as possible. Just like the boy said, Fudge is desperate enough that he will really claim Snape is Dark Lord himself, who was hiding under his nose all these years. And with the general IQ of the wizarding world, no one will be wiser. Sigh. Snape really poked the hornet nest this time. But it was not just Orion's mastery of legilimency that troubled Dumbledore. While Snape was lamenting about the evilness of that boy, Dumbledore didn't even bother to hear Snape. Last year he clearly heard Newt saying that Kylan bowed to the boy. Nowadays many wizards and witches alike laugh at this age-old custom, mostly because this no longer happens as Kylan is almost extinct, but he himself knows that the ritual really holds significant importance. There are not many people in front of whom a Kylan will bow after all. With the fact how pure Orion's magic is, Dumbledore don't think that Orion is turning dark or has any bad intentions for that matter. What he worried about here was Orion's growth. How in Merlin's name the boy who lived almost all of his life in a forest alone, had no magical guardian to learn from and barely had enough magic comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old magic child, when he joined Hogwarts became what he is today. His attainments in potions were visible from the day he came. There is also his high degree of physical power. Dumbledore doubts that he can lift more than a giant at this point. His books and all that profound knowledge is providing the wizarding world with magic that he himself has never heard of. Him being able to get stronger this fast, and although he shares a few of his secrets in his books, to everyone's surprise they all actually work. Dumbledore doesn't believe that those are all the reasons why he got stronger this fast, which is actually somewhat understanding and also reassuring. His providing important information about magic and its usage beyond what the wizarding world already knows is a great achievement. No one will expect the boy to hold no secrets at all. Even Albus Dumbledore will be too greedy to share his secret to increase in his power with others. He doesn't think he would be sharing all the secrets if he was in Orion's situation. And this is also somewhat reassuring to him. There are too many threats out there, too many people with big ambitions. The only thing stopping them from acting on these dark desires is their own lack of power. It's better that Orion is keeping those secrets to himself. Or that's what his mind says. His greedy side actually wanted those secrets for himself. It's a constant struggle between light and darkness. And now the same boy is capable of beating Severus in mind arts. Snape ranks among the best when it comes to mind arts. Maybe not the best like his potions talent, but definitely along the best. And Orion was able to infiltrate inside his mind without Snape knowing it. As Dumbledore pondered Snape's warning, well, more like acting, he knew that he could not ignore the gravity of the situation. Orion's unchecked formidable abilities posed a threat, maybe not directly, as he believed that the boy wouldn't do anything evil. Dumbledore's confidence in his assumption also gets strengthened when even after having this much power Orion was using the power of his benefic. In fact, Dumbledore was more worried that it will be his indirect action which will cost the wizarding world. What if the boy gets targeted by the Death Eater? What if Tom targets him? With all those strange magical secrets inside Orion's mind through which he has gotten this strong, what if those fall in Tom's hand? This was serious. Dumbledore was taking this issue seriously, just not the way Snape wanted him to, that is. Then there is also the fact that Dory don't know how strong actually is Orion. His unconventional magic is already hard to relate with anything he knows. Hell, during a fight against Orion, Dumbledore might look out for that boy's fist more than his spells. And now that he can't sense the boy's magic, it's really hard to determine his level. It was imperative that he be brought under control before it was too late. Maybe I should take him as a personal disciple. That sounds like the most effective way to keep an eye on the boy and make sure that he grows up with the right mindset. But Dumbledore didn't bother to express these worries to Snape. He only said this: I see, Severus. It's good that you bring this issue to me. I will talk with the boy. I'll try to get those memories from him. But when it comes to blame, it lies with you. I told you not to use legilimency against him. And when it comes to his action, I don't disagree. You are, after all, have been very partial towards your own house till now, Dumbledore said with his usual grandfatherly tone, making a twitch appear in Snape's face. Snape was about to say something, but before that, Dumbledore spoke. You don't have to worry about that boy, Severus. Leave him to me. Just don't bother with him anymore. You only focus your attention on Nick. What again this? Why even bother keeping an eye on that boy? Just expel him from the school. The boy is clearly using black magic and... Snape wanted to say more, but Dumbledore interrupted him midway. I have my reason, Severus. For now, I can only say to you that the boy might have some kind of connection with the Death Eaters and some powerful dark families. There will be immense pressure on me and Hogwarts if I do anything. Dumbledore sighed and said with a helpless expression. Snape at this was taken aback. In the bustling halls of Hogwarts, a small gathering had formed to celebrate Orion's recent success in earning points from Snape, much to the surprise and amazement of his fellow students. He himself wasn't expecting that, but after both McGonagall and Lupin left, they all with terrible tacit understanding started their party. And why shouldn't they? What Orion accomplished had never happened in Hogwarts before. As they mingled and chatted animatedly, even the girls who weren't talking with Orion ended up giving up and ran to his side when they saw the boy was getting attention not only from the boys but also other girls. The air was filled with an infectious sense of accomplishment, and more than that, a chance to let loose where everyone will join. Even Professor Lupin understood and took care of Professor McGonagall out of their way. For Orion, this celebration was nothing but amusement. The only reason why he did what he did was to demonstrate that he is no longer the same happy-go-lucky idiot he used to be, but at the same time he just couldn't take it anymore of Snape. If showing what he is capable of saves him from Snape's constant torture, then it's worth it. He is pretty sure that by now this news would be passed to Dumbledore by Snape. And with this, he established what he wanted to do. Now he just has to wait and see what will Dumbledore do about this. If Dumbledore just ignores him, then it's okay, he ain't looking for trouble anyway. Showing his power was a necessary thing to do so he could explain to others not to mess with him. He just has to show enough that people are not unnecessarily targeting him while still holding back enough power to have an ace in his sleeves if a situation like that arises. This also doesn't mean he wanted to join any already existing faction or wants to deal with those idiots in the wizarding world. If possible, he still want to silently develop his own power. If Dumbledore takes action against him, then he is out of Hogwarts. There is nothing keeping in here anyway besides the urge to see what happened in the story and those girls. Otherwise, there is nothing besides that. In any case, he won't be losing much. While Orion was thinking about the possible consequences of his actions, he felt that someone nudged him. They were some of his friends and other classmates. As his friends congratulated him and raised their glasses in a toast, Orion couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. This pride has nothing to do with impressing a few school kids, no. This pride was in his hard work and how strong he has gotten till now. He is far away from being the strongest he always dreamed of being, and what he said to Snape, that was just act cool in front of the annoying professor, but right now he at least has enough power to save his own life. It was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, author being an ass and making him weak as fuck earlier, he was capable of achieving great things because he worked hard, a testament to his determination and resilience. Shut it, brat, you are the last person who should talk about unfair life. You have more hacks in you than a common GTA player applies in his lifetime, Merlin chided. Ah, those were the days of having a list of cheats right next to the keyboard. Good times. After having a party, the crowd was finally dispersed and Orion directly visited the library. Been a long time since I came here, Orion mutters as he looks around. The Platinum members aren't present there anymore. Most likely Nick is keeping her busy in his future world domination plan or something. Merlin added offhandedly. World domination. Yeah, that usually is the common play for the villain types, right? Merlin shrugged. Yes, but I don't think Nick is after that. Not sure why, but that bastard, if wanted some cliché type villain goal, then wouldn't have done what he did. I mean, why target me and Rose without any reason? If anything, he would try to recruit people like me. In fact, I still am thinking of what he was talking about back when we fought. Something about her being here and shit. I can't pinpoint, but my guts say that I should know what he was talking about. Orion said and shook his head. Right now he really didn't want to again mix himself with that boy's matters. Once again nodding to himself, Orion just moves on and looks for some advanced transfiguration books. The basic ones are useless to him. Merlin at least knows the basics so he can teach him, not like Orion needed it. He wasn't sleeping in his classes with McGonagall. He knows all the basics. So he directly went for the advanced books. Soon some people in the library saw a boy sitting in the corner with a huge mountain of books on his table, flipping book pages every few seconds like he read those pages. From time to time he even sips coffee, which miraculously never runs out or gets cold while he is reading. While Orion was trying to focus, Merlin on the other hand had a solemn look on his face. He too was there when Nick said those words, and unlike Orion, he might have some idea of what he was talking about. If before that fight Merlin had only suspicion, then now Merlin was sure. The only thing he didn't understand was how Nick suspected that Orion was working for her. Isn't he the one supposed to work for that entity? There was confusion on his face. He somehow suspects that the situation is much more than he suspected. He originally wanted Orion to pursue this matter, wanting to find out what exactly Nick was talking about. But at that time Orion wasn't strong enough. Even now he was not strong enough to pursue this troubling matter. Maybe in a few more years he will be ready, Merlin wonders. He is not exactly sure what's going on, but he does know one thing. He was given another 1,000 years of time because there was something terrible was about to come. He is assured that that terrible thing sure has something to do with the upcoming rebirth of magic. I have to explain this too to him. Sigh, so much work in so little time. By night time. Seems like that all of it. I can say that I now do have a proper understanding of how transfiguration works when it comes to pure spell work. That's good. So now comes the physical training. Got any plan? Merlin asked. I was about to ask the same to you. I know how to train the muscles, but not so much when it comes to transfiguration. In fact, I just don't feel like training in it. Almost everything is possible as long as I put enough intent in my magic. Even a long-standing rule like the basic of transfiguration can change. Orion whined. He wanted to just skip to the good parts like the straight to law, but Merlin told him to first master the basics. Sighing, he looked at the clock. It was already past the normal visiting time when it came to the library. He was only there because he hid his presence. But now that he was done, he just teleported out of the library directly to his dorm. Well, actually he no longer even stays in the Gryffindor dorm anymore. It's just in the name. Mainly he stays in the room of requirement and mostly even sleeps there. Catch up with some sleep. Need to see what those girls are going to do tomorrow. Orion just like usual woke up at his usual time, and after doing his daily ritual he headed for his normal training ground. Yawning as he left quite late last night, when he arrived at the training ground he found two people were already there. Mind you that this is a chilly morning in Scotland at 5 a.m. in September, and yet 2 people were standing there waiting for him. There was a smile on his face when he saw this. These 2 people were of course both Rose and Daphne, ready to continue their training. "Ah, seems like you both are on time today," Orion smiled and said. But the girls didn't know whether he was smiling because they were on time, looking forward to seeing them in absolute misery, or making fun of them as they were shivering in this cold morning. "Just tell us what we need to do," Daphne chided. Rose didn't say anything, but she too heavily nodded her head in agreement. "Oh, eager to start the training, I see. Good good." Orion acted like a scumbag, and both the girls just gritted their teeth in anger. All right, let's start," Orion immediately said after seeing that their red faces out of anger are turning blue thanks to the cold. "Today we will be doing the same. But not the 10-kilometer run this time around. Do 4-kilometer run, and then we will move to doing some basic training. Both of you have 30 minutes to complete 4-kilometer run. If you can't, then 4 will become 14. Same tree, same distance. Start." Orion changed his joking tone and commanded like an army sergeant, almost shouting. This finally made both girls move. Once they were gone, Orion just did his basic training, containing 1000 push UPS, 1000 sit UPS, 1000 squats and 100-kilometer runs. And that all in a record time of 30 minutes. No normal person can do this. This could only be done thanks to how powerful Orion's body has become after absorbing powerful magical beasts like troll, dragon, etc. After half an hour later, both Orion and the girls completed their training. The girls were huffing but still hadn't fallen to the ground like yesterday. Orion was just sweating, finally feeling refreshed after doing the workout. "Alright, rest for 10 minutes and then follow this training routine." Orion walked up to them and gave them a list of training he wanted them to follow. It was nothing outrageous, just casual exercise which everyone should do. After letting the girls whine for a while, he left them to their demise and moved on to his own training. "Ready?" "Yup, just tell what I have to do." "Good, now I know that most of the time with powerful intent you will make your magic work. This will be especially the case when it comes to transfiguration. Intention and imagination matter here more than anything. Think about it, how can magic understand when a wizard wants to turn a cup into a bird or turn it into a mirror when there is only one spell for both? Intention and imagination matter a lot here, and strangely enough majority of people will either have a problem with power or intention. You on the other hand stand on the totally opposite end. You still now only have to use pure intention to do your magic, and recently there is no lack of power either. So what you are lacking is systematic training and magical know-how, Merlin said sagely. "So you are saying that when I can do transfiguration with minimum intention and more with magical spells, I will be ready to move on to law?" Orion asked with confusion. "Why even bother doing that? Intention and directing magic trumps pretty much everything. It should be right. So why even bother learning it like how other people do?" "Yes, I know what you are thinking. There is a reason why I asked you to do that. It's to improve your chances of learning the law of space. As I said, it gets harder to learn the major laws of the world. Consider it a balancing act, so no one person can become strong enough to bend reality. Being able to bend reality means they are infinitely close to breaking the order created by the world. This inherently brings disturbance in the natural workings of the world. But let's not go into all that philosophy here. In simple words, chaos is magic, and the more you learn the major laws of the world, the harder it will be to control that magic." Merlin said. "1 minute, you mean that I will lose control over my magic if I continue learning law?" Orion asked with an exclamation. No, you will only face problems controlling magic when using the law. Mainly in your case, it will be the law of matter and the law of time. You already master the law of space, so there is no problem with that. While learning the law of matter you will understand what I am saying. As I have said multiple times already, learning law is hard, especially a major in law. It's already a big deal that one can master even one. Mastering 2 is unheard of. I have tried it myself and failed, so I know why. Although back then I didn't completely master the law of time, the law with which I have an affinity, I could sense the resistance when trying any other major law," Merlin explains. "I see, Orion." Seeing Orion thinking about it, Merlin too thinks about an example to explain the boy. He understands better if an example related to movies or anime is given. "Okay, think of this. You have seen Jujutsu Kaisen, right?" Merlin asked. Orion nodded in confirmation. "Good, then think of major law as those Jujutsu Kaisen sorcery. Learning even more than one could explode their brain, and almost all powerful sorcerers are born with a technique. Consider major laws as the same. Having more than one kind of magic is hard. It will not explode your brain or anything, but you will lose control over magic if you try to learn more than one major law. Major laws just conflict with each other. Gojo Satoru, his infinity is really powerful, but he is not the only person with infinity. His family have sorcerers with that magical power. What makes him special is his ability to control infinity to a much higher degree. All thanks to his 6 eyes. Let's think for a second, you are Gojo. It kind of adds up too when you think about it. You were quite obvious when cosplaying him. Anyways, think that you are Gojo, but your condition is different. You have infinity but not the 6 eyes, and now after mastering infinity, as much as you can in the absence of 6 eyes, you now want to learn other sorcery. Do you understand what I am trying to explain here? Merlin asked. Honestly, that made me more confused. Sigh. But I understand the gist of it. Major laws conflict with each other. Not sure whether this is what you wanted to say, but it's like an imprint inside those who use and master the major 3 laws of the world. One imprint takes enough resources or space that adding more is hard, almost impossible to put a third. Orion said. At least that is what he got from Merlin's strange example of Gojo and Jujutsu Kaisen. Not exactly, but let's go with that. In fact, that might be the easiest way to explain this. Your explanation might not be the correct one, but it's easy to understand. The reason it's hard to explain is because there is hardly research done on learning multiple laws at the same time. In fact, we can even just count those who do with fingers of one hand, and one of that finger will be reserved for me. Merlin just shook his head. Then way less than I thought. Orion's eyes widened. Of course, many don't even live up to that long. Normal people take years to learn what you did in the last 5 years, you know. Only improving one's magic circuits are hard enough and takes decades of hard work, and that is a prerequisite of learning law. And you got those well-developed magic circuits in a plate ready to devour. An annoyed expression appears on Merlin's face. Orion just rolled his eyes. This was not the first time this old man was cursing his luck. Okay, I got it. So now let's cut the lesson short and focus on actual magic practice. What I need to do? Orion asked, not wanting to go through another one of Merlin's lectures. Well, let's start with something basic. Use Bankai and turn all this fog into cotton candy. Now you are watching Bleach or something. Yeah, by the time the girls are done with their training and have enough oxygen in their system, they realize that the ground will be filled with white clouds. And Orion was long gone. All they could see was a sea of white clouds. They almost felt like they were in a snowfield country, or it was snowing early in Scotland this year. The chill in the air was also fully supporting this assumption of the girls. Little did they know that Orion was still there, and the clouds they were seeing weren't actually clouds but rather cotton candy. Orion, after turning the morning fog into cotton candy as Merlin asked him to do for his training, wanted to feel how it would feel like to sleep on cotton candy. Will it be like sleeping on clouds? He really wanted to know, and thus, after coating himself with magic so those sticky clouds wouldn't stick to him, he jumped in the small lake of cotton candy he created. Back to the girls, they soon got curious about the unmoving clouds which were getting squished under their feet and sticking to them. Only upon closer observation, they realized that it was cotton candy that they were stepping upon. Hey, is this real? Daphne asked with a little confusion and excitement on her face. Who wouldn't want to visit a land of candies and chocolates? Let alone a 14-year-old girl. If there is one thing I learned about Orion after this much time, is that there is hardly anything impossible for him. Rose just smiled, as apparently she too had the same kind of idea as Orion. She found a place where the cotton candy was highest in concentration to jump. Little did she know that the reason she found that area more fluffier than normal was because Orion was lying beneath that layer of cotton candy. So just before she was around to jump, she suddenly felt someone grabbing her by the leg and pull her in the mountain of cotton candy. A scream from Rose alerted Daphne as she immediately took out her wand, but it was too late. Rose was already gone. Hastily Daphne used all the known spells to her to find her friend, but to no avail. She couldn't. And while she was panicking, Rose herself felt no fear. She was currently feeling warm. Even after someone was covering her mouth from speaking anything, there was a sense of security in her mind. Orion, she murmured, somehow knowing that the person who was holding her was none other than Orion. Ah, that's not cool at all. How did you find me? Orion, who was holding Rose like he was just about to kidnap her, released the girl with a dejected face and expression. He was planning on scaring her, but somehow the girl knew it was him. Huff. You idiot, you almost gave me a heart attack, Rose all but shouted. Although there was still a chill in her heart from the earlier fright Orion gave her, after just a few seconds her heart got calm again. Her mind for some reason went back to the time when Orion saved her. This feeling of getting embraced by someone. In her entire life, she has never felt it from anyone besides Orion. The hugs she gets from her friends are different. They don't have the feeling of protection in them. Orion in this case is much different. Really, I don't feel like it, Ms. Potter. With your reaction just now, I left like you are not getting attacked but rather getting tackled by a 10-year-old. Why are you smiling like that? Orion asked with confusion, but still smiled as the girl was happy. Oh, how do you know I'm smiling? It's dark here. Rose was stunned. She didn't at all restrain her facial features because it was dark here and she couldn't see anything. So she didn't suppress the huge blush coming to her face when Orion practically engulfed her in her arms. Only after this that Rose get completely flustered and start to make a fuss to get out of Orion's grasp. But who is Orion? Currently, is he physically capable of even stopping a fully grown elephant in his tracks? His arms didn't even budge. Don't you think that your survival instincts have too much lag when the situation demands for it? Remind me we gonna work on your reflexes after we have done with physical training, Orion mused and said with a laughing tone. Rose at this quit her pointless struggle to get out of the boy's arms and pouted. My entire body is already aching. I can't do that, Rose huffed. Don't worry, I will be gentle, Orion joked, but later just realized that maybe the girl was too young to even understand the joke. Huh, you and gentle? I know you're gentle. You are a beast. I can't handle you. Let me go, Rose immediately replied, definitely not understanding what Orion meant there, making Orion's joke backfire on him as he himself blushed a little. You beast, you didn't even leave a cute little girl like her. You are the worst of the worst. Scum. Ah, here it is. I was just wondering why there is no retort from this old man. Orion just rolled his eyes. Little did he know that beside him, Merlin and Rose, there is one more girl is there and she too could listen to everything they were talking about. Daphne holding her wand completely wide eyes. Her mouth was opening and closing very second with at the absurd thing she just heard. She is not naive, she understands what that means. Rose and him. But, when? Not this is not right. What about me? Daphne was stuttering and immediately acted. Letting go of her wand, she grabbed the first person she could get her hands on and tugged them out. I told you that this is a misunderstanding, can't you just listen for once? Orion said for the umpteen times but there was no progress. Daphne was looking at him with suspicious eyes. Rose literally had become a rose with all that red flesh face of her. After Daphne tugged them out like fish from the water, she was quick to separate both Orion and Rose. Of course, Rose didn't get anything she was making so much fuss about, only until Daphne explained why exactly. Oi Rose, if you have time blushing there then please help me explain to her, Orion chided. Although in novels and anime, this kind of situation might be funny but in reality it's annoying. But after so many times when the girl didn't listen to him, Orion just sighed and let it go. There is no point on explaining to her. If she thinks that there is something going on between Rose and I then let it be. No, in fact let put more petrol in this fire later. It would be funny to see what will happen. Orion, who earlier was planning on clarifying to Daphne, suddenly smirked. Breakfast was as lively as always, especially when two more gluttons added in the ranks of hungry lions. Orion on the other hand was no longer considered as a lion by others. There was a school-wide petition to open a new house just for the boy, with a hippopotamus logo. And maybe the most surprising fact about this was Dumbledore actually considering the petition for once. But then he remembered that he needed to save the lions. Soon their popularity will drop like files to flames and thus a fifth house wasn't added beside the long-standing 4 houses of Hogwarts. Later on, the students moved to their assigned classes. For Orion, it was ancient runes. He was already a master of it and didn't need to study it, but almost every other subject is either outright useless or he won't get any benefit from learning it. It was not until almost the end of the normal classes that a teacher told him something he was dreading from the start. Oh, it's finally here. Sigh, I shouldn't have agreed to this. Not only is it a waste of time for me but also draws more attention towards me. Orion took a sip of the juice he was drinking and sighed. Orion was expecting an audience but not this many. He slowly looked around, only to see that almost half of the school was here, including Hogwarts professors as well. All this for one man. Orion sends an annoying glare at a certain old man looking at him with amusement on his face. Of course, this old man was none other than Dumbledore, and by the looks of him, he was quite enjoying Orion being uncomfortable. He and Snape's both. Make that 3. There is another old man on Orion's side who is floating with popcorn in his hands. Students from year 1 to year 6 were present. Only 7th year students weren't there cause they had to prepare for their exams. And most of the professors were there as well. What was the occasion, some might ask? Of course, this was the first time Orion would be taking classes about wandless magic. Everyone was interested in this. You can start now, Professor Ambrosius, Dumbledore said, half joking and half saying to others that while in the class everyone has to listen to Orion. Sure, Orion rolled his eyes. He hardly had to prepare anything for his first class, so he is mostly going by instinct. Okay, before starting the class, let me tell you that there won't be any note-taking or reading from books in my class. Now this was clearly Orion's first time taking a class. Who he is? Orion D. Ambrosius. The number 1 scumbag with lowly complex. Yay, scumbag with a lowly com. Shut it, old man. Orion internally shouted. He was this close to repeating that introduction in front of this many people. The man who will become Wizard King. This is nothing to me. Orion immediately said to himself to stop Merlin from speaking. Other students and even some professors were looking at him with strange look. This might be the first professor in the history of Hogwarts who said something like this. When it comes to wandless magic, remember the one thing which matters more than anything is a strong will and powerful intent. Here in Hogwarts and any other established wizarding school in the world, they teach 3 stable magic casting. Spells, wands and intent. All 3 of them are required to cast magic with efficiency. On this point I agree but not entirely. The reason we need this thing is not to cast magic but to interact with magic. Orion said and then stopped, acting like Merlin and giving them time to understand what he just said. This was also easy enough for them to understand, as in his first book he explained the nature of chaos in this world and how magic itself originated from chaos. And unlike how magic is seen as a gift or a blessing by the wizarding world, Orion considers it as an abnormality in the world. Many people didn't like his approach to magic and some even go as far as sending him mail to refute him, only to learn that he got no permanent address later on. But among all these idiots there are few souls who really understand the logic behind Orion's world and agree with his thinking, wanting to share their view with Orion, but again no permanent address. Just a few seconds later Orion spots a hand shot up by one of the students. This is a 5th-year Ravenclaw girl. Yes, Orion pointed as a sign to speak to the girl. Yes, this is the exact thing you wrote in your book. In your words, we need all those things just for one thing and one thing alone. To communicate with magic and give it a direction to bring change in the natural order of the world, showing that she indeed is a Ravenclaw. The girls remember his exact words and say, "But I don't understand. How are we supposed to communicate with the magic if not with spells and wands?" The girl asked. Good question. Let me show you something first. Orion smiled. This was a good chance to show off a little. He turns back and looks at a small book on the desk he was given as a professor of this class. On top of the desk was a book. It was of course a copy of his own book. Wingardium Leviosa. Orion extended his hand a little and slowly moved his hand while saying the spell. And soon the book was floating. Others look at this with a little longing on their faces. They can do the spell right but not without a wand. Dumbledore and Snape too look at this with intrigue in their face. Orion made it look like easy, but using wandless magic like that is hard, even for someone like Dumbledore. This is what you all are used to doing with your wand and spell, I suppose, Orion said with a smile. There were few nods from the audience. You need a spell here to channel magic in a way that understands that you want to lift the object. Need a wand to make your magic focus. And lastly, you need the intention to precisely explain to magic what you want. But when you put all of them together you will see that all of this is just to achieve one thing and one thing alone. To communicate with magic and explain what you want magic to do. Don't you think that the last part, intent alone, does that? Orion said as he waved his hand again. And to others' amazement, the floating book opened up like a bird flapping his wings and flew around the area acting much like a bird. The students were stunned at how easily Orion did that without any spells. Usually, something like this will need complex spells and spellbinding to accomplish this. Professors looked at Orion with hot eyes. They saw it. There was no complicated magic, just Orion waving his hand and nothing more. This let them believe what Orion said earlier, just pure intent. Besides some ancient long-lost ways to communicate with magic, powerful intent is the strongest and easiest way to communicate with one's magic. Here, take another example. Expecto Patronum, Orion said with a smile on his face like he hardly needed to focus at what he was doing. Soon a small light appears on Orion's hand. It was a normal patronus. Now this alone was enough to make professors' eyes to widen, doing a difficult magic like Patronus without a wand. Up until now they thought that being able to do wandless magic is good, but difficult and complicated magic like Patronus still has to leave to wands. It's extremely hard to do wandless magic with this kind of powerful and hard magic. And here Orion pulled it off like it was nothing. Younger students didn't understand the feat which Orion pulled. They didn't even know about Patronus in the first place. For them it was a prettier looking Lumos charm. Older students however were astonished. Even some Aurors can't do this magic. And here a peer who is a few years younger than them did it without a wand. But Orion wasn't done. If your intent is powerful enough and you have good control of your magic, then doing something like this is not impossible, Orion said with a smirk. Next second the patroness took the form of a sword in Orion's arm. What? There were a few exclamations from Professor's side. If earlier their eyes were wide, now they were extremely close to popping out of their eye sockets. McGonagall gasped. Snape purses his lips. He has a personal vendetta against Orion right now, but even he has to agree that the boy is talented. Dumbledore on the other hand was in a daze, although he never has seen someone turning his patroness into a sword, and it was very unusual, but that wasn't what shocked him like this. It was Orion's magic itself. It was extremely powerful and pure. Maybe now purer than the last time he saw it. He has no idea how to describe it. But wasn't done yet though. Soon the sword in his hand turned into a whip. He even uses it in front of others to show that it actually can touch other things and will damage others. Next, it turns into a snake crawling on Orion's arm, and the next second it turns into a lion roaring. People could only see this with a dazed look on their faces. Orion just needed a little hand gesture and the patroness was changing its shape like a boggart. A magical animal or creature which can turn into anything the person looking at him fears. Lastly, Orion ended his show when he turned his patroness into multiple small butterflies which flew around the huge hall prepared for him to take his class. Orion even secretly dims the light of the hall just to make them even more beautiful, making others in awe at how beautiful this was. Hundreds of butterflies made out of pure light fly around them while emitting positive feelings. It was like a dream. You are sure gonna have many fangirls after this, hee hee hee. You talk like I don't have already. Rolling his eyes, Orion continues. Remember, intent is a very important part of using magic. One must master it. And both intent and control of magic go hand in hand. Both complement each other. If any of you read my book, then you would also learn that there is a fourth element as well. I never explained that fourth element in the books, but let me explain here. That fourth element is magic purity, Orion said, and these few words brought everyone's attention back to Orion. If any of you read my book, then you would also learn that there is a fourth element as well. I never explained that fourth element in the books, but let me explain here. That fourth element is magic purity, Orion said, and these few words brought everyone's attention back to Orion. Purity. This word almost acted like the C word or the N word in the wizarding world. While the pure blood flock, there is non-existent blood supremacy, while the light side of the wizarding world doesn't like this word at all. After all, most of the light fraction is usually built with non-pure blood wizards. There was a silence in the hall. The amazement of the class from Orion's previous action was slowly leaving as Orion's long pause brought pressure to them. Even some naughty kids like the twins refrained from making any jokes while all the professors were present there. Orion, seeing their response, just internally chuckles, and after taking some time, he begins again. Currently in the wizarding world, when people talk about purity, at least here in Britain, the first thing that comes to mind is the pure blood supremacy and all that the noble houses of magical Britain promote. There is one side that believes that this is all nonsense, while the other side who are ready to die for it. I in particular, though, do believe that the concept of purity exists, Orion said, and the last part drew quite a bit of grasp from others. Orion didn't wait a long time though and continued to talk. I do believe that the concept of purity exists but not entirely how the blood supremacists believe in it. Let me try to explain. A wizard's blood holds the key to access magical power. This is also a reason why some wizards are naturally born more powerful than others, for example, the likes of our own headmaster, or the Dark Lord. Consider it a blood lottery, where someone is born with powerful magic. This is what I consider blood purity, Orion said, and others looked relieved. But the kids from the Nobel houses didn't look so good. Especially students from Slytherin, where most of the pure blood kids go. And unknown to them, Dumbledore also gave a little nod at what Orion just said, because he too completely agrees that although blood supremacy is completely bullshit, the concept of magical power lies in the blood exist. And of course, Orion noticed this. And thus I call it not blood purity but rather magic purity, Orion said. Now some people are just born with much more purity to their magic than others. If I have to give some example, then it will be Professor Dumbledore here, or even Rose. These people are born with much powerful magic from their birth. Many of you might mistake the purity of one magic to either how much magic one has or the usage of light magic. But that is not at all what I mean there. Magic purity is not the use of light magic, even a dark wizard can have pure magic. Or to make it more clear, I would say that even a dark wizard can have high purity in his magic. Purity here doesn't refer to what kind of magic they use but rather how much pure chaos one magic contains. To explain this better, consider magic as milk. Consider this example. Let's say light magic is vanilla flavor milk while dark magic is chocolate flavor milk. People present in the room right now were wondering why suddenly milk came into this, and why the boy was talking about different flavors of milk. But they just went with it. No matter how big of a genius he is, Orion still is just 14 and more than that a complete foodie. All of us currently have impure magic, milk being mixed with water to increase its quantity. Those who are born with pure magic or high purity in their magic actually just have less concentration of water in their magic and more milk. Now replace water with unfiltered magic either passed down in our blood or we gain in our life. And replace milk with of course pure magic. Now some will be asked why even introduce different flavors of milk if they don't matter here. Well, because they really don't matter, just like the flavor of vanilla or chocolate only changes the taste of the milk but not the quantity or quality of milk. Dark magic or light magic does matter when it comes to the purity of magic, the only thing which changes is the nature of magic, Orion explains. Oh, everyone looked dumbfounded, but soon it started to make sense to them. Magic purity or blood purity refers to how much of a magical gene once got from the origins of their magic. We wizards, our magic originates from the magical creatures. It is said that long ago our ancestors made blood pacts with some ancient magical creatures to gain magical power. The reason we humans don't have pure magic like some magical creatures is that we weren't exactly born with it in the first place. It is that ancient gene or that ancient blood running in your veins which can automatically draw magic from your surroundings to your magical core. Thus we can do magic. Orion said, and let others digest this. Don't you think that you are going into too much depth with this? Merlin doesn't particularly care whether Orion shares this knowledge but still wants to know why he go on explaining all this in detail. Well, this all will be in my next book anyway, so there is no point hiding it now. Explaining this early only will help them improve sooner rather than later. Orion said. Oh, and you are not worried about someone like Nick or Death Eaters using this all knowledge against you? Merlin had no other expression on his face. He was just curious about what Orion was thinking. Why doing this? Orion on the other hand just snorted. Use it against me, as if they really use this against me then I would like to see how. Orion though didn't even care. He knew that no one gonna use this against him. How do you know all of this? A student asked. Orion just smiled at this and said, a lot of research and some non-conventional way to gather information. Orion didn't answer but just said that. The students wanted to ask more but seeing Orion's face, he knew that he ain't getting answers to his question. This all is bullshit. You think that we will accept anything you say, you mudblood? Malfoy said out open, and while some gasped at the language he used in front of all the professors, many of his lackey and other pure-blood wizards supported Malfoy. Orion had to work really hard to stop the eye roll coming to him. But others could say anything, so Orion spoke. It's better that he talk for himself, that is the best way to establish a little bit of authority. So just when the professor were about to say something, Snape included. Orion spoke. Well, you don't have to hear, this class is not even mandatory. If you don't wanna then you can just leave, no one gonna stop ya, you know, Orion said offhandedly as he really didn't care whether those pure-blood fanatics stay in the class or not. This immediately shut up Malfoy. Even other students and professors were a little stunned at how Orion reacted. Orion, why are you letting that idiot belittle you like that? It was Rose of all people who spoke up. This sudden exclamation also stirs supporting voices from the Gryffindor side. As the common in the class grew, the professor were about to interview, but before that, Orion spoke. All right, let's focus back on what we were talking about earlier, shall we? And when it comes to Malfoy, Orion said with an offhanded look he wasn't taking anything seriously and looked at Malfoy at the end of the sentence. There wasn't any ire on his face, there wasn't any emotion at all. You can call me anything and honestly it doesn't matter to me. You know why? Orion said and paused, letting others, those pure-blood kids and Malfoy himself ponder. It doesn't matter because you don't matter, Malfoy. In my eyes, you are just a kid repeating whatever is taught to you by your parents and circle. You put no brain cells in work before opening your mouth, and I will most likely burn my own if I put up a debate with you, Orion said, and everyone shut up. There weren't many offensive words in Orion's sentence, but what he said did shut up the pure blood side, although the anger was clear in their faces. Orion saw that they wanted to say something in return. This time it was not just Malfoy who was looking for trouble, but almost everyone in the Slytherin house. Is there how defensive humans can get when someone challenges their pride? Strange, right? But before they could do anything, Snape from the side stops them. Clearly much harsher punishment will be coming their way, but this has nothing to do with Orion. Alright, now when we are done with that small distraction, let us go back to the topic. Wands, spells, intent and magical purity, and to some extent the control it brings. Those are the things that help us interact with magic outside some other ancient ways. In this class, we will only focus on one of those elements, intent. Orion said, and saw many hands raise up, and even some professors were among them to raise their hands. But he didn't let anyone speak. I know what you all want to ask. You need more information about the origins of magic I just mentioned, about the magical purity and whatnot, right? Orion asked with a smile on his face. And just like he said, many nodded following his comment. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but that has to remain a secret until my next book comes out. I have already said more than I should have, so let's not indulge more in something which we ain't gonna discuss here, Orion said with a smile, while everyone else, including some professors, gave an exaggerated expression of disappointment. Even someone like Dumbledore shows disappointment. That magic purity part was something he himself was interested in. But knowing how protective and tight-lipped Orion was towards his next book, multiply that with 1,000 when money is involved, Dumbledore knew that he wouldn't be getting anything out of that money-greedy kid. He too, just like others, had to wait for another year until Orion complete his next book. Anyway, we will only focus on intent and to some extent magical control here. As you already saw me using wandless magic without any spells, you might realize that almost everything I do is through intent. This is the beauty and simplicity of intent-based magic. Now let me give you all one more example before we truly start learning wandless magic. For this, I will need a little help from you all. Let me guess. Professor Snape, would you mind helping me? Orion said with a smile, but to Snape this felt like a devil asking him to visit him. He will never believe this kid anymore from now on. But seeing that everyone was looking at him, he begrudgingly just stood up and with a prideful snort walked towards Orion. Great, need one more person here though, a student. Let's see. Neville, come on buddy. Orion acted like he was confused before suddenly pointing at Neville, startling him. Me? Neville asked with exclamation. Of course, come on brother, Orion, cheer up Neville. With a nervous expression on his face, Neville slowly stood up and walked towards Orion. Others were also watching with full intent, not wanting to miss anything. They really wanted to know what Orion wanted to show next. Good, now we can finally start. Now I want both of you to do the same as I do, okay? Orion said as he turned towards the teacher's table and raised his hand. And with just a little gesture of his hand, Orion made the table float. Please do that same. You both can use whatever means you like. By all means, use the wands and spell, it's fine, Orion said and gave them space to do the same. This made almost everyone confused. Making things float is a first-year spell. A simple charm which Orion himself showed a little while earlier in the class. They were confused now about what the boy was trying to show here. Snape wanted to be done with it, so he was the first one to take out his wand and point it towards the table. With a simple Wingardium Leviosa, the table was floating. Great, now Neville, your turn, Orion pointed out. Neville was nervous as always, acted a little timid before finally taking out his wand and doing the same. And masterfully the able float. Pretty much anyone would expect this level of mastery from a student in his third year, let alone a professor, and neither of them was disappointed. Great, good. Now that we know that both of you are capable of using the Leviosa spell, then let's start the real example. Now do this, Orion said as he extended his hand towards all the students and professors sitting. Others didn't understand what Orion was doing, but soon they felt a feeling of weightlessness. Just before they looked around to find what really happening to them, they saw the chairs they were sitting on and the desks both started to float up, including them. All were dumbfounded. The students, the professors, and even Dumbledore were dumbfounded. The entire class was floating up. After a ton of exclamation and shouting, everyone's attention was snapped back to Orion. Orion's earlier easygoing attitude was not there anymore. He was focused and serious. Now it finally felt like he was having trouble doing magic, and it wasn't just another wave of the hand. After 1 minute of making them fly in the air, he finally lowered his hand and gently put down all of them. Everyone was dazed at this. Only last year they all were gushing at the fact that Orion could lift rows with wandless magic. And now the boy lifted the entire class. Phew, only Orion right now knew that it wasn't that easy to do even for him. You didn't use law or natural magic. Why? Merlin noticed that Orion was only using the simple intent to make them float. Until others, Merlin can even detect powerful intent besides magic, and it's been a while since he felt this powerful intent from Orion. I have to show them what is possible, right? So if I use natural magic or even law, they will not understand where the natural limit of wandless magic lies. I have to use only wandless magic to show them, not to mention that my ace, I go showing that to others. Have to keep few things to myself, Orion replied, but felt a little tired with only that much work. He put a lot of magic there, even more than he trying to fly. But more than magic, it was the sudden mental fatigue which irritated him. Now you do that same, Orion said with a smile. This stunned Neville, Snape, and almost everyone present there. Do what? Neville asked with amazement, still stunned. Even Snape was shocked at what Orion was able to do here. And now he was asking them to float the entire class like how he did it. Both Snape and Neville were dumbfounded. What? Come on, try it. It's fine if you can't, Orion said, which irked Snape. For him, it was like Orion was saying this, especially to him. But he knew that he couldn't. There is no way that he can lift everyone in the class. But maybe to save himself from the humiliation, he still took out of his wand and only points at half of the class. Wingardium Leviosa, Snape shouted the spell, and sure enough only half of the class slowly lifted up. The problem here was that it was not at all stable like when Orion's spell was. Snape's own hand was shaky and he didn't continue it for long. Just after a few seconds he let it go. No one pointed out the obviously bad performance of Snape compared to Orion, part of the reason because he is Snape and another part because here they are talking about Orion of all people. Since when does common sense apply to him anyway? Good, now your turn, Neville. Orion himself didn't care how Snape performed, he already knew what will be the outcome. Currently, the amount of magic he has is very similar to Snape. Plus his own magic is very pure thanks to his technique and powerful intent. Meaning when he casts the magic he can draw much more power than Snape. And just now even he had a problem making the class levitate for more than 1 minute. There is no way Snape can match that. And when it comes to Neville, there was nothing at all. The poor boy just wanted to go back now. Orion just sighed after seeing this. But he still wanted Neville at least give it a try. So with that said, Orion just pushes Neville to at least try. Result? The boy was able to lift a person at best. Alright, now we know where the limits of our candidates lies, so let's start the real test here, Orion said with a mysterious smile on his face and took out a potion vial from his pocket. Professor Snape, may I bother you to check this potion and tell what this is to others, Orion said and handed the potion to Snape. Snape, seeing the potion, was surprised. Suddenly a thought of this potion being the reason why Orion could do wandless magic came to his mind. But that thought was immediately thrown out of the window when Snape opened the potion and smelled it. It's a concentration potion, Snape said with a little disappointment. Yes, thank you for verifying, Orion said and took the potion from Snape's hand, handing it over to Neville. Drink it, Neville, Orion said with confidence. Others didn't understand what Orion was trying to do here, but it was a nice show, so they kept their quiet. Neville was not sure whether he should do that or not, but seeing that everyone was looking at him right now, he just gulped down the bottle's contents. Good, now here, wear this ring and try the same as you did earlier, Orion said and handed over a pretty-looking ring to Neville. Dumbledore on the side suddenly got interested in the ring which Orion gave to Neville. He could sense a powerful magic in that ring. Neville didn't understand what was going on, but he did as Orion said, and everyone was surprised right now. An entire section of the class slowly lifted. It was still not as good as Snape, but miles ahead of what Neville was able to do just before that. What the hell? Now everyone exclaims at this. None of them can stand still anymore. There was an unrest in their hearts. Orion just promotes a third-year student whose magic is only at the level 1 wizard to a level 2 wizard in a matter of seconds. What the hell did he do? Ha 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 ha, surprise, right? Well, let me explain what's going on here, Orion said, and due to curiosity everyone shut up. This is a personal research and secret of mine, so listen to it carefully. The intent is not only useful to make magic do what you want to, but also it's make one magic powerful and even purify it. These words drop like a bomb for others. Intent can make them stronger. Even Dumbledore got hitch at the part of purifying magic. The reason why Neville was able to do that is because I helped him improve his concentration and intent with that potion and the ring I gave him. That ring especially is a product of mine which I am planning on bringing to the market soon. It's enhance one's intent to higher level, making one's magic stronger. The entire class was divided into 2 sections at this point. One was those who still didn't understand the importance of what Orion just said, and the other side was currently gawking at Orion with their mouths open. If what Orion said was just a theory, then they wouldn't have shown this kind of reaction, but Orion just showed them a life example here. Almost everyone knows what Neville is capable of. For a third-year student to even lift a person with his magic for a long is hard, let alone an entire section of the class. And this wasn't even Rose, the so-called girl show lived, this was Neville. So they knew that they were dealing with the real deal here. Neville after all did something which even Professor Snape had a hard time doing. Give me that ring. Snape all but snatched it from Neville, and he wasn't the only one. Orion could see several eyeballs lock on that ring. A smirk appears on Orion's face. This is the best way to launch a product. Word of mouth promotion works all the time, Orion thought with a smile on his face. Are you really going to bring that ring in the market? Is that even a good idea? Merlin asked with a sigh. Orion knew what Merlin was thinking about. Apparently, the origin of these rings took place when they both were looking for a way to let other people use magic without a wand. Wanting to create a product which can enable a generation of wizards to learn wandless magic. The only problem is that although the ring can do that, it will make the wizarding crowd then depend on the ring instead of wands. Don't worry, although I still haven't perfected them yet, but later I plan to make rings with a training system on them. The ring themselves will slowly lose their effect, making students and other wizards learn wandless magic as the ring loses its effects. Orion replies with a smirk. He had it figured out. Currently, the rings only do one thing, amplify one intent. He planned to make rings which lose their effect slowly as much as they are getting used. It's like a cycle with side wheels. As time goes on and more the ring is used, the ring will lose its effects just like how a cycle will lose its side wheel upon a kid learns how to ride the cycle. Well, I see where you going with it. Merlin nodded. What Merlin wanted to do was a more active approach to this. Like how he taught wandless magic to Orion. Just snatch their wands and let them go wild. Unfortunately, not everyone is Orion and Merlin is too grunted at this. Orion's approach in fact had more merit than his simple and crude idea. While Orion was chatting with Merlin, Snape took the focus ring, or at least that's what Orion heard other students calling it. Good thing because he himself still now had no name assigned to the ring and Merlin wouldn't let him until Orion came up with something decent. Ring of Wereba, Cosmic Ring, Rangeila Ring, Elden Ring, Elder Ring, the One Ring, were some of the names he came up with. Yeah, Merlin wouldn't let him name the ring any of that. Anyway, now equipped with the focus ring, Snape tries to do the same as earlier. And to his and others' surprise, Snape was able to life everyone in the class with the furniture alongside them, making everyone once again gobsmack. This not only drew some gasps from other professors let alone students, but now the majority of students and professors were looking at Orion, trying to find out whether he was all this time wearing a ring like that. On seeing what they were thinking, Orion just rolled his eyes. No, if you are wondering whether I am hiding a ring like that somewhere on me to do those cool wandless magic and show off, then no, I don't need that. And in fact, that ring is never meant to be used alongside a wand or replace a wand in the first place. I made them so others can learn how to intent-based wandless magic. To do that, of course, one must train their intent, and that is where that ring shines. Some people might say that the ring can instantly make them stronger with use alongside a wand. And I agree, but that is only temporary. A normal wizard or witch is already capable of doing what you guys are thinking of accomplishing without the help of objects like wands and rings. The only thing is that we never learn how to use our full potential and we are never able to achieve that level. In an ideal world, you should not even need a wand, let alone a ring which amplifies your intent. You should be able to do that on your own. Like how I did it here. No wand or a ring to help me. In fact, here is an interesting thing about me. I have developed my wandless magic and intent to such a level that a normal wand won't make it stronger, just like how it does for you. That ring I make. That too is useless, but I already have mastered my intent enough that I don't need to amplify it anymore. The fact that any of you are seeing yourself getting magically stronger or more capable when you use wands or rings like I created means that you guys are not using 100% of your potential. It's like you are limiting yourself to only using 60% to 80% of your power. Orion said with much confidence in his voice, making others feel in a daze. Usually, no one will think about this. Why should they? The entire wizarding world is currently using magic with wands and spells. But now that they saw what a mage with full access of his magic is capable of, there are mental conflicts. Many of them kept quiet, thinking about what just Orion showed them and taught them. Are they really wasting their time using these wands? Orion did explain in his book that although it's very easy to do magic with wands, but it comes at a price, and that price is underdeveloped magic circuits. Magical circuits determine one's control over magic. Have they destroyed their magic circuits by using wands? These were the questions right now rising in their hearts. Just when they were thinking about this, a voice suddenly interrupted them. This is brilliant, my boy. Dumbledore was the first to say this and break the silence, but immediately close his mouth upon getting the usual stiff face from Orion which he used to get from him upon calling him my boy. He cleared his throat and said, "So is that ring of yours you plan to sell in the market?" Dumbledore asked. Knowing that the boy won't say anything about intent-based magic further, or more importantly pure magic, something exactly Dumbledore wanted to know. Dumbledore asks the next big question. He could see how those rings becoming objects which can bring both development and destruction at the same time. If it really possible to learn wandless magic with those rings, in which Dumbledore actually doesn't doubt Orion, those rings are priceless. They will develop a generation of wizards who are not only inherently stronger but don't need a wand to use their magic. It's a good thing for the wizarding world. The problem is that if those rings fell in the wrong hands, they can also become the source of mass destruction. Dumbledore is not an idiot, he saw how much stronger it made Snape. What if a truly dark wizard used them? Yeah, I will be doing that. Mainly targeting students. They have the highest chance to develop their magical circuits when they are growing up. Orion chipped in, not knowing what Dumbledore was thinking, and it honestly doesn't matter to him. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, theory ends here, and see we still have more than 20 minutes. Let's immediately start with practicals, shall we?" Orion said with a happy smile and snapped his fingers. And once again, to others' amazement, multiple cups filled with water flew towards both students and teachers. And upon closer inspection, they also noticed that the cups are almost fully filled with a leaf floating on the water's surface. I call this leaf moving exercise. It's quite simple. All you have to do is try to move that leaf around the cup with the specific instruction I stated in my book when someone uses wandless magic for the first time. Let's go, Orion ordered. After the greatest lecture of all time, the entire class started training in wandless magic. Orion was pondering whether to tell them that no matter how much they train in, they won't be coming anywhere close to him thanks to his super developed magic circuits and pure magic, but that will be cruel, especially when they are working so hard. Orion later go around helping as many students as he can. One good thing about taking his class after the normal Hogwarts schedule is that no one gonna rush after this. Once done they just going back to either play or practice what he taught them. After giving a special class on wandless magic, Orion was ready to unwind and have some fun with his friends. Something even he himself didn't see coming when the majority of the Gryffindor students and even students from other houses and years dragged him with them before he slipped away like usual. As they stepped outside into the crisp afternoon air, the golden rays of sunlight danced around them, casting a warm glow over the Hogwarts grounds. Man, it is just me, or I am turning slowly into an old man who just wants to look at this beautiful scenery and rest on an armchair, Orion ponders. What's wrong with that? I would love to do that if I was alive, Merlin said while he was sipping tea and had black glass on while floating around. Guess now I know why I think that. Orion eye twitch. Guess a little interaction with people of my own age wouldn't be bad, Orion mutter. Let's play some magical games. Rose, who was dragging Orion, exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Daphne and others grinned eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. Together, they brainstormed ideas for games that would showcase their magical abilities in playful ways. Orion just stood there with a smile on his face. Even if he was only counting his age here in this world, it's still too much to play games like small kids. Not to mention which game will be a challenge to him anyway. Let's start with a game of wizard tag, suggested Rose, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Orion and Daphne nodded in agreement, and soon they were darting around the courtyard, their laughter ringing out as they chased after one another, weaving spells and enchantments to evade being tagged. This tag game was easy enough, using non-lethal spells as tag. Spells like leg jamming, tongue twister, etc. Next, they decided to play hide and seek. No magic was needed here, just plain old hide and seek. Always fun to play. With each hidden nook and cranny, the thrill of the chase intensified as they used their skills to outwit one another. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a soft orange hue over the sky, they gathered around a makeshift Quidditch pitch for a friendly game of magical capture the flag. Last game of the day, Orion promises himself before he returns to his training again. With broomsticks they soared through the air, their shouts of triumph echoing across the grounds as they battled to claim victory. The again was quite simple. One team had to capture the flag of the other team while flying. No spells are allowed, so there is that. As the games came to an end, Orion and his friends collapsed onto the grass, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they laughed and reminisced about the day's adventures. Well, Orion was mostly acting. Something like this will not tire him out. He got too much stamina for that. Who knew wandless magic could be so much fun? Daphne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Orion wandless magic classes gave everyone hope that they could do that too. And more than magic, it was the wow factor which attracted them. To these kids right now, it doesn't matter whether they can do magic with wands or without them, but they want to do that cause it looks cool. Orion grinned, feeling a warm sense of contentment wash over him. In the company of his friends, surrounded by magic and laughter, he knew that moments like these were what made Hogwarts feel like home. Maybe coming back wasn't that bad decision after all. Orion pondered over this question many times. He didn't have any practical reason to attention to Hogwarts right now. It's more of a waste of time anything at this point. He rather use this time on his training or something, but right now he was glad that he had come back. Well, enjoy it as you can. Later on, you will have to leave the school for better training. Remember that, Merlin said from the sideline. Sigh. Orion knew that. After having a fun time with his friends and the girls, Orion was back to his business mode. The reason is that Dumbledore asks him to come to his office later on after dinner. What, ya think that old man wants to talk with you? Merlin asked. Now this was not the first time Orion had seen Merlin asking this kind of question. He fully knew why, but the old man usually tested Orion like this. Definitely something to do with my ancient rings project. No, we ain't calling it that. Let's stick with focus ring. Sigh. As Orion reached Dumbledore's office, he saw the office door guarded by a griffin statue. Orion didn't care about the passwords to open up the stairs. He just got inside and fly himself up to the office. Yo, you ask for me, Professor. Orion waved his hands, startling Dumbledore, who was sipping on his lemon tea. Oh, Orion, how did you? Dumbledore didn't complete the sentence. Usually, the griffin statue make enough noise for him to know that someone is entering his office, but Orion came up like a ghost, almost startling him. He almost choked on his tea. Seeing Dumbledore flustered like that, Orion smirks. Quickly wiping the spilled tea, Dumbledore sends a glare at Orion but then easy his features. By far how much he has known Orion is that he is more troublesome than the Weasley twins if he is not focused on exercise or something else. But he still preferred a naughty kid over a future Dark Lord any day of the week. After all, by how much he has seen in his life, the usual naive kids are more or less the one with good in their hearts. Those with dark hearts either refrain from coming into the limelight or show themselves in a positive light as much as possible. So you wanted to talk about something, right? Orion asked with a grin. Ah yes, Orion, I have to say that I am impressed. You have grown quite a bit from the last time I saw you. Not only you have attended great feats in magic, but also I see there is a great boost in your confidence. Dumbledore said with a smile. Orion though wasn't sure whether this was just a sweet talk or a taunt from the old man. Well, glad that someone noticed, and don't worry, this sudden surge of confidence has nothing to do with the dark side. Orion just rolled his eyes and jumped at the sofa, completely disregarding that Dumbledore was standing there. Though he didn't plan to show up much but cause trouble for others as long as it's nothing major, he surely will. And who is better suited than the grandfatherly headmaster of the school? This might also relax the old man around him. Showing his naughty side might make him believe that besides all these magical attainments he is still a kid who wants to learn from him. Surely he wouldn't mind some points to Orion about transfiguration if he asked nicely, right? Dumbledore at this was gawking. There was a twitch in his eyes, but at the same time, there was a little stunned face on his face. He wasn't sure whether to berate the boy for his utter lack of disrespect. He was bad before with manners, but now it's getting worse, or be shocked that he knew about the symptoms of using dark magic. If Dumbledore didn't know better, he would have thought that Orion got inside his head just like how he did with Snape. There was already a sweat running down from his forehead. The only thing which made him sure that Orion wasn't in his head was him not even thinking anything about dark magic right now. He already knew that Orion was not using any kind of dark magic. He possesses the purest magic Dumbledore has ever seen. And to some extent Orion logic work out as well. Seeing Orion acting much like the naughty kid he usually behaves like, Dumbledore just couldn't associate him with an emerging Dark Lord. More like a naughty kid with powers and knowledge similar to a Dark Lord. Now he is not sure which one is worst for the wizarding world. I am surprised that you know this much about dark magic, Dumbledore said. Earlier he was just thinking of talking about Orion's new rings, but now maybe the talk will be lengthier. Light magic or dark magic are just two sides of a coin. Both lead to the same place, but one side corrupts us while looking easy to achieve and the other side makes us suffer hardship, but it's much more safer, Orion said with a smile. Dumbledore sighed. He couldn't believe that he was hearing this from a boy only 1/10 of his age. But normal logic doesn't apply to Orion anyway. I agree, Dumbledore just nodded. But that doesn't explain how you know so much about dark magic. Dumbledore asked again. Well, let's just say that I had a talk with an old man just like you. He has experienced much magic in his life. Told me that the power one gets from darkness is temporary with a huge interest rate. Light magic might be hard, but if it's me then maybe I can break the matrix, Orion replies with his nonchalant tone. Like he was discussing about what is better, a pizza with extra cheese or a cheeseburger with extra cheese. Surely both are good, but still mankind since ancient times have waged wars to declare one superior to the other. Really, if you say so. Dumbledore on the other hand only understand 90% of what Orion said. What is matrix? He has no idea. But knowing the boy, if he dared to ask him then he surely would lose a night of sleep over extremely profound knowledge which has zero relevance to their current predicament. So he chose not to open his mouth for the greater good. Orion, seeing Dumbledore pondering something, couldn't help but say, "You got something to talk about, right? Then let's talk." Orion with a jolt jumped up from his sofa and started to poke around Dumbledore's office. Seeing the indifference in Orion's demier, Dumbledore's eyes again twitch. He closed his eyes and his mind he quickly sorted out what he wanted to talk about, and many points had to be added to his talk. And then finally was ready to talk, but that upon opening his eyes, he saw his entire office geography change in that few seconds. Though nothing was messy, almost nothing beside his desk was in its original place. He found Orion once again in the sofa, but the sofa itself was at the corner of the book near the window while a small stool was holding up a stack of books. Dumbledore's eyes almost popped out of his eyes when he saw what kinds of books these were. Almost all the books he banned from the library, even the restricted section, were in his office, and now they were in Orion's hand. TCH, I am disappointed honestly. You are considered to the greatest white wizards of this era, and here is what I find. Books darker than my Google history, and what I see here are some personal handwritten notes by ours truly. Interesting, Orion said with a smile on his face. He wanted to take those books away, but Orion was quicker. Hey, can I take a copy of this? Though most of these dark rituals are useless to me, I am very interested in his forbidden runes and this alchemy book here. Orion grinned. No, Dumbledore almost shouted, and with a swing of his wand, he not only took the books back but also rearranged his office to its original state. TCH, that's not cool at all. Orion just pouted and didn't talk about the books again. He will get those books, but not right now, right? He just started looking around for another interesting thing to mess with in the office. Dumbledore looked at the devilish smile on Orion's face and knew that the bastard came just to annoy him. And he was right when the next second Orion was found quarreling with the painting of the past headmasters of Hogwarts. Are you sure that you are just copying Gojo and not turning into him? Merlin asked with a dumbfounded look. After wasting much time and annoying Dumbledore, the talk finally started. So you call me here because you want me to hold back my focus ring project, Orion said after listening to Dumbledore's long-ass speech. And yes, by now he has accepted the new name for his project. Yes, Dumbledore firmly said. Orion thought about it. He kind of understands what Dumbledore was trying to do here. It would be dangerous and troublesome if any of the Death Eaters ended up finding this ring. Well, now that you have pointed this out, I will act a little serious. I know why you are hesitant about me putting this ring in the market for sale, Orion said as he took out the ring and started to toy with it. I was right. You have grown up quite a bit even though you act more childish now, Dumbledore said. Orion just nodded. The usual nonchalant attitude was long gone and now he looked serious. Well, it's not like I never thought about that. No matter how useful this ring is, it can also be a weapon in the wrong hands. So you won't bring that ring into the market, right? Dumbledore was very troubled by this one thing. Currently, the magical Britain is holding on in a very delicate balance. While it seems like the light side won all those years ago, that ain't the case. Voldemort is alive, and not only Dumbledore but even those who are lurking in the darkness know this. They are just looking for a chance to get back in power. But I still refuse, Orion said with a calm face. In the towering halls of Nurmengard Castle, Grindelwald paced restlessly, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. It has been months since he got any news about the task he assigned to his subordinates. They fail spectacularly when the auction takes place. The amount of money and the presence of Dumbledore in the auction stop him or his subordinates from acting. That was the best time to get the squib potion, but seeing how limited the quantity of the potions was, he had no way but to give up. Snatching the potion from someone else would cause too much ruckus than necessary. Almost everyone who got the potion in the auction back in July was no normal witch or wizard that he could silence them and snatch the potion from them. Almost everyone was either a person of high importance from other countries or a very powerful wizards and witches themselves. So to his ire, he has to wait until the squib potion finally gets available in the market again. He awaited the arrival of his loyal subordinates, eager to receive the latest developments in their quest for power. Power, Grindelwald mutters slowly. That's what I am lagging right now the most. There was a haze in his eyes, his fist clenched, and he was barely holding himself up. Years of captivation in the prison of his own making not only hit him mentally but more physically. He is an old man now, lacks any power, he poses no danger to anyone. But that doesn't mean he lacks ambition. No, if anything his ambition was even bigger than what it was at the time of his fall. Grindelwald's eyes narrow with anger deep inside them. He still remembers what happened back then. He could have won the fight against Dumbledore. But he was alone in the prison room. The only sound of his own foot was resounding in the empty prison cell, only consisting of him alone. Maybe that is why even the sound of his gritting teeth was heard by the walls. I never lost, I was betrayed. The sound was soft, but the anger in his voice could have melted the magically infused bars of a prison. He wanted to say this to someone, say that Grindelwald is no worse than Dumbledore, but there was no one to hear him. Even after his subordinates believe in his words, they don't understand the reason. Hell, he could do anything but sigh, because ultimately no matter what the story really was, he was the loser and Dumbledore was the winner. He had to stay in this prison all those years, away from the wizarding world. But unlike what others and even Dumbledore think, Grindelwald was never here to repent for what he did. He was waiting here, waiting for a miracle to happen. Something which can bring him back to the world of magic. No one put him in his prison, he himself entered here. This prison was made by no one else other than he himself. It was not to hold him but to protect him. And now finally, after years of waiting, he got his chance. As he gazed out over the sprawling grounds below, his mind raced with thoughts of the squib potion, a potent elixir rumored to bestow magical abilities upon those born without them. He never thought that he would ever need something like that in his life. But that was his reality right now. The only thing which was keeping him alive was the prison he made for himself. He was nothing but an old man without any magic. For years he has been a squib, since he lost his fight with Dumbledore. It was none other than. Grindelwald didn't continue his thought anymore. There is no point in doing so, because he has done that countless times and none of the time it changes his reality. But with such a potion in his possession, Grindelwald could bolster his ranks with an army of squibs, their latent potential, and more than anything he could regain his power. This gift given to me to see fate, it the only thing in this world which has yet to betray me. It saved my life once, now my entire life is. Grindelwald quickly shut his mouth, because he heard a sound. At long last, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridors, heralding the arrival of his trusted followers. With a sense of urgency, they presented him with the vials of squib potion, their contents shimmering with untold power. Grindelwald, who was barely walking and even had trouble standing straight earlier, straightened his curve back. It doesn't matter to show his weakness when no one is around, but in front of his subordinates, he can't. He slowly took the potion bottle without saying anything. Grindelwald's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he accepted the potion, his fingers tracing the smooth glass surface with reverence. Without wasting time, he opened the bottle and drank the potion. The golden potion entered his throat and gave him a sweet feeling, but the taste was nothing but water. Coconut water? Even Grindelwald was surprised when he could feel anything in the potion. Even after waiting a few seconds, there was nothing. Grindelwald pondered whether the squib potion wasn't useful on him. Maybe this is not the real potion. Maybe it's only useful on squibs from birth? There were many questions he wanted to ask. He almost opened his mouth to ask about the authenticity of the potion, but before he could do that, there was a warm feeling in his body. His eyes widened. This. Finally felt it, the long-lost feeling of magic in his blood. It's back. He stood there in a daze for minutes, trying to accumulate all of his magic slowly. He felt like he was a young boy again. This was the same feeling that he felt when he used magic for the first time. The magic was weak, and it was completely out of control. But this was enough. He can get stronger again just like he did back then. A smile appears on his face. Call all the Alliance members. It's finally time. The talk between Orion and Dumbledore was quite bumpy. The entire conversation revolves around Dumbledore trying to convince Orion to drop his focus ring plan and not to bring those rings into the market. Orion, on the other hand, didn't back down at all. It took him a long time and a lot of effort to make a working prototype of that ring. Not only he will lose money if he doesn't bring those rings into the market, but all of the hard work he put into this project will go to waste. Sigh, I have never seen a kid more stubborn than you. Dumbledore's usual grandfatherly acting was wavering by this point. Well, when it comes to willful you are not bad either, headmaster, Orion replied still nonchalant. Why are you so apparent about releasing these rings? Dumbledore asked with frustration. I told you already. I want others in the wizarding world to learn wandless magic. That is why I write this book and that is why I made that ring. Simple. But why don't you understand that this ring could be dangerous if it falls in the hands of the wrong wizards or witches? Dumbledore said with a tired expression. He wasn't joking at this point at all. Death Eaters are only one of such kind of people who will use this ring for dark purposes. There are many out there holding the same kind of ambition and thoughts. Well, if you are only worried about this, then I already told you that I can fix that issue for you, Orion said again. Dumbledore sighed. Even after this long, he couldn't get to Orion. Ultimately he had no way but to give in and hear what Orion had planned. Sigh, you leave me no other choice. Please tell me what you have planned. Dumbledore couldn't do anything but sigh in defeat and said, sure. Next morning. The morning sun cast a golden glow over Hogwarts as Orion from his bed, his mind still buzzing with thoughts of his argument with Dumbledore the previous day. He wasn't planning on wasting too much time on Dumbledore, but it ended up taking hours. First, to make Dumbledore understand that his mind is not changing no matter what Dumbledore do, and second, to explain his own precaution to the old man. Only after what Dumbledore said that Orion come up with a good solution. Honestly, even he didn't think much about the problem of these rings falling into the wrong hands. He only planned to first put a lock on the ring so others couldn't do dark magic while using this ring. But after hearing Dumbledore out, he changes many of his plans. Now he only gonna provide these rings in the school until he comes up with an improved version with many safety features like stopping dark magic and more. So technically the product will hit the market next year rather than now, Merlin added. Yes, Orion nodded. He didn't want to accept, but Dumbledore really kind of convinced him that it was too hasty to make these rings directly available in the market for a price. Though his plan remains unchanged, there is nothing which can change his mind about this, but it inevitably has been delayed for sure. He shook his head and went on to do his usual morning routine, starting with a series of invigorating exercises to clear his mind and energize his body. Of course, Rose and Daphne were also present, and even now they were only doing physical training. They were improving, and Orion was planning to start with real magic training for them as well. Maybe you should create rings for those two girls. It's high time to start teaching them magic, Merlin. Yeah, and not only that, much tougher times are coming from his year itself. Next year, if the story went on like how it went in the movies and books, then things are going to get troublesome for them. I don't plan to stick around in this school for long. Maybe one more year at best. I rather make sure that by the time I leave, they are strong enough, Orion replies with a nod. Orion although never said it and acted nonchalantly, but he was worried for those two girls and even Hogwarts. Considering what kind of enemy he might face in the future, he hardly will have time to stay in Hogwarts in future. He might act the strongest, but he is not. If he tries, then maybe he can handle Dumbledore right now, arguably the strongest wizard currently. But that is a delusion. Dumbledore is nothing in compared to what really is in his future. He usually never expresses this to Merlin, but he too knows that Merlin himself is a little afraid to this unknown enemy. There is no way that Orion can fight that kind of enemy which even Merlin is afraid of like this. He needs to get stronger, and the only way to get stronger is to move out of this place. So he planned to train both Rose and Daphne by then, as much as possible. And this rings. Although the basic objective will be the same, he also planned to add some more protective spells on those rings for them. After his workout, Orion made his way to the common room, where he found Rose and Daphne already waiting for him. They were getting used to physical exhaustion. That is a sign of progress. Their faces are bright as get where devouring food. They soon learn the wondering a good healthy diet can bring to their body and mind. That's not healthy, that is called being a glutton. Merlin rolls his eyes. But Orion just ignored the man. As the morning sun climbed higher in the sky, hunger gnawed at Orion's stomach, reminding him that it was time for breakfast. With a quick nod to his friends, he made his way to the Great Hall, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared food greeted him. Taking a seat at the Gryffindor table, Orion filled his plate with an assortment of delicious dishes, savoring each bite as he reflected on the day ahead. As he was eating just like usual, soon his eyes fell on the newspaper on the table. He was meaning to read some news since the last time Merlin told him that it was important. But he also wanted to eat. So put the food back in his place and started to chant something silently in his mind. While doing the silent chant, there was no chingy in magic, but then he snapped his finger. And suddenly the food on his plate started to float on its own. Orion magically cleaned his hands and grabbed the paper by both hands to read it while the food automatically started to levitate to his mouth. Others look at this with wide eyes. But to Orion, this doesn't matter. What did matter to him was what he was seeing in the paper. Magical Spain is under attack by Alliance. Grindelwald escape. Orion frown. Magical Spain is under attack by Alliance. Grindelwald escape. Orion frown. Besides the usual news that he was expecting, which should be Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, the other news that Orion got was much more shocking. Now this is a big deal. I am sure that nothing like this happened in the movies. Yeah, not sure about the books, I never got to read them, but I am sure that something this big will not change in the movies. They should follow the source material, Orion said with a serious face. Unlike his usual joking self, Orion currently was serious. There are not many known people in the wizarding world currently who can beat him. Besides Dumbledore and Voldemort, Grindelwald is one of them who can. Orion looked around to notice that none of the teachers were present there today in the hall. Surely they are also in a panic state after hearing this news. Most likely Dumbledore will be getting thousands of letters at this time, begging him to come and help the wizarding world from another maniac from destroying it. You think that this has something to do with me, maybe how I did something which changed the world. Orion tries to think of anything he did which could directly or indirectly connect him being there in this world and Grindelwald, an age-old Dark Lord, to suddenly escape from decades of captivity. Can't say kid, there are millions of things which can change even if you so much so move a rock from its place in this vast multiverse. The timeline is constantly changing. Nothing in this world is final. Strangely at the same time, if it doesn't want to, even if you go ahead and try to destroy the planet, it's most likely not gonna work. Even after being a master of time law, I can't say for sure how the time continuum will change with each action you take. Merlin just shrugged his hands like he couldn't do anything about it. Well, can't do anything about what already is done, I guess. And it's Dumbledore's problem anyway. That his boyfriend just escaped from prison and became a psycho in Spain. Orion just shook his head like this had nothing to do with him and tossed the paper aside, fully ready to throw himself back at eating food, but before that Merlin stopped him. If you are thinking that you won't be dragged in this storm, then you are delusional. Once push comes to shove, Dumbledore will brings back his boyband group to compete with Grindelwald. Nothing but a D**K measuring contest. That it may, there is no way that you will not be dragged in this shit. Let me guess, my joining the band also explains which team I am playing from. Orion said with a little irritation coming on his face. Before he was really thinking that this had nothing to do with him, but now, when he thinks about it, he does see that happening. Man. Orion for 5 seconds tried to ponder what he should do, but after nothing came to his mind, he just shook his head and decided to leave the problem to his future self. After having his fill, Orion made his toward the first Dada class of this year. All the classes were delayed, but finally, Lupin came into the class. Orion upon entering the Dada class found a big wardrobe. He knew what was inside it. Boggarts. Orion remembers from the movies that Lupin bought one to explain to students how to fight with one of the shapeshifters in the wizarding world to the students, in the 3rd year. What is that? Rose narrowed her eyes like trying to see through the wardrobe to see why she was sensing something in it. Why the wardrobe is moving, Daphne asked with a suspicious tone in her voice. Come on students, today we gonna have a really interesting class. Lupin said with a big grin. There was no tension in one of the most dangerous Dark Lords of the wizarding world suddenly escaping away and the prison and going on a killing spree. Professor, what's in that? Someone asks. Ah, good question, good question. That is a boggart. That is a magical creature which turns into anything which you fear the most. It will take the form of the thing of your most feared thing in the world. As soon as Lupin said this, the class became chatty. There were murmurs from others. Okay, now who can tell me about a boggart? Lupin asked. TCH, you just explain what a boggart is. Orion wanted to say, but he kept his mouth shut. He naturally tunes out all the boring stuff and skips to the good part. Alright students, make a straight line, I will teach you how you can deal with a boggart, Lupin said with a smile. With that said, all the students were in a line, making noise and pushing each other or more space, dragging their friends to stand with them. The usual kid stuff. Orion too was dragged by both Rose and Daphne to stand with them. Now remember, there is only one spell which will repel a boggart. Upon seeing the boggart which will turn into something you feel fear towards, you have to use this spell. Ridiculous. Lupin said, though by the looks of others, Orion could tell that they were looking forward to get a demonstration first. Well, no luck this time. Lupin already opened the wardrobe and let the boggart out. Orion didn't bother to see what others were doing. He was only interested in some key figures, like Nick, Rose, etc. But maybe he was more interested in finding out what he really was afraid of. He can't put his finger on what exactly he feared the most. There are many things he fears, like someone cutting his pee. The government suddenly banned Poor Star, losing all of his money, and the list can go on for some time. So he can't exactly say what he was afraid of the most. Ridiculous. A student said, and suddenly the boggart which took the shape of a giant snake turned into a toy snake. That's look fun. Rose and Daphne both smile after seeing the funny scene. Oh, you have no idea, the real fun will start soon enough, Orion smiled. After all, before him was standing both Nick and Hermione. He really wants to see what they fear. One by one, all the students started to go in front of the boggart and change the creature into something funny. It was quite interesting as long as the students performing the spell had some imagination. Soon it was Ron's turn. He just like in the anime saw a giant spider. Orion at this moment could feel a small soft hand holding his own with some tightness. This was none other than Rose. Though the trauma of last year was long gone, but still her fear for the spiders was still there. In the movies, it was Dementors, but maybe not anymore. This is not Harry Potter. After all, this is Rose Potter. Ron's imagination was quite good, putting the spiders on the spot by making all of his legs slip and fall to the ground often. The spider was also wearing a Joker's hat for some reason. Ha 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 ha, Ron. What are you thinking? Others applaud Ron as the mood is pretty exciting. Rose too just smiled and the slightly tense features on her face were gone, though the hands holding Orion's own never left, and Orion too never pointed out. Why should he? It's like hitting your own leg with a hammer. If the girl doesn't mind, then why should he point out? The next person was Neville. His most fearsome foe was none other than our dear Professor Snape. Interestingly, the same fearless professor has been avoiding Orion for some reason nowadays. Orion, after thinking about this, just smiled and didn't say anything. He never planned to go on an offensive towards Snape, but that man had it coming. He won't be doing that again with anyone. Power or not, making many enemies is not a good idea, no matter even if you are a god. And he is after all still not strong enough, though he is sure that if Snape came after him he can easily handle him, but that is only that. Other stronger opponents and potential enemies are still there. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, to some extent Nick, considering he too has gotten stronger, but Orion doesn't know just how much, though he is sure that it won't be hard to handle him. His arrogant assessment back on the train that he can take care of Nick in under 5 minutes might not be right, but he has full confidence that he can kill Nick if he wants to. It's just that killing the guy will raise suspicion right now. You might act like you hardly care for anything, but you have calculated this, haven't you? Hehe, what are you talking about, old man? I don't like math. Why would I do something so troublesome? Orion just rolled his eyes. Quit acting, boy. It's already hard enough to understand. What are you thinking after you learn to protect your thoughts from me? Don't play these games with me. I am here to help you. If you don't act like your true self even in front of me, then I can't assist neither your current level nor your capabilities, Merlin said with a stern tone. There is no one who knows Orion's current power more than Merlin. He was the one who trained him for the last 3 years after all. Even Merlin is quite confident that Orion is quite strong enough to even able to beat Dumbledore. While Dumbledore still trumps Orion in magical power, Orion is extremely fast and agile. Not to mention Orion's body is around 10 times more durable than any normal wizard. No matter how powerful Dumbledore is, he is still a human and his body is weak. Orion definitely has a chance to beat Dumbledore if he plays his cards right. But there are also downsides. Like Dumbledore's immense power, he too can use the law of death and love, and lastly, there is years of fighting experience. In fact, if there is one thing which Orion is lacking right now, then it's fighting experience. He needs a teacher who can spar with him. Merlin can't do it, he is just a memory. Merlin has been trying to find a way to solve this issue for a long time, but there has been no solution till now. Ah, you are no fun at all, old man. Orion internally pouted. Just tell me what you are thinking. Fine, I at first was planning on killing Nick, but just like I talked to you before. He knows something he was talking about earlier when he fought with me. I can't say, but he almost sounded afraid even though he was taunting me. I thought about it a lot. The only thing that I can think of is that there is someone behind him. Someone who is pulling the shots. Otherwise I just don't see a reason for the guy to act the way he did. If he was Voldy, then I see why he would go after Rose, but why me is beyond me. So it's safe enough to say that he ain't Voldy or someone related to him. He is someone else altogether. There have been so many events happening in the wizarding world right now which never took place in the books or movies. The attacks all around the world last year. Suddenly someone with the face of Harry Potter emerged and called himself Nick Iron and even tried to kill Rose, aka the supposed child of prophecy in this world. And then there was also that girl back in America. You remember her, right? That white-hair girl with terrifying power. She was strong, I could feel it in my bones. I knew that what she used on me back then was something similar to my devil's tongue, but with the power of law infused in it. Now I fully agree that in the wizarding world, there should exist some age-old hidden monster/cultivator ancestors shit, but that was a girl, there is no doubt about it. If anything, she was only a little older than me. There shouldn't be anyone like that exist, but she does, with Nick talking about a woman back then. I had a bad feeling. Though the possibility of him talking about that girl was almost nil, I feel like there is something which connects both of them. Orion said, though he was still hesitating. Is that all? Merlin asked. He felt that Orion was still hiding something which Meryl waited for Orion to say in all that 3 years of time, but he never talked about it. Even Merlin is not sure what happening here, but something in Orion changed after that fight with Nick. Something essential. At first Merlin didn't care too much, but only after that fight that Orion started to train with much seriousness. The last 3 years were hell on him, not just because Merlin was hard on his training, but Orion himself was much harder on himself than Merlin. Of course, what more? Are you afraid of killing him? Orion was saying, but Merlin interrupted him midway. His suspicion getting thicker by the minute. He knew something was going on, but he is just not sure what. The damn kid would open his mouth and his mind is guarded like a lock protecting nuclear code. What? Me afraid of him? Have you lost it, old man? Orion said with much ire on his face. Merlin at least believes in Orion at this much. The boy is not afraid of Nick. If there is anything, he is angry and has murderous intent towards Nick. Even now Merlin can feel the same kind of killing intent in Orion's eyes when he deals with Nick or talk about the guy. So no, he surely is not afraid of Nick. If anything, he has become a much better actor and can hide his intentions good enough. That's not what I asked you. I said, are you afraid of killing him? Merlin asked again. That no, I can kill him whenever I want to. I just don't have much reason to right now. Remember I said that I would let the bygones be bygones and only take the matters after the training into account. Not to mention killing the guy is troublesome. Dumbledore and others will be behind my ass after that, Orion just said nonchalantly. I see. Merlin nodded while puffing on his pipe. Well then, I want him gone. Kill him. Blink. What? Kill him. Kill Nick Iron. That's him. Consider it's homework for you, Merlin said while still calmly puffing on his pipe. 1 minute. Where does that come from? Why do you suddenly want the guy gone? Orion was half confused and half stunned. There was a shocked expression on his face. Well, you needed a reason to kill him, right? There you have it. Not only his existence will further cost you in future, but the boy will definitely plot something against you sooner or later, but at the same time we just don't have the luxury to spend time on him in future, even if it the 5 minutes to deal with him as you said that you need. Those are the reason why he is the target, and if you are asking why suddenly, then it's also simple. You need experience in killing, even humans. It's actually very similar to Naruto. Like how those genins need killing experience and need to have their first kill early in their life to make them a full-fledged shinobi. You too need to get your hands bloodied soon. Otherwise, you will always remain soft. Merlin said. Orion was stunned at hearing the response. There is a troubled look appear on his face. Something that Merlin acted like he didn't notice. He knew that something was going on, but if the kid wouldn't talk about on himself, then he just have to push it out of the boy by force. Next, Professor Lupin said, and this brought Orion out of his daze before either Rose or Daphne do that for him. Next in line was the exact person he just got an assassination contract about. Nick Iron. Nick stood in front of the boggart. Soon it turns into the things he is afraid of the most. Besides Orion, many students too were interested about his fear. Nick is quite popular in Hogwarts in his own right. If one has to say it, his popularity is quite similar to what Tom's was back when he was in the Hogwarts. Voldemort was quite a model student back then, though much of it was acting, but his excellence and genius were all true, and the current Nick resembles him the most. This was the first reason why Dumbledore was so cautious of the boy. Shame that there was something which was stopping him from either attacking the boy or removing him from the school. Thus he is keeping the boy in Hogwarts, where he at least can observe the boy to make sure he doesn't do something extreme. So it's safe to say that if there is one student who ranked third in the popularity ranking after Orion and Rose, then it has to be Nick. So everyone was interested in knowing what that all-year stoic-looking almost perfect guy was afraid of. Soon the boggart turned into the shape of a human. Orion, seeing this, narrowed his eyes. He knew that figure. A woman in her 30s, but seeing that the woman was holding a stick, which usually in the wizarding world is a wand, it's safe to say that she is a witch, meaning rather than being in her 30s she has to be in her later 42nd or even 50s. She had messy curly hair and dark circles under her eyes. She, even after being quite old, was looking pretty with slight makeup on her face, though it's possible that it's her natural appearance. And soft pink lipstick was applied on her lips. Also wearing long black clothes. I know who this person is. Bellatrix Lestrange. Merlin completed the sentence. Orion could tell that she was Bellatrix because he saw her picture in the Black Manor. But what he didn't understand is why Nick knew her, or more importantly why he was afraid of her. But just then suddenly a strange theory was planted on Orion's head. Could it be that Nick is her son and James Potter was putting his thing where he shouldn't have? Orion thought, and a great amount of gossip material started to generate in his mind. But with powerful will he suppresses all of his thoughts and observes what will happen. Nick was stunned when he saw the woman in front of him. There was a trance of murderous intent in his face. The usual stoic face was now crunching up into something dangerous. He wasn't the only person who was making his face though, there was also Neville. Neville's parents were tortured by Bellatrix before. If there is one person who he wanted to kill more than anything in this world, then it has to be her. But unfortunately for him, neither did he right now have the power and resolve to do it, nor the woman in front of her was the culprit he was looking for. Poor Boggart didn't know that he was targeted by two crazy boys ready to rip him apart. Rip Boggart. Through the facial features, it was apparent that whatever Bellatrix did to Nick was not pretty, but there was no fear in that dangerous-looking face of Nick. If there was anything, then it was anger and killing intent. But soon Nick's face collapsed when Bellatrix suddenly raised her wand and he saw her target. It was the girl standing behind her in the line. Hermione. Now there was the fear on his face that Orion was looking for. But this further confuses Orion. That is like doing a complete 180. He went from being Voldemort to being Neville in a second. Only two people knew why Nick was so afraid right now. It was none other than Nick and Hermione, who was standing behind him. Hermione, seeing Nick completely stunned, was about to attack the boggart, but that was when Nick took out his wand and shouted, "Ridiculous!" And on the next second the green light of the death curse in Bellatrix's wand short and turns into party poppers, while the women herself come out wearing clown clothes. Everyone laughed at this, but three people remained silent. They were Nick, Hermione and Orion. Nick and Hermione for natural reasons, while Orion suddenly remembers another crazy woman from fiction, Harley Quinn. Now he suddenly was looking at a combination of both Bellatrix and Harley Quinn, which gave him chills. After Nick was Hermione's turn, and in her turn, the boggart turned into herself, while she was bloodied all over like he was close to death. Seeing this, many felt that she might be afraid of death or blood, but Nick knew better. Orion too observed, although he had no insight or previous knowledge about this matter like Nick, Orion did observe that it was not Hermione's own blood. There was no wound on her, and second, she was clearly alive. So there is a possibility that she is afraid of blood, but that too didn't settle well with Orion, seeing how Hermione looked more gloomy when it was represented by the boggart than being completely grossed out and panicked by having blood all over her. "Ridiculous," Hermione said, and soon the blood all over her copy created by boggart turned into beautiful patterns, and she who was wearing a dark cloak ended up wearing a beautiful flock. Orion kept both the incident in his mind. There is sure something hidden in this which he was unaware of. Soon it was both Daphne's and Rose's turn. Daphne saw her death mother's body, while Rose saw herself being surrounded by multiple giant spiders. Strange that she is more afraid of spiders than a freaking Dark Lord. But soon it was Orion's turn. Once again, just like Nick, everyone was looking at this. There was a glint in their eyes. This was after all really good blackmail material for all of them. What do you think you will see? Maybe a truck. Hawaii. You won't understand. Orion stood in front of the boggart and soon it changed its shape. Slowly the light-filled room was darkened. It was like the light itself was sinking out of the room as someone dimmed them. Darkness started to fill the entire room. Orion, who had a confident face right now, suddenly froze. He felt this feeling before. A chill appeared in the entire room. Some even thought that it was a Dementor, but that wasn't the case at all. Lupin knew that a Dementor couldn't have this kind of presence. A suffocating feeling spread through the entire place as the students were excited to see what Orion, a person who killed a troll with just a stick, as he couldn't use magic, so the wand was nothing more than a stick, so the boy pretty much kill a troll with bare hands. They really wanted to know what Orion feared the most. But they don't realize that what they will see makes them unlock a new fear in their heart. A towering figure started to appear in the darkness, as eerie aura spread all around the room. Orion was frozen, Merlin had wide eyes, and even Nick was stunned after seeing the familiar figure in front of him, and he stuttered. A huge blast resounded in the halls of Hogwarts. The sound was so loud that it made everyone in the castle snap their head in panic, while those who were not in the castle but still close enough to hear the blast, started to run towards the place where the blast took place. Merlin at this time was only shaking his head for those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. Back in the Dada class, everyone, besides Orion, was now lying on the floor with a shaking body. The color of their faces was pale, like someone drained all the blood from them. Many students passed out by just the shocked waves of the blast, while those who didn't were still shaking with terror in their faces. Professor Lupin might be the only person besides Orion and Nick who was currently in his right mind. There was a tremble in his heart after seeing the entity in which the boggart turned into. There was no way that that thing was a Dementor. No Dementor has the right to command that kind of feeling. A presence which eats away light itself. Lupin tried using Patronus, but there was nothing. Even Patronus couldn't touch the thing which boggart turned into. Merlin, when he saw this, just wanted to slap the man if he could. The Dada teacher himself forgets that it's not really a powerful Dementor but a boggart he is dealing with. But it was too late. Just after seeing the dark entity in front of him, Orion froze up. There was a tremble inside him. This was the same feeling that he felt back when he lost his hand. Everything happens within seconds. At 1 second that being almost froze up almost everyone in the class, even someone like Merlin. And on the other hand, Orion raised his hand up in panic. There was a glowing red light in his hand. But this time the power wasn't restrained at all. Orion quickly draws power from his space law and does a quick red reversal attack which acts much like Shindra Tensei. It was far from his real power, as he hardly had time to accumulate power. He mostly acted on instincts to blast away the entity, not to damage it but more to push it away. There was a trance of fear in Orion. Hell, there was a trance of fear in pretty much everyone's faces. But maybe only 2 people there could know what kind of entity that horrifying figure was. And seeing their shock, they didn't want to meet the entity if possible. And the 3rd second was when all hell broke loose. Orion, even with haste, was able to draw 50% of his power in that quick attack. Not only blasting the poor boggart, who dared to turn into that grim reaper-like entity, to oblivion, but at the same time Orion law infused power even blasted the wardrobe and the wall beside the wardrobe as well. Thankfully for him, if there is a magical castle in this world, then Hogwarts is the very definition of it. It was strong enough to still stand after 1,000 years. The castle withstood the powerful attack at the cost of an entire wall of the castle blasted out with a giant hole the size of a freaking dragon. Fortunately, the Dada class is conducted at the most outer section of the castle, so Orion's attack hit the outer wall. This made most of the attack power not affect the castle itself, but rather it got out of the castle, and once the range of the attack was over, it's dissipated. After all, the range of the magic is also something a wizard has to control with his intent. A spell works best if the target is nearby. Holding the spell for a long distance is hard. Not that big of a problem for Orion with such excellent control over his magic, but Orion wasn't intending it to go further. So the magic disappeared. Another good thing was that there was no one in Orion's line of sight when he attacked. Only the poor boggart and the castle wall. Of course, what followed was a lot of fussing over what just happened. Questions like who attacked the castle? Are Death Eaters attacking Hogwarts? Is this Grindelwald who is attacking? And much more followed, which both Orion and Lupin, the culprit, and the responsible teacher have to answer. You are saying that this was done by Mr. Ambrosius? McGonagall gasped with a terrified look on her face. She too knew that Orion was a very strong wizard, especially after his class in wandless magic. He made everyone in the class float, including the furniture. And she would have taken this line with an easy if Dumbledore had done it, but Orion is just a boy. He is not even 15 and he was able to do this. Of course, she was very excited about Orion's future. There is no need to explain that currently, Orion's name in the wizarding world is resounding loudly. The Golden Boy, they say. The real savior of the wizarding world. His own popularity is much higher than someone like Rose's. And that's Rose Potter. She was honestly happy for her troublesome student. The boy she saw doing exercise in the forest has grown way too fast. But nothing is always roses and rainbow. With a big name comes a big head. Orion was still young. It was necessary to give him a proper upbringing, so he can grow up into a proper humble gentleman. McGonagall was just happy that although Orion has a big name he is somewhat controllable as he himself is not that strong. Well, how wrong she was. She was worried after seeing his power and even seeing Orion's performance in the wandless class. She went to Dumbledore to talk about him. Dumbledore though at that time was much more troubled by Orion's focus ring which he wanted to bring into the market and thus just consoled McGonagall's worries with a few words. But now after seeing what Orion was capable of doing, there was a tremble in her heart. Is she even capable of stopping the boy if he turns dark? While McGonagall was thinking about this, other professors were also there and were gawking at the giant hole in the wall. No one knew what to do right now. Dumbledore wasn't there. He was almost abducted by the Ministry of Magic of Spain after what Grindelwald did there. Many professors quickly send all the students directly to the infirmary while Orion still remains there. Orion on the other hand remains still. He himself was surprised at how he reacted. The sense of fear and urgency that he felt there might be the strongest he has ever felt. But still, he shouldn't have acted like that. He himself knew what kind of destruction his own power could do when remained unchecked. The sentence "with great power comes great responsibilities" never sounded more true to him than it does to him now. He was clenching his hand like he himself was unsure what that one remaining hand which can do magic would do if he let it go, like it wasn't under his control. Snape was the first one to snap at Orion. But looking at the boy's shaken face, even he knew that right now wasn't the right time. Later when talking with Lupin everyone knew what happened. This is what happens when so much power is in the hands of a child, someone who hasn't learned the weight of the power he holds. Merlin nodded. He didn't blame Orion. He too knew that Orion couldn't control the sudden increase in power. Usually, this should take decades for someone to grow this strong. But Orion did it in just a few mere years. It's not that dark magic is inherently destructive in nature. Which it is, but not that much. The real reason why it seems so destructive is that the wizard or witch just can't control the sudden increase of their power, and the corruption in their minds just makes them go on a rampage. While Orion's mind was intact, the level of magical power he could control was dangerously getting closer to its borderline. Merlin now was more determined than ever to provide some sort of fighting experience. That was the only thing which could make Orion understand the true extent of his power in the short term while also making him aware of how much power he should put and when. Only then the jumpy personality of his can be restrained. After all, Orion acted the way he did just now not just before of the sudden emergence of that Grim Ripper, which Merlin for some reason reluctant to name anytime soon, but also for the fact that he's still unaware of his own power. He never got a chance to see his full extent. It's like 5 years old suddenly put in a body of a 25-year-old boxer in his prime. He doesn't even know how much power to put when dealing with a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old. Not to mention even after knowing that he is stronger now, he becomes nervous when suddenly a 10-year-old challenges him. Merlin can't do anything but sigh with troubled face. If has to solve this problem soon, this time he was lucky that the destruction was reversible. They could not be so lucky the next time, so I believe that this is the right time to ask, what the fuck happened? Merlin asked with exclamation. Orion, who was currently sitting at the top of the roof in one of the Hogwarts castle peaks, couldn't say anything but just sigh. Well, I might ask the same of you as well, can't I? I might have acted more drastic, but the strange reaction of yours wasn't much worse than mine, Orion remarked with a side eye. Merlin hearing this was stunned. He didn't expect Orion actually saw him back then. Well then I guess both of us need to talk. I guess this has been a long time coming anyway. Merlin too sighed and said he found the situation very troublesome. This situation happens after Orion helps the professors to repair the castle wall and makes sure that everyone else is safe. Of course that leads to much nagging by the likes of McGonagall and Snape, but at the same time Orion too saw a little hesitance in the eyes of the professors. After all, by just the power Orion saw, it was clear to all of them that if Orion go wild right now then none of them will be able to stop him. Excessive scolding could definitely lead to that. From now on Orion D. Ambrosius is no longer a normal student. If earlier he was someone who had a great mind and a resounding name, then the current Orion also had to strength to back up his position among the strongest. Right now they just can't afford to bring any kind of dissatisfaction from Orion towards them. Even Dumbledore wasn't in the castle, but that hesitation went out of the window when Orion didn't protest at all and took all the scolding and punishment like a champ. Well, more like a kid holding his head down while the adult scolds him. This to some degree increases his punishment, to the utter fury of Orion. But at the same time, this also reduces the vigilance of the professors towards him. Ultimately his persona of a troublemaker genius kid turned into a powerful dangerous kid and not into the upcoming Dark Lord to his relief. Well, adults first, go on. Orion immediately said. Nah, you speak first. I have a feeling that I know what you want to talk about, and if that is the case then it will make much more sense if you go first. Merlin said with a knowing look on his face. It's quite rare for the old man to not be in his chibi form, flying around Orion while puffing on his pipe, but right he was in his full form and sitting beside Orion. Orion couldn't sense bullshit coming from the old man at this time, so he took just agree with a sigh. Fine. 3 years ago or like half a year ago, whatever you want to consider, when I fight with Nick. Just after I was blasted by that cursed wand, I lost my consciousness for a few seconds. I believe it wasn't long enough for others to notice, but I did. It might be only 5 seconds at best, but in that 5 seconds were like hell. Under that 5 seconds or so I came across the same entity which you saw the boggart turn into today. But unlike today, the feeling of this oppression which I got was way too weak. Like the effect wasn't working on me that much. And I just woke up and kept fighting. Even back then I was fully intent to kill Nick, and if not for Hermione then he would have already been dead. But the real trouble started after that. After that, you know that I fell into unconsciousness. It might be around 10 to 15 days, but that time was hell for me. I don't know how, but I was thrown into this dark place with nothing but darkness around. For all that time I was just wandering around. Well, the wandering part didn't last long as that entity spotted me soon enough. What followed was me running away from the darkness as much as possible while the Grim Reaper trying to catch me. I was even caught a few times. But he just couldn't touch me. His own hand got burned when he touched me. But before even I get confident about this and punch him, suddenly I felt pain in my left hand. I saw him grab me from my left hand. That was the only place where the damn Reaper was able to touch me. Though there was much to the story, a lot of struggle, cursing, punching and more cursing and everything included with fear. I was able to get out of there. When I woke up, everything felt like a dream. Orion said with a contemplated face. Hearing only this much, Merlin's eyes were shot up. What? You never said anything to me about this. Why? Merlin asked. Well, even I had trouble believing that was not a dream. Hell, even now I can't say for sure. For all if know that darn boggart just saw the picture of that dream in my mind and turn into what I fear. Man, I should have left open my mind shield for him to see though. That wasn't a good idea. Orion just whined at his own stupid action. Merlin didn't say anything. There were many things which Merlin wanted to say but he just kept quiet. He will be talking soon enough anyway. Anything more? Merlin asked. Let me think. After that incident, there were some times when I had the same dream but this time I can say for sure that they were really dreams. I personally believe that it was just my fear that what happened to me back then was replaying in my head. Today the boggart only looked the Grim Reaper but the feeling wasn't the same. In fact, I should say that the feeling was completely different. While the pressure was there it was just that pressure. Anyone with good power and exert pressure to others. But that Grim Reaper's pressure had this damning feeling in it. Like whatever touching, it's destroys Merlin before Orion says anything completes the sentence for him. Yay, Orion nodded. That was the reason why I wanted to fix the hand so quirk. I knew that is the only thing which the guy could target in me. And thus the first thing I did was to fix it. And now although the hand can't do magic it's been fully purified. And when I thought that from now on I will kick that guy's ass, I realized that from then on the damn Reaper never show up. Orion just whined and completed what he wanted to say. Merlin hearing this just sighed. Again there was so much to say. In fact, he was cursing himself for not thinking about this. He knew that now it's time to fully explain what going on to Orion. Orion was almost dragged into the darkness just because he didn't had knowledge about what was going on. He needs to know. So Merlin sighed and got ready. I will destroy as I speak. Do you know what that means? Merlin asks with a solemn face. I will destroy as I speak. Do you know what that means? Merlin asks with a solemn face. Hearing Merlin, Orion blinked. He quickly entered into his mind palace. He was sure that he knew this line. He had heard about it before. So upon entering his palace, it didn't take too long for Orion to figure it out. That's the meaning of the killing curse in his original language, Orion said. Yes, there is a lot to explain to you so it's better that you listen clearly. It's not a story by any means what I'm gonna say to you. It's the reality which no one knew other than me alone up to now. Well, there are two more. But one can barely be classified that person as a person anymore. While another being, well we just saw the boggart turning into it, didn't we? Merlin said, and the last line alone was enough to evaporate all of Orion's nonchalant attitude and he got interested. Full-on attention mode started. Ready whenever you are, Orion gave the green light to go ahead. He was dying to know what Merlin was hiding from him for a long time. Now maybe he can get some answers. Of course, after 5 years of suffering under the old man's cunning mind, he knew better to expect the entire truth from him. But anything he can get right now, he will appreciate it. So I have already explained to you what was the Great Collapse, right? Merlin asked. Orion just nodded his head in confirmation. Good, still let me quickly go through it because the majority of the problems are connected with them. The world or planet, whatever you want to call it, was filled with an immense amount of chaotic energy or magic back before the first Great Collapse. We are talking way before, even before some people knew what fire was. While the rest of the world still had apes roaming around, there was a certain civilization which evolved much faster than others. All thanks to the gift of magic they got from the ancient deities. Those were the very first wizards. However, calling them wizards and even humans would be a little wrong considering that they actually weren't. But it doesn't matter, then all are dead anyway. Well, all except one. But while they were alive, they accomplished many groundbreaking feats through the powers they had. They were strong, even calling them God is not entirely wrong. But they couldn't live in this world for long after the first Great Collapse. The Great Collapse in the world caused the disappearance of much of the magic. This causes those beings to either wither away or leave this world entirely. The reason why the Great Collapse happened in the first place was one of this being. The one which isn't dead. Well, kind of dead, it's complicated. This particular ancient wizard, which we can also call a true pure blood wizard, wanted to break the order of the world. As we already know, there are 3 aspects in this universe which keep the balance of the world. The chaos which creates and destroys everything. The order which maintains the normal working of the universe. And lastly, law which defines the rules between both chaos and order in the world. I explained this to you when we first started to learn about law back then. Anyway, this one person wanted to break the order in the pursuit of gaining eternal life. Well, the universe didn't like it, so when this being wanted to take control of the entire magical power or chaos of the world to break the order of the world, the universe backfired. Most of the magic in the world was lost, making many of the higher beings to leave this world, and the first collapse of the magical world happened. This person was none other than Death. To be exact, the being after getting cursed gains the status of Death. Merlin said, and this finally brought back Orion's memory of when Merlin first time explained this to him. He just kept this info in some corner of his mind and never revisited it again, but now that Merlin said it again, Orion's eyes started to widen, as he started to connect what was going on here. Seeing that Orion had finally started to catch up, Merlin just slightly nodded and spoke again. There have been two great collapses in the history of the wizarding world. First, happens way before the era of the old wizarding world, which has already been left in this world. The second was a little recent, as I was there. Both times the culprit was directly and indirectly the same entity, Death. Merlin said and paused. This time not exactly to give Orion time to digest the information, but rather to think about how to approach this explanation. Let's start with the person's Death himself. Or rather I say her. Back in my time, around 1700 years ago was the first time when I first learned about this existence. Took me a long time to actually find out about this existence though, and even more, time to learn what kind of danger it poses. I do not claim to know anything about Death, but I have done extensive research about the entity after learning the real threat she poses. According to what I found out, after the first great collapse, she was cursed. Cursed to stay in half-death and half-alive state forever. Not completely dead even after going against the natural order of the world. I have no idea how, but I am sure that she is not dead. My best theory also relates to why I call her half-death and half-alive. I believe that at the time of the collapse, she did die, but rather than letting her soul dissipate, she used her powerful attainments of the law of death to keep her soul from disappearing, gaining the identity of Death itself afterwards. In my long journey of tracing her whereabouts and her plans, I found that it took her years to actually recover her state which she is in right now. Even I don't know how it works, but I believe that she slowly started to absorb the souls of others to sustain her strange existence. Again, I am no expert in this, but by the natural rule and how law and order work, this was borderline breaking natural order, and thus it should be very hard to do. Makes sense why it took her so long to take action. Not sure again, but apparently she somehow became capable of interfering with the world of living somehow around 500 BCE. Her goal was to disturb the natural order as much as possible, and get stronger. So she influences a powerful wizard of that time. You might know him by the textbook name of Herpo the Foul, the very first dark wizard of all time. She gave her own power of death to him, and taught her a spell to infuse with her own power, a spell so powerful that no other spell compares to it, no other spell can stop it. Merlin said, the killing curse. Orion filled the blank immediately. And let me tell you, it wasn't out of the good of her heart that she shared her powers. It was a trap. She planted a seed of discord back then. Dark magic gave both wizards and witches the power they wanted, but at the cost of their own souls and the people they killed. All the victims who either die because of dark magic or use dark magic have the same fate. They ended up getting absorbed by Death. Their souls get consumed by her, making her stronger. From then on, her powers continue to grow. But no matter how powerful she gets, she can't come back to live with just having more power. That was irked me the most back then. Why she is doing this? By the rules of the law and how order works in the world, there is no way that she can come back to live. There is no reason to do what she was doing. But that was only what I thought until I actually realized what she was after. She wanted to use the very rebirth of magic itself to once again break the laws of order and bring herself back to life. Merlin said with a solemn face. Rebirth of magic? Orion asked with clear confusion on his face. That's another part which I need to explain. Well, in short, it's a magical phenomena which happen only once every 1,000 years. This was when all the planets came in a line in such a way that the planets lay lines to come in a particular order, which is when Earth receives powerful magic to replenish its magical power from the sun and the stars. Although no one knows why this happens, my personal guess is that this is something done by the ancient beings who lived on this planet before, in the hopes of one day recovering the magical power of Earth. Merlin said, holy shit, you mean to say that those ancient wizards were capable of directly harnessing the power of the sun? Like that level 2 or level 3 civilization shit right there? Orion eyes widen. Yup, I wasn't joking when I said that they were advanced. But let's focus on what's important here. This entire phenomenon is called magic rebirth because this is the thing which refills the chaos level on Earth back after all the energy is exhausted by normal births or wizards using magic. Because in the end, both creation and destruction are a part of chaos, giving birth to. And I can't see how well this thing is working considering the increase in population and more than that, the continuous use of magic from wizards. You see, back in time it used to take a long time for a wizard or a witch to use magic. A perfected and simple system like now didn't used to exist, let alone wands. So magic was sacred, not like how it's been used now. And that is why it surprises me how much the current wizarding society has been regressed. Anyways, she has been after this powerful magic for a long time, since 500 BCE. And that's when I realized that I was not the first one to find out about her. There exists a line of wizard and witches who decided to prevent Death from getting her hand on the magic rebirth. This fight has been happening for the last 7,000 years. Merlin said with a serious face. This fight has been happening for the last 7,000 years. Merlin said with a serious face. Orion on the side hearing this was wide-mouthed. He always liked this kind of story, ancient enemies fighting and all, but those things are only good in stories. Not much practical. He likes zombies as well. Hell, when he was small, like 10 maybe, he used to dream about his city getting infected by zombies and he with powers would save all his important people, impress the girl he has a crush on and make a harem. And if anyone were to ask what will happen to other people in the city, and may heaven forbid if this freaking virus gets out of control and spread around the world, his answer would be, why the F Laozi should care about them. Do whatever you wanna, just make sure that you are leaving enough zombies behind for Laozi to smash their heads in so that Laozi can be the hero. Yeah, he used to have that younger master vibes back then. Orion, who suddenly remembers how he used to things and dreams when he was 9 or 10, just blushes with ancient embarrassment resurfacing in his heart. Shaking his head, he focused back on what was important. So you are saying that you and this group of people have been fighting death for 7,000 years and protecting the world? Orion asked with still amazement in his mind. Yes, but there is much more than just that. Consider this much like the Brotherhood from that game you used to play. Merlin tried to remember the name of the game. Assassin's Creed, Orion immediately said. Yes, the so-called organization you are saying was never an organization in the first place. It was more like a mission passed by from teacher to student. While teaching, there were also 2 goals that were passed down in the line. 1, to cultivate a disciple in their life and pass on the teaching they are learning to them so that the legacy continues, and 2nd, to make sure that death could never achieve what she wanted. You are currently speaking to the 201st disciple of Draconium blood, Merlin said, while fully knowing that Orion wouldn't understand what the last part would mean. Just like how he anticipated, Orion at first showed a look of amazement, but later he got confused. Blood? What the blood has to do with it? Orion ponder. Well, back then changing even someone's blood wasn't that hard, though Emery's own line come from dragon, but we don't put that name in our own. Only I used to do that once. I changed my own blood into one of the dragons, the deity that Draconium back then used to worship. Though we later name change, but, well, that's not important, Merlin said. He didn't wanted to say that the name was Daphakian of all things. Merlin himself wanted to know how come the Bethesda game studio come up with the same name as that ancient organization. Orion hearing this was a little confused but just shook his head and accepted what the old man said to him. After all, every smart person knows that it's lethal to ask an old person too much about their past. We could lose hours or even years in their backstories and they won't end. Orion doesn't have that much time anymore. Anyway, back to the topic. As I said, death was responsible for creating most of the chaos in the living world, and even the only 2 great collapses of the world were done by her. The first was mostly done by her directly, while the second, which I was there to witness, was by her through someone else. Merlin said, but there was a dark line over his face, like there was a shadow of what happened in the past looming over him. Orion tacitly decided to not ask anything about this. But Merlin said it anyway. So now that we have some idea of who Death is and what she wanted, let me tell you what happened back in my time and how you fit in this entire situation. Merlin said, and Orion had 2 thoughts about just asking why even he has to fit in this in the first place. Can't he just stay away from this world-saving bullshit? Sigh, which bastard made me the main character? Orion cursed but kept quiet. Merlin on the side saw Orion making faces and sighs. He thought that the child didn't want to hear another one of his stories. I promise to keep this short, Merlin said, and asked for Orion's attention here. It was important that Orion understand what was going on here. The future, as of he knows, is gonna be very hard on both the boy and this world. Remember the rebirth of magic I was talking about? Well, it's going to happen soon, Merlin said with a sigh. Orion just nodded, understanding that there was a catastrophic event was about to happen. Orion froze. Merlin on the side could practically hear gears inside Orion's mind shifting. Currently, Orion's mind was making more noise than his old laptop's fan back home when he used to play anything in it besides YouTube videos. And in terms and heat, well, Orion long has surpassed his laptop. When you say soon, how soon are we talking about? Orion asked with a small voice, internally asking God whether he foo *k him over again. It's hard to say. Originally there was never set a record to identify when the event was going to happen. This was done by the Draconiums, or Guardians as they later came to be known. It was done to make sure that there are no records to trace back the exact time and place where this gonna happen. This was a major reason to why Death couldn't find the rebirth of magic in all these years. She had around 7 times to get her hands on the rebirth of magic, but all the times she failed. And if you think that she failed because she was weak, then you are mistaken. She is anything but weak. 2 major reasons why she failed so many times were because she couldn't act directly in this world, and secondly, she couldn't figure out where the next rebirth of magic would take place. Only the Guardians knew this, not just any Guardian but only the chosen successor, Merlin said with reminiscing in his mind. So you are saying that she is acting suddenly because of the rebirth of magic, and according to what you said, she is most likely going to look for a way to find the exact place of the rebirth of magic, Orion pondered and asked. This was the only thing which he can think of. Yes and no, Merlin said with a long sigh. Clearly there was much more that he wanted to talk about. But before he can even explain his strange answer to Orion's question, the boy asks a question which exactly he was going to explain. Cool, then all we have to do is to find these Guardians you are talking about. You were a part of them, right? So it shouldn't be hard to find them, right? They most likely will be able to help us with this world-saving fiasco, right? Orion smiles with all of his hope depending on this easy way out, fully knowing that life is such busy asterisk that even something as simple as a smile is hard to give when the entire world is against you. Merlin, seeing what Orion was thinking, just shook his head. No can do, kid, the guardians long have perished, Merlin said with a sad smile on his face. And there it was, Orion knew it. Hell, he was so used to it by now that he wasn't even surprised anymore. Why? Orion asked with a dejected tone, completely losing all interest. He even asks for the sake of asking and nothing more. The old man was about to say anyway, so it is better Orion asks for himself, at least then he has the satisfaction of knowing that he is listening to this because he wants to and not because he has to. Merlin couldn't read what Orion was thinking like earlier he used to, but that was completely unnecessary. He knew the kid so much at this point that he knew what he was thinking by just his face. Rolling his eyes, Merlin said, "Till now I explain what's going on in general. But to fully understand what's going on I have to tell you what happened when the second great collapse happened. As I said, there is always a successor who is chosen by the guardian. This happens because that is the person who achieves the power of Draconium and becomes the next guardian of magic. Considering this is very similar to Kamar-Taj from the Marvel movie, the so-called guardian position can be considered as the sorcerer supreme when compared to the MCU. Back then I was chosen to be the next guardian. Usually, the head guardian only has one job, continues the guardian's duty and passes on both the teachings and powers inherited to the next successor. Well, I didn't fall into the usual category back then. It was 500 years ahead of the next rebirth of magic, that's when I was chosen. Pretty far away from the time when the next successor was supposed to be chosen. So I was already very old when the next rebirth took place, thus I had to choose a successor. So I had one more duty. To defeat anything death cooks up to gain the powers of rebirth of magic. And help my successor to save the world. Merlin said with a solemn look on his face. I'll let me guess, by the look of your face, it seems like you mess up big time, Orion jokes. But the expected response never arrived. Orion had a bad premonition about what Merlin gonna say next. The last time was quite special, as the rebirth of magic and the time to choose the next guardian fell at the same time. I decided to pass on my power to the next guardian before knowing when the rebirth gonna happen. The next successor wasn't strong enough at that time when she chose to attack. She ended up harvesting the soul of my successor, Merlin said with a gloomy look on his face. Orion purses his lips at this. His premonition was getting thicker now. Merlin didn't explain much about his last few words. There was just silence after that. In fact, his last words gave more information than his entire talk. Let me guess, she found the location of the rebirth of magic through your successor's soul, Orion asked. Well, yeah, and there is much more after listening to the entire story of Merlin, which was much more than Orion anticipated. He was lying on the top of the roof with a complicated face. He just got the worst background story filled in his head by the old man and now he had a headache. I knew that the situation is not as good as its look, but shit, this is too much, Orion almost cursed and spat. Merlin long stopped speaking and even vanished after giving his side of the story. Only now does Orion realize that the situation is a lot more complicated. But in a nutshell, everything revolves around power. Merlin talked about everything but just left one very important thing behind while teaching me, something which technically is not even needed to say as it's very common, but that was the loophole and that's why I never consider it. What he never said to Orion was, no matter what kind of order, law, or other shit, everything can be broken as soon as there is enough power at work. Against pure raw power, no trick works. This universal truth always reigns supreme no matter which universe. Here is a question, would Saitama's punch kill Gojo? If you had asked me this just yesterday, I would have surely said Gojo easily trumps this. There is no way Saitama can touch him. I was a little bit of a Gojo fanboy as well. But now, I personally believe that Saitama will win. Why? Power. If Saitama's powers is really limitless, pun intended, then can Gojo really stop him? I mean, no matter what his own curse technique is called, the man still has limits, right? Orion ponders. This was the exact thing that was going on in his mind right now. He himself wasn't sure why he was thinking about Gojo and Saitama, but it's kind of suited to explain what he was feeling right now. The situation is very similar to what would happen if they both fight. The result of the fight depends on how one interprets the rules of their powers. Merlin told him that breaking the law or order in the world is impossible. There is no one who can do it, and the last person who tried it, death in this case, paid a heavy price. But only now does he learn that if there is enough power, then even those orders and laws can be broken. Last time Death didn't have enough chaos or magical power to completely break the order, but she partially succeeded. That's the only reason why she was able to exist even after dying. Took the position of death and did nothing but rule the law of death. She is still cursed though, she too can perish if the source of power she is feeding on cuts off. In this case, it will be the soul of others. Which is completely impossible considering no one can stop people from dying. But that novelty only extended up to sustaining her own existence in a very weak state. In reality, she won't have any power besides being a small parasite who lives for an eternal lifetime. It's no wonder that she took that long to act. She must have gathered power slowly for ages to act back in 500 BCE and manipulate Herpo the Foul. Human civilization itself is not recorded for more than 3,000 to 4,000 years, and that is only the recorded time. According to Merlin, wizards had a very developed civilization even before that. Now Orion even suspects that it wasn't an asteroid which completely extinct the dinosaurs. So yeah, she ain't going anywhere even if she lost her source of power and even lost all of her power. The only way to stop her is to kill her. But how? Merlin hasn't explained yet, but Orion could see the signs. After all, he wasn't just sitting on the top of the roofs of Hogwarts after hours when Merlin left after completing his story. Orion was thinking, going back to Memory Palace and trying to replay all of his conversations with Merlin, which were a lot but navigating them was easy. And the only thing which he found useful in his conversation which might give Orion any clarity of the situation was one line from Merlin. Space, time, and matter together can bend reality, infinitely close to breaking the natural order. These words resounded in his mind. He couldn't help but feel that all this time, Merlin was pushing him towards the same thing that Death did back then. Merlin said that he fought with Death and it was a tie, or that was a pretty way of saying it. Merlin died back then in that fight while preventing Death from getting her hands on the rebirth of magic. That was the only win for the old man. He was able to save the world from being destroyed by Death. Well, that is considered a big deal, but still, it was nothing but a temporary setback for Death. She only had to wait for another 1,000 years and she now can get her hands on rebirth of magic. Due to her holding the power of the successor, she can find the place and time when it gonna happen. Meaning the world is doomed if someone can't stop that maniac in time. And Orion had a very bad feeling that this someone had to be him. Who else could it be? The guardians who used to do this are long gone. After losing their strongest sorcerer, aka Merlin, Death went after them immediately. Sigh, Orion just put his head back on the roof surface. There was a serious headache coming to him. Space, time, and matter together can beat reality, infinitely close to breaking the natural order. Again this line rang in his voice. He was sure that these three laws were necessary to stop Death now, because Merlin himself didn't master all of them but he can person all of them. Orion couldn't help but ponder that to fight someone who had broken the order once, he also had to be someone who could break the natural order. That was the only way. And there comes the temptation of actually breaking the order and gaining the ultimate power. I was thinking of taking it easy but fuck it. I need to have all those three laws down by the time she comes or I and this planet are doomed. Fuck. Orion all but shouted. He knew that most of it is just him thinking things but he couldn't help but almost consider the fact that Merlin from the very start was pushing him towards this. And then there are things that even Merlin himself doesn't seem to understand. Like the presence of that one white-haired girl in the US or the accidents happening all around the world. None of it was in the movies or books. Sigh, just leave it. Orion just let it go and close his eyes. Daphne wandered through the Hogwarts grounds, her eyes scanning from the sky for any sign of Orion as she was flying on her broom. Orion after the incident was never seen. While Rose was taken away by Professor Lupin for some reason, she was able to sneak out to find Orion. It took her a long time but after not finding Orion anywhere, the only thing which she could do was to leave the castle altogether and use her broom look for Orion from the skies. And finally, she did spotted Orion perched on the roof. Orion, what are you doing up there? Orion, who was finally taking a little rest to time to process all information he got from Merlin and he himself figured something out, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to her with a strange face. Not sure what he was thinking. Honestly, he didn't want to talk with anyone right now, but Daphne was here already so Orion just sent a smile to her, gesturing to the expansive view spread out before him, as if he was here for that. Just taking in the scenery, he replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Though Daphne saw the tension behind that smile. It's just that she thought that the tension was something related to what happened earlier. She had no idea that the scales of both situations were way too high, from destroying the castle wall to directly destroying the entire world. Well, it really is a good spot. You come here often? She asked, though the fondness in her voice was evident. Orion didn't say anything, just nodded, though he did really come here when he felt like it but not often by any means. They talk a little, usually the pointless things like how he was responsible for the sudden increase in their appetite, both her and Rose. Him responsible for making them sleepless all this time at night. Their body can't take him anymore after he finishes with them. There were too many double-meaning words in that sentence to even fix it. Orion just smiled and didn't point out. He might have teased her as unlike Rose, Daphne here actually understands the dark humor of his, yeah, the Greengrass princess is not as pure as she seems, but Orion currently was not in the mood. Right now his mind just couldn't take that extra effort to come up with extra bullshit to keep his Gojo personality going. Hell, it was getting old anyway, so he started playing Kento Nanami. This means to tone down the nonsense to a minimum and comes directly to the point. Hey, Daphne, I've been meaning to ask, why haven't you said anything about the incident in defense against the dark arts class? Orion, after taking a long breath, making sure that he is reprogramming himself to be more straightforward, asked. Raising an eyebrow, Daphne replied, oh, you mean the part where you blasted a hole through the wall and became a greater danger than both of the Dark Lords, as you have somewhat similar power with no control, turning you into a walking time bomb. Orion smiled. It almost felt like he somewhat switched roles with Daphne here. Usually, it's her who puts reason in a situation like this. Now she was talking more like him. Yeah, that part. Well, I figured you must have had a good reason for it. Besides, I've seen you pull off some pretty impressive spells before, unlike others. Both me and Rose are quite sure what you are capable of. You just don't pull out power like this and lose composure, Daphne replied with a shrug. She said it like she almost expected something like this to happen sooner or later. Orion at this just chuckles, you're too smart for your own good, princess. But honestly, it was a complete accident. I was just startled and well, things got a bit out of hand. Daphne at this obviously rolled her eyes. It really would be an understatement to say that he was startled by the image of death, aka Grim Reaper. He wasn't alone, the entire class was frozen and stunned at that time. And there are still a few kids who were shivering after remembering that horrible image. A bit out of hand? I'd say that's an understatement. You nearly gave poor Professor Lupin a heart attack. I saw his face back then. It almost felt like he was facing the Dark Lord himself. Daphne laughs to lighten the situation. Earlier Orion would have immediately picked up on this, but Orion this time just smiled a little bit before going back to his serious face. He really didn't feel anything about destroying that poor wall or blasting that damn boggart. It was the future which was making him worried. After this day knew that it was time to take things seriously. Orion laughs a little before saying, yeah, I definitely owe him an apology. But hey, at least it made for an interesting class, right? Daphne rolled her eyes. Interesting is one word for it. I'd say chaotic is more accurate, she said, but more than that was observing the facial expression of Orion. He was smiling, but there was no I don't give a fuck attitude on him. Daphne felt that he was thinking something. Felt that there was much more than just that wall's destruction. Then there was also the fact that Orion feared the Grim Reaper. The question is how he even know about that kind of being in the first place. Orion didn't reply after that. He was actually feeling a little relaxed when he felt Daphne sitting next to him. Daphne playfully nudges him when there is no reaction from him. There is something in your mind, I know it. But I also know that you ain't gonna tell me. You are always like that. You know we can help you, Daphne said with a little serious face. There is no way in hell Orion planned to explain this to her or Rose if not absolutely necessary. So Orion just smiled and slightly extended his hand towards the girl's hand. No promises that I can change that, princess, but I can try to improve, Orion said with a smile. Daphne on the other hand was taken aback at the affected touch. I am sorry, I know that I am worrying both you and Rose. I promise that I don't want to do something like that, it's just that even knowing about this could be dangerous for both of you, Orion said with a smile as he unlike usual didn't get up immediately like he used to after quickly teasing both the girls and running away. He got a little close to her and quickly placed a soft kiss on her forehead, like saying he got this and she doesn't have to worry about a thing. And this was the first time Daphne felt this strange feeling from Orion. Only one word could describe this. Dependable. Well, seeing the boy so close, Daphne thought about that kiss she had with him earlier. She thought about just leaning a little more to get that again. It was clear that this idiot wouldn't take action on his own. Daphne shook her head and smiled. This was not the time was the only thing in her mind. That's all I can ask for. Just, be careful and ask for help if you... But before she could complete her sentence, Orion wrapped his hands around her and only said this. Thanks for being here for me. You might don't know but you already have helped a lot. Just by being here, Orion smiled. This was a genuine smile. Ah, did I come back at the wrong time? Merlin, who suddenly appeared, asked. His learn-heavy atmosphere was gone. The hug with Daphne was short, but it felt like he poured all his heart into that. He really finds himself refreshed just by her being there for him. The same effect happens with Rose. He knew that in reality, those girls couldn't help him at all in terms of what was about to happen in the future, but in another way they helped him. Of course, after the hug, Daphne was stunned to the point that neither of them talked to each other at all. Daphne actually wanted a kiss instead of a hug, but she was happy nonetheless. And if only she knew that Orion enjoyed hugs more than kisses, then maybe she would be disappointed. Orion for the time being just ignored Merlin, who was faking that he wasn't looking in their direction. Orion after some time just said this much. You know what, I believe that it's time to start both your and Rose's training in magic. And I mean real training. Orion said with a smile on his face. He really was confused at this time. He felt attraction towards both Rose and Daphne, so he didn't want to do anything too much with either of the girls as long as he didn't choose between one of the girls. But hearing this from Orion, Daphne felt a sudden excitement in her heart, for both Orion's unusual affectionate touch and what he just said. Finally both she and Rose will get the magical training they were waiting for. And more than that, they wanted to quit their current physical training at all costs. Little did they know that Orion never planned to stop their physical training at all. Magical training will be there, but only after their physical training is done. Alright, I believe it's too late already now. Time to get going, Orion said as he stood up on top of the roof. He didn't just say this out of the blue either. He felt there was something wrong up there. He could feel dark magic up in the sky. Most likely Dementors, and he didn't want to be out here, especially Daphne out here. So he made sure that he escorted her until he could see the Gryffindor's dorm. After he saw Daphne going, it was finally time to talk with Merlin. But this time it wasn't the story time but more like making a plan. So now that we know much about what's going on, tell me what the plan is, Orion asked with a serious tone. Gone was the usual happy easygoing attitude. Merlin was taken aback himself after seeing how Orion had changed a little bit, but he still didn't point it out. So you plan to go against death, he just asked, before making any plan or talking about it. Merlin has to first understand what Orion was thinking. Of course, if not me then who? Usually, I wouldn't say that, but I really want another reincarnator with some cheat to take this role, but unfortunately, that ain't the case. Orion just sighs. A perfect example of with power comes great responsibilities, Merlin added with a shrug. Saving the world and being a hero. Honestly not my thing, but what choice do I have? Now enough wasting time, let's focus on the upcoming world calamity first. Do you have any plan on how we can stop Death from getting her hands on Rebirth of Magic? Orion said with a serious tone, something which Merlin wasn't expecting, but appreciated it nonetheless. You are acting different. Before we talk, may I ask what brought this change? Merlin smiled and asked. He was finally seeing Orion taking things seriously. Not like he wasn't serious before, but that's only when it comes to money or his own training. In almost everything else he had a nonchalant attitude, and this is not just after the 3-year training, he was like this even before that. Orion on the other hand just snorted. What you expect? You think that you will say something like someone is trying to destroy the world and can still follow through with my Gojo phase. Anyways, playtime has to be kept aside until we deal with this Mistress of Death first. Later I will just play Saitama and punch people around. Orion said with a sneer, like accusing Merlin that he didn't tell something this serious to him beforehand. And although he didn't say it outright, Merlin himself knew that the boy was thinking that. But thanks to all that, the boy is finally serious. Well, if you are in the business mode, then I will hold nothing back. There are honestly only 2 ways to handle the upcoming problem. One is that you go ahead and fight Death one-on-one. Yeah, tell me what level of a witch she is, if she is considered one at this point. 9. Merlin didn't hesitate and said. Yeah, so how about you stop suggesting me suicide route and tell me something which actually works? Orion just rolled his eyes. Okay, I know you are agitated, but at least listen to the ways, alright? Even if you don't use them, they might come in handy later on. Sigh, fine tell. Orion calms his nerves and agitated mood and with still annoyance in his tone replies. As I said, there are 2 ways. One is to fight her, which will need you to master all 3 major laws. As I said, I am sure that you yourself must have come to this outcome after having time to think about it. You can't directly fight with her in terms of power, that is almost impossible. But if you remember what I said back then, might see why I wanted you to learn major laws in the first place. Upon mastering 3 major laws, one has enough authority to even alter reality to some degree. And that is when you can close the gap with her. But that too will need time. Not to mention we are unsure that it's even possible. Even I was only able to semi-master all of them and had to pay a heavy price for that. 1 minute, you never talk about any price before. Orion interjected, but Merlin just waved his hands to indicate not to disturb him. Don't worry, you won't have to pay any price like that. You don't need to know what happens, but just know this much: semi-mastering different major laws has consequences. But in your case, you are mastering them entirely, so don't worry. I did it because I didn't had any other choice. I after all knew that there was no choice for me to master all of them. Nor I had to time or the potential to achieve it, Merlin added with a little dejected tone of his own. And hearing this, Orion got curious about what was the price was, but he didn't spoke. Right now that wasn't important. Maybe with your attitude and integration technique, you would have reached to her level in a few hundred years. I kid you not when I say that you have the biggest potential out of all the magicals I have seen so far, Orion, but you are lacking time. I only said this way so that you know what's possible when you master all the laws to their highest form. I see, so what is the actual way which we will be working on? Orion just took a few seconds to process the information and immediately asked. Well, that is a long process, but I believe we might be able to do that, I suppose. From that day onwards, Orion went back to his training like a man possessed. He hardly was wasting time like he usually used to do. This change was seen not only by his friends but also by other professors. But ultimately none of them said anything, because this was nothing different, to be exact. In fact, in many students' and professors' minds, this was Orion in a nutshell. Many hardly have even talked to him in this full 3 years of time. They are used to it. But if there is one person who is more used to it, then it's none other Orion himself. However, until usual training, Orion currently was fully focused on transfiguration. He planned to rope Dumbledore to teach him the subject, but the man is gone right now, most likely chasing Grindelwald and this alliance in Spain or other parts of the world. And though he could ask Professor McGonagall, it was clear to him that she wouldn't teach him anything beyond the level of a 7th-year student. Hell, even that would be hard to get out of her, especially after what happened in the Dada class. So Orion didn't approach them at all and trained by himself. There are many books to get started with, so that is the best place to start anyway. Time kept on passing like this, and his usual routine was training, attending class, or skipping them most of the time, and lastly teaching the girls about magic. And this time for real. Soon the Quidditch match was upon them. Just like the rest of the years, Orion could take part this year as well. Surprisingly, McGonagall didn't force him this year, most likely knowing that he could easily win the match if his reflexes and magical attainments are anything to go by. Now I wonder whether she would let me play if I had asked for it. Orion really wanted to know that. I am sure she would. There is no reason to stop you, but the real question is whether other professors would have agreed with that. Merlin chipped in. Orion, after blinking a little, nodded as well. He too does see why they would refuse for him to take part in this. He can cheat in broad daylight and no one will be wiser. That was the merits of being able to do wandless magic. Orion sat still as he noticed that the weather today wasn't good. Most likely today gonna rain and a possible storm. This environment was exactly like when Harry was attacked by the Dementors in the 3rd year. Come on, it's unlikely that something like that will happen today. Nothing can't go exactly like books now, can they? Merlin added. Orion too nodded at this, but there was a bad feeling in his heart. So he actually ended up attending the match. Usually, he doesn't waste his time on things like this and gives his full attention to training, but this time he just chose to listen to his heart. Soon what he was pondering about happened. It started raining and the winds were getting wild. He was currently sitting beside Daphne, as Rose is the only one who actually play in the tournament in their small group of besties. That's called a harem, but again you can call it whatever you want, Merlin interjected from the side. Orion, hearing those, didn't immediately refuse like he used to. In fact, he turned his head slowly to Daphne. The girl was too entangled right now to look at Orion giving her a subtle glance or even notice that she currently was holding his arm so intimately that anyone would mistake them as couples. Orion felt the soft feeling of the girl's chest pressing against him and internally nodded that at his decision of attention the finals. Even if nothing happened, coming here was worth it just for this. But right now he was pondering over those two girls. As much as he wanted to avoid the old man spatting nonsense about a harem, he too knew that that is the only way that he could stay with both the girls. But will the girls will agree? He is the kind of man who will put himself in a situation to see whether something is right or not. And there is no way that he can share his woman with someone. So asking the same thing from the girls is not right in his mind. But what else he can do? Signing, he just shook his head and decided to not think about that problem right now. He will have to talk about this sooner or later, but right now at least it's not the case. Soon the actual match also started and Orion wasn't at all interested in the match. He is not interested in Quidditch in first place even if someone gives him a VIP seat in good weather, so there is no way that he will be excited to watch the match while getting bombarded by rain and chilly winds. Good thing for him and Daphne that Orion erected a barrier around them. They weren't getting wet or feeling cold right now. Orion saw how it was getting increasingly hard to stop even people in this weather, let alone a small golden ball which is notorious for getting lost. And currently Rose was trying to do the same. But unlike them, Orion knew where the ball was. With just simple magic sense he could figure out that the ball wasn't close to the ground at all, it was flying pretty high in the air. That's why they don't want someone like you in the game. Good, because it wouldn't be a game if I entered anyway, Orion said arrogantly. And though he was quite arrogant in the remark, Merlin couldn't say anything about it. He was right. Orion looked up, and there was a bad feeling in his chest. Something wasn't right. He could sense Dementors flying at a higher altitude. There were hundreds of them. Hey, do you think I should absorb those Dementors? Orion said with a serious tone. Them. Merlin ponders. The reason why Orion hasn't gone after the Dementors by now and absorbed them is because of how close their connection with death is. Earlier, when he didn't know about death and was only thinking of it's a dream where a Grim Reaper was chasing him, he actively avoided absorbing them. Maybe out of fear or some sort of negative effect, but now that he have more information, he felt like he should absorb them. This solves a lot of problems for him. In future, if Voldemort or any other Dark Lord including Death come, they at least won't have a ready-made army in their hands. This will help not only him but also Rose and the entirety of Hogwarts in the upcoming days. And most importantly, this way Orion can close the power gap by at least a little bit. Now that you mention it, I believe that you should. We already know that your integration removes all the harmful substances in the magic for you, period. If it can purity something like dark death magic, then a Dementor or two shouldn't be a problem, Merlin said after pondering a little. Well, yes, but I am not only talking about 1 or 2 Dementors here, you know, Orion said as a smirk after some time appeared on his face. Merlin, seeing the smirk, suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you planning on doing? Merlin asked with little hesitation. Orion was about to explain his master plan, but then suddenly there was a damning feeling in his chest. Something wasn't right. His mind first went for Rose, who was still flying inside the Quidditch stadium and was completely safe. The next person was of course Daphne, was hugging his left arm to death. With so much strength, Orion could have sworn that if he had not already lost the ability to use magic in that hand, then he would after the match. Lastly, he looks up and all of his bad feeling turn into reality. He wasn't the only one who saw this, as the heavy chilly feeling and depressing emotions were felt by everyone.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.